Chapter 276 Fighting Night. On the ring. After Du Sheng shook hands with the referee politely, he immediately took off his boxing gloves and threw them to the excited and screaming audience. This move immediately ignited the audience's enthusiasm and everyone rushed to the forefront. It seems like robbing a treasure that symbolizes glory. Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand to leave for a while, and returned to the lounge to change his clothes. Because I have to accept an interview next time. Brother Sheng, you won, we won. Du Sheng returned to the backstage and looked at the excited Wang Yeyang and others and said, "Many people are watching, don't make people laugh." Zhang Hailong and others didn't want to be so excited, but they couldn't help it. 3.56 times odds. Almost all of them were rushing. A total of 170 million neon coins were bet, and nearly 600 million neon coins were won with capital and profit. After exchanged for soft girl coins, it reached an unprecedented 42.72 million. Of course, the biggest leader is Du Sheng's. Accounted for 28.24 million. And what remains is their share and the crew. Despite this, they were inexplicably excited. I was even glad that I sent someone to buy it early this time and scattered to neon cities to buy it, so there is no big problem with redemption of prizes. At most, you have to pay a little tax. Lu Xili, who was queuing up to redeem the prize, was also excited and also felt a little emotional. This guy didn't expect that he would even perform like this in the ring. Not to mention anything else, she wants to support Zixi. I also have the confidence to stay away from my ex-husband and Chen Jinfei. After going back this time, I found an opportunity to let Zixi withdraw from Hongguo International. Then transfer your nationality back as soon as possible to avoid stagnation in the future. The moment Du Sheng stepped out of the lounge, he was surrounded by a group of dense media reporters. In the blink of an eye, microphones emerged like bamboo shoots, and the flash of the camera flash seemed to reappear during the day. The reporters rushed forward and urgently raised their questions. Among them, there are many reporters at home and abroad. Even interviewed reporters such as Neon, Bay City, and TVB were mixed in. The most important thing is that the live broadcast has not been interrupted yet. Du Sheng followed the organizer's reception and came to the launching stage. "Mr. Du, this time you KO Hust in one round is completely beyond everyone's expectations." A reporter from China Asia rushed forward and asked excitedly, "Is this an accident or real strength?" Du Sheng smiled gently and said, "I want to say this is an accident." "How convincing do you think is?" "At this time, it is unlikely to hide your weaknesses anymore, so it is better to change it to shock." The reporter from China International News was stunned and wanted to ask something else. The reporter next to him had already said first. "At noon, Hust said he wanted to break your teeth and limbs, but he was backfired tonight. Are you retaliating or accidentally?" Du Sheng glanced at the English-speaking Western reporter and said with a little deeper meaning, "Host and I don't have any hatred, everything can happen on the ring. The other party has bad intentions and is obviously leading the rhythm. The purpose is to provoke other Western boxers as much as possible to unite against each other. Although he is not worried, he will not be brainless in trampling on the pit." An Anyang reporter asked curiously, "As a four-time champion, Hust lost in one round tonight. Has his strength declined significantly?" As soon as this statement was spoken, many people at the scene watched. Including Xiang Tai, Hong Bao and others who were about to leave, they were also curiously stamped their feet. Du Sheng had a smile on his face and said, "I said it was crushing your strength, do you believe it? You have an answer in your heart, so why bother to get in the back?" Everyone was thinking. They all looked at the slow-moving camera just now, but in fact, those with some eyesight can see it. The two of them remained evenly matched until 4 minutes, but Hust was knocked down by a sky-rushing cannon at the last moment. This means that Du Sheng's strength is more powerful than international first class. Of course, there are some factors that Hust is unable to maintain a fierce confrontation when he gets old. In addition, he was a little impatient when he could not defeat a boxer with a huge weight for a long time. In addition, the conflict broke out between the two sides at noon, and he was eager to find his face. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng seized the opportunity when he was inadvertent when he attacked. Before he finished speaking, the voice on the other side immediately asked, "Did Hust fail to break your hard qigong just now? Is there any method of practicing this?" Before noon, everyone felt that Hust's probability of winning was more than 60%. As a result, he was KO'd by Du Sheng in one round, which was too strong. Moreover, everyone discovered that the punching power burst out with Hust 110 kg weight could not knock down Du Sheng. This is mostly related to the rumored hard qigong practiced by Du Sheng. If you really want to inquire about hard qigong, you can go to various major kung fu schools in the East for consultation. Du Sheng did not answer directly, retaining the mysterious color. The Kung Fu launched by Chishinshi 5 will invite experts from all walks of life to compete, and you can also ask them for verification. He cannot give an answer to such a thing. After all, there is still boxing match to be played next. An insurance keeping mysterious is conducive to bringing traffic and attention to the Kung Fu program. No matter how bad it is, it can continue the long-lasting national martial arts. A reporter from Neon finally got in and asked anxiously, "Next Thursday's quarterfinals Giant God Soldier vs Flying Holland Ren, who do you think will be your last opponent?" As a perfect combination of figure, strength, and technology, the Giant God Soldier hilt swept his legs like iron chains and the knee like shells. There is no need to say much about his strength. Flying Horan Remy Bongaski is 196 tall, weighs 111 kilograms, and has a professional record of 69 wins, 12 losses and 36 KOs, and like Hust, he is ranked as a technical representative. It is still unknown who will win, but there have been noisy online. However, the K1 forum prefers that the winning rate of the Giant God Soldier exceeds 60%. Du Sheng thought about it and gave a specious answer. "If there is a choice, I think the Flying Hollander is better. After all, there is a precedent tonight, right?" Everyone laughed kindly at this answer. If they would have chosen this way. After all, even if it is a component of luck, if you can KO a Hust, there is a chance that KO the second Hust. On the contrary, if Du Sheng's body faces the giant god weapon with a height of 212 and a weight of 270 kilograms, the picture is so terrifying. Even if you are more capable of hard qigong, it will be a punch in the face of the crazy domineering explosion. Saburo Matsuda gritted his teeth and said as he listened to the interview with a knowing smile on the TV. If Hust hadn't had his strength regressed and his underestimation of the enemy before the game, how could he be so excited about these kings? Kenji Tsurita looked at Hust who was being carried down and said hatefully, "Host's power explosion is a problem, worse than Mark, and I guess it cannot break the hard qigong defense." Matsuda Saburo said fiercely, "The Orientals do have two tricks, and most people really can't open the hard qigong door. Don't worry, he is likely to face the giant god soldier in the next game and he is dead. It's just the end of October, and it's clear soon." They could only blame Hust for his age and his failure of the machine, and his strength was extremely weak during long and intense exercise. Otherwise, let them admit Du Sheng's magnanimity in the face. That's better to commit suicide by seducing your stomach. Fortunately, they still have the greatest expectations. That is the 4-crown king giant god weapon. The next game is 100% sure. Matsuda Saburo thought it was right, and finally felt relieved. Just the next sentence from Kenji Tsurita made him feel nervous. "What should we do if we borrowed profits? Recently, they can't even afford instant noodles, and it's raining all night tonight. The 3 million neon coins I borrowed lost all of them. Don't talk about facing the problem of eating. If this continues, I am afraid that even the officials will not be able to save them." Matsuda Saburo gritted his teeth. "Isn't TMA recruiting male actors? Let's try it. TMA is a AV image production company. Kenji Tsurita. On the other side, Yezi, who was off the court, saw Du Sheng responding calmly and knew that this kind of occasion would not hurt him, and was about to go to the organizer to talk about profits. Little Yezi, it's been a long time since we met. Fang Yuhua brought Zhang Lichhen to her and greeted her with a smile. Yezi lived in Xiangzhong for a while before and naturally met Fang Yuhua. While guessing the other party's purpose, she responded gracefully. Mr. Fang, we parted at the exhibition last time, and I didn't expect to meet here. It's really fate. In fact, it is not difficult to guess the purpose of the other party, and it is mostly related to the production of TVB dramas. After all, Fang Yuhua has always been in the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, let alone Du Sheng's boxing match. Fang Yuhua did not hide it, and said in a good mood. Xiao Yizi has been rising step by step recently. If it weren't for this grand event tonight, it would be difficult to meet. But I have to say that your Du Sheng's performance was really surprising. Not mentioning the greetings between the two, the reporter's answers on the spot continued. Mr. Du, we noticed that the UFC has reopened. When will your direct championship qualification challenge be played? An overseas reporter suddenly raised this question. When Du Sheng saw everyone looking enthusiastically, he pondered. As far as I know, UFC is now only resuming the fighting night game, and there is no other place yet. At least, the championship challenge I was invited to participate in has not yet begun. The plague in North America weakened last month, but UFC has only resumed the trials for the time being, so it is estimated that it is time to try market feedback first. As for paid digital competitions, you have to promote them even if you want to play. After all, boxing promotion companies in North America have long been tempted by money. If you don't have money, don't want to compete with their boxers. When the wool comes from the sheep, the money still needs to be paid by the audience. Anyway, Du Sheng has not received the notice yet, and even if he receives the notice, he has to check whether he has time. After finally dealing with the interview, Du Sheng couldn't be idle. He also had to cooperate with the organizer to conduct follow-up publicity and interviews, and meet with TVB general managers Fang Yuhua, Zhou Xingqi, and others to discuss matters. In addition, preliminary statistics on income sharing tonight have been made. The profits of the event should exceed the share of box office, advertising sponsorship, and PPV. 60 million soft sister coins. According to the agreement, the profit-sharing ratio should be more than twice as high as the last time. Of course, you have to contact us later to find out. Chapter 277 The Strategy of Eternal Life? A Sheng is here, let me introduce you to me. This is Miss Fang Yuhua, General Manager of TVB. Du Sheng asked Wang Yeyang and others to communicate with the organizer about publicity and distribution matters first, and came to an elegant room in the stadium alone. As soon as he entered, Yezi gave an introduction with a smile. Judging from her good mood, it is estimated that the joint investment production has been almost done. Fang Yuhua circled Du Sheng and nodded constantly. Not bad. It turns out that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, which is more handsome and elegant than what you see in the boxing ring. Mr. Fang is over-reputable. Your TVB ratings should be good tonight. Du Sheng smiled and greeted each other. Zhang Lichhen got to the point. You should have heard that The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty was originally a co-production of our TVB and Yangtze, but it was once shelved due to the plague. Some time ago, Yangtze's $100 million production towards the Communist M did not improve, and it had to withdraw from the production here. We have purchased the copyright related to the adaptation of the Tang Dynasty and plan to restart production next year. Use Star Media. Simply put, if Star Media enters the market, it will maintain the previous cooperation model with Yangtze, with both parties investing 20 million yuan each. But Star Media still has to negotiate these broadcast channels in the mainland. Du Sheng pondered for a while and asked. All shots in the mainland? He is not surprised that TVB cooperates with mainland filming. The currently being filmed blood-recommended Xian Yuan is said to be a collaboration between TVB and Yangtze, with an investment of more than 30 million yuan, and is filmed in Bashang Grassland, Chengdu, and Beijing. In order to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Xiangjiang's return, TVB and Yangtze will also co-produce A Storm of Times with a big investment in production. If there weren't some changes in the Tang dynasty, I'd be afraid that it would have been prepared now. Fang Yuhua nodded and said, "Yes, it's all filmed in film and television cities such as Zhejiang Prefecture and Su Prefecture. It's convenient for you to join. I don't know if Mr. Du has a schedule around January next year." She decided to take the risk of launching newcomers, but now she has the best candidate and collaborator, and she has changed her mind temporarily. Du Sheng thought about it and said, "In January, it shouldn't be a big problem. Which role do you plan to let me play?" Next year, in addition to filming scripts drawn by Shuya Cave, Shapalang, New World, etc., it also takes some time to cooperate with the Kimchi country to discuss the drama. However, this drama only has 16 episodes, and it only takes about 20 days to film and broadcast. If you get together, there is still time. Fang Yuhua looked at Du Sheng with a smile and said, "If you agree to star in the role, you must be the male lead Cao Zhong. Of course, it is not impossible to talk about it if you have other ideas. If it were in the 1990s, when TVB was dominant, she would never talk to artists so kindly. To put it bluntly, I didn't even give me any thin face when I was in a bath. But now TVB is gradually declining, and even the ratings are in disguise. It is time to make changes. This year, a joint venture with Yangtze and Mango TV Dramas is one of the changes. The reason why the drama The Tang Dynasty came to Star Media was not only because it wanted to reduce investment risks, but also because of its popularity and the mainland channels of Star Media." Du Sheng and Yesili discussed a few words and said, "It's okay for me to join. Star intermediate investment of 20 million is okay, but it's best to discuss some details." The reason why he agreed was that in addition to the high ratings, good influence, and widespread communication in Nanyang, the main reason is naturally because I am attracted by the various martial arts techniques in this martial arts drama. The Secret of Eternal Life, the Immortal Seal Method, Sahang Sword Classic, the Demon Strategy, 9-character mantra hand seal, Yin-Yang Magical Art, the Sword Art of the Sword, etc. That technique is not comparable to fantasy level. For example, in 10 volumes of The Strategy of the Heavenly Demon, it is said that it is the magical technique left by the war god Chi Yu. The 2 volumes of Dao Heart Demon and Purple Blood Great Technique can be practiced to perfection, and then break the void. There is also The Secret of Eternal Life, which was written by Guangquanzi, the ancient Huangdi master, in oracle bone inscriptions, and is a Taoist secret treasure book. This technique is not only a holy scripture for healing, but also can maintain a long life after practice. If you can master it all, you can even see the Tao and then break the void. It sounds extremely fantastic, but it is indeed martial arts. In other words, these techniques can be extracted. Not to mention the profound things like shattering the void and peeking at the great way. Even if you keep your face and live a long life, it will fascinate countless people. How could Du Sheng not be moved? In fact, after filming so many films and TV series, he has already seen the true meaning of some golden fingers. The currently open themes such as war, action, city, love, comedy, martial arts, can basically draw any film and television dramas with influence in their previous lives. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, there is no involvement of superpowers, distortions, and fictional confusion. As for science fiction, fantasy, fairy tale, myth, suspense and other subjects, if you can't draw now, it doesn't mean you can't draw in the future. This is likely to involve a comprehensive evaluation question. It is estimated that it will be possible to open up to B rating or above. Zhang Lichen also exchanged views with Fang Yuhua and said, "Manager Ye has already talked to us just now. It's not impossible for you Star Media to want some characters. However, we have to find a time to discuss the matter, and it also has to conform to the audition principle of both parties. Du Sheng saw that the other party was quite friendly and smiled. I understand, I look forward to our further cooperation. There are many outstanding characters in this drama, such as Li Ziyuning, Shi Fixuan, Yu Wenhuan, Song Yuji, Zhu Yuyan, etc. Anyone can help you improve your actor status. He couldn't sit and watch the Gold Mountain without digging. Seeing that the two sides had agreed on some basic issues and there was a high probability of cooperation, Yezi breathed a sigh of relief. Some time ago, when Du Sheng took over the Tenside ambush, Fang Yuhua actually sent someone to contact them. At that time, Du Sheng was too nervous and took over Full House again, so there was no follow-up. The finals may be early and will be held at the end of next month. After the meal ended, Yezi looked at Du Sheng. Tomorrow, someone will arrange for you to interview with K1. I guess you will be busy with publicity and distribution. By the way, Brother Hua and his team will hold a celebration banquet for you tonight, so you will also be there. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. Most of the follow-ups of Sword of Fairy are filmed in empty mirrors, and the venue has to be transferred. I can go back the day after tomorrow. Yesi was quite satisfied with Du Sheng, a partner, and said with a smile. Then let's go see Matsushima Fujisawa first. We should have a lot of profit this time. Not to mention the box office share, the money Du Sheng had bet before was drawn from Miracle Studio. In addition, it was Yes Haijing's hands to transfer money, so it is not wrong to have her part. The profit is quite high, and it is indeed the case. Mr. Du, congratulations, I'm only one step away from the king of fighting. After meeting politely, Matsushima Fujisawa looked at Du Sheng with a smile. The profit of this event has been counted. After deducting necessary expenses such as box office, advertising, on-demand broadcast, the profit is 9.8 million. According to the former agreement, if the profit exceeds 5 million, you will get a share of 82% of the profit, and you will get it. Tonight, the box office revenue alone will be 50 million. Including the advertisements drawn by Du Sheng, as well as the established K1 signing advertisements, TV charges, etc., the total revenue exceeds 66 million. The profit of this 9.8 million yuan is obviously deducted from the K1 operation and the share obtained by the organizer of Woolen and will be shared with Du Sheng. Despite this, the income is still more than 7 million. Compared to the fixed 1 million appearance fee, it is nearly 7 times higher. In addition, including the 1 million prize money for participating and winning each game. Adding to the money won by betting, all of them finally earned 35 million soft sister coins this time. The profit at one time exceeded 35 million. This is no longer a question of where to grab it, but how to dream. For example, some domestic companies want a net profit of 30 million yuan a year, and their operating net profit is calculated at 10%, and their turnover is at least more than 300 million yuan. The annual turnover is 300 million yuan, which is definitely at the level of medium and large companies. At present, the net profits of many listed companies across the country are less than 30 million. Besides, this was in 2003, which was considered a huge sum of money in the East. But next time, I guess there will be no such good thing. After all, Du Sheng can even KO the 4-crown champion in one round, which cannot be described as luck or accident. Odds will definitely be beaten to the lowest level. But they are already satisfied. After finishing the trivial matters, Du Sheng and his group returned to the hotel. Yesi didn't come with her just now and was already helping him arrange a celebration banquet. Lu Yingying Benzikyunja and the cowardly De celebrated Du Sheng's achievements, but this kind of thing is not easy to deal with. It's already a gift for friends to come to celebrate. Speaking of which, Du Sheng mentioned the news that Star Media, Infernal Affairs 2 will be released soon, and the linkage of kung fu programs and movies, etc., and the promotional effect is bearable. What I said in front of more than 100 media such as Neon, Xiangzhong, and Yangshi is worth millions of advertising investment. Therefore, almost all the friends who were watching the game tonight and those who benefited from it came to the celebration site to congratulate Du Sheng on his successful entry to the finals. Lu Wei even called half of the team in Infernal Affairs 3 that was being filmed, and the scene was very lively. Sheng, congratulations! You have made the Chinese look so angry this time. Lu Wei smiled and congratulated him, feeling quite emotional. He never thought that the young actor in front of him, who was still inconspicuous a year ago, has now become an idol boxing star known at home and abroad. Lu Sir is over-reputable, and I would like to thank you for your support before. Du Sheng talked about the cooperation between Infernal Affairs 1 and Infernal Affairs 2, which is a mutual achievement. Seeing that Du Sheng was modest and not as proud as Chen Wangzai after winning the award, Lu Wei smiled even brighter. I'll just say thank you. Infernal Affairs 1 can break 40 million in Hong Kong, and it will be more popular with your popularity. Lu Wei smiled and patted Du Sheng on the shoulder, saying, Infernal Affairs 2 will be released simultaneously in Xiangzhong and the mainland during the National Day. You have to take some time to promote it. Although Du Sheng in this drama is not considered the absolute protagonist, he had already made up his mind to let him take the lead and treat it as a publicity. In addition, he was even a little grateful that he retained Du Sheng's role during the previous editing. At present, this is definitely a very prescient one. Chapter 278 I was careless and didn't have any warning. Haha, this is what it should be. Du Sheng agreed immediately. Even if you don't say it, I will be shameless and eat and drink. Unless you are so arrogant that you are ungrateful, no matter how big a brand is, you will be willing to cooperate with the publicity. After a few polite sentences, Lu Wei went straight to the point. I plan to make a movie adapted from Neon Comics in the second half of next year. If you are interested, let's try the male lead then. The movie he mentioned was Initial D. In fact, Lu Wei mentioned it to Du Sheng once before. But last time he didn't say that Du Sheng would try the actor, but just said that Du Sheng would try the actor. At that time, Du Sheng's popularity and status were not as good as Chen Wangzai, let alone Zhou Zhelun, the little king of the Bay City music scene. The scene of letting him try out the second and third men is already due to the happy cooperation. After all, in his mind, even the new generation of young actors such as Chen Wangzai and Yu Wenl could not take on the responsibility of the hero. But now it's different. Du Sheng has been successfully promoted to a top-tier young actor with several TV series. Big Boy and Infernal Affairs 1 released during the period also added a lot of points, and there is also a Kung Fu by Zhou Xingqi, waiting to be released. Not to mention the potential of Infernal Affairs 2 that will be released next, and Zhang Yi's He Shao is waiting to be filmed. It can be said that Du Sheng had long been imitated by Yunnan Ban. If we count the popularity of entering the K1 finals, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is currently overshadowing the Four Little Kings. Even TVB Fang Yuhua has to invite Xu Zun, let alone ordinary directors. Du Sheng will only become more popular next year, and it is unknown whether he can get a schedule at that time. So Lu Wei sent out the invitation in advance and was a little nervous. Du Sheng did not refuse and nodded with a smile. Since Lu Sir has opened his mouth, he has to come even if he is not free. In the big production of Initial D, he naturally would not remain indifferent in his previous life, both box office and reputation. Furthermore, the various amazing driving skills in it are very good and can be applied to many aspects. Hearing the verbal promise, Lu Wei returned to the table with satisfaction. Du Sheng took a walk to accept everyone's congratulations, and then came to Liu's bathing and flattering gifts. There were Xiang Tai, Zhang Beizi, and others at the table next to him. Sheng, good, the champion is in sight. Everyone spoke, feeling a lot of emotion. Especially Xiang Tai, she was feeling quite complicated when she saw the girl Zhang Baji pulling Du Sheng to her side and sitting down. After all, at the beginning, she was very optimistic about Du Sheng. Unexpectedly, this time Zhang Baji actually knew people with a keen eye, and she almost became blind. Zhou Xingqi knew that Du Sheng was very busy tonight and didn't want to get together with Xiang Tai. He stood up with a smile. I have time to chat tomorrow. He is busy finishing Kung Fu at this moment, and he really doesn't have much time. Du Sheng knew Zhou Xingqi's pursuit of excellence. It is said that he re-shooted a chase scene 3 times not long ago, and nodded. No problem, I'll contact you then. He speculated that it is most likely related to the release of Kung Fu, which is something that interstellar media has been striving for. They sent away Zhou Xingqi and Empress Dowager Xiang one after another. Lu Huanzhao, and stood up with a smile. Sheng, I may not be able to take time to go to the capital next week. Please help me. While speaking, he nodded to Zhang Baji. Du Sheng knew what was going on and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll mention it. And Director Zhang knows that you are very busy recently and doesn't expect you to join the group early. He guessed that Lu Yingtian recommended Zhang Beizi, except for Mei Yanfang's words, it was not unreasonable for Xiang Tai's sake. Du Sheng was naturally happy about this. When the celebration banquet ended, the clock was already pointing to more than 1 a.m. There were many guests during the banquet, and Du Sheng was inevitably given a few more cups. When he was in the banquet hall, he was still able to stay awake and even saw Yesser, who was catching up in person. However, as soon as he left the banquet hall, the night breeze blew his face, he suddenly felt dizzy. Fortunately, before Zhang Beizi and the twin sisters had left, they immediately stepped forward to support him when they saw this and simply sent him back to the room. Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong looked at each other and sat down again with a chuckle. During the meal, Zhang Baji and Zhong Xin were a little floating. After finally returning to the room, Zhang Baji fell down when she put Du Sheng down, and she was also taken to the bed. Her eyelids were almost unable to stretch out, and she couldn't get up at all after lying down. Zhong Xin, who felt vomiting, also covered her mouth and ran into the bathroom. Cai Nayan looked at the situation in front of her and was a little at a loss. She shouted twice in front of Zhang Beizi, and after she didn't respond, she hesitated to get the towel. Du Sheng finished the competition last night and didn't have a good rest. After dealing with trivial matters, he drank with everyone and had a lot of fun. He must have had a serious overdrawn physical strength. Cai Nayan carefully wiped the sweat beads from Du Sheng's forehead, and her movements were as gentle as if afraid of disturbing him. Seeing that Du Sheng's shirt collar seemed to be tightened, she hesitated for a moment and gently unbuttoned a few buttons. After loosening the collar, Du Sheng's breathing smoothly, and his tight eyebrows gradually stretched. Through the open neckline, Cai Nayan caught a glimpse of his strong chest and the lines of his chest muscles that looked like a clear gully. She couldn't help but recall Du Sheng's heroic posture while riding a horse during the competition, and even her best friend A Jiao was deeply attracted. Faced with such a handsome man with such a heroic posture, how many girls cannot be moved? It is said that women are not as lustful as men, but in fact it is not. Looking at the muscle contours that were faintly visible under Du Sheng's shirt, Cai Nayan was a little embarrassed and couldn't take her eyes off her face. She gently stretched out her fingers and touched the strong and solid skin. My fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly, and my heart beat like a drum. Suddenly, with a swish, a big hand stretched out. The next moment, she felt that her body was so arrogant that she was devoted to a strong body. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Baji, Mo.U, Cai Nayan would almost scream. Faced with this sudden situation, she had to press her mouth with her ears on her face. He guessed that Du Sheng probably regarded himself as Zhang Baji or his good sister, and was embarrassed and didn't break away. In fact, she didn't use any effort. Or maybe it's because of the intent, and with that little thought, I'm inexplicably a little overwhelmed. Just when Cai Nayan was a little confused, she found that the catch was getting more and more outrageous. She just felt that she had forgiven her, and there was a curtain below. At this moment, Cai Nayan's dizzy mind was left with only one shocked thought. How fast is this? The next moment, she was completely immersed in the silence, and even the silence was blocked. I want to speak but can't speak. There was also drunk Zhang Beizi on one side, and Cai Nayan had to press Xiao Wei in shame. But at this moment, she didn't notice the beautiful figure who was also shocked by the bathroom. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, Du Sheng was sweating all over his head, his fingers trembled and wanted to get out of bed, and murmured, "If you are beaten to death in the future, you won't be able to drink it. You're too rich and afraid." Zhang Baji was full of anger. After finally waiting for the opportunity, how could she let Du Sheng leave like this and press him back? 40 minutes later, Du Sheng was like a pig on the bed, completely looking like a salted fish. The current situation of practicing Qigong is completely beyond expectations. I don't know how to do it for a while, so I'd just look at the situation first. However, with Zhong Xian's understanding of Zhang Baji, the other party should have been making a fuss. But surprisingly, it didn't. I've been out of my way so soon. I wasn't that brave before. Zhang Baji pressed him with her feet and said with a smile, "It's better to be overwhelmed, can't you? Damn, you really think you won me?" Du Sheng was furious and could not bear this anger, so he immediately turned over. Men can accept other aspects, but this is not possible. Fortunately, I lay down for a while and my drunkenness disappeared. With the skills of special physical constitution, I recovered a little bit of my physical energy. It is still unknown who will win the destiny. In an instant, the battle was so dark that the sky and the earth were dark, the sun and the moon changed color, regardless of north and south. The next morning, Du Sheng rubbed his back and got up, not only thinking about philosophical issues. How do you do those neons comic action movies? This is impossible according to the clinical and irresponsive cycles. He is now surrounded by so many skills, and although he was drunk last night, he still struggled a little. Fortunately, there is no shame. Du Sheng shook his head, too lazy to think more. He knew that someone would definitely not get up, so he simply went out first. Chapter 279 Cooperation failed? Today, Du Sheng was also very busy and could not be obsessed with the land of gentleness. After experiencing a fist and having breakfast, he went straight to the K1 interview promotional site. Du Sheng's deeds of entering the K1 finals last night have spread rapidly today after a night of fermentation. Even in the streets and alleys of Xiangzhong, many people were discussing this event. It seemed as if overnight, the whole nation became a loyal fan of fighting sports. In the field of fighting abroad, Du Sheng's name quickly became popular and became a hot topic. The influence of K1 events is spread all over the world, especially in Europe and the United States, and the attention is even greater. In addition to the four-time champion Hust, he has a huge fan base among Western fighting fans. Du Sheng's victory last night undoubtedly shocked the Western audience. They couldn't believe that the weak players from the East could defeat Hust by such a huge gap. This is completely unscientific. But the game video is there, even if someone looks at it with a magnifying glass one by one, they know that it cannot be a fake game. Overnight, Du Sheng gained nearly 100,000 overseas fans and became famous. Perhaps it was related to this. Early in the morning, Director Bai called Du Sheng, and in addition to congratulations, he also sent an invitation. I hope that after Du Sheng finished the boxing match at the end of October, he went to Osaka to join forces with Lu Xiang, the only Asian athlete who broke the Asian indoor track and field record and won a medal at the beginning of the year. At present, Lu Xiang is very popular and has successfully achieved a breakthrough in the zero medal in 18 years. If Du Sheng wins the K1 championship, he will become the first Chinese world boxing champion, which is even more a major event that shocks the global sports world. At a time when Oriental sports is working hard to move into the world, Du Sheng's achievements are definitely a miracle. It is inevitable to be valued. Director Bai revealed that the sports general, the senior management of the agency, has noticed him. If he wins the championship, the leader will definitely receive him in the future. Maybe he would not be invited directly to participate in next year's Olympics, but in that year in 2008, his figure was absolutely indispensable. Du Sheng just smiled when he heard this. But I don't have much hope. Because Oriental sports selection is a national system, basically all Olympic contestants are selected through grassroots organizations in various local areas. The performance of the contestant is linked to the sports performance of the selection team, so no local leaders are willing to give him a quota for the competition. In his previous life, Wang Zhaiman wanted to participate, but was denied the qualification to participate. As for track and field, I have some interest, but if you participate, you have to depend on the time. Because this is an unpopular niche event, you can see one or two of them from the income of athletes. The Diamond League held by the IAAF has only a prize of over 400,000 yuan per competition, and only $10,000 are distributed to each person. This number is not comparable to volleyball, not to mention football, basketball, and tennis. Even if a flying man like Bolt does not respond to advertisements, he will never be among the top athletes' income list. However, Yangshi 5 live broadcast K1 has made great contributions. Du Sheng is not a person who doesn't know how to behave, so naturally he will not refuse Director Bai's invitation. He doesn't need to play, at most he just shows his face. It was already noon after the interview. Du Sheng called Zhou Xingqi and made an appointment to have a meal. Brother Xing, the movie has entered post-production. When will it be released? Du Sheng knew that Zhou Xingqi was also busy and had no politeness, so he asked directly after dinner. The plot is still a little bit hard to polish, and I guess it will only enter the production process next month. Because Du Sheng has the title of action guidance, Zhou Xingqi is often associated with him, and he has Liu's bathing and is also stubborn and has no concealment. As for the release, the New Year holiday this year is likely to not be able to catch up, and the soonest will be next summer vacation, or even the New Year holiday. After a movie is made, the most important thing is to schedule it. Choosing the best schedule will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort for the box office. The largest schedule in the Oriental film industry is the New Year holiday, followed by the summer holiday. The remaining May Day and 11th stages are not within the selection range of blockbusters. As for the Spring Festival, it has not been born yet and is still included in the New Year holiday. Du Sheng nodded to express his understanding and asked again. I heard that your new film is going to be released to Huai. It's not finalized yet. Zhou Xingqi explained. If this film is to be screened in the mainland, it really needs to be released by a mainland company. I heard that Huai is the leader of the mainland film and television industry before, so I have considered it. However, there was something wrong with Huai this year, which seemed to be unstable. So I stopped here for the time being and plan to look for it again. As for overseas issuance, it goes without saying. Either hand it over to Zhang Haiqiang's Eulogy Company or Sony's Columbia Company. Do you know the reason for the incident in Huai? Du Sheng asked with a smile. It seems that it was because the boss of the subsidiary company had a quarrel with the general company and attracted outsiders to set up a new branch, which caused a lot of controversy. Zhou Xingqi suddenly realized something and said in surprise. Wait, that outsider isn't it you, right? Good. Du Sheng nodded with a smile, and then explained in detail the whole story to Zhou Xingqi. Last time he just asked the other party about his intentions and did not give a briefing. I see. Zhou Xingqi felt thoughtful, then frowned, and a hint of disgust arose in his eyes. When we met last time, Xiao Wang asked several female artists to accompany him, but he didn't expect that the back was so dark and dirty. He was cheated and harmed by the lead man Li Xiaoxian because of a contract dispute, and was even humiliated by Li Xiaoxian in public on the set, saying that he lived like a dog. This is why Zhou Xingqi used the sentence "he looks like a dog" to mock him at the end of A Chinese Odyssey. Due to the breakup between the two, Li Xiaoxian simply resold Zhou Xingqi's unfulfilled contract to Xianghua's Yongsheng Film Company. According to the contract, Yongsheng only needs to pay Zhou Xingqi a few $100,000 Hong Kong per play. However, by that time, Zhou Xingqi's market value had soared to nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars. It is precisely because of this that his grudges with the Xiang family are getting deeper and deeper. I have always been deeply disgusted with similar dirty companies. What do you think of my last proposal? Du Sheng said with a smile. Although it is a new company, its issuance capability is absolutely reliable. He knew Zhou Xingqi's temperament very well, so he took the opportunity to come to him. Interstellar Media. Zhou Xingqi said it and asked curiously. Is this company founded by you, Wang Jinhua and Zhong Zhen? Yes, they are one of the partners. Du Sheng smiled and said. Brother Xing, if you want to enter the mainland market, you have to master the channels and resources of the mainland. There should be no objection to this, right? Zhou Xingqi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. He is no longer young and energetic, and can understand Xianghua's choice back then. Although the salary of hundreds of thousands is a scam, the other party is not at fault when it comes to business. This is the essence of a businessman. Du Sheng's approach is also correct. If you want to make money by screening in the mainland, you must establish a network of relationships and resource databases in the mainland. This is also the main reason why he actively seeks mainland publishers. The publicity is not the focus, after all, his own fame is the best advertising sign. The key lies in connections and theater resources. Du Sheng observed his expression and continued. At present, our Star Media has 32 theaters nationwide, and it is expected to exceed 100 by summer vacation next year. If you join forces with other distribution companies, you can guarantee at least 500 yuan on the screen, and it is not a dream to hit 800 yuan. As long as you have funds, it is not difficult to expand the scale of theaters. Now Du Sheng has just made a lot of money. Even if the theaters are not profitable at this stage, they can be regarded as investing in real estate and shops in advance. In the long run, it is definitely a big deal. Zhou Xingqi pondered for a moment, nodded and said. Okay, it will be released in the mainland next year. I will first talk to you Star Interstellar. Don't look at the inconspicuous number reported by Du Sheng. As far as he knows, the number of screens in the mainland was only about 1,700 yuan last year. Although mainland films have fully implemented industrialization reform this year and the number of screens has increased a lot, they are only about 2,500 yuan. One word is certain. Du Sheng smiled and reached a basic consensus with Zhou Xingqi. No matter what, if he could grab food from Huai, his trip would not be in vain. In a luxurious villa in the capital, Wang Zhong slumped on the sofa, with a pile of empty red wine bottles scattered around him. The cooperation has failed? Ha. He was drunk and muttered to himself, with a little irony. Brother, you're drinking so much again. As soon as Ding Qi entered the door, he saw Wang Zhong's body smelling drunk and his brows frowned, and obviously he was drunk again. As Huai's director and new general manager, she knows the reason why the founder is drunk. Why? Who did Huai provoke? Wang Zhong was furious and kicked over the tea table. The empty bottle collided on the carpet, making a crisp sound. He spent a lot of money to fish out his younger brother Wang Zonglei. But at the moment, I am still stupid, basically a useless person. However, misfortune does not happen alone. Not long ago, the crew of Kung Fu expressed an intention, saying that after several investors discussed, they planned to terminate the cooperation plan drafted with Huai and choose other publishers. Wang Zhong came from a bolt from the blue, and after asking, people found out that it was Star Media that was causing trouble again. Wang Jinhua took advantage of the company's crisis and went solo and innovated the company with Du Sheng and Zhong Zhen, which has made him exhausted. In addition, there was something happened in the company, and it was a bit betrayal of everyone. Now, Star Media is still taking advantage of the situation to rob the projects that Huai has worked hard to manage. Go to you. Wang Zhong clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white. I was ridden on my head, but now I don't even have the ability to check and balance. In the past, how could he have been so depressed? Ding Qi looked at him and didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. Who can't get angry when encountering such a thing? No, I can't swallow this tone. Wang Zhong was panting and his eyes were congested. You call He Ping, I fully support his Heroes of Heaven and Earth. Let him take all the creators out to create momentum. As long as Heroes of Heaven and Earth crushes Infernal Affairs 2 at the box office, I will distribute equity to him. At present, Interstellar Media has begun to promote Infernal Affairs 2 in the mainland, and it is also scheduled to be held on National Day, and the two sides have been considered a collision period. Du Sheng, who is rumored to have some gaps with his younger brother Wang Zonglei, is the starring actor of the film. Brother. Ding Qi was anxious to dissuade him, but was stopped by Wang Zhong's stern eyes and had to keep silent. Okay, I'll go and talk to Zhang Wen. The total investment of the film Heroes of Heaven and Earth reaches 80 million. He Ping is the director, and Zhang Wen and Zhao Qi are the stars, which can be called a big production. Watching Ding Qi leave, Wang Zhong slumped on the sofa, his eyes dark. It's a delusion to just a cockroach even wants to fly in the sky. Chapter 280 Ancestral Secret Recipe. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Du Sheng finally finished the activities and publicity in Xiangjiang. But this does not mean it is gone. I have to go to Neon in half a month to make the final promotion for the finals. According to Matsushima Fujisawa, the K1 Affairs Bureau was overjoyed to learn that he had reached the finals and decided to increase its efforts in Asia. In addition, even considering that Lighthouse Country Times Square is a big deal. Du Sheng was happy to hear about these things. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay for it, and the soaring reputation and international popularity are also predictable. Du Sheng was about to go and eat something, but unexpectedly a call came in. He put down his cell phone with a strange expression and told Wang Yang to go back to the hotel first. A Sheng is back. Zhong Xin was so arrogant that he put down his snacks, and happily stepped forward to take the gift box bought by Du Sheng, and took off his coat collar. You haven't had supper yet, so you'll have it together. Zhang Beizi was fiddling with the dining table, and the aroma of the dishes was scented. When she saw the man come back, she happily asked him to wash his hands. Du Sheng's face felt even more weird. Not only did these two girls leave, but they didn't even make a fuss yet. Judging from their natural relationship, it seems quite harmonious. He couldn't help but look at the special skills carefully, and finally fixed them in heart-to-heart, special physical constitution, and yin and yang transposition. After being attacked by two girls last night, in order to be tens of thousands of dollars in a single breath, he spent tens of thousands of dollars on his reputation. Improve all three skills to LV3. Now it seems that the effect seems obvious. However, out of careful thought, Du Sheng still looked at the two girls carefully. Zhang Baji has long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a purple casual shirt and hot pants, and her slender legs are endless. Zhong Xin showed off her beautiful hair and was fixed behind her head. She wore a loose nightgown. The faint wonder is a bit more tempting than usual, making people unable to help but think. A Sheng, the food is still hot, come here. Zhong Xin looked at the pan-fried pepper dumplings and smiled and greeted her. Where is Asa, will she come here? Zhang Bajiruo asked nothing, and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. Du Sheng had long been invulnerable to swords and had his face sat down next to him with a normal expression. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed the girl with a little emotion in his arms and trampled her, making him say he couldn't stand begging for mercy before he let go. Zhong Xin said with a smile. She has another notice, it's a little later. I didn't mention anything about what happened last night. In fact, this phenomenon is quite normal in Xiangjiang. After all, how long has it been for Xiangjiang to abolish polygamy? It is still quite common in society today. There are many capable people in Hong Kong, and there are not many women who start too many. Wang Ming had 4 wives on his face, and countless others were secretly. He planned to turn an outdoor room into a regular on his birthday a few years ago. Not to mention the 4 major families, they just didn't make it public, but everyone could guess it. Even the gold medal supporting role Wu Menda has 3 wives. There are countless big brother level figures in the circle, and there are countless women around you. Although Du Sheng is not as good as the king in his career, his prospects are definitely much greater. Apart from being fickle, it is excellent in other aspects. Especially in terms of care, it is simply unparalleled. She would feel strange if there were no women around such a person. Du Sheng saw Zhang Baji lying in her arms panting, her eyes were a little confused, and she couldn't help but fall into her ear and smile. Depending on how you look, aren't you planning to have a meal? After you went out early in the morning, Sister Bai Ji was nagging. You have to deal with her well tonight. Zhong Xin showed a humorous frightened man and smiled and grabbed a chicken leg for him. Zhang Baji gave the 2 of them a blank look and sat up in her clothes. I happen to have a secret recipe passed down from ancestors. Do you know how to smelt water? Du Sheng hugged the 2 girls and smiled. That is to use an iron cow to sink into the lush place and completely block the beauty. But if I haven't suppressed for too long, will there be flood discharge sooner or later? Zhong Xin asked curiously, as she learned to paint the engraving and the humorous fairy bell. Zhang Baji took a bowl of sugar water in anger. How did you beg for mercy last night? Drink your sugar water. There is no hurry to have sugar water, just have a full meal first. Du Sheng was so leisurely that he picked up the chopsticks. Go and open the door, now Yan seems to be here. I don't know if it's because of the taste, Cai Nayan was just lied to by her good sister Zhong Xingxian, so she blushed and agreed and arrived early. After dinner, the 4 of them fed each other a sugar water. Without being attacked, Du Sheng felt that his combat power was infinitely enhanced. Especially after adding points, the effect is very significant. The 3 heroes are indeed well known. Lu Buletin is a real warrior. Dingling. Suddenly, a rapid phone ringing sounded, interrupting the playfulness. Du Sheng signaled Zhong Xin, who was sweating after drinking sugar water, took her cell phone for her. Hello. Sheng, when will you come back? After Fan Ou finished speaking, he listened to the sound of the stakes opposite him and asked in surprise. You are still practicing martial arts so late? She thought to herself that no wonder Du Sheng could enter the K1 finals and she still practiced diligently at night, so how could she not improve? There is no way, I have to practice every day, otherwise I will be on the ring. While Du Sheng was speaking, Cai Nayan asked her to squat down. This girl actually wanted to escape at the last minute and didn't even clean up the dishes. I deserve a beating. If you go back, it's early tonight. Have you finished filming the cornucopia there? Not yet. Didn't Sister Hua say we have a charity party to attend later, so I'll talk to you in advance. Then, to tomorrow night. Du Sheng couldn't say much, but when he saw the 2 girls beside him laughing and pestering them to eat and drink, he hung up the phone and sighed. It seems that I have to go to the Lunswang tonight, otherwise I won't be able to go anywhere. It was not until the early morning that Du Sheng watched Sunyua fall asleep completely and then breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was still time, he simply washed up and went out. Brother Sheng, domestic media are now scrambling to report on your grand occasion of entering the K1 finals. After getting into the car, Wang Yeyang said excitedly. Even on the top 10 hot searches on blogs and post bars, there are 2 related to you. Since Du Sheng entered the K1 finals, reports at home and abroad have never stopped. Especially when the peptide interpretation is defending, the relevant popularity rushed up like a rocket. In addition to the K1 expansion advertising and the promotion of Kung Fu program behind the scenes, interstellar media is also indispensable to spending a lot of money to fuel the fire. Du Sheng was used to these things, and chatted for a few seconds and suddenly asked. There is no need to have a meeting tomorrow, right? Then go back to the crew after getting off the plane. Sword of Fairy 1 was filmed in mid-July. It has been filmed for nearly 2 months and the progress has been around 90%. Next, the final decisive battle was filmed. With Yu Anu, Aki, Zhu Jianxian and Zhao Linger dying one by one, Du Sheng had a strong role. Although this is somewhat different from what he expected to finish the filming within 2 months, the difference is not big and acceptable. Because at the beginning, he didn't count the special effects camera and it turned out that there were so many pits and pits around. In order to avoid misleading the special effects in the post-production, it is actually very laborious to shoot green screens. Especially for the big boss of Water Warcraft Destroyer, the customized model cannot be reworked twice, resulting in repeated delays. However, according to current expectations, the filming should be almost completed by the end of September. As for the funding aspect, the previous budget of 40 million was only used, and even if it included post-production and publicity, the money was basically enough. As for the 80 million large production mentioned in the promotion and distribution, it is just for outsiders to listen to. By the way, Brother Sheng, Manager Ye said you have been successfully selected as the 4th student in the new class. Congratulations! Wang Yeyang recorded the matter and suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile. In the afternoon, Ye Zi sent a message in her busy schedule, asking him to remind Du Sheng to go to Yangshi to record the National Day party in 3 days. Previously, Du Sheng proposed to sing Marshmallow with Girls' Generation, and the Yangshi director team agreed. As for filming and endorsement, there are also crews who want to eat Du Sheng's popularity, and they will directly release 45,000 episodes per episode. This price is much higher than the popular young actor who is an average of 30,000 yuan per episode. Unfortunately, Du Sheng was too busy and basically refused. It has to be said that his popularity is beyond the reach of even the 4 major and small students. What's a bit funny is that the Oriental Entertainment platform, created by top media people in the country, has officially announced the new 4 students of the big and small class today. Du Sheng is on the list. Still ranked first. The other 3 are Huang Xiaoming, Deng Chao and Nai Yuan. As for Lu Yi, Chen Kun and others, they were listed as the 4 middle school students. Du Sheng just smiled and didn't feel much about this. After all, he no longer needs this title and has popularity, but Oriental Entertainment has to rate him. Otherwise, if the fairness is lost, the list will become worthless. When boarding the plane, Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value. It has soared by more than 50,000 last night. Even though I spent tens of thousands of dollars in the early morning of last night, I still broke through the 100,000 mark again. And this is just the effect brought by live broadcast. If we include subsequent public opinion fermentation, it should not be a problem to add tens of thousands more. Even the number of fans increased by nearly 900,000 again, reaching 8 million. There is probably still the aftermath of the promotion of Infernal Affairs 2. Because there is no moisture, this data is no less than that of old-fashioned actresses like Zhao Qi and Su Jinglei with more than 10 million fans. His eyes fell on several main skills. After pondering for a while, I finally added it to Dragon Elephant and Bajiquan. Bajiquan LV3/Blue, 10188/100000. Although K1 fighting limits the performance of elbow strikes, most of the 8 unique tricks can still be used. If you fight UFC in the future, this will be even more guaranteed. Dragon Elephant Prajna, 5 layers/Blue, 485848/729000. Only Onet heard of the progress bar is left. Infernal Affairs 2 will be released later plus the National Day Gala, and it will definitely surge again. According to this momentum, there is a high probability that it will be able to break through in the K1 finals. Du Sheng has long been thinking about the 6th floor. Because once the Ren meridian of the Ren and Du meridians are penetrated, the internal strength should be able to be mobilized from the spine to the legs and arms. Once Mingjin burst out from his fist, it will take a minute to reach more than 1,000 pounds. Even if you face a giant's opponent, you can still fight a cow across the mountain, until the opponent's bones are broken or even the internal organs are ruptured. Chapter 281 Are You Really Hard Qigong? Exciting! Du Sheng is suspected of spending the night with Zhang Baji and twins. The new 4th student of the Big and Small is released, and Du Sheng ranks first. Du Sheng entered the K1 finals, and the Chinese finally gained a place in the international boxing world. Which of the 4 blockbusters in the National Day holiday is more worthy of your expectations? The next morning, Du Sheng glanced at the media reports. As expected, many of the reports related to themselves have appeared in major weekly and entertainment news headlines. In contrast, there are many controversies. The various deeds surrounding Du Sheng were in a turmoil. Especially the scandal, whether it is true or false, it seems like it is flying all over the sky overnight. This is an inevitable reality. After all, the entertainment industry is like a piece of cake, with such a large area. Du Sheng came forward and ate a large piece, and the rest would be fought for the end. So, no matter what is there or not, let's try it first. Du Sheng ignored these troubles and had returned to the crew to catch up with the schedule. Zhejiang Prefecture, Yongkang Ancient City. Most of the members of the Fairy Sword crew have arrived, and some outdoor scenes will be filmed here in the next few days. Seeing a few girls again, Du Sheng smiled and asked Wang Yeyang to distribute the gift. I actually sang and released Marshmallow so soon, and this is a reward for you. Lu Yifei glanced at the gifts she gave to Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan, and they were all the same. In addition, there was a bracelet on her palm, so she smiled happily. She stuffed the cattail fan with the wind in her hand into Du Sheng's hand. Cousin, this is the cattail fan my mother woven for me. I have two. This one is for the beautiful disease. Antly woven, the more you get better. He took it in his hand and sniffed it inadvertently. The fragrance of Qingzi's body rushed into her nose. The girl is so kind. The cattail fan is very suitable for cooling off in this kind of mountainous areas. During the whole process, Lu Zili always smiled and did not show anything because of the intimate actions of Qian and Du Sheng. I was even a little relieved that Zixi knew how to care for people. The reason why she was in a happy mood was naturally inseparable from making a big profit with Du Sheng. There is also the transfer of Zixi to interstellar media, and nationality modification and other matters are in the process. Everything is getting better. On the crew, because many people have followed suit and won a lot of people. Everyone was in a happy mood, and the shooting was naturally very fast. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. In addition, because the prospects of interstellar media are visible, the development momentum is rapid. Many popular artists have placed it in the ranks of the top choice for signing contracts. For example, Sun Yaoei, except for his songs being almost banned in Xiangjiang, he has already planned to focus on the mainland. Thanks to Du Sheng's support, he simply started signing a film and television contract with Star Media. Wang Jinhua happily accepted this. In addition, in the company's financial statements, there are hundreds of thousands of yuan in record sales and ringtone download dividends every month, which also makes her feel good. All of this is attributed to Du Sheng's highly anticipated album 10,000 Reasons and 3 popular theme songs. As for the song Marshmallow released by Girls' Generation, Lu Yifei and Yang Mi are popular, and Star Media and Qian Jingting have been promoted, the feedback is currently good. In addition, Du Sheng was shocked by the Wahaha Group's XX actually agreed to him to fill out 6 million yuan/2 years, and he finalized the endorsement cooperation at that time. There are only a handful of endorsements for popular young actors in this era that can reach 200/2 years, and he has no reason not to agree. Just yesterday, the first endorsement fee has arrived. In addition, various film and television invitations and brand endorsement calls are still coming one after another. Du Sheng's development momentum has made countless colleagues envious. But he himself was not satisfied or proud. Because the entertainment industry in the future will be dominated by capital. Although the start is good at the moment, we still need to work harder to compete in the capital market. During the intense shooting schedule, Du Sheng also received new arrangements from the crew. Record 2 interludes of Xiao Aosa and June Rain. The popularity of these two works is comparable to A Legend of Sword and Fairy, and even complement each other. Especially June Rain, it once became a classic work in the online music circle. Du Sheng happily agreed to this. After all, it has become a practice for the protagonist to sing the theme song. He completed the recording of 2 songs in just 2 nights of spare time. A rain trapped me here. Your cold expression will make me sad. June Rain. When the sample was sent back to the company, Yazi couldn't help but listen first, and she was a little immersive and emotional. I have to say that this guy has a lot of skills in singing. As soon as you open your mouth, you will pull people into the emotions of longing and waiting. Wang Jinhua smiled and said, "This drama is about to enter the late stage. To be safe, you should add new products to him as soon as possible." This is a proper meaning. Yazi didn't say much and discussed other things. For example, the National Day Party. Not only Yangshi is holding, but other stations are also joining in the fun. This requires a lot of artists. It is also the key to making popularity and extra money by various artists appearing on stage. Although there are not many artists in star media, many of them have status and need to be carefully arranged. And Du Sheng can't control these for the time being. After recording the song, he had to take a leave and flew to Canton to promote Infernal Affairs 2. As the release date approaches, some of the movie posters, stills, behind the scenes, etc. have long been released. In addition to posting trailers, makeup photos, and other materials on social media, it is inevitable that the starring actors such as Du Sheng and others will cooperate with the itinerary. Several directors of Sword of Fairy 1 are also used to this. After all, this is part of the artist, not to mention that Du Sheng's shooting progress has not fallen. What surprised them was that ordinary people would probably not be able to stand such a back and forth trip. However, Du Sheng was not only energetic, but also gathered with Fan Ou, Jia Swen, and others from time to time at night. I can only say that you have to throw away the goods by comparing goods. That night, the outdoor scenes of Yongkang Ancient City were finally filmed, and the crew was about to move again. Du Sheng took the 4 maids Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan to the capital during the holiday. Yangshi's National Day Gala is recorded and played in advance. Since they have been scheduled to rehearse and record on the same day, they will naturally not let the pigeons go. The training of several girls is still effective. Although this chorus disrupted their original lyrics distribution and distributed part to Du Sheng, it was natural to cooperate with each other. The rehearsal went smoothly. It is worth mentioning that during this period, I saw many acquaintances, and even many of them came to politely or trick me. Related. After seeing Du Sheng, a female singer in Singapore also came over. "I am your fighting fan and movie fan. Can you take a photo together?" Du Sheng turned around and found that it was Sun Yanzi, who was known as an unpopular singer in his previous life, and said with a smile, "Of course, Mr. Photographer, can you please help me?" Speaking of which, this unpopular singer appeared on the stage of the Yangshi Spring Festival Gala last year, which is really unpopular. "Brother Ji, do you want to take a photo together?" Du Sheng invited Gu Zhuji, who looked at him with a smile. This Yangshi National Day Gala invited many well-known domestic and foreign artists, and Gu Zhuji was one of them. Before Gu Zhuji could speak, Tang Yan jumped in front of him like a spring breeze. "Brother Sheng, I want to join the photo too." Although Tang Yan is 3 years older than Lu Yifei and his girls, her lively and cheerful and proficient personality makes her a pistachio for this rehearsal. Tang Yan's joining instantly attracted more people's attention. Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi and other young sisters also joined. In the end, several starring actors from Sword of Fairy 1 surrounded Du Sheng and left a precious group photo. Many years later, whenever fans recall this National Day party, this group photo will always come to their minds and become an eternal memory. My husband always stands in position C whenever and where. The one upstairs, you haven't woken up yet. Hey, 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. My Sheng Sheng hasn't come to propose to me yet. I am almost 30 years old, and I'm in tears. I missed that time in school, and I stayed in front of the TV to chase the Sword of Fairy every day after school, but my dad smashed 3 TVs. Due to the rehearsal, the recording was also smooth. But Du Sheng couldn't leave. After he sent several girls onto the plane, he rushed to Xinhuanian Company the next morning. Du Sheng met with a famous director from the Northwest Circle for the first time at Zhang Yi's tomb. When he saw Zhang Yizheng for the first time, a little bit of surprise appeared in his heart. The person in front of him was thin and dark in shape. At first glance, he felt like a simple old farmer. It is very different from the image of a movie master in people's impression. After Zhang Yizheng came back, he obviously had some understanding of Du Sheng. After meeting, he held his hand enthusiastically. I am really worthy of being an idol boxing champion. His temperament and appearance are so amazing. No wonder Lao Zhang praised you very much. Director Zhang has been too famous. I have long admired you. Du Sheng responded with a smile and sat down calmly. Zhang Yizhimi gave Li Hong tea and said with a smile. To be honest, I heard a lot of people mention you when I was abroad. At that time, I really didn't know that you were so capable. Not only did you win the title of Woolen but you also entered the Neon K1 finals. It was really a terrifying young man. Have anyone mentioned me abroad? Du Sheng was a little surprised and asked. There should be nothing except Mr. Zhang and brother Hua. Zhang Yizhong collapsed. You don't know, Zhou Yaoan and I are old acquaintances, and we even played in the ring when the movie was released in the 1990s. In addition, Yuan Bin and I have worked together, and he praised you endlessly, saying that your action design is very creative, completely different from any genre in the circle, and it is a self-contained one. I am very curious about this. What kind of creativity is so praised? It turned out to be them. Du Sheng suddenly realized and then smiled. Someone has compiled the action clips from Goddess Dragon and the Legend of the Condor Heroes into a compilation. You may want to take a look if you have time. Good idea. Zhang Yi is a man of troubled sacrificial 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 sacrific. Your popularity and strength are beyond doubt, otherwise you would not have achieved what you are today. After I came back, I flipped through the finals you had a few days ago, and the game was really wonderful. If it weren't for slow motion replay, I wouldn't understand how you resisted the bombardment of the Western giants. Are you really hard Qigong? Chapter 282 The Side Girl. Zhang Yi's nephew Yuanpeng showed a strong interest in the Tomb of the Tomb. In fact, it's not just him. Any acquaintance who has watched Du Sheng's competition will never be able to ask after meeting. Du Sheng did not hide it and introduced it briefly. After all, Huang Deli did teach him hard Qigong. But whether you can reach a certain level depends entirely on your personal efforts and talent. When Zhang Yizi said that practicing hard Qigong requires using wooden sticks to hit the body, chopsticks, and the throat is most likely to damage the waist, his reaction was the same as other people who learned about the practice for the first time. He was surprised and admired, but he no longer asked too much. In addition to perseverance in practicing, you also have to endure inhuman pain and torture. Middle-aged and elderly people like him can't bear it at all. Speaking of it, Zhang Yi's paper topic brings back to the main topic. You mentioned that the movie is scheduled to start filming before November. I hope you can serve as a martial arts coach. It should be fine, right? Brother Hua said before that you invited Cheng Xiaodong, didn't you reach an agreement? It's true that he was not agreed to, and he was called away by Huai's, a famous family, at a high price halfway. Zhang Yi's Hongqi felt a little sad. Although he made some names, he was still incomparable to capitalists like Huai. Du Sheng is currently in a high reputation and will not worry about any plays, but if you shoot, there is no need to take on the martial arts. If you want to invite him, you may have to show enough sincerity. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, there will be 2 movies released by then. I don't know if I can take time out. If you can invite others. Zhang Yizi made a decisive decision. It's not the first time you've been in charge of action guidance, so that's it. In fact, he had asked well-known martial arts leaders such as Yuan Bin and Hong Bao before, but they were busy at the end of the year. And his film is a big production, so naturally he cannot neglect to invite unfamiliar martial arts fingers. In this way, Du Sheng, as the leading actor, serves as the martial arts commander, is simply too appropriate. Faced with director Zhang's enthusiasm, Du Sheng did not immediately agree, but asked, where is the heroine? Has director Zhang decided to win? He could hear the other party's tone was a bit urgent, and there might be an indescribable hidden secret behind it. Since this is the case, it is normal for humans to strive for more benefits. That's it. Zhang Yizi began to explain the general plot of the movie to Du Sheng. Speaking of his rise, he would dance with his hands and feet, and Du Sheng finally understood why he could become a top filmmaker. This is a director full of inspiration and ideas. After half an hour of explanation, director Zhang still had not had enough fun. If it weren't for the assistant Li Hong's reminder, I'm afraid it's not over yet. Let's go and audition first. As the pre-selected action guide for the film, Du Sheng was also pulled to the next door by Zhang Yumu. The heroine of this film has many martial arts moves, so it is also appropriate for him to refer to 1 or 2. The 2 walked into the conference room and signaled that the audition would begin. Du Sheng looked around a few times and saw no female artist. This is the beginning? On the side, Li Hong, the assistant and deputy director, saw this and said with a smile, the actresses who came to audition today all have certain status, they may know each other, and even have holidays. In order to avoid embarrassment, we will not gather together and will only enter the venue after receiving the notice. I see. Du Sheng suddenly realized that this was a matter of face after all. As Li Hong said, shortly after the few people sat down, actresses walked into the room one after another. Kyoko Fukada, Lin Xinru, Xiao Qian, Zhao Qi, Su Jingglei, Zhang Qingqin. I have to say that Zhang Yizi's actors are both very popular and good-looking. Du Sheng looked at it quietly and made a silent assessment in his heart. Judging from his professional performance in LV4, their acting skills are a bit uneven. In addition, according to Zhang Yi's value requirements, each auditioner needs to prepare a classical dance to show his own body and body beauty. However, most people's dancing standards can only be described as eye-catching. Although Zhang Yizhong said that a stand-in can be used during shooting, if the actor cannot even complete the basic rotation and kick smoothly, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of shooting. After seeing Lin Xinru and Zhao Qi's performance, Du Sheng shook his head slightly. The 2 classical dances of the heroine in the Tenside Ambush are very stunning, with a poetic charm and an immortal-like artistic conception. These 2 popular actresses from Fantasy Punisher can't even split. However, the first consideration for actors is acting skills after all, and they only need to pass the physical condition. As an auxiliary review committee member, he rarely speaks unless Zhang Yi is a shishi. But if he was asked to choose, these female artists would either be older, have a dark history, or have a bad costume look. There is no one who is very suitable for the role of a little girl for the time being. As a coordinating the overall situation, Zhang Yizheng's vision is naturally more tricky. Speaking of which, his video aims to open up the international market. This is why he first invited Kim Sungwoo and Lu Feiyu to the brain. Now that I have decided to replace Kim Sungwoo with Du Sheng, the heroine naturally has to find an influential actress overseas to match. Or why don't you let Zi come and try it? Li Hong is well aware of Zhang Yizheng's words and touches the core. Zhang Yi had a plan and was a little uncertain. Is she here? Hear you. After thinking carefully, Li Hong replied. In fact, it's not a big problem to let Zi play, but the role must be avoided. Zhang Yujian agrees with this view. The plot where the heroine falls in love with the hero due to a misunderstanding in bathing is more or less common in many movies. But if Zhang Zi starred, the audience can easily think of her Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon starring her 3 years ago. The plots of the two are very similar. If the audience connects the two movies together, the confusion of characters is inevitable. This has always been the waitress of Zhang Yizi Temple. Then let her try it. Not long after, the door of the audition room opened again. A slim woman appeared outside the door. She was wearing a pair of large and fashionable sunglasses, followed by a female assistant. Even though the sunglasses blocked her face, Du Sheng still recognized her identity at a glance. Screen Queen Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi's expression was calm and her expression was calm. After stepping into the room, he politely slandered at Zhang Yi Zhonghuo Sushi Mail. As a mind girl, she and Zhang Yizi were involved in robbing and playing tricks. There are rumors that she has extraordinary relationships. You can start, choose a performance yourself. Zhang Yi was polite and said. 10 minutes later, after the audition was over, Zhang Zi suddenly asked. The martial arts director who just sat next to director Zhang looked familiar. Is he an actor too? Hearing the inquiry, the female assistant around him quickly responded. Yes, he is an actor and not long ago played the leading role in the hit drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I was still overseas at that time and I had never heard of it. Zhang Zi was the heroine of the movie as soon as she debuted. She didn't know what the TV series was, and she didn't pay attention to it. The assistant added. He also starred in Big Boy by Lu Tianwang and partnered with Zhang Beizi. You said that, I have a little impression. Zhang Zi nodded slightly. The assistant continued. What he is more well known recently is his martial arts identity and the first idol boxing star to reach the K1 finals. K1 fighting? Have you often advertised on the Bund recently? Zhang Zi suddenly realized. No wonder I feel like I've seen it somewhere. It seems that the development momentum is good. The assistant hesitated and revealed. It is said that director Zhang has identified him as the leading actor. Zhang Zi stopped and was a little surprised. Take it serious. The assistant nodded repeatedly. Although it has not been announced to the public, judging by director Zhang's emphasis on Du Sheng, he also invited him to assist in the review committee, so he should sign the contract. Zhang Zi recalled her behavior when she entered the door and said. I should have said hello to him just now. I was a little negligent before and only regarded it as a martial arts competition or casting director. Not long ago, she was busy winning awards in Purple Butterfly abroad. At first, she only knew that Zhang Yi, Zhang Zhedai's Hang, invited Kim Sungwoo to star in the show. I didn't expect the change to be so big. This newcomer was promoted too fast. The assistant was not good at accusing her of being a little arrogant before, and she smiled and said. Finally, he is your junior, Sister Yi, it doesn't matter whether he says hello or not. Zhang Zi mentioned it casually, not carrying it to heart, and said lightly. Now, I'm always watching, so I still need to make a good relationship. Her status is there, and there is no need to please anyone except Zhang Yujian. But when she filmed Rush Hour 2, she said in public that she gave herself to Cheng Long as a gift and threw herself into her arms, which caused great popularity and controversy. Now I am always being squatted, so I have to do a lot of superficial skills well. Clear. The assistant will naturally not sing the opposite tune. After Zhang Ziyi left, Zhang Yi cursed and read the actor information in his hand and ordered him. Next. In more than an hour, 7 or 8 people have auditioned, all of whom are well-known actresses. However, even though they are famous, they still fail to meet the best standards for sound, lines, shape and performance skills. In Du Sheng's view, the common problem with these artists is that they are too craftsmanship. Lack of natural temperament image. Performances often fall into a patterned stalemate. For example, when crying, your facial features are wrinkled, and when you laugh, your mouth and eyes fly around, lacking depth and delicate emotional levels. This type of actor has been finalized and is often the most difficult to control. 10 minutes later, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. A pure and unrestrained woman came in. It is Zhang Baji. Baiji, what are you performing first? Zhang Yizi asked about the slutty of Zibo. I prepared a classical dance. Zhang Baji couldn't help but raise her eyes and glance at Du Sheng. During this period, she devoted a lot of energy to learning classical dance, which was precisely due to Du Sheng's request. The reason why I couldn't help looking at Du Sheng was completely unexpected that the other party served as the judge. However, this situation made her more confident, which means that the possibility of passing the test is greater. Then you perform for a while. Zhang Yizhong said that the man who came prepared and smiled and signaled. Zhang Baji took a deep breath and began to dance with the music. Her dancing steps were light and her sleeves were flowing, like swallows shuttled, which surprised many people present. It can be seen that Zhang Baji's hard training has achieved remarkable results. Complete multiple difficult movements in succession, and grasp each movement in place. Chapter 283, Shocking Hype. Zhang Yizi observed with concentration, while comparing her with the character. When she noticed Zhang Baji's secret subtle emotional changes, her eyes couldn't help but lit up. Coordinate movements with facial features. It can be called natural harmony. Especially the peeping gaze with spy eyes coincides with the little sister character described in the script. In the script, the scene where the little girl debuted is set in Mudanfang, where she dances gracefully. Disguised as a blind girl, she wanted to take revenge on her father's enemy, but the entanglement that she dared not recognize in front of her former lover was fully portrayed by Zhang Beizi. The water sleeves are flying, and the hem of the clothes is like a scattered flower of a goddess. After Zhang Baji's movements were clean and neat, she bowed gracefully. Du Sheng sat upright behind the table, his eyes were like torches, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of admiration appeared. This was a bit beyond his expectations. However, Zhang Beizi's ability to perform so well is probably due to his contribution to coaching Wu and Yanmo Shujin in the middle of the night. Drive well. Zhang Yizin Zheng. I have interviewed so many artists today, and your dancing skills are the best. Thank you, Director Zhang. How about trying another drama? Zhang Yizi poked the lie and asked. Do you want someone to cooperate? That scene of taking advantage of the night robbery. Zhang Baji heard this, his eyes turned to Du Sheng, and said with a smile. Sheng, is this the scene you played in Captain Du who robbed prison and saved her younger sister? Let's help me. Zhang Yizi was not afraid of the abuse of the sect. Park Gobeng looked back and forth in a while, and understood in his heart. The rumors about these two people circulating in the outside world seem to be fake. After the audition, Zhang Yizi looked at Du Sheng and said. That's all the list. Who do you think fits the character the most? Du Sheng thought about it and gave a fair reply. Xiao Qian has some martial arts foundation. Zhang Qingqin has a deep dance skills, Lin Xinru has good physical conditions, Zhang Beizi's overall performance is outstanding, and Zhang Ziyi has solid basic skills. This is an evaluation given in terms of movement, fighting scenes, and physical shape. Not too biased towards anyone. I also think Zhang Baji performed well overall and was most in line with the role. Zhang Yi asked with a smile. You and Zhang Baji have worked together before? I feel that your cooperation just now is quite tacit. Du Sheng knew that he could not hide it, so he nodded. Zhang Yizhong bowed and shook the rest of the book, and had no intention of gossiping, and said to himself. Zhang Qingqin and Lin Xinru are a little older and are not suitable for the role of a younger sister. Zhang Ziyi is a top choice in both acting skills and international popularity. But her style tends to be westernized, especially her naked lustful temperament, which is far from the younger sister who is still holding a pipa and half-covered. He tapped the table gently and said in thought. After counting, Zhang Baji does match all aspects, and what's particularly rare is that her performance is not craftsmanship, and it is natural and full of film texture. Her age is also consistent with the role, and the younger sister in the script background has similar temperament and spirit. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yishuang asked Li Hong and asked. What do you think? Li Hong's answer is concise and clear. If you choose Zhang Baji, you will find a substitute to deal with the naked back. If Zhang Ziyi is adopted, the script needs to be modified to make the love line Western style. He is worthy of being a person who has seen the world, and he can understand everything with a light sentence. Hearing her suggestions, Du Sheng felt scruples in his heart. Zhang Yizhike is a well-known director. If Zhang Beizi can play the leading role in his works, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement for her. Zhang Yi said in a deep thought. If you modify the script, your emotions will lose your basis, which is a bit difficult to deal with. From these words, we can see that he still has a preference for Zhang Ziyi. Du Sheng smiled in his heart and said unintentionally. Director Zhang, do you still need to deliberately cater to the tastes of Western audiences now? Zhang Yizi rebelled on you for a moment, then he felt thoughtful. Although Du Sheng's words seemed to be meaningful, they awakened him like a sudden enlightenment. In recent years, the impact of Hollywood blockbusters on the mainland market has caused Zhang Yi to shake. The commercial film hero came into being. The grand war scenes and wonderful martial arts scenes in the film are designed to attract audiences to the greatest extent and drive box office upsurge. Although Hero has achieved great success in business, Zhang Yazanyan made an appointment with him. Don't indulge in business victory, but stick to the pursuit of artistic pursuit and innovative spirit. It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized that he had formed a certain dependence without realizing it. For artists, relying on past success in creation means exhaustion of creativity. Could it be that he became a director who only knows how to shoot no nutrition? I think of Lu Yingying and admiration. After a brief thought, Zhang Yi's paper and Sichir. The script doesn't need to be changed, just use Zhang Baji. It has been delayed a lot of time before because of the heroine. Moreover, if you will join the group in November, if the script is changed, it may not be released next summer. Du Sheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Someone got what he wanted, and it seemed like he would be a lot of tricks tonight. As expected, when he left Xinhua Mian Company and told Zhang Baji who was waiting in the car, the girl immediately rushed over excitedly. However, her joy did not all come from standing out, but because she could play with Du Sheng again. The filming of Mongkok Night will be completed next month, and there is still time to rest. Then you think too much, and you need to strengthen your training in terms of dance and movement. Du Sheng reminded. Zhang Baji was still excited and hugged his arm and said. You have to rush back tonight early in the morning. While there is still time, you can teach me 2 more tricks. Just let the golden rooster be independent and you can get training in all aspects. Du Sheng. However, when facing such a proactive and studious beauty, how could he remain indifferent and smiled? Okay, but you can't achieve any effect by practicing alone. It just so happened that the photo shoots here, let's cooperate with each other later. When he thought of Du Sheng coaching himself and twins as if he was like a dog last time, it was Zhang Baji's turn to be speechless this time. This man's ability is becoming more and more terrifying, it is really love and hate. At night, in the villa area of Yangtze. Wow, it's really spacious. Zhang Baji was amazed. How do you feel? Do you like this? Du Sheng asked. Now in order to facilitate Zhang Baji and Fan Ou to practice martial arts, Du Sheng brought them here. After all, another villa is occasionally used by Lu Zili and his daughter, and it is a bit embarrassing to meet. Of course I like it, it's comfortable to live in a large space. Under the guidance of Du Sheng, Zhang Baji and Fan Ou visited the villa happily. The spaciousness of the villa surprised them. In contrast, Zhang Baji's luxury house in Xiangjiang is less than 100 square meters, far less than the luxury here. I'm not only a big house. Du Sheng hugged the woman wearing a white dress and enjoyed the soft yukimiya. Fan Ou wrapped his arms around Du Sheng's neck, allowing him to feel the tenderness as his mother's arms, and said, "We will be filming here at that time, and we will move here too. The confidentiality here is a bit poor, and it may not be good." Du Sheng said without changing his expression. "If you move here, what if Jia Saiwen, Gao Yuan, and others come to meet? Jia Suen may be fine if she is knowledgeable, but Gao Yuan is not so easy to coax. It seems that you still have to buy a few more sets. What does this matter? Be careful when you go in and out." Zhang Baji snorted dissatisfiedly. "You can't live alone in so many rooms. Are there other women hiding? This is absolutely nothing." Du Sheng solemnly stated, pointing at himself. "How can I raise my lover with my character? It is obvious that there are several pretending in my heart." Du Sheng calmly let the two girls look at each other and said softly, "I don't let you move in, to keep the relationship between men and women fresh. An old saying goes, if you don't see each other in one day, it's like 3 autumns apart. If we are inseparable all day long, how can we maintain the current atmosphere?" Zhang Baji thought for a while. When she was in Xiangjiang, she only met Du Sheng for half a month. Every time she got together, she was particularly happy and sweet. As the saying goes, a small separation is better than a newlywed. It is inevitable that you will get tired of being together every day. Okay, listen to you. Zhang Baji smiled like a flower and no longer worried about this matter. Fan Ou left his arms and stood up and urged. "Hurry up, don't you tell us to teach us martial arts in a while. Go to the pool." Du Sheng said and picked her up. Fan Ou looked puzzled. "Why?" "Because I want to experience a water duel. I am the Navy Admiral tonight, and I will never be defeated in 100 battles, and set sail." Du Sheng was full of energy. While driving, Du Sheng was a senior driver. But he is still a novice in driving a white sailboat in the water. His hull is bumpy and he can only use the help of the waves to push it. Zhang Baji and Fan Ou are even more turbulent than the waves. Especially the latter, after all, when double ice encounters water, it is not a false reputation. While riding the boat, Du Sheng's childhood song seemed to echo in his ears. "Let's roar up," the boat pushes away the waves, and the water reflects the beautiful white tower. When Du Sheng returned to the Sword of Fairy to continue filming the rest of the filming, the entertainment industry started to storm again. In mid-September, He Ping's latest New Year's masterpiece Heroes of Heaven and Earth will be released on the National Day holiday, swept across the country like a storm. Overnight, the publicity posters of Heroes of Heaven and Earth were hung in the eye-catching areas of major cities, with great momentum. Not only that, He Ping and the main creative teams of starring Zhang Wen, Nakai Giai, Wang Suej, Zhao Qi and other leading teams launched a national tour propaganda. He Ping, known as the Overseas Award Harvester, once again opened fire and vowed to use this film to reach the peak of Overseas Award record. Before the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, He Ping has always maintained the record of the most nominations for overseas awards. For example, The Double Lamp not only won the Hawaii International Film Festival Grand Prix, but also won the Best Actress award at the San Sebastian International Film Festival. The subsequent Sunshine Canyon almost won the Golden Bear Award at the Berlin Film Festival. Although He Ping did not dare to boast about Haikou and claimed to set a new box office record, his bold statements of vowing to break the award record did not cause much trouble. This is embarrassing. Fortunately, he was wrong. His remarks at the press conference attracted widespread attention and interpretation from the media. He said that he would firmly abandon the content that beautifies evil traitors, focus on positive energy, never deliberately smear, and use national sentiment to make profits. Originally, these words were easy and ordinary, but the problem was that He Ping's words were intimate. The media cleverly linked these remarks to the box office champion Infernal Affairs 1 in the first half of the year. It is speculated that He Ping is alluding to the creative team of Infernal Affairs 1 deliberately creates gimmicks through black and white opposition to attract audiences to buy tickets to watch the movie. With the help of the media, He Ping's remarks quickly sparked widespread controversy. It even quickly won the resonance of many people. This movie, which has been out for several months, has once again been pushed to the forefront of public opinion. However, all media's doubts focus on the plot of the movie, but no one dared to point the finger at Du Sheng's using national sentiment for profit. As the media regained Infernal Affairs 1, many big VS with a lot of money entered the market and expressed their opinions. The big VS have mixed opinions, but many people will inadvertently mention He Ping and his new work Heroes of Heaven and Earth in their articles. Ordinary audiences only care about the point of view themselves, form their own judgments, and seek resonance. But experts can see at a glance that this is a carefully planned hype of hype. Chapter 284 Purple Treasure Box. He Ping is well versed in the hype. In the promotion of his movie Double Lamps, he is famous for satirizing the male superiority and inferiority of women in China. The target of his satirization is also a well-known person in the circle. As long as celebrities are used as targets and criticize publicly, they will attract counterattacks from celebrities' fans and supporters. In this way, a public opinion boom arose. Once public opinion ferments, no matter what the direction is, its attention will naturally rise. He Ping knew very well that Du Sheng, who had his own golden body, was still indestructible. He did not directly point the finger at Du Sheng, but instead targeted Infernal Affairs 1 and rehearsed the cold rice. However, mentioning Infernal Affairs 1 means inevitably thinking of Du Sheng, who drove the box office miracle in the mainland. This move not only aroused controversy and attention to the greatest extent, but also avoided direct contact with Du Sheng. If Du Sheng does not come forward to refute, it will naturally be the best situation. Even if Du Sheng came forward to fight back, He Ping could explain that he was talking about the matter and had no intention of targeting Du Sheng. If it is a head-on confrontation, it would be fine. This kind of method of trampling around the bush and quietly taking advantage of the popularity is indeed disgusting. When ordinary people encounter such situations, they usually have no other way except to think they are unlucky. Because once you come forward, it may intensify the other party's enthusiasm. But in interstellar media, several partners are all from dealing with public opinion, so how could they be at the mercy of others? As public opinion is rising, a news suddenly seizes the headlines of major media. Du Sheng joins hands with Ha Ha Ha, officially becoming the brand endorsement. As soon as this news came out, the popularity quickly surpassed He Ping's Heroes of Heaven and Earth. As the leading beverage brand in China, Wahaha has been loved by the people for many years and has won many awards. All because it has sponsored sports delegations to go abroad many times since its establishment, and has generously donated to support important events such as the Paralympic Games and the Youth Olympic Games. While developing, don't forget to give back to society. The most famous ones are donating funds to help the development of the country's aerospace, establishing dozens of Hope primary schools across the country, and generously donating rescue materials worth more than 10 million during flood control and disaster relief. In view of these kind acts, Wahaha has been praised by the Chinese as a national brand and has won national honors many times. And Du Sheng's endorsement is a perfect match made in heaven. After all, Du Sheng's amazing success also originated from the record set in the boxing world and entering the K1 GP finals. He not only broke the international infamy and avenged the country, but also gave anger to the people, so he was deeply loved and supported by the public. The reason why Wahaha is firmly ranked first in the domestic beverage industry is largely due to its continued charitable investment. Similarly, the reason why Du Sheng was able to create a public image like a golden body is inseparable from his generous donation in the field of charity. When he and Lu Yingshan Charity won the title of Wulin and entered the K1 finals, they solemnly promised to donate all the prize money to help vulnerable groups. In order to do his best, he even promised to take out a targeted donation for every piece of clothing brand he sold, demonstrating his extraordinary mind and spirit. A selfless idol boxing star combined with a national brand that also cares about the welfare of the people, the gimmick immediately explodes. Therefore, once the news was released, the attention rose sharply and quickly became a hot topic on the streets and alleys. However, for He Ping and Huayi behind him, this was undoubtedly a slap. They exhausted their efforts and invested huge amounts of money, and finally hyped up the topic. As soon as the other party's cooperation gimmick came out, it instantly diverted everyone's attention. This feels like seeing a bumper harvest in sight, but unexpectedly, the results are taken away by others. It's really infuriating. Wang Zhong, who was furious, intended to make a big fuss with Du Sheng's high endorsement fee. 6 million endorsements can be regarded as a sky-high price in the country. Because the 4 middle school students who are similar to Du Sheng's popularity has received less than 2 million endorsements. But without waiting for Wang Zhong to take action, Du Sheng announced through interstellar media that the money would be donated. This move instantly triggered public opinion. The people were deeply moved by their selfless spirit, and the sound of praise emerged like a tide. I am worthy of being a charity boxing star, I am generous enough. Compare those so-called charity masters, this is the role model we should follow. I have always despised celebrities making quick money, but this time I can't despise them. It's so exaggerated. I'm afraid that even the assistance money will be difficult to pay for this donation method. Whenever netizens get praise from Du Sheng, Wang Zhong feels so angry that he hates him. He didn't believe that Du Sheng would be willing to spend all the huge sums of money on charity. Most of them are like those rich people abroad, looking for a reasonable excuse to avoid taxes. But Wang Zhong didn't dare to speak out. In the current public opinion atmosphere, if the public is blatantly accused, the public will not only not buy it, but will instead denounce it for its ulterior motives. If the people are angered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger and watch Du Sheng bathe in the supreme glory, and his public image became more and more reliable. The attack is not temporarily unavailable, and all you can do is to continue to expand publicity investment. Seeing that the popularity of the topic is gradually fading, Wang Zhong once again added several million in publicity and distribution expenses. In addition to the 15 million production cost of Huai invested in the film, it means that Heroes of Heaven and Earth must earn at least 50 million box office to make a profit. If the total production cost is calculated at 80 million, then only by getting 250 million yuan will you not lose money. However, just as he invested in huge publicity expenses, another explosion of news has occupied the headlines of major media. Zhang Yizhonglu's cast revealed, Lu Huanhu has 8 puppets. Last year, although Hero had a polarized reputation in China, its brilliant record of 280 million domestic box office and over 700 million international box office is irrefutable. Zhang Yizhong died for the best domestic directors. This new film will definitely attract a lot of attention. What is particularly noticeable is that Du Sheng appears again in the film. The people were just moved by Du Sheng's endorsement and huge donations, and expressed their full support for his acting career. Seeing this, Wang Zhong felt like he was eating Coptis chinensis. Because in this context, millions of publicity and promotion have been wasted again. Speaking of which, Hui is in a very difficult situation this year. First, Wang Jinhua led the artists to leave, and the box office of Defensive Counterattack and Brothers and Frivolous that have been invested in recently was bleak. Last time, in order to clear Wang Zong layout, it took countless costs to lower the negative impact of the company. This time, in order to seize the top spot in the National Day holiday, leading the other 4 hit movies and investing heavily in Heroes of Heaven and Earth, there is not much working capital left on Hui's account. If this film hits a new box office, there will be still a chance to raise funds next year. On the contrary, Hui will face severe tests next year, and life and death are uncertain. So, he gritted his teeth and used Taehee's equity as pledge and had to borrow money from the Ixing. If you cannot repay it at that time, Taehee may change its ownership. But at this moment, there is no way out. Once you give up, all previous promotional and distribution expenses will be completely lost. Less than 9 days before Heroes of Heaven and Earth is released, Wang Zhong only needs to survive this period, and the financial problem will be solved. He waited patiently, seeing Zhang Yujian's jealousy ambush news popularity is about to fade. Unexpectedly, the news that Princess Lu, who is known as the #1 sister in the film industry, was released from prison again. Wang Zhong was like a thorn in his back, and he became more and more unable to sleep or eat. It was not until the end of September that various hotspots gradually cooled down and audience interest gradually faded. Wang Zhong was about to take action, and the news that Zhang Kuilai's son beats people once again occupied the front page headlines of major media. Zhang Kuilai, one of the Iron Triangle, has been in the country for the past 2 years. His son was still a female classmate in the Central Academy of Drama, and the public opinion was quite explosive. At this moment, Wang Zhong really wanted to cry without tears. As the release date is approaching, if the promotion is not increased, Heroes of Heaven and Earth will be defeated. As for whether to postpone the New Year's Eve, it's simply impossible. Heroes of Heaven and Earth is a joint venture project. The largest investor is abroad and has long been scheduled to be released simultaneously. If it is not released at this time, how long will it be postponed? Then there will be a lot of pirated copies, and there will be a box office? Hui has been in a dilemma. Now Wang Zhong no longer hopes to crush Infernal Affairs 2 and only wants to make a comeback. However, now it seems that this seems to be a luxury. Du Sheng laughed at Hui's dilemma after hearing it. The other party did not vent his anger on Wang Jinhua, but instead took the lead in aiming at him. There was no one else in this brain circuit. But since the other party insists on hitting the wall, he can't pull it. Moreover, there are several popular films during the National Day holiday, and the competition is quite fierce. For example, the 2 heroes starring Lai and Zhang Yujian, the Hollywood blockbuster Terminator 3 was released earlier, but the remaining power is still there. Although Infernal Affairs 2 has the blessing of the previous work, this time the promotion focuses on him. In order not to be ridiculed, there is no box office appeal, and it still has to run the publicity. In addition, Sword of Fairy 1 is about to end, and there is no time to take care of anything else. At the end of September, Zhuolongtan Film and Television Base. Du Sheng and Lu Yifei ushered in their final role. After defeating the leader of Baiyu, Zhao Ling'er was seriously injured and eventually fell into Li Xiaoao's arms. Ahem. Brother Xiaoao, I want to go home, take me back, okay? Lu Yifei lay in a pool of blood, her eyes dying, full of reluctance. I want to go back to Brother Xiaoao's house and live happily together. Du Sheng looked sad, but tried hard to suppress his tears and was unwilling to collapse at this moment. He gently stroked Lu Yifei's face and firmly said, "Okay, Ling'er, I'll take you home." Then he hugged Zhao Ling'er and crossed the sea of flowers, and his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Click. The director's voice sounded, breaking the sad atmosphere on the scene. Congratulations to Ashen and Yifei, your scene has been completed. Two investors, Yao Zhuangxian and Chen Yamei, were also present today and congratulated with a smile. Thank you all during this period, Du Sheng, I look forward to our cooperation next time. After Liang Shi and Buletin finished the filming, Du Sheng exchanged a few greetings with everyone, and his thoughts were full of thoughts. Especially the treasure chests surrounded by two purple lights flashing in front of him made him very strange. Lu Shishi came over and asked with concern. Brother Sheng, are you reluctant to let it go? The crew life of more than 2 months is about to end, and everyone is going their separate ways, and I feel very uncomfortable. Lu Shishi is at the age of youth, sensitive and easily sentimental. Chapter 285 You are so cruel. Du Sheng suppressed the idea of unboxing, but he actually didn't feel much emotion. Just thinking that this movie costs tens of millions, the drama is now being produced. Can it be released before the arrival of the river crab beast? After it is released, will it be surrounded and suppressed by all parties again? However, looking at Lu Shishi's slightly sad eyes, Du Sheng couldn't help but stroke her white little face. Although Lu Shishi was a little shy, she was not rejected, but she was a little enjoyable. During the previous filming, other young sisters secretly looked for Du Sheng from time to time, and she couldn't have known it. Du Sheng smiled and said, although you don't have many roles, your overall performance is pretty good. Let's keep working hard next. In the next play, your role and status should be mentioned. This girl has actually finished filming a long time ago, and the reason why she is wandering in the crew is naturally because she wants to learn acting skills. Lu Shishi answered obediently. Well, I will come on. Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and suggested. If you really don't want to leave, you can keep the costumes of the Miss Garden and you can still remember them in the future. For example, Yang Mi followed Du Sheng's advice when she filmed The Legend of the Condor Heroes and retained several sets of Xiao Zhao's ancient costumes. Although Lu Shishi didn't understand his intention, her beautiful eyes lit up and she was excited to go to the logistics supervisor. Du Sheng also has a lot to clean up. Not far away, Lu Yifei was stacking costumes, and Lu Zili was also helping. Tang Yan fiddled with a jade flute from somewhere, and was blowing it all the time. As for Yang Mi, this high school student is quite hard-working and has to go back to class after finishing the filming early. This time, Xi and Xinianyan attended the final banquet and had to take leave to come from the capital. When Lu Yifei saw Du Sheng looking over, she smiled sweetly. Cousin, don't remind me. I have already packed up a few sets of costumes, and Yang Mi's is here too. This is the common hobby of my cousin and the fun of the development department. Lu Zili gave Du Sheng a meaningful glance. She is very aware of some of Du Sheng's special habits. However, these costumes are indeed of great collection value. After all, it is unknown whether you can participate in such a classic production in the future. Lu Zili herself is a bit nostalgic and still treasures the performance costumes she performed on the stage back then. That was her precious memory. It's pretty good. It seems that Zixi is sensible. Du Sheng smiled and said. In order to give everyone a special experience, the finale banquet will be held at the fishing house tonight. What do you think? Experience the fun of fishing and enjoy the seafood that you can enjoy. Hearing Du Sheng's arrangement, Lu Yifei was surprised and happy and said excitedly. That's great. Cousin, your arrangement is really unique. I like it very much. Lu Yifei has a special taste, especially her favorite seafood. Tang Yan, who was bored playing the flute, also had his eyes lit up and he came over to ask. Just by hearing the description, they were already full of expectations. It was the end of September, the fishing moratorium had passed, and seafood resources were extremely abundant. It was just because of the movement of personnel and early completion of the filming, the crew's final banquet was not too grand. Therefore, Du Sheng simply chose the fishing house. Members who are still in the crew are invited to take a boat trip to a seafood feast to replace the traditional celebration banquet. Lu Xili looked at her daughter's happy appearance and shook her head slightly and said, "Just spoil her, and call your cousin all day long, and I will definitely rely on it in the future." Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Now even outside reporters know that I am her cousin. This is called a habit that is hard to change, and there is actually no need to do it." Hearing Du Sheng's acquiescent, Lu Yifei was a little proud and even snorted at Lu Xili. "That's it. Mommy, you are out of date. Many little girls on the internet want to be his cousin. Mommy, you don't understand." Lu Xili smiled and Tang Yan felt a little furious and immediately walked away. Lu Yifei didn't know her mother's temperament, so she couldn't help but stick out her tongue and ran out. Lu Xili's words just now were meaningful. Seeing that Qingzi couldn't listen, she sighed and was too lazy to care, so she turned to Du Sheng. "Will Zixi return to school next, or shoot the MV first?" Although Lu Yifei, Tang Yan, and Lu Shishi were not as hard as Yang Mi in all aspects, they still had to learn some courses. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "The album of Girls' Generation is about to be recorded, so let's shoot the MV first. Of course, Zixi cannot lose her studies, and her grades are far behind Shishi." Lu Shishi attended university at the age of 15, with excellent grades and is a recognized academic master. Although she often misses classes now, she will not miss too many courses. In contrast, Lu Yifei's foundation in acting class is relatively weak. At first, when he heard the news of recording the album first, Lu Yifei was very happy when he got it back. "But when I heard that I was going to return to school later, I was immediately reluctant to leave." Just when she thought about the gap between herself and her cousin, she could only obediently follow the advice. After all, during this filming, she was crushed by Du Sheng's acting skills and had no temper. After handling all the matters, hundreds of people from the crew went to Wang Fishing House in a mighty manner. If Sun Yaoei, Peng Yuan, Su Jinjiang, and others had not left in a hurry after the filming was completed, they would have been afraid that there would be more people. Even director Li Dachao said goodbye to the crew early because of another new drama. In the evening, the fishing house suddenly became lively. Fortunately, the girl Yang Mi arrived in time, otherwise she would have to complain again. When they entered the fishing village, the four girls were attracted by the vast sea and fishing boats in front of them. The excitement was beyond words and chattered. They have strict tutoring since childhood, or are in the inland, rarely come into contact with fishing houses, and show a strong interest in fishing activities. Accompanied by Du Sheng, Girls' Generation swam in the fishing house for more than an hour. From the initial attempt to catch fish and the midterm slaughter of fish gradually changed to taking photos as a souvenir. Du Sheng is responsible for capturing every beautiful moment. Share these down-to-earth things on the website can achieve a good publicity effect. As night fell, everyone enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the fishing house. There are a wide range of dishes, including authentic farm dishes and various fresh seafood, filled with laughter and joy. After dinner, red envelopes were distributed and Sword of Immortality 1 was officially completed. Although the members were reluctant to part with each other, they had to go their separate ways. Yes, Ji needs to return to the company first to handle the remaining financial matters of the crew. As a capitalist, Du Sheng had to hold a meeting and could not go anywhere, so he simply asked Lu Xili and the four girls to go back to the store to stay. After a busy night, Du Sheng got up early the next day and tried boxing in the rented courtyard. He accidentally found that Lu Xili had been practicing in the morning. She was wearing a tight dance suit, stretching her body in the morning light, and her graceful figure was in sight. When Lu Xili met Du Sheng's admiring gaze, she felt a little unnatural, but pretended not to know and continued to exercise. Recently, for some reason, in addition to her rosy face, she is also much healthier. She simply regained her former hobbies and started dancing. It's just that there were all kinds of inconveniences in the crew before, so I was not very relaxed. Du Sheng just smiled. After all, I studied it together last night, and it was not easy to continue in broad daylight. In addition, I have to be busy for a while, so I will naturally not be addicted to the wind, flowers, snow and moon. After the punches, the two had breakfast tacitly. As for Lu Yifei, Lu Shishi, Yang Mi, and Tang Yan, they hadn't gotten up yet. If they were put on the crew, they would have to get up early to practice basic skills without Du Sheng's reminder. I don't know if I smelled the fragrance, but Lu Shishi, Yang Mi and Tang Yan began to get up one after another. Only Lu Yifei still slept like a sleepy little pig. Lu Xili was speechless and had to wake up the girl. Du Sheng just smiled and didn't care. A good diet and adequate sleep, coupled with superior family conditions, should be why Lu Yifei has always maintained her innocent nature. After the meal, Du Sheng brought 4 girls to Chen Tao's studio. But before I got started, I heard Chen Tao complain. After halfway through the album, you ran around and delayed half a month in vain. This time you have to concentrate on recording, otherwise don't blame me if you delay the release. Du Sheng laughed and said. Actually, there has been no losses during this period. Look at how popular Marshmallow has been launched. The title song is very popular, the market is full of expectations for the album of Girls' Generation, and subsequent promotion and distribution are easier. Moreover, Girls' Generation takes time to practice singing every day on the crew, and their singing skills are still steadily improving. Chen Tao knew that it was this other remark and said speechlessly. You guy is so bright and the lotus, and you say that you are alive. There is a saying that the emperor is not in a hurry to the eunuch. Since you are not in a hurry, why should I be in a hurry? After some fun chat, the album was recorded at the beginning. Although Chen Tao was quite complaining about it for more than half a month, when Girls' Generation recorded The One Who Loves for the first time, he was quite shocked. Although the singing skills of several girls are still young, their progress is indeed obvious compared to the past. Especially in terms of breath, pronunciation, and music, it has been greatly improved. Especially Lu Shishi and Lu Yifei seem to have found the trick to sing. Chen Tao looked at Du Sheng in surprise and asked curiously. How did you teach? Du Sheng was calm and said with a smile. Have you ever heard of no room and tiles removed for 3 days? Can you speak human words? Du Sheng laughed. It's very simple. I insist on practicing basic skills in the crew, keeping it a few times a week, and lasting for more than 2 months, and it will naturally be effective. Singing talent is important, but only those who are the best singers at the palace level will pay attention to it. For most singers, as long as they are not born with a bad voice, it is not difficult to improve some singing skills through long-term exercise. It's just that many people are lazy and cannot persist. Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishi were 16 or 17 years old, and Tang Yan was only 19 years old and had a strong learning ability. It would be strange if Du Sheng and Huang Deli urged and practiced persistently, but it would not be improved. Chen Tao was a little confused when he heard this and asked in surprise. Isn't it very hard for the crew to catch the show? Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. It's really hard, it's a day and night, and I often have to stay up late. Chen Tao stared at the 4 young girls and said strangely. In this way, you still let them get up early in the morning to practice basic skills? You are so cruel. Hearing his inquiries inexplicably, the girls couldn't help laughing. No one else knows that their brother Sheng, cousin, has a lot of accumulation techniques and can easily avoid fatigue. After entering the recording studio again, they also felt the improvement of their singing skills, and they were in a happy mood, so recording was naturally easy. Chapter 286 Dreams. After recording the album Girls' Generation, Du Sheng cannot be idle. He sent a few girls who were about to attend class onto the plane and rushed to Hangzhou City without stopping. With the last 3 days left in September, the sprint promotion of Infernal Affairs 2 is essential. After getting into the car, Du Sheng pondered for a moment and set his eyes on the vision interface. Reputation value, 22,092. Comprehensive evaluation, E+, 1/13 draws. The reputation value has been increased before, and the 20,000 yuan has obviously increased in recent days. What surprised Du Sheng was that after the previous comprehensive evaluation was promoted, the number of lottery draws should be 10 times. The 3 extra times are likely to be given away after filming The Legend of Sword 1. Speaking of which, this drama contains various unpredictable abilities and is divided into immortals and gods. Du Sheng originally thought that he had nothing to do after the filming, but he didn't expect that there would be such a gift. In addition, what surprised him even more was that the gifts were not only the same. Du Sheng's vision eventually fell on the lottery interface. There were 2 treasure chests with purple light on the edges that were quietly placed in the warehouse. Will the things you extract have something to do with Sword of Immortality 1? If it is related, that's amazing. For example, Li Xiaoao knows the sword control technique, the strategy of 10,000 swords, and the talisman of the Heavenly Master, all of which are called wind, rain, and beans to form soldiers. Not to mention, there are also various magical pills, as well as magical magic in the immortals. Even if there are only a few possibilities, it is worth looking forward to. With some hope, Du Sheng silently recited in his heart, "Raffle lottery." As the thought fell, the 2 treasure chests were flowing, and purple and blue intertwined. Brush. Brush. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shackle card, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 boxes of body tempering pill, Shushan Secret Production. Hey, it's purple. The purple light in front of me was dazzling, and Du Sheng knew very well what it meant, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed. After a closer look, I was stunned for a moment, and I was satisfied. Dragon and Elephant Prajna has 5 levels and is about to reach the blue limit. When the breakthrough is short, the shackle card, purple, will come out. This is destined to be its. Du Sheng used it without hesitation. With a click, it seemed to break the invisible barrier. In an instant, countless knowledge poured into my mind like a tide. It made him feel enlightened. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 5 layers / purple, 485848/729000. He glanced at his condition and his color had indeed changed. In addition, the original upper limit of 7 levels has completely changed to 13 levels. Even the next level also showed a prompt. The 6th level, the Ren meridian that penetrates one of the 7 chakras, and the Sea of Yin meridians can be penetrated. The hardness of the iron palm and iron feet is increased, and even if it is chopped by a sharp weapon, it will not damage the tendons and veins. As expected, the Ren Mai is connected. In this way, the Ren and Du meridians are unobstructed, and internal strength can flow freely in the limbs and even burst out. In addition, the hands and feet are also blessed with hardening. Don't underestimate this improvement. This is a key part of bare hands fighting and cannot tolerate play. Why do boxers wear gloves when playing games? In addition to alleviating the heavy damage from the opponent, it is actually to protect yourself. Because there is no protection from boxing gloves, the hands of the boxer are easily damaged. For example, fractures, dislocations, contusions, etc. The same is true for the soles of the feet. After all, the forces are mutual, especially after the internal strength of the hands and feet are infused with internal strength, the reaction force is comparable to that of the 7-injury fist. After these two are strengthened, they can explode with confidence without having to look back. In a sense, this improvement is no less than skeletal hardening. Du Sheng calmed down and glanced at the end. Shushan Secret System. It feels like a level-cutting thing from the Sword of Immortality, and it seems like a random thing drawn from the Goddess Dragon and the Legend of the Heavenly Condor Heroes. After all, there are not only immortal sword in Shushan, but this sect also exists in the world. No matter what, as long as these elixirs do not mutate, they are definitely treasures. For details, you can refer to the black jade intermittent paste extracted last time, and the effect is unexplained. When I opened it, I saw a refreshing fragrance of herbs, which made me feel refreshed. There were actually 9 pills in a box, arranged like Tai Chi diagram. One is about the size of a tail finger, round and shiny with a clear luster. Du Sheng carefully distinguished it and the effect was clear at a glance. One slightly enhanced the strength of the body's muscles, bones, tendons, etc., so that the body is flexible and flexible. 2. Subtle improvement of personal physical fitness, including not limited to endurance, physical strength, and disease resistance. 3rd, it can purify blood and internal organs, remove impurities and toxins in the body, and make people healthier. Du Sheng thought about it and took one and carefully felt the effect. The effect of improving ordinary people is very obvious, especially purifying the internal organs. For people like him who have been strengthened by various skills, the effect is not that significant. But this does not mean that it is of low value. On the contrary, if it is taken to people of some age such as Huang Deli and Lu Zili, the effect will be comparable to that of a weakened version of the rejuvenated child. At least the former can achieve further cultivation, and the old age will become stronger. The latter skin is rosy and smooth, making it look younger and more beautiful. Especially for women, this is definitely something you'll dream of. Du Sheng thought about it and found that there will definitely be such things in the future, and they will become more and more advanced. Since that's the case, just use it as much as possible. Huang Deli, Fan Ou, Lu Tao, Zhang Baji, Jia Swen, Gao Yuan, Lin Hilling, twins, Si Yetu, Lu Zili, Zheng Xian, Yezi, and Zhong Zhen. There are 17 left, just enough points. As for Wang Jinhua, Wang Yeyang, Ma Yaoei, Zhang Halong, and others, they can only wait for the next batch. If there are enough in the future, and even draw out skills to refine them yourself, you can also consider selling charity or using them to build relationships. Anyway, I have the Tianji Lingshijing with me, so I can't mess it up anyway. Of course, the premise is not to be caught and get rid of white mice. In viewership mood, Du Sheng continued to invest in the promotion and distribution schedule. Because Lu Wei learned that he was idle, he directly called for help. Ask him to cooperate with another director, Mai Shaowai, to stand up for the premiere of Infernal Affairs 2 in the mainland and to schedule various matters. Du Sheng considers that this film was released simultaneously in mainland China and Xinjiang, it is necessary to promote it in 2 parts. With such a series of bombardments, time finally came to the premiere day without realizing it. In order to promote the movie, the producer Zhuang Cheng of the Universal also arranged a grand premiere. September 30th, Modu. Xintiandi Square is brightly lit, and today is particularly noisy. The premiere of Infernal Affairs 2 was grandly unveiled here, with thousands of viewers flocking to it, making it very lively. Media representatives, film critics, mainland movie fans from all over the world, and fans who come from all over the world are all looking forward to it, eager to see the style of Lu Tianwang, Du Sheng, Yu Wenel, and others. The purpose of this grand event is very simple, aiming to collect feedback from the first batch of professionals and audiences. At the same time, with the help of media platforms, we will further expand the publicity of the film. In view of the fact that directors Lu Wei and Mai Shaowai are busy promoting the second part, the filming of Infernal Affairs 3 is temporarily shelved. As the behind-the-scenes producer, Lu Yinjian asked Zai Chenglian. As for Du Sheng, the current popularity of K1 fighting to enter the finals is still there, and the enthusiasm of fans is high, which is even more indispensable. Although the premiere is scheduled to be 7 o'clock in the evening, as early as dusk, there were crowds of people outside Xintiandi Square. The audience excitedly called out the idol's name. Voices such as Brother Hua, Brother Sheng, and Sniper God are one after another. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely warm. Du Sheng is undoubtedly one of the focus of the premiere. As the starring actor of the film, he not only occupies the C position in the promotional poster, but also becomes the core of media and fans' attention due to his super high popularity and commercial value in the mainland. Before you get close to the square, you can hear the excited shouts of fans. Du Sheng arrived at the scene 1 hour in advance. After all, he still had to put on makeup. Lu Wei, Lu Fi Wo. After a brief greeting, everyone didn't care about chatting and became busy. After connecting with the host, everyone walked to the front desk one by one. Facing the camera's flash, Du Sheng always kept a gentle smile. The people who often rank among the top 3 in the wealthy women's care list are indeed not worthy of lethality. As soon as he appeared, the scene screamed. Lu Yingmao, who was watching from the side, had to admire himself for being inferior. The premiere was full of stars, not only bringing together the main creative team of the film, but also industry elites such as the producers of the World Asia and the mainland distributors. Infernal Affairs won a box office of 42 million in the mainland, which made them pay great attention to the box office of the mainland. Of course, I also hope that the second part will be better. On the night of the premiere, the theater was filled with crowds. After the brief introduction of the film, Zhuang Cheng, Lu Wei, and Lu Yinchen returned to the audience to enjoy the sequel with the reporters, critics and audiences. As a popular starring actor second only to Du Sheng, Yu Wenel is full of tension and expectation at this moment. After all, the success or failure of the film is directly related to his future career and reputation. Especially recently, I am at a disadvantage in the competition with Edison Chen and urgently need a turnaround. Du Sheng had never seen the complete film of this version before, and Lu Wei took the initiative to add scenes to him, so he was a little curious about the final presentation of the film. As the lights went out, the originally noisy cinema fell into silence instantly. Accompanied by the magnificent musical melody, the logos of Oriental Star Entertainment and Universal Film Company come into view in turn. Following closely behind is the title of the movie, Infernal Affairs 2. The film begins as always, with deep and gloomy tones, which is indeed different from other police and gangster films. The word no means no and the name of no means no time and no space and infinite karma. It seems that in order to echo the first part, the beginning of the second part also interprets the meaning of invisible. The dark tones and heavy scriptures are everywhere, and the tragic atmosphere of seeking life and death, repeating over and over again, never interrupting. When the list of main creators pops up at the beginning, the plot also begins simultaneously. The first thing that caught my eye was a young man wearing a black windbreaker with his back to the camera, strolling through the bustling night market in the garden. It's Brother Sheng. Damn, my back is so handsome. Some fans exclaimed in surprise and instantly recognized that this was Du Sheng. Directors like Xiang Zhang seem to like to play suspense layout at the beginning. In the fourth row of the theater, 2 middle-aged men wearing masks were sitting. If there are careful people, they will definitely recognize them at a glance. Chapter 287. This time the opponent is not simple. It's the starring actor, Zhang Wen. And the director of Heroes of Heaven and Earth, He Ping. They came here for some purpose. To be precise, it is Lu Wei who likes to play the theory of cause and effect, and almost every drama is fateful. Hearing Zhang Wen's inquiry, He Ping was still staring at the camera in the picture. The paper bag in Du Sheng's hand. This is the language of the camera. The beginning gives suspense and pulls the motivation. It is not difficult to see that it is a gun. The important scenes at the beginning were assigned to Du Sheng, obviously to create conflicts. Sure enough, although Du Sheng was walking comfortably, when the camera turned to the face, everyone clearly saw the unyielding indifference in his eyes. In the picture, An Kun looked at Du Sheng in confusion. I saw the latter smiling and holding up the paper bag in his hand, as if he was going to hand it to him. Bang! A gunshot. An Kun's heart exploded and he staggered to the ground. Du Sheng turned around and left without any drag. Cold, ruthless, full of decisiveness and determination. I really underestimate this kid. Seeing this, Zhang Wen changed his carelessness and became serious. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a killing 90% of its peers in seconds based on this acting skills. Even if he is asked to act, he cannot guarantee that he can surpass the other party. Du Sheng's smile just now was full of sincerity, without any trace of acting skills, but the coldness and decisiveness in the moment were expressed appropriately. Those cold eyes, the stubbornness that seems to have experienced the world, and the temperament that is naturally unruly. It is very contagious and full of conflict and suspense. Just look at the audience who are all focused around you and know that you don't even have enough conversations with water, and you have obviously brought it in. Young man who can win the Golden Eagle Award. He Ping also felt this way. And the more I watch, the more shocked I feel. However, he started from the director's techniques and the overall plot view, and saw a wider vision. This is obviously a prequel to Infernal Affairs 1, but it is full of creativity and suspense. Structurally speaking, the story of Infernal Affairs 2 began with Enikun's murder. Then 3 clues were carried out one after another, pushing the story to the hell of the infinite spot. This kind of terrifying battle in the game and the plot of Nigasha falling and scattering is very interesting. What's even more amazing is that the whole story is perfectly connected with the first one and pushes the story to a climax at another level. It can be said that the excellence is no less than the first part. Moreover, because of this sequel, the characters of Lu Jianming, Chen Yongren, Huang Zhishan, and Han Chen have more distinctive characteristics and more full and three-dimensional images. Especially Du Sheng's outstanding acting skills, from his secret love for his sister-in-law to his indifference and determination to kill his sister-in-law, the gradual changes are as smooth as silk. It also leads to the third part from the previous and the next. More than an hour later, the movie screening ended. Awesome, the lens language, drama, photography, audio, editing, etc. are all first class. He Ping murmured. As both directors, he could naturally see how powerful Lu Wei was. Whether it is the sense of plot atmosphere, narrative techniques, visual experience, etc., they are all simple and unique. The most important thing is that there is suspense at the end, but it does not destroy the presentation of the story of Infernal Affairs 2. It not only brings wonderful audio-visual enjoyment to the audience, but also makes people feel endless aftertaste. I'm even looking forward to the next one. I also want to see what the tragic ending will be for the 2 undercover agents Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren. This time, the opponent is not simple. Listening to the audience applauding spontaneously, Zhang Wen couldn't help but sigh. He Ping's face was complicated. If nothing unexpected happens, this movie will definitely be a big hit. From the director's perspective, this movie undoubtedly has great appeal and potential. It not only has profound connotations, excellent acting skills, but also has shocking audio-visual effects. As a release at the same time, the pressure is now coming to a Heroes of Heaven and Earth. The premiere of Infernal Affairs 2 ends. Come to the interview session. As the box office leader, Du Sheng is naturally the first to bear the brunt. Among them, the ones that were asked the most by reporters were naturally the box office issue. Du Sheng did not speak out loud this time, but was asked by Yu Wenel in private. The number he said still shocked the new young actor in Xiangzhong. Because Du Sheng said that the box office of Xiangzhong and the mainland was 45 million. To be honest, even director Lu Wei dare not say that he is so tall. After all, this sequel does not have big names like Lu Fei and Wang Wei. These young actors starring, and the box office appeal is a problem. Not to mention, the Xiangzhong film market has not yet emerged from its sluggishness recently. It is currently ranked 5th in the year, with a box office of only 18 million. Du Sheng nearly tripled as soon as he opened his mouth. Where does this come from? Confidence? Du Sheng just smiled and didn't explain too much. To put it bluntly, according to some film critics in the industry, the audiences who entered the market are conservatively 15 million box office. If you win the championship at the end of October, it will not be a problem to rise to more than 20 million. Including the title of the sequel of Infernal Affairs and the rankings of Lu Wei, Mai Xiaowai, Wu Jinyu, Yu Wenel, and others, it is difficult to raise it to 45 million. Moreover, the pirated version here did not appear in advance. The number he mentioned is actually a bit conservative. No matter what the creative team thinks. This is an unforgettable experience for all viewers. Even media reporters gave Infernal Affairs 2 a high praise from their personal perspective. That night, public opinion began to ferment. Everyone couldn't wait to know what the box office will reach when Infernal Affairs 2 was officially released. And Du Sheng, I also have to cooperate with the team to run publicity and distribution, but I don't feel anything. At 9 a.m. the next morning, the premiere of Infernal Affairs 2 was officially launched nationwide. The box office results have not been announced at noon, but the major online forums and websites have already been in full swing. You should know that the quality of a movie can often be seen from the audience's early feedback. Yessie opened the entertainment section of her blog and saw at a glance that Infernal Affairs 2 firmly dominated the top spot. There are also a bunch of related hot topics below. And in these topics, comments are coming like a tide. Especially Du Sheng's personal platform, it is simply a lively ocean. Under his post that cooperated with the promotion, there were thousands of messages. Brother Sheng has such an amazing image as a bad guy. I feel like he can win an award. By the way, I heard that the Bay City Golden Horse Awards were postponed, and this movie is likely to be selected. The acting skills are improving rapidly. It feels more natural and more infectious than Infernal Affairs 1. The ending of the movie leaves a suspense, which is the biggest selling point. Excellent. Needless to say, an old actor like Wu Jinai performed well. Du Sheng's acting skills can actually be with them. Do you dare to believe this? These comments are full of personal emotions, so almost all praises are buzzing. Yes, Ji is not sure if the tourists and audiences feel the same way. But judging from these feedbacks, Infernal Affairs 2 should be sure to win, and will not be inferior to the first one. She also found that the number of fans on Du Sheng's platform has increased a lot, more than 200,000 more than before the release. Following this momentum, it is only a matter of time before it exceeds 8.5 million fans. Not only the post bar, but also the social networking of movie forums, Tianya and other people is also lively. Leave your name quickly and call Brother Sheng. After watching Infernal Affairs 2, I can only say that my sister-in-law is very comfortable. Just relying on this acting skills, who would dare to believe that he is still a fierce person in the boxing world? In addition to the enthusiastic comments and impressions of fans, those fans who had not had time to watch were also tickled. If it weren't for the trouble of queuing up, many people would have taken action. The situation is quite good. This is undoubtedly an excellent start. After Yessie finished reading it, she hung an elegant smile on the corner of her mouth. Du Sheng's performance is indeed good, and his name has been repeatedly mentioned. In addition to his fame, this means that his performance has been recognized. Early that morning, Du Sheng finished his trip and took a bus from Changsha to the airport. Bored, I flipped through the stack of newspapers that Wang Yeyang bought. It was found that there were a lot of reports about Infernal Affairs 2 and Heroes of Heaven and Earth. The two movies were released in the same period, and fierce competition is certain. Moreover, Huai seems to have bought a lot of press releases. There are inevitably hidden criticism and smears. However, in the face of the general trend, the money is likely to be wasted. Infernal Affairs 2 is released, and there are long queues at the entrances of many theaters. Release of reputation. Infernal Affairs 2 movie viewing craze swept the whole country. Du Sheng's new work hit a new high, exceeding 12.66 million in 4 days of release. Du Sheng and Girls' Generation Group appeared at the Yangshi National Day Gala, and the ratings soared by a small amount. The 80 million production Heroes of Heaven and Earth received good reviews in its premiere. Who can laugh to the end when the two major big games collided during the National Day holiday? The contest between Infernal Affairs 2 and Heroes of Heaven and Earth comprehensively analyzes the highlights and advantages and disadvantages of the two movies. The fame effect of idol boxing stars is significant, and the theaters are full. In the past few days, various media and newspapers have promoted Infernal Affairs 2 to the sky, successfully attracting wave after wave of people to the theater. However, its screening volume is not as good as Heroes of Heaven and Earth, and its current box office is almost the same. It is worth mentioning that the reputation of Heroes of Heaven and Earth has declined significantly. Especially on social media, he was criticized for making a picture of four-dimensional appearances to please overseas audiences. The final box office forecast in the mainland is about less than 30 million. No matter how hype Huai is, it can't be saved. It is said that Wang Zhong was furious and had smashed several sets of antiques. Because according to this situation, the CD market is not going well and there is no hope of making a profit. On the contrary, the momentum of Infernal Affairs 2 is rising steadily. Many viewers spontaneously recommend it to their friends. If you have watched Infernal Affairs 1, you will regret not watching this sequel. It is clear at a glance which one is stronger and who is weaker. Lu Wei called and was a little excited while speaking, asking Du Sheng if there was really a schedule in the second half of next year. Infernal Affairs 2 was released in Xiangjiang for 4 days and its box office exceeded 10 million. Although it is not as good as the previous work, the investor is already quite satisfied. Because according to this trend, it is not difficult for Xiangjiang to break 40 million. So inside and outside the conversation, Initial D basically locks in Du Sheng as the male lead. There is no way, the box office appeal is so realistic. Moreover, as Heroes of Heaven and Earth is a failure, more and more theaters have increased their screening volume. Considering the current attendance rate, the previously set target of 45 million is too conservative. Many viewers came for Du Sheng. Because of the constant hot discussions on the internet, his handsome photos and stills of his police uniform have already aroused the strong interest of many people. Chapter 288 Hiding the End. Du Sheng no more attention to these. After thinking about it, I called Yesi. The day after tomorrow, I went to participate in the charity event of the World of Aways Like Neighbors. There are no other arrangements recently, right? No other arrangements. Yesi still maintained her elegance and replied with a smile. However, advertising, endorsement, and film contracts are still constantly, and the price has even increased, and the action is quite fast. Infernal Affairs 2 has only been released for a few days. Many crews and investors have waving their money, hoping to invest in Du Sheng's potential and future commercial value in advance. But this is not uncommon, and his popularity has increased a lot. Everyone is for the sake of interests, and even if there is a grudge, they can sit down and talk. Just make the decision. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Although he has not filmed recently, it does not mean he can be free. In addition to the continuous promotion of Infernal Affairs 2, matters related to interstellar media must also be handled. For example, he needed to participate in the launch of the Kung Fu program, Kung Fu School, the expansion of theaters, and the purchase of 3 new villas. Not to mention that endorsements such as Cartier and Haha sometimes require attendance when new products are launched. In addition, news came from Xinhua Mian Company that it would be the latest to be enrolled in the middle of October. Although the shooting schedule is approaching and Yezi has turned down most of Du Sheng's public activities, there are always some occasions that are difficult to refuse, and Du Sheng's best show up. For example, this activity the day after tomorrow. Tianya, the leading social platform in China, launched a charity fundraising event called Tianyaya is BB. Many celebrities in the circle were invited, including star media artists. Du Sheng naturally would not be unfamiliar with this charity fundraising. Since the Tianya forum opened the entertainment chat section, it has quickly become an important platform for netizens to exchange entertainment information. It has also become one of the most influential entertainment positions on the internet. Nowadays, its popularity is second only to blogs, post bars, etc. Just half a month ago, a seriously ill girl, Zhang Miaoi, sent a request for help at the forum, triggering large-scale fundraising and aid operations in the forum, which caused a huge social response. Domestic media also reported on this extensively. Tianya Forum took advantage of the situation and launched this charitable fundraising campaign for Tianya Ruby neighbors to the entertainment industry. The rules of the fundraising event are very simple, which is to suggest that celebrities donate their clothes or items they have used for a charity sale, and the proceeds will be used to help people in need in the mountains. Therefore, in addition to celebrities, there will be some wealthy people from all walks of life participating. Yes, he said. Behind the big names, capital will inevitably be fueled by the fire. This is not only a fundraising event, but also a stage for celebrities to show their own charm. For artists like you who are more popular, every move will attract attention. Have you considered what to donate to sell for a charity sale? People related to characters. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. The characters in Infernal Affairs 2 and the 10-sided ambush cannot be taken out for the time being. It is appropriate to have Murong Fu's crown in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Jade Bai of Sai Hua Tuo in The Goddess Dragon. Most of these are all orphans, and I suddenly donated them. To be honest, I really feel reluctant to let them go. However, this can be regarded as a contribution to the charity donation. This idea is good, don't worry about missing shots. Yesi nodded and praised, and then said. But even if no one takes photos, all companies will basically provide a guarantee, so you can rest assured. Please guarantee. Du Sheng understood as soon as he heard it and smiled. Yesi didn't care. For example, our company will basically provide a budget of 30,000 yuan. If your Jade Bai cannot be sold at this price, the company will buy it back with the bottom line. If the price of Jade Bai exceeds 30,000 yuan, everyone will be happy. For your status, it is not embarrassing to sell a charity donation at this price. Du Sheng had never participated in such an event before, and it was unclear whether there were any fans of his own at the scene. Otherwise, it would be somewhat embarrassing to let your family protect you, and it would also allow outsiders to see through the reality of their status. Don't worry. Yezi seemed to notice Du Sheng's worries and joked. Those coal bosses may not offer prices easily, but such charity activities are usually indispensable to high-ranking officials and second generations. These people participate in charity donations often to get close to the stars they like and are willing to donate generously to their idols. And you are currently in the top 3 of the rich women's nurturing list. There will definitely be many teachers who are crazy about you that night. Du Sheng's mouth twitched, but he could not refute it. Celebrities participate in charity donations, which is really attractive. Although the entertainment industry is full of false thoughts, the impact of this circle on charity has indeed contributed to the fire. This is precisely because of the reason why the charity donation party of Tianya can be more and more influential. But this time, I feel that something will happen unexpectedly. Yesi's words changed, and it was a bit meaningful. Du Sheng asked curiously. Accident? Yesi nodded slightly. This fundraising event of the world is like nearby invited many mainland stars, including Huang Xiaoming, Hu S, and others. You and Huang Xiaoming have not been on the same side for a long time. I appeared during the event, and I hope everything goes well by then. This is not a problem. Du Sheng seemed to be indifferent. Although he was named the new generation of 4 students, he had already been separated from the other 3. Just like Zhang Ziyi, who is international among the 4 little actresses, is no longer in the same level. In addition to Hui, Chen Kun and Zhou Sun of Rongxinda Company may also attend this event, which was invited by Mr. Cao and Tianya himself. Du Sheng's expression was a little strange. Although Yesi was not by Du Sheng's side, she was like a worm in his stomach, and she reminded her with a smile. No matter what grudges you have in the past, it is best not to reveal them at that time, otherwise you will be laughed at. Du Sheng smiled. You're still worried about whether the other party will do stupid things. Yesi breathed a little relieved and understood that Du Sheng was not the kind of person who acted recklessly. She seemed to remember something and said speechlessly. The way Tianya invites guests this time is a bit like a crowd. Not only did Yu and Hui's artists be arranged in the same event, but Chen Kun was also invited. Who doesn't know that the relationship between you is somewhat subtle, can only be said to be really bold. Can you come here? Du Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to these things. She asked for leave and should be able to arrive on time. Yesi mentioned it casually and changed her suggestions. In the future, the company may arrange for you to bring new people in the area to increase exposure. Me? Maybe there's no time. Yes, after participating in the fundraising event of The World is Like a Neighbor, I will not arrange any notices for you. You will rush to the crew at that time, and I will deal with it for you. These days, with the announcement from Tianya, it is released. There are so many news about the fundraising party of The World is Like nearby, and major media are rushing to report it. Even the list of artists participating in this grand event was made public, which sparked heated discussions among netizens. This list. It brings together many top mainland stars. The fundraising party of The World is Like a Nearby has become the hottest topic. Especially when several popular actresses are about to be on the same stage, the media has even smelled the atmosphere of hot news. In contrast, Du Sheng and Chen Kun's old stories are already considered to be leftovers. Du Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Although the last Everyone Like Neighbors fundraising party was also very lively, there were not many well-known artists involved at the beginning. Unlike this time, not only is the star lineup strong, but the discussion on topics is also unprecedentedly high. Of course, this is also due to the continued rise in popularity of Tianya, and is now firmly ranked among the top 3 social platforms. If it weren't for the disorganized management and declining content quality later, and it was replaced by emerging social software, I would be afraid that I would still be fighting with meager. In the evening of that day, Du Sheng's car set off from the Beijing villa on time and headed to the event venue. Many large-scale events will be held in the capital, so he arrived early. When they arrived at the venue, Du Sheng and Fan Ou got off the car one after another, and under the guidance of the Tianya commissioner, they entered the backstage area. There are many media reporters on the scene today, and artists will definitely be on the camera. We have arranged a special dressing room, please let us go here. Du Sheng nodded and said, and then left after a few simple conversations with Fan Ou. He did not put on makeup when he went out. Usually when he participated in activities that required to take photos, the artist would put on makeup after arriving at the location. As a man, Du Sheng rarely puts on makeup in private. But there is nothing we can do if we appear on stage. Especially in the spotlight, even heavy makeup looks like light makeup. If you put on light makeup, the spotlight will light up and there will be almost no trace of makeup. Therefore, whether it is a stage performance or shooting requirement, makeup mirrors are crucial elements. Brother Sheng, please come here. A receptionist led Du Sheng to the left dressing room and actively pushed open the door. This is the dressing room we have prepared for you, and there will be a makeup artist to serve you later. Du Sheng nodded slightly and walked in. On the other side, Fan Ou and his assistant Zhang Simon also entered a dressing room. After waiting for a few minutes, the agreed makeup artist still did not show up. Zhang Simon wandered back and forth, and said slightly angrily, "I'll urge you, they're so disrespectful to us." "Excuse me." Just then, someone knocked on the door, and the receptionist who had left before stood outside the door, showing guilt. "Can you please change your dressing room?" Zhang Simon instantly guessed something and frowned. It was already decided 2 days ago. Now let's change the place? This is not the first time that your Tianya has held an event. Can this all go wrong? Fan Ou's face was calm and he had some guesses in his heart. When it comes to event arrangements, artists' use of dressing rooms has always been the most criticized topic. In this situation, there are probably more important celebrities who want to occupy the exclusive dressing room. Even though her popularity is not as popular as the 4 young actresses, she represents the image of interstellar media outside. Even if a big-name artist wants to requisition a dressing room, he shouldn't be so rude and he should hide his head and tail, right? Chapter 289 Get Out. The receptionist was sweating profusely when he was asked and didn't know how to answer. The door opened again. A group of people appeared surrounded by a young man, who said with a smile. Everyone said it was temporary, see no wonder. The makeup mirror on my ZI side is broken. I wonder if I can borrow your dressing room? ZI? Fan Ou looked behind the man, where a slender woman wearing sunglasses stood. In an instant, the other person's identity emerged in her mind. Zhang Zi. He has participated in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Hero with a box office of over 100 million yuan and is internationally renowned. He ranks first among the 4 young actresses and is the leader among the same actresses. Even internationally, it can be called a top ranks. Unexpectedly, I was invited to attend to the charity tonight. It can be seen that the organizer behind it is not simple. Next to Zhang Zi, there was a familiar face. It was Hus, who was selected by the heroine in the 10 Ambushes some time ago. They are classmates from the Central Academy of Drama and have a good relationship. As if he noticed Fan Ou's gaze, Hus turned his head a little embarrassedly. Fan's thoughts were heard and suddenly realized. Because she had heard Du Sheng's audition experience telling the story of the 10-side ambush. The 2 candidates in front of him were eliminated, and the heroine was given to Zhang Beizi. Among them, outsiders speculate that it is more or less related to Du Sheng. Regardless of whether Zhang Zi's makeup mirror was damaged or artificially broken, it was obviously not accidental to choose Fan Ou's dressing room this time. Deliberately seeking faults? Or do you take revenge around the bush? Zhang Simon also figured it out instantly and gritted her teeth. As a top-tier actress, Zhang Zi, if she speaks well, there are naturally many artists who are willing to curry favor with her. But she specially brought Hu to Fan Ou's dressing room, which was obviously not about drinking. After all, Fan Ou is an artist of interstellar media and has had scandals with Du Sheng. To hit her is to indirectly embarrass Du Sheng. At present, Fan Ou is quite different from the other 3 young actresses, let alone Zhang Zi, who is shining internationally. In theory, Zhang Zi was present in person and the agent spoke, Fan Ou had to give in any respect. The dressing room is given priority to big brands, which is an unwritten rule in the entertainment industry. Even if you are putting on makeup, once the big names are borrowed, you have to accept it silently if you don't want to be rejected. Fan Ou has experienced this situation countless times when filming The Legend of the Confucian Princess. Many times, when you are in this circle, you really have no choice but to do so. When she was a young actor, she even tried to squeeze in a small dressing room with other artists, waiting for the makeup artist for an hour or 2. Even if you get up at 4 a.m. to put on makeup, you have to obey. However, Zhang Zi and Fan Ou are of the same generation, so this is a bit deliberate. Besides, there is a potential competition among her. Hus is Hui's artist, which has changed the nature of things. Behind this, there is even an open and secret battle between Hui and interstellar media. If Fan Ou gives up the dressing room, I don't know what kind of rumors will spread in the circle tomorrow. What if you insist on not giving in? Faced with the anger of the big-name Zhang Zi, Tianya probably took the risk of offending Fan Ou and asked her to borrow it. If you continue to entangle, the result will be more than worth the loss. To everyone's surprise, Fan Ou had not spoken yet. Her assistant Zhang Simon stood in front of her, suppressing her annoyance. Sorry, Sister Ou came in first and has been waiting for a long time. If you insist on borrowing it, I can help find it. I believe that interstellar media is still somewhat weak. Fan Ou was a little surprised by her explosion. Because in the past, for the sake of his future and career, this girl would probably advise him to forget it. But unexpectedly, this time I directly rode my face and output it. Fan Ou smiled at the corner of her mouth, which was just right for her. Concession? She might consider it when she is in Huai. There are men here now, and there are no taboos. I'll let you go. Zhang Zilang looked at Zhang Simon in surprise, and then his eyes became indifferent. A mere auxiliary agent dared to refuse in such a tone. Are you using interstellar media to put pressure on yourself? Interesting, interesting. There was a hint of mockery in Zhang Zilang's eyes. Are the artists of star media who don't understand the rules, or are they new to the worldly style? If you are an agent, you should know the right position. Or do we still feel that we don't even have the ability to borrow a powder room? Of course I know the right way. Zhang Simon did not retreat and carefully observed the reactions of the people around him. As Zhang Zi's brother, Zhang Zilang plays an important role in the circle of agents and has a great influence. This is also the reason why the receptionist of Tianya immediately leaned towards Zhang Zi. Change your mind when you see the wind, that is the professional skill of this industry. To be honest, Zhang Simon was also nervous in the face of such pressure as Zhang Zilang and Zhang Zi. But she has a reason to refuse to retreat. We must not let Fan Ou suffer aggrieved today and swallow his anger. Even if this is going to take advantage of her assistant career. At some point, she even blamed herself for not standing up as soon as possible. Because if it were her idol Wang Jinhua, it was probably a matter of dismissal just now. The two sides were in a stalemate, and Zhang Zilang and Zhang Zi gradually became a little impatient. I don't know if I heard it gossip, more and more people gathered around. There are also many old actors and popular artists here. Their eyes were circling on Zhang Zi, Hu, and Fan Ou, and they smelled the smell of gossip. I actually started to tear up. Just borrow, what else can it be? It's really a typical entertainment industry style. It seems that Zhang Zi is very caring about Hu's, and she is willing to make a name for herself in this way. But she probably didn't expect Fan Ou to be so disrespectful. Now she is in a dilemma. Haha, she can't take off the hat of bullying the small with the big one. I really want to know if it will eventually turn into a martial arts film. A low voice of discussion came from around. Whose face became more and more embarrassing, and she hurriedly grabbed Zhang Zi and communicated with her. Zhang Zi was unmoved and even narrowed her eyes. This made Hu's even more anxious. She couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Fan Ou, feeling a little apologized. For a moment, the scene was tense. In full view of everyone, although Zhang Simon was under increasing pressure, she still gritted her teeth and refused to retreat. At this time, someone gently patted his shoulder. She turned around instinctively and happened to meet Fan Ou's smile. For some reason, she felt relaxed inexplicably. Fan Ou asked Zhang Simon to sideways and face Zhang Zilang and sisters directly. She ignored the fun eyes, stretched out a finger, and said in an unquestionable tone. First of all, my assistant said nothing wrong. We should come first and then come. Since you say it is a borrowing, the right to choose is not in your hands. Second. Fan Ou looked at Zhang Zi with a smile like a fox. You are here today. For the reasons, everyone knows it. You don't really think that everyone is a fool. Damn it. Crazy? This is more than just a tear-up, it's simply a slap in the face. The receptionist in Tianya was like being roasted on fire, and he was so anxious. This storm tonight has exceeded his control. He opened his mouth and finally broke down and went out for help. Wang Yang, who was wandering outside, suddenly turned around and quietly headed in another direction. The crowd watching the show outside the venue felt that the conflict was going to be a big deal. However, they didn't mind the big deal, but they looked forward to it. As for intervening in this dispute, no one is a fool, and no one will ask for trouble. This is the survival rule in the circle. There is one thing on the surface, another on the secret, and it is not uncommon to take advantage of the situation here. What surprised them was that Zhang Zi's status influence plus Hui's signature seemed to be somewhat ineffective this time. Haha, interesting. Zhang Zi, who had been holding a shelf, finally spoke. She ignored Fan Ou, who was full of offensiveness, glanced at the receptionist who was returning and said lightly, "I want this dressing room, and some people don't know how to judge. Utianya probably won't understand it. Sister Ou, this." The receptionist looked around and saw that no one spoke. I had to look at Fan Ou as if I had to ask for help. He is really about to collapse. I thought this was easy to solve, after all, similar happened before. The dressing room of top artists cannot be used. If you open it and borrow it, most people who know the knowledge will borrow it. But this time I met Fan Ou of Interstellar Media. And like the people around her, they are all unyielding masters. Jiang Simon looked at Fan Ou hesitantly. She knew that if she did not give in at this time, she would be pledged by the organizer. Fan Ou laughed and said to the receptionist who was about to collapse, "I understand your difficulties, you don't need to interfere in this matter. And even if I left in the end, you shouldn't be the one who comes. Sister Zi is not qualified. I'm right?" Zhang Zi's calm eyes frowned. A hint of impatience flashed in my eyes. At this moment, the dressing room was full of people eating melons, and the matter could no longer be covered. Fan Ou even had no scruples and threw it out. All of this development deviated from Zhang Zi's expectations, and a series of changes made her passive. For no reason, I became upset. Now that I am being held up, there is only one thing I can do. Even if we have a reputation of bullying the small, we will still suppress Fan Ou today. Otherwise, not only will your reputation be damaged, but it may also become a laughing stock in the circle. If you don't want to be embarrassed, then leave automatically. Zhang Zi ignored Fan Ou's beating around the bush and spoke in a cold tone. "I don't have the time to listen to you, and you don't have the conditions to preach to me. If you don't give up, you can wait to see who else will remember you tonight." The makeup artist who squeezed in was a little embarrassed. She glanced at Fan Ou, hesitated for a while, and finally walked to Zhang Zi's side. It goes without saying who to choose between Zhang Zi and Fan Ou. Zhang Zilang looked at Fan Ou and Zhang Simon behind her and smiled faintly. "Zi and I are in a hurry. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid no one can afford it. Let's just stop here. This is both for Fan Ou and for melon-eating people. Origin automatically. So majestic." But at this moment, a clapping sounded, which made the people who were about to leave stopped. Chapter 290, Getting a False Reputation Thanks to Crowley Apple, Happy Rewards. So this is the pattern of international actresses. It's really a lot of experience. Although the voice of the visitor was quiet, it was a bit cold. "As long as Miss Zhang Zi looks at me, I have to give up my toilet to you." Swish! 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 Hearing this sarcasm, everyone was shocked and surprised, and they all turned to the corridor. The figure that slowly walked up was standing up, it was Du Sheng. "Oh my god!" Du Sheng came forward. "What is the relationship between Fan Ou and Du Sheng? They are both artists of Star Media, but internal competition is often the cruelest, and many people can't even maintain superficial relationships." Du Sheng actually offended Zhang Zi and spoke up to support Fan Ou? Is their previous scandal real? It is said that when Du Sheng selected the heroine in 10 Faces and he wiped out both Zhang Zi and Hu S. Damn it, this is unlikely. He is an Interstellar shareholder, so it's not normal for him to come forward to maintain it. Seeing Du Sheng's appearance, everyone made a way out and their expressions became extremely rich. This is probably a turning point that everyone has not expected. After all, there were people who were close friends with Fan Ou just now, but they kept holding back and didn't stand up. As a result, Du Sheng, a new young actor, actually stood up. What is even more surprising is that those with some eyes can see that although Du Sheng smiled, he felt a little annoyed. Speaking of which, among the popular young actors in the mainland, Du Sheng is currently the most popular one. Even the 4 middle-aged students are a little out of reach. With Du Sheng's status and fame in the circle, even Zhang Ziyi, who is as popular as him, probably has to consider it. Not to mention, Du Sheng is also a famous charity master. Anyone must carefully consider the consequences of his anger. Zhang Ziyi did have a bit of trouble this time. An artist on the left who had worked with Du Sheng finally spoke. Isn't it just borrowing the dressing room? There is a vacant place over there, so there is no need to have to do this. Indeed, I have been waiting for so long and haven't put on makeup yet. When someone starts, there will naturally be a second one. This time, it is an actress who has competed for roles with Zhang Ziyi. Those tabloids say that the entertainment industry is petty and fight for everything, and now they have seen it. Be a person who deserves the heaven and the earth, but you only want to be worthy of your heart. The artist who stood up cooperated well with Zhang Ziyi, but at this moment he firmly stood on Du Sheng's side. Ziyi, you are indeed a bit biased in this matter. If it is rumored, it will have a bad impact. For a moment, many people spoke out. As soon as Du Sheng showed up, the scene gradually reversed. The mellow-kneading crowd who were originally out of the matter actually criticized Zhang Ziyi for the first time. Even accused her of bullying the small ones with the big ones. Fan Ou saw the man approaching and showed a charming and innocent smile. At that moment, my mind felt unprecedented peace. Zhang Simon also understood the whole story when she saw Wang Yeyang winking at her behind Du Sheng. It turned out that this guy went to invite Du Sheng just now. If Du Sheng was present at the beginning, Zhang Ziyi would probably not have happened. Despite this, Zhang Simon still felt a little moved. Although she knew that this circle was uninhibited, it was the first time she had seen it. It turns out that artists actually have such a versatile side. What's even more outrageous is that even though Zhang Ziyi's international appearance has been a bit over the top in recent years, it is hard for everyone to reach it. At this moment, I was actually quarreled by some people. After thinking about it, I guess most people want to make friends with the star media behind Du Sheng. After all, no matter how famous the former is in the international market, it has little to do with everyone. The latter is different. Star Media will launch at least 2 TV series plus 1 movie next year, and the benefits will be greatly involved. And in the adjacent powder room, Chen Kun's face became complicated when he witnessed all this. Since Du Sheng appeared, the entire wind direction suddenly changed. This is the difference between strength and fame. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Ziyi. Faced with Du Sheng's sudden thrust and his peers' discussions, Zhang Ziyi could no longer maintain her calmness. If Zhang Zilang hadn't pulled her, I would have been afraid that the casting would be furious. But Hus beside her was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I don't know what to do at all. She was originally pushed and pulled by Zhang Ziyi, but she never thought of paying for the previous casting storm. As a result, the matter was so big that even she herself was implicated. Everyone, please speak carefully if you have something to do, and if you have something to do. Just when the scene was in a deadlock, Xing Ming, the head of the world, finally arrived. In fact, as soon as he received the news, he screamed in his heart and rushed over. Because Tianya has just improved, both sides can't afford to offend them. If it is screwed up, I am afraid there will be no next session. Feel sorry. As soon as Xing Ming showed up, he first compensated everyone and took the situation into consideration. This incident is our responsibility for Tianya, and the arrangement of the dressing room has gone wrong. Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ziyi, and said with a wry smile, "Miss Zhang, we are considered old friends. As the saying goes, enemies should be resolved rather than made up. How about we take a step back?" Zhang Ziyi was a little disbelief. Take a step back? Isn't this equivalent to admitting that you are in a disadvantage? Her face was gloomy and she really wanted to leave with a swing of her hand. But with so many eyes staring at her, if she didn't say a word, she would be afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. But letting her bow down and give in, it would be even more uncomfortable than killing her. Her brother Zhang Zilang knew this well and said with a smile. Mr. Singh said it well, it's just a small matter, it's not worth it to be like this. Oh you, I am also wrong about this matter. I owe you an apology. I have to admit that it is difficult to survive in this circle without some vision. Zhang Zilang is indeed able to bend and stretch, and he is also aware of the consequences of causing public anger. Judging from this smile alone, who can guess that his anger is accumulated in his heart? The party is about to begin. Why not just follow what Mr. Singh said, why do you take a step back? If you are being roasted on the fire, even if you are the king of heaven, you have to consider public opinion. In the adjacent dressing room, Jo Soon had already squeezed Chen Kun aside. She was stuck on the crack in the door, watching the situation there with relish, without any airs of a first-line star. The ability to watch the excitement is to follow the crowd no matter where you are. Du Sheng's attitude determined the direction of many artists, and even influenced Xing Ming's decision. Just like the makeup artist standing on Zhang Ziai's side without hesitation, not Fan Ou. Xing Ming also quickly chose neutrality between Du Sheng and Zhang Ziai. What are you talking about fairness and selflessness? If it doesn't exist, it's best not to touch both sides. Looking at Zhang Zilang's smile on his face, Fan Ou felt a little disgusted. She understood that the brighter this kind of person smiled, the more crazy she felt. Therefore, she was too lazy to hide her likes and dislikes and ignored them directly. Zhang Zilang's smile froze slightly. He turned to look at Du Sheng and said, Mr. Du is probably a misunderstanding. We have no intention of targeting it, so it's better. Let the makeup artist and the receptionist choose the sidelines and not put on makeup for the squad. Is this called untargeted? Du Sheng smiled, but his tone was extremely cold. Can someone slap your sister in public and then say sorry, can it be written off? Zhang Zilang's face changed, and Zhang Ziai's eyes also became cold. Everyone was uproared at the scene. I didn't expect Du Sheng to be so tough. Looking at the tense atmosphere at the scene, I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak. Xing Mingan complained that something was wrong, so he had to bite the bullet and be a peacemaker. Mr. Du, it's all my fault for this. I didn't arrange the makeup. I'm sorry. After saying that, he apologized to Zhang Ziai. Ms. Zhang, we have helped you change the dressing room. Please. Zhang Ziai stared at Du Sheng, as if she wanted to remember him completely. In the end, he shook his hand and suppressed his annoyance and turned around and left without saying a word. Zhang Zilang put away his smile and looked at Du Sheng seriously. I am worthy of being an interstellar shareholder and a charity master. I speak loudly enough, very well. After saying that, he glanced at the scene and walked out. Zhang Simon gently pulled the corner of Fan Ou's clothes. Fan Ou understood that some things were enough to stop, so she stood up and said with a smile. Thank you everyone, I'm disturbing everyone. Due to time constraints, we have to go out on makeup first. After all, Du Sheng had already come forward and even let Zhang Ziai take Coptus Chinensis if she was mute. If she continues to force the other party to apologize, it will make people feel that she is bullying others and not knowing the right way. So when things end here, they can basically end. Du Sheng glanced at the two people who left, and didn't take it to heart. Please prepare for everyone. Xing Ming smiled and smoothed it out. We started 30 minutes later, we would like to raise funds and charity sales. Thank you for your visit. See you later. If you have any submissions, Zhan Yao surrenders Mu Yinjian, please forgive me. In addition, don't spread this matter, don't you? Before leaving, Xing Ming glanced at Fan Ou. There was a little subtle in my eyes. He vaguely felt that the relationship between Fan Ou and Du Sheng was a bit not simple. The offending Zhang Ziai is just for the company's sake? It should be, it should be. Mr. Singh is busy, don't worry about us. Everyone scattered politely. In the next dressing room, Chen Kun and Jo Soon also sat back. It is indeed not a false reputation that he can have today. Josun spoke. Chen Kun was stunned for a moment. What? Josun repeated. Du Sheng. Chen Kun nodded with a complicated expression. This is confidence, it is indeed unparalleled. If it were him, he just saw that his ordinary friend's dressing room was occupied, but he might not be able to stand out. Moreover, he had to admit that Du Sheng's development momentum was much faster than his. 30 minutes passed by in the blink of an eye. When Fan Ou finished putting on makeup, she appeared at the fundraising party and put on a sweet smile on her face. She ignored the gossip of outsiders and sat down next to Du Sheng with a smile. Why didn't you call me? Just no talk. Du Sheng glanced at the woman, changed into a shoulder evening dress, and put on light makeup and became more bright and charming. You are now the #1 sister of interstellar media. The company is embarrassed, and I am also embarrassed, including the last time. Chapter 291. This female fan. I am now the #1 sister of interstellar media. Fan Ou blinked her beautiful big eyes and a smile on her face. Du Sheng chuckled. What, you still want to ride on my head? It seems that you have done a lot of this kind of thing, and you are becoming more and more presumptuous. It seems that you need to learn more lessons. It's better to choose a day than to meet the day. Let's have a conversation tonight. Fan's eyes were as charming as silk, and his smile was so gentle that it was thick with water. Du Sheng smiled. You're the one? A person who can't hold on for 2 rounds still has the courage to challenge me? Very good, let alone calling me brother tonight, I can't call me dad. Fan Ou. The charity sale begins. When Fan Ou and Du Sheng were having a hot chat in private, the charity sale on the stage was already in full swing. The bidders in the audience were also fighting hard. Du Sheng glanced at it and asked casually. What baby are you planning to use for a charity sale? Fan Ou blinked. Du Sheng continued. I think it's a bit weird to take the stuff I've been through to a charity sale, so I only plan to transfer the character props. That's right. Fan Ou smiled like a fox and said. So I prepared a super precious bracelet with my autograph on it. I believe fans will definitely fight for the first time. Du Sheng was a little speechless. What's there to show off? Fan Ou took a sip of water and calmed down his mood. By the way, how much will you donate to the X fund that will be held for this event at Tianya's fundraising party? On such occasions, celebrities will also donate generously. And the reason why this nearby neighboring can be so grand is that it is supported by a superstars foundation behind it. Du Sheng casually reported a number. 1 million. In the last quarterfinals, I made a lot of money on Neon, so it is very worth giving me a rebate of the peptide Ichi. Fan Ou's eyes widened and was slightly hit. If the other party reports the money, she may not make it in a year without accepting endorsement advertisements. The man said it lightly, which shows that the money was just a drop in the bucket for him. When I thought that the other party was still unknown last year. This is really awesome. However, Du Sheng's next sentence made her relieved. Donate to Huabang charity. Next, the next charity sale. At this time, the host pointed to the items on the stage. It's the headdress that Ms. Josun used in Compiler's house. For a moment, many wealthy businessmen stopped talking and shouted for price. Invisibly, Josun's powerful influence was demonstrated. Fan Ou and Du Sheng looked at each other, and the atmosphere became subtle. Did you see it? Chen Kun is here too. Fan Ou glanced at Du Sheng. Du Sheng had actually seen the figure over there a long time ago and smiled casually. Normal, this time the organizer has some background and doesn't look at the monk's face. Table number 7 offers 20,000. Table number 12 offers 30,000. OT, table 19 shouted 60,000. As one of the 4 young actresses, Joseon set off the first competitive scene tonight as soon as her charity sale appeared. In this era, ordinary workers may not be able to save 60,000 for 2 years. Therefore, this money is already a lot of money for a charity sale. The first fundraising event held by a well-known magazine in his previous life was attended by a young actress at that time, and only a total of hundreds of thousands were collected. After a round of bidding, the headdress was finally bought by a wealthy businessman for a high price of 80,000 yuan. Then it was Chen Kun's turn to use the luminous cup in like fog, rain, and wind, which was also bought by a sweet girl Hao. It can be seen that this girl should be the jewel in the eye of a rich man. He is so rich and powerful. Some people lament that the fans have strong financial resources. And Fan Ou was a little uneasy and said, "My bracelet should be of high value, no one will want it." Du Sheng was funny. "What did you say before? Will fans snatch it up?" Soon, it was fans' turn to sell charity products. What's the result? Not bad. Although the auction is not as lively as Joseon, the price has also been raised to 70,000 by fans. By this calculation, the fundraising funds have exceeded 1 million. Overall, millions are estimated to be indispensable. If the stars donate money, it is highly likely that they will exceed tens of millions. "Look, it's your turn," Fan Ou said excitedly when he saw the host lifting the red cloth. Next, the charity sale is Mr. Du Sheng's portable jade buy-in goddess dragon. The conversations of the people at the scene dropped significantly and they looked up. It was indeed a jade buy with a transparent texture. According to the host, it is still agate produced from Fuxin. Seeing that many people were interested, Fan Ou didn't care about speaking, he immediately raised his sign and shouted. "There is a number of 30,000 on it. Table number 6 bid 30,000. The host was not surprised to see the artist bidding and announced with a smile. Du Sheng glanced at the woman and said strangely, "You won't beta 1 sent by the company to support me, right?" "What kind of support?" Fan Ou was stunned for a moment, looking innocent. Du Sheng was surprised. "You are not here to support the game? Then why are you joining in the fun here? Is there too much money to burn your hands? If you want jade buy, I can give you the piece The Legend of the Condor Heroes directly. The gift is not precious." Fan Ou emphasized. "It is worth cherishing whether you understand it if you spend money on it." Du Sheng. The world of rich people is really willful. Fan Ou then smiled and told the truth. According to the provisions of the fundraising party, the charity seller must appropriately agree to the buyer's small requirement. "If I bought the jade buy, you have to agree to me." "What are the conditions? Let's talk about it." Du Sheng was not fooled and said with a smile. "You can't touch your hands tonight, you can only touch your mouth." Du Sheng glanced at her and smiled. This girl thought this would stump him? I can't help but underestimate people. However, Fan Ou still thought too much. As soon as she finished calling the price, she was immediately covered up. In addition, there were 3 people in the subsequent competition for his jade buy, and there was no embarrassing scene of a cold situation. Due to the distance. So Du Sheng didn't know who these people were. "I only know that the price is very fierce, but the price is approaching the 6-digit number. Table 22 tables offer 90,000. Table 29 bids for 120,000. Fan Ou, who had some small ideas, had to let go of his hand and look at Du Sheng. "You just said that there is still a jade buy in The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Judging from their fierce rivalry, it seems that this thing is indeed very valuable. I'll give me one at that time, and it's fine to wait for the appreciation." "Your plan is really good." Du Sheng was speechless, as if she had been defeated. In the end, the jade buy was taken down by a rich lady at the 29th table. Seeing her walking onto the stage, Fan Ou's face became strange. This rich lady seems to have taken photos of Joseon's belongings before. I can only say that this kind of fan on the fence is really heroic. Du Sheng just smiled. In comparison, he was a little surprised that this jade buy could actually sell for 120,000 yuan. It is a little higher than Chen Kun and Zhou Sun. However, the most expensive one in the whole show was the Legend of Shushan hairpin taken out by Zhang Ziyi. This movie was released 2 years ago, and she was the matchmaker for Zhang Beizi. I don't know if there is any reason for this. But despite this, the sale was sold at a high price of 200,000 yuan. 1 hour later, the charity sale of the fundraising event of The World is Like a Neighbor has finally ended successfully. Du Sheng was about to get up when a staff member in uniform found him. Brother Sheng, the buyer made a small request, hoping to take a photo with you. No problem. The other party spent so much, and the money obtained from Yubi will eventually be donated together in the name of both parties. Since the charity donation tonight is the main donation, the little girl seems to be her own fans, so Du Sheng is certainly willing to cooperate. Miss Fan Ou. Similarly, the receptionist from Fan Ou also came to inform. Ms. Chen over there hopes to take a photo with you. I wonder if you can make it convenient. No problem. Fan Ou is completely unlucky, and then he went to the designated area. Du Sheng also followed the receptionist on his side to the backstage. But before I got closer, I saw a familiar figure leaving. It was Chen Kun. He was also a little surprised, but nodded politely. Du Sheng smiled and passed by. The competition in the past seems to dissipate with the wind. The sweet girl also saw Du Sheng and walked forward with excitement. Brother Sheng, you are the idol boxing star I admire the most. Can you take a photo with me? Du Sheng responded with a smile, allowing the other party to take a photo. Certainly. Come on, I will always support you. After taking the photo, the sweet girl was reluctant to let go, and her excitement remained unabated. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, and then participated in the final process of fundraising. For example, sign and stamp these. During this period, he also heard a rumor. The rich businessman who spent 200,000 yuan to take photos of Zhang Ziyi's hairpin proposed the condition to invite her to have dinner together. Well, you know what you understand. Zhang Ziyi was in a bad mood and heard this and left. This trouble has made the organizer feel a little uneasy to end. However, these have nothing to do with Du Sheng and the others, and this fundraising trip was finally completed. On the way back, Zhang Simon hesitated for a moment, suddenly looked at Du Sheng and Fan Ou and asked, "Did I do something wrong tonight?" Du Sheng noticed that Zhang Simon's eyes were slightly red. He thought of the incident in the dressing room and some rumors, and shook his head and smiled. "It's not your fault, don't worry about those gossip. They all said that I was a little ungrateful and sooner or later I would be missed by someone named Zhang." Zhang Simon lowered his head, his voice a little low. "Think about it." Du Sheng didn't take Zhang Ziyi to heart at all and joked. "Haha, that's your honor. Think about it, she, an international star, actually carries you and a little person in your heart. How many people dream of this? Like if she instructs others, I am not afraid, just afraid that she will target Sister Ou. Zhang Ziyi must be resentful after losing the big production contract of the 10-side ambush. In the future, the two sides will still have a competitive relationship, and similar things are probably not missing tonight. Then let her target it." Du Sheng didn't care, and had a leisurely attitude. It is confirmed under the name of bullying the small. Once the incident ferments, who do you think will benefit the most? Hearing this, Fan Ou, who had originally said something, also thought about something. Psychology to the weak is the public psychology. If she really makes a big splash, she will definitely gain a lot of favorable and popularity. As long as Zhang Ziyi's brother is not stupid, he will not make any fuss about these things. Chapter 292 A Mess. Thanks to Time 1979, reward with mission. As for the relationship and background to exclude, FANOU is backed by Star Media, so she doesn't have to worry about no filming or endorsement advertisements. The other party likes to be in vain, and no one can stop him. But to be on the safe side, it is also appropriate to deal with it. She believed that men must have a backup plan, but it was not enabled for the time being. I see. Jiang Simon smiled again and said, "Thank you Brother Sheng for your comfort, that I have something I've been holding back and not saying, so I'll just tell you together today." "What's up?" Du Sheng was a little curious. Jiang Simon looked at Du Sheng, and a rare sense of shame flashed in his eyes. "Please, can you not be so gentle to every girl? Don't you know that you are a natural heartthrob?" Ahem. Wang Yeyang, who was driving in the front row, coughed suddenly and said embarrassedly, Sorry, Brother Sheng. Don't worry, everyone in the world except you know about your secret love for her." Du Sheng laughed and ignored Wang Yeyang's shyness. "Simon, do you know that the walls of Yeyang's house are full of photos of you? You also need to say that my family knows everything." Jiang Simon curled his lips and ended this boring topic directly with complaints. "Wang Yeyang. Why don't I know?" FANOU looked at Du Sheng relaxingly, warming the atmosphere, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It is probably because of this personality that he can be at ease in interpersonal communication and his status can be promoted so quickly. But then again, if I hadn't retorted to Zhang Zilang and Zhang Ziyi, this guy would probably have made a big deal. So either don't provoke him, otherwise even the King of Heaven would dare to take a bite. Today, Zhang Ziyi is an example. There is no airtight wall in the world. It probably won't take long before this matter will be spread online. Du Sheng had this kind of guess. Although there was no media present at that time, so many people who were eating melons saw it with their own eyes. It is better to guard against the people than to guard against the river. However, surprisingly, this incident did not become a hot topic that night. Tianya community should not be so capable. Is it because Zhang Ziyi's connections behind him, or is it because X-Fund made a comeback? What was even more surprising was that this incident was not even reported by newspapers and magazines. Some gossip tabloids may secretly reveal the news, but there is no picture or truth, and the public does not believe it at all. However, many people in the circle are already familiar with this scene. Du Sheng thought that Zhang Ziyi and the organizer almost had a fight at the end of last night, and he also had some speculation in his heart. After this incident, many merchants and organizers have a consensus. If you invite Du Sheng in the future, you can't invite Zhang Ziyi again. Otherwise, there will be a mess. In the next few days, Du Sheng did not participate in any activities except to continue to cooperate with the promotion of Infernal Affairs 2. Whether the box office of a movie can continue is a large proportion of promotion and promotion this year. However, this film is indeed a classic. With the increase in screening volume, I have recently started to write alone. Not only did Xiangzhang exceed 20 million, but the mainland also reached 23 million. The blockbuster Heroes of Heaven and Earth of the same period only had a box office of 16 million yuan in mainland China. According to its trend of fewer and fewer films, it is a question whether it can exceed 30 million. In view of this, in recent days, acquaintances such as Li Lida, Zhu Zhuoliang, Yuan Bin, and Ling Zhiying have sent congratulations to Du Sheng from time to time. Even the famous director Dongsheng, who rarely contacted him on weekdays, could not help but send news to Du Sheng. The box office of Infernal Affairs 2 topped the weekly list, which is really amazing. It won the first game, no worse than the first one. Haha, sir has praised too much. Du Sheng replied to the message one by one. Dongsheng is currently busy filming The Secret of Heaven 2. This time he called, just to get closer. By the way, please remind Du Sheng not to forget the previous agreement. As Dongsheng said, Infernal Affairs 2 swept the weekly box office list of Xinjiang and mainland China and won the championship. Du Sheng is not a decoration in this movie. His role is important and his acting skills are well received. The success of the movie is inseparable from him. I finally breathed a sigh of relief now. When Du Sheng washed his face, the burden in his heart finally took off. Although he expected that Infernal Affairs 2 would become popular, he had a little nervous about whether his participation would affect the overall situation. Now all doubts have disappeared. After careful reminiscing, worrying is actually not without reason. Du Sheng remembered that the box office of the Infernal Affairs series in the mainland was not ideal due to the flood of pirated discs in his previous life. There have been some problems with stealing the discs these days, so the achievements are indeed surprising. Some laymen may look down on it. In the future, the box office of blockbusters will be billions. What's the box office worth showing off with your tens of millions? There is data here. Zhang Yi was in the previous life and was 250 million yuan in box office. That year, this number accounted for 1/4 of the annual box office. What does this mean? Later, Avengers became strong enough. Even so, it only accounts for 11% of the total annual box office. This is the difference between the times. The criteria for judging a movie also change. After returning from a punch, Du Sheng glanced at his phone and found that there were a lot of more congratulations. Even Gao Hu, who had little contact with Tianlong, also sent greetings. He took advantage of the break from breakfast and replied one by one. Du Sheng doesn't think others are snobbish, but seeing that you have signs of improvement, everyone naturally wants to get closer. When he arrived at Miracle Studio, Du Sheng felt that the eyes of the people around him seemed to be different again. Although he could not tell the specific changes, that attitude was visible. Du Sheng sighed in his heart and walked into Yezi's office. It's still about promotion. Yezi did not mention the champion of the weekly list, but her smile was obviously more intimate than usual. Lu Wei, I hope you can go twice and participate in the movie's follow-up promotional activities. Now Infernal Affairs 2 is fighting against the newly released Hollywood blockbuster. Although we are leading the box office, the other party is not without the possibility of a comeback. Learn. Before Du Sheng joined the crew, he still had some gaps. Yezi continued. The company's senior executives discussed it and planned to hold a celebration party for you. Find time tonight, and relax together. Du Sheng smiled slightly. The company's scale is growing, so it is necessary to be familiar with everyone. One more thing. Yezi added. The company has arranged for you an exclusive stylist and will report next week. This stylist is very famous in the industry and is a designated person for many first-line stars. In the future, your styling will be fully handed over to him. Du Sheng responded with a smile. It seems that my team is going to be updated. Yezi smiled and looked at him. The box office momentum of Infernal Affairs 2 is in full swing, so you can concentrate on promoting it with Lu Wei, but don't get tired of yourself. You are a treasure in the eyes of many people in the company now. Du Sheng seemed to be smiling and joked. Are you Xiaozi here? Yet SG gave him a blank look, with a bit of elegance and charm. The word baby has another meaning for her. This guy sometimes looks like a precious treasure, sometimes he looks like a tricky knot. Especially with too much gossip news, she even called it outrageous after reading it. Leave Yezi's office. Du Sheng returned to his lounge, with fresh newspapers from this morning piled on the table. He glanced casually and many of them were news reports about Infernal Affairs 2. Lu Wei's legend is still being written. The movie Infernal Affairs 2 is about to hit a box office of 50 million. The first round of the showdown at the end of the year, Infernal Affairs 2 defeated Heroes of Heaven and Earth. Lu Wei praised the director He Ping for his talent and hoped that every creator would live up to expectations. Revealing the interesting stories of Du Sheng's scandal during the filming of Infernal Affairs 2. Exclusive interview with He Ping. Heroes of Heaven and Earth is still honorable even though it is defeated, and the opponent this time is too strong. The momentum is indeed good, and the box office appeal is also reflected. At this moment, Wang Jinhua walked in and Du Sheng said, "You can reply to Lu sir, I still have time in the past 2 days. By the way, I have no other arrangements recently, right?" "Not yet." Wang Jinhua smiled and said, "But now your popularity is starting to rise again, and more brands are coming to you to endorse, and they are almost piled up." "Well, wait and see first, and wait until the end of the month." Du Sheng nodded, not much thought. After the end of the month, no matter whether you can win or not, with the overwhelming publicity of K1 fighting, your popularity will probably surge. Signing a contract now is the most disadvantage. By the way, Wang Jinhua continued, early this morning, the weekly box office of Infernal Affairs 2 opened, and there were many positive reports about you, and even Zhang Yi's nephew celebrated his life. This is naturally reasonable. Xinhuan Company rejected the established starring actor Kim Sung-woo and replaced it with Du Sheng. The more popular Du Sheng is, the more beneficial it will be to the movie. Everyone knows this truth. It is undoubtedly a surprise for Zhang Yi to have such a great box office appeal. The reason why he hesitated before was because he was worried that Du Sheng would not be able to take the lead. After all, being popular is one thing, and whether the audience can be willing to pay for tickets is another matter. Now Infernal Affairs 2 starring Du Sheng has been a great success. Zhang Yi has been in the turf of the sacred I even felt a little relieved. In fact, it is not only Zhang Yujian. Films and TV series such as The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat and The Sword of Fairy 1 are also happy and joyful because of Du Sheng's popularity. After all, interests are always closely linked. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "I should join the group after the promotion. I have to take the time to go to Beijing to see the sales response of the EP album of Girls' Generation." Due to the smooth recording and simple MV shooting, after a week of online and offline promotion, Girls' Generation's album was officially released 3 days ago. But he has been very busy all this time, and it is left to Star Media and Art Studio for handling. I only know a few things. Lu Yifei's girls have been nagging for a long time, so they have to go there this time. Chapter 293 Big Red and Purple. You can rest assured that 100 of these. Wang Jinhua smiled and said, Girls' Generation can be regarded as the first girl group in the mainland, and it is still very much anticipated by the market and fans. Recently, Qian Jingting sent a homepage to cover the push, which was quite good, and subsequent cooperation with the 3 major operators is also being promoted. However, the physical sales were surprising. It exceeded 10,000 copies on the first day, and I had to rush to make it. Although Girls' Generation released an EP album and focused on online streaming, the physical album CD discs are still available. Mainly for the collection of listeners or fans. However, many singers' physical albums are no longer sold now. Even if it is a big star, there are only about 300,000 or 400,000. So there were not many pre-orders for this album, only 30,000 copies. Now it seems that doubled it is not necessarily enough. 2 days later, Du Sheng left the publicity team and flew back to the capital from the mountain city. After getting off the plane, Du Sheng did not return to his residence here, but put on sunglasses and masks and took a bus to the cultural building in the HD area. Before the vehicle approached the destination, the driver said, "Young man, there is the cultural building over there, but the car can only get here. Today there are celebrities holding sales signing parties, and there are so many people that they can't squeeze in." Du Sheng looked forward, about a few dozen meters away, and there was a crowd of people. He got out of the car and walked, and from a distance he saw a long winding line at the entrance of the cultural building. Guided by the directional sign, the crowd surrounds like a snake. Most of the faces in the team are young, mainly students, and there are still many staff members on the scene to guide them. This evening, Girls' Generation held a signature meeting here. Du Sheng originally planned to join the team and give a raid to several girls. Just glanced at Chang Long, he quickly gave up the idea. Du Sheng asked Wang Yeyang to buy some drinks, and took out his cell phone to contact Lu Xili. Not long after, Lu Xili, who looked like an agent, appeared from the side and waved to Du Sheng from afar. Du Sheng came closer and looked at her carefully. Although long gowns and trousers are very suitable for this weather and are covered tightly, they actually have a unique mature charm when worn on Lu Xili. Du Sheng looked at Lu Xili's rosy face, and said with a smile, "Sisterly, look at your expression. Is the pill I gave you last time effective? Is it worth thanking me?" Lu Xili gave him a blank look. But this is indeed true. Since taking the body-tempering pill given by Du Sheng, not only has his face rosy, but his physique and courage have improved a lot. It's extremely magical. Seeing that there was no one around the corridor and she was not embarrassed, she stepped forward and gave him a big welcome ceremony. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng smiled and hugged her backhand, feeling the tenderness and fragrance very well, and then let go. "Sisterly, you don't think you are too good at the outfit today, so you need to cover it up." Lu Xili could naturally hear the joke. She smiled and responded as she walked. "Your elixir and eucalyptus masturbation technique is a bit magical. There are a lot of annoying suitors recently, so you can only wear it in a low-key manner." Du Sheng has received feedback from Fan Ou, Lu Tao, Jia Suen, and Gao Yuan along the way. The pills that were given back in the lottery for the Sword of Immortality are indeed extraordinary. Take Lu Tao, who is both good and wants to play, for example. He practiced martial arts for a maximum of 20 minutes before, but he actually persisted for 30 minutes last night. Lu Xili's physical condition is also very obvious now. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a young woman of 28 or 9 years. Girlish face, mature body. In addition to her unique temperament, it is difficult for her to avoid becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Especially recently, following the Girls' Generation, Lu Xili intends to choose a simple outfit to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing Lu Xili's words, Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "I will bring the retired female soldiers I recruited for you before when I participate in similar activities in the future. There are also those unnecessary social activities, so if you can, please recommend them to the company." Zixi and the others release albums mainly because of their interest, so there is no additional burden. Lu Xili nodded. "Don't worry about this, the company has followed suit. And with Jinhua's connections, everyone who is connected to the album is very polite." Du Sheng thought about it and said. "Before, Zixi came forward and got her nationality back now?" A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Xili's mouth. Not only has the nationality been restored, but even Jinfei is very proud of her. She only spent a little money to put the contract in Miracle Studio. At the beginning, she felt that it was better to retain foreign documents and had advantages in all aspects. After all, many people nowadays have a stubborn concept of the moon is relatively rounder abroad. A Chinese identity can be superior. Just what Du Sheng said directly dispelled her idea. Ziqian is a star and will become more popular in the future. The Chinese people's concepts will also improve, and the nationality issue will rise to the dispute between the two countries. The most important thing is that others pay taxes to the lighthouse country for free in their spare time. What is the reason? As for Hongguya Film and Television, because she signed a contract for several years at the beginning, Zixi's fame has increased and can be seen with the naked eye. No one can let go easily. Now the contract is replaced by 2 companies and it only costs a little money, which is very good. While talking, the two came to a fenced area. This is an event area specially divided by the art building for the signing party. The 4 girls Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan were sitting in a row at a long table to sign autographs for fans. Seeing the joyful photo of the fans, I obviously enjoyed it. Lu Zili glanced at Du Sheng and smiled. You finally came here, why don't you show up? Du Sheng shook his head slightly. Forget it, let them concentrate on finishing this party. There are so many fans coming today, and the four of them can't stand it. His 10,000 Reasons also released a physical album. Wang Jinhua had asked if she wanted to hold a signing party before, but he refused. There is no way, I am very busy, so I can only make up for it later. Despite this, relying solely on his personal fame, the physical album is currently very popular in the mainland. Lu Zili sighed. They are used to it, and today is the 5th signing of the group. From the first day of album release, Girls' Generation has been busy, and signing and announcements are indispensable during the period. But they are hard-working and enjoy themselves. Although Girls' Generation's album of the same name has only been on the market for a week, it has sales in the harbor area. According to the current situation, sales are expected to exceed 80,000 units within 1 month. Don't underestimate this number. This is already a very outstanding achievement for a newly established group. Take Du Sheng as an example. His popularity in the harbor area is the first line, but his first album has sold 150,000 since its release. There is no way, the harbor area has a total population of only 30 million, and the physical market is impacted by streaming media again, and it will only continue to decline in the future. Of course, this is also related to Du Sheng's failure to promote and sign sales. But even Zhou Zhelun, who is known as the new king of music, only sold 300,000 physical albums released in Bay City this year. And this can be said to have swept the Chinese music scene with thunderous momentum. If physical albums want to achieve greater sales, the key is to look at the mainland market. Although the piracy problem in the mainland is serious at present, the mainland market has broad prospects, and a large number of people is an advantage. According to Wang Jinhua, there is a chance to have a new album of Girls' Generation in the mainland. This result is amazing. After all, the sales volume of Du Sheng's physical album is only about 200,000. This is also fueled by Star Media, Qian Jingting, and the 3 major operators. Otherwise, this number will probably be discounted in half. However, the price of this album is not high, so Du Sheng doesn't care if he doesn't expect it to make money. Lu Zili took Du Sheng to the side and said, Art Studio estimates that as long as Girls' Generation spends time on the charts and announcements, the total sales of this album may exceed 20 marks. Du Sheng looked at the busy figures of Lu Yifei and the other 4, and sighed. This sales are completely expected. Even if the songs of the Girls' Generation group are not outstanding enough, the popularity and charm of the 4 members alone can save countless boys a few breakfasts to buy an album for collection. What's more, the quality of their songs is also the best choice. Lu Zili said with emotion. Ziki originally planned to become an actor, but now her acting career has not yet become a big hit, but has made a world in the music industry first. Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan are also very popular. The overall strength of the Girls' Generation 4-person combination is visible to the naked eye. Lu Yifei and Yang Mi ranked first and second in popularity. Although Lu Shishi and Tang Yan are newcomers, the former has won the love of many fans with their elegant appearance and the latter has a cheerful and lively attitude. As the song gradually becomes popular, the popularity of Girls' Generation will definitely rise further. Du Sheng was quite proud of this. After all, this was created by him one by one. It is not impossible to continue to develop step by step, surpass twins and she, and lead the Asian fashion trend. In fact, it is not only Du Sheng and Star Media that became popular in the Girls' Generation group. Even the major investors of the Sword of Fairy crew were very happy. Because these 4 girls are all starring, they can greatly increase the ratings. It was not until 8 p.m. that the signing ceremony of Girls' Generation came to an end. In fact, the signing meeting was originally scheduled to end an hour and a half ago. But because the fans are still queuing up, they can't bear to leave with joy and sadness. Automatically add time. After the signing ceremony ended, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief and were discussing what to eat. Lu Yifei rubbed her sore wrists and prepared to call her mother together. Unexpectedly, the moment I turned around, I saw a familiar figure that I had not seen for a long time. "Ah, my cousin is here!" Lu Yifei screamed excitedly and quickly threw herself into Du Sheng's arms. Seeing this, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi and Tang Yan ran over happily. They knew very well how busy Du Sheng was, and they took time to come here, which was the most supportive. Chapter 294, Drinking to Boost Your Brave. Du Sheng greeted them and patted Lu Yifei on the shoulder with a smile. "I've been busy for a few days and my hands and feet are sore, right?" Lu Yifei was reminded and quickly pulled him into the room and said happily. "Cousin, press us quickly. I signed my signature continuously today and my fingers were almost numb." Lu Shishi and the three girls also seemed a little happy. They knew very well how special Du Sheng's technique was. "I've been thinking about it for a long time." Seeing that several girls were really tired, Du Sheng asked Wang Yang to drive first, and then pressed their arms and joints one by one. Lu Yifei closed her beautiful eyes, feeling so comfortable that she was about to hum and speak out. "Cousin, your eucalyptus technique is getting more and more powerful, and it feels like it is charged." Du Sheng did not tell her that she fought against Lu Buletin for the three heroes, so she added another point. He gently massaged Lu Yifei's wrist, with the main purpose of unblocking the meridians and reducing fatigue. "Brother Sheng, press my neck again, I feel a little sore recently." The second one is Lu Shishi, who actually asked Du Sheng to work overtime for her with a little shyness. Du Sheng looked at the girl's elegant and shy look, and couldn't help but reach out to squeeze her gently on Jingbei's neck. The touch is soft and smooth, pure and charming. After being kneaded by Du Sheng at close range, Lu Shishi's face was red, but she cooperated to raise her head slightly and let Du Sheng continue. After Du Sheng teased Lu Shishi, he grabbed Yang Mi's wrist and massaged her. Compared to the other three girls, Yang Mi's emotions are more sensitive, and she usually circulates around Du Sheng if she has something to do. When Lu Yifei is not paying attention, Du Sheng will take special care of her. Although Tang Yan didn't have the most contact with him, he was able to chat even more because of his lively and extroverted personality and carelessness. Du Sheng asked Lu Yifei while massaging her wrist. "Where are you going to have a meal next?" Lu Yifei's eyes rolled and she said, "Cousin, didn't you say you wanted to hold a celebration banquet for us? Why don't you count it tonight?" The other girls' beautiful eyes lit up and nodded. In fact, they came from Hangzhou early this morning and had to rush to Mota tomorrow. It was really hard to run around during this period, and I had never had a good meal. Tang Yan is a foodie and said excitedly. "How about we go to Wangfujing and try mutton hot pot?" Although several girls wanted to eat, they were worried about their image issues. This thing is too easy to get angry. Will it get acne? After hearing this, Lu Zili couldn't help but look at Du Sheng and smiled. "Then it's lighter. Eat classic dishes such as braised fish belly and yupin tofu. Anyway, someone treats you, right?" Lu Yifei said happily with her fingers. "I'm not afraid of getting angry, so I'll have another pickled cabbage soup, Peking roast duck, dragon fruit bird's nest." Every time she said something, Lu Shishi and Yang Mi nodded frequently. During this period, the company has been photographed and imaged by the newly equipped agents of the group. It can be said that they boil vegetables and tremite soup every meal, and they have been tired of it. I would be sorry for my stomach if I didn't have a good meal tonight. Du Sheng looked at their complexion and smiled. "Girl, are you planning to empty my family? Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" "Don't be afraid, anyway, cousin, you have a way to lose weight for us." Lu Yifei's appearance as a greedy cat made everyone laugh. Du Sheng was not willing to disobey their wishes and asked Wang Yang to order food in an old-fashioned restaurant. Not long after, the group came to the classic and elegant Chinese restaurant. What surprised Tang Yan and the others was that their songs were actually played here. Grey God, your face. After love, crying, laughing, and pain, only see you again. My tears wet my face. This is how the person who lost his first love. The four girls' voices were very sweet. Not only was there any incongruity in singing this song, but they even sang a bit of sweetness in first love. Hearing this song, Yang Mi was very arrogant. Brother Sheng, you heard it, our songs are played here too. Du Sheng smiled and said. Very good. I'll treat you tonight. You sing to pay for your money. This is very reasonable. You big-headed ghost. Several girls knew very well that without tuning the sound, their singing skills were better than those of KTV's microphones, so they would agree. Lu Xili looked at the people laughing and joking, and felt a little more emotion in her heart. They are so carefree, and they really have Du Sheng's care and care. Take Zixi as an example. If she continues to stay in Chen Jinfei's company, she can reach the current level in the future, but what will the price be? When I recalled the last time the other party came to visit the set, I looked at the increasingly moving Zixi, whose gaze. She shook her head in her heart and didn't think about it anymore. After seating, Tang Yan teased himself. It seems that we are not big enough. They play our songs, but we don't even recognize them in person. Yang Mi said deeply. Yes, Brother Sheng is different. He was put on the clothes before he took off his sunglasses. Lu Shishi was speechless. Can this be compared? Brother Sheng's current popularity is worse than even the four middle-aged students. And who can recognize you with masks and sunglasses at a glance? However, she never said disappointing words and smiled softly. We only attended the National Day party in Yangshi once, and the exposure was not enough, so it should be different in the future. Next, they will also go to Tomato Channel, Mango Channel, and Strawberry Channel to perform in the festival, and their popularity and exposure will definitely increase. Du Sheng smiled and called them something like. You all know twins, do you know how many albums they released last month sold in the mainland? Seeing that several girls shook their heads and were curious, he continued. 80,000 photos, and popularity has not yet spread to the north. After such a comparison, do you think your combination is amazing? When Lu Yifei and the others heard this, they became very confident. Because according to the evaluation given by many experts, their albums will also achieve this data next month. Lu Xili glanced at the time and greeted. It's 8:30, let's have a meal first. Du Sheng took the recipe and ordered a few special dishes from Beijing based on everyone's taste. It was probably the busiest time that it was over, and the table was very fast, and 6 people were eating and chatting. Driven by Du Sheng's active atmosphere, most of the time, there are a few girls chatting happily. They shared their experiences during this period happily. Lu Yifei's stupidity, Lu Shishi's lightness and elegance, Tang Yan's generous attitude, and Yang Mi's understanding. The 4 girls are young and charming, and just looking at them is a feast for the eyes. When Du Sheng saw their happy appearance, he seemed to be infected and his mood was unprecedentedly quiet. Since the girls will have to rush to announce tomorrow, the dinner will end until 9:30. You are in the rising period now, so it is normal to be busy. Du Sheng looked at Lu Yifei and others who were a little reluctant to leave and said with a smile. Next K1 fighting finals, if time is enough, I'll bring you with me. Okay. Long live my cousin. The 4 girls' eyes lit up, and they all couldn't wait to cheer. Especially Yang Mi and Lu Shishi who have been there once. I haven't had enough fun before and have been thinking about it for a long time. After finally comforting them, they asked them to return to their home with their new agent and assistant, but found that Lu Xili did not follow them. Sisterly, what else is there? Seeing that Wang Yeyang and his assistant had not returned from their meal, Du Sheng turned his head to look at Lu Xili with a smile. I just drank some wine, I don't know if I'm a little dizzy. Lu Xili rubbed her head, her face was rosy, with a unique charm. That will affect the quality of sleep, why don't I push it for you? Du Sheng pointed to the vehicle next to him and made a suggestion. Don't think so, he really just wants to be helpful. Although the vehicle was parked a little off, it was blocked by the banyan tree. Lu Xili looked around and was quietly dark, and nodded after hesitating. This is a nanny car with a lot of space. Du Sheng opened the door and sat in the back row, signaling Lu Xili to sit down halfway. I'll press Guanchong Point and Fengqi Point for you to relieve dizziness, headaches, and other discomforts caused by alcohol. Lu Xili nodded, looked around again, and found that there was no one else, so she opened the car door and sat not far from Du Sheng. Maybe it was because she was a little hot after drinking, so she didn't avoid suspicion. After sitting down, he unbuttoned the buttons on his shirt, revealing the snow-white area of his collarbone. Lu Xili's eyelids began to fight, and she let Du Sheng lean sideways and rub her shoulders. Speaking of this, you made me admire you at the beginning of the year. Who would have thought that you not only have great acting skills, but also have such a unique skill? The carriage was dim, and Du Sheng suddenly felt like a hand was reaching out. He was stunned, thinking that the other party wanted to get a tissue, and was about to help. But before I could stretch out my hand, I felt strange. Isn't it eucalyptus to relieve dizziness? Which one is playing? The next moment, Du Sheng suddenly understood why Aunt Li drank too much tonight and had a rosy face and dizzy face. It turns out that nothing is a coincidence. On the bar street outside an alley, many drunk men and women also helped and walked. I have to say that alcohol can enhance courage, and relationships can rise rapidly. If you observe carefully, you can also see many combinations of rich women plus strong men, or wealthy businessmen plus young girls. It is also uncommon to match young boys plus aunts. In another car not far away, a rich woman had just taken a strong young man into the car. However, less than 2 minutes later, the vehicle stopped. Immediately afterwards, a duck's voice spread from afar. A good thing that is not good at using it, waste my motives, gooden. Then, a thick elephant leg kicked the young man out of the car. While cursing, the rich woman couldn't help looking at the nanny's car. The eyes were envious. If she remembers correctly, it will take at least a few dozen minutes. Which country is this produced vehicle? The shock-proof function is good. Still so patient. She wanted to borrow it and open it. Chapter 295 Being Driven Crazy by the Investor. After more than 10 minutes passed, the nanny car stopped slowly. Lu Xili struggled to sit up straight. Although she woke up and drunk, she felt even more tired. She stared at Du Sheng's side face with the faint light coming in the car window, with a little weakness. Sheng, after Zixi was hired at Star Media, I'll ask you. I hope you can help Zixi a little. In the future, I also hope you can help you more, Du Sheng opened her eyes comfortably, knowing that it was not easy for her tonight, so she nodded and said. Don't worry, Auntie, even if you don't tell me, I will take Zixi's affairs to heart. Speaking of this, he put his hand on the snow shoulders where the other party's clothes were sliding down, and smiled. But I'm not having a good night tonight. Aunt Li, you can't let go halfway. Lu Xili gave him a blank look. This guy is really a giant beast of digging. Even her like a tiger or wolf can't stand it. Who else can conquer? No wonder there are many women around him, but none of them complain or leave. Considering that she could get along with her daughter better, she had to slowly move over again. Zixi, don't waste my bitter conscience. After sending the tired Lu Xili back to rest that night, Du Sheng rushed to Yun Mansion without stopping. Half a year ago, the construction of 3 primary schools and water and electricity roads donated by Huabang Charity had been completed, and local leaders invited Du Sheng to cut the ribbon many times. In less than 8 months in total, these things rose up. The efficiency is quite high. In addition to the rapid loans of Huabang Charity, we have to praise the speed of the Oriental Infrastructure madman. As the co-founder of Huabang Charity, Du Sheng must attend. Except for Zheng Zidao, who couldn't get out of his body because of something, Lu Yingguan used beta to quit his anger and fucked the Wei Seal. Shortly after he finished his tour, he devoted himself to the filming of Infernal Affairs 3. Because the first two films were very successful, they were also highly expected by the investors and the crew. But Lu Yingyan rushed to Sun Kai's friend's box and went there in a hurry. He also has to go back to Xiangzhong to end Infernal Affairs 3, and it will take a few days to join the crew. That night, Du Sheng dealt with local trivial matters and returned to the capital again. Brother Sheng, look, the 10-faced ambush has finally been officially announced to the public. Wang Yeyang knew what Du Sheng was going to do next, so he handed over the laptop. Du Sheng took it and glanced. It was an interview about the official announcement of the new drama by Xin Huamian Company. He skipped the simple unveiling ceremony and focused on the content of the conversation. The interviewers gathered in a row. For a while, Cheng Long was rumored to join 10-sided ambush online, and he himself did not deny it. Is this true? Zhang Wuping thought for a while and said. He has indeed expressed his willingness to cooperate with us more than once, and we have the same expectations, but now we can only hope for the future. Another media reporter asked curiously. Can you officially announce the list of actors? This is also what fans want to know the most. After all, it is difficult to tell whether it is true or false online. No problem, no need to keep it confidential now. Zhang Wuping smiled and no longer covered up like before. Actually, the public's speculation is quite accurate. The male lead is Lu Feidian Tiao Pengzi, the female lead is Zhang Beizi and Song Mi. Media reporters asked. What do you think about all idol actors who will play the protagonist of the 10-plane ambush? As a commercial blockbuster, the actor's ability to attract money is important, but is this the only reason? Zhang Wuping naturally did not step on the pit. I think, in addition to market considerations, they are also very suitable for the characters in the movie because of their respective images, styles, and acting skills. In fact, they are not only idols, but also powerful people, and their acting skills are great. For example, Du Sheng, this idol boxing star has irreplaceable popularity in Asia for reaching the K1 finals, and has won wide praise for starring in the Infernal Affairs series and Big Boy. Southern Metropolis Daily Reporter. Hero is a story about the assassination of Qin. Which dynasty does the 10-side ambush which also invested nearly 200 million yuan? Zhang Wuping picked up the text and flipped it out. The Ming dynasty, but there was no emperor, it was about the love-hate entanglement between two constables and a blind female singer. Zhang Baji plays the blind singer, Song Mim plays the heroine of the martial arts world. Du Sheng and Lu Shihua are the emperor's sleigh sedan chairs and lingering in the calf. Heroes has achieved a box office of 250 million in China, and its commercial success is undoubtedly, but it lacks in storyline. Another reporter jams. This has also become a criticism of Hero and Zhang Yi for being in a brain-like manner. Can 10 ambushes improve in this regard? Zhang Wuping patted his mind and said. This is a humorous martial arts film by Zhang Yuxi. He said that with the experience of the previous film, the 10-side ambush will definitely play to the strengths of Heroes to avoid its shortcomings and make it more attractive. This is not only an explanation for himself, but also a surprise to the audience. Reporter from Tiantian Daily. How Steel is Made, Gadfly is all filmed in Hoffenheim, because the story sets in Europe, but why did a purely Eastern costume martial arts film choose to film in Hoffenheim? Zhang Wuping responded. Zhang Yizhong studied many places inside and outside, and finally thought that the natural scenery and fresh air there were very good, so that he could do his best. The interviewer began to ask about gossip and said. I heard that the heroine was originally planned to be played by Zhang Ziyi, but later it was replaced by Zhang Beizi. Was it because Du Sheng strongly asked? Absurd. It has nothing to do with other people, it is because of the role fit. Zhang Wuping knew there were thorns inside and said. And Ziyi took over 2046 directed by Wang Jiayi, and the schedule is not very suitable. Another reporter didn't give up and said. Director Zhang had previously revealed that he was likely to invite foreign artists to participate in the performance. Why is it gone now? It's even Du Sheng. Zhang Wuping's 8 Winds remained unmoved and said. We have never publicized it to the outside world. On the contrary, Du Sheng was decided from the beginning. Du Sheng smiled and did not look down. It is highly likely that he touched some people's cakes and could not sit still. However, since the producer officially announced it, these attacks are tickled. The next morning, after finishing a lot of trivial matters, he could finally join the crew of the Tenside ambush. Director Zhang mentions you every day and asks you when you can come. Zhang Baji stepped forward and held Du Sheng's arm, smiling like a flower. He said if you don't come again, he will be driven crazy by the capital. In her words, Zhang Yizi said, I'm not sure about the aluminum beams. But my words were filled with joy. What about you, are you very bored when you rehearsing during this period? Du Sheng smiled and saw that no one around looked at him, so he let the girl hold him. It can be seen that Zhang Baji said so much, and she was all missing him. Zhang Yi put the cord to watch the ceremony, and the first shot was the opening scene of the Mutant Fong. The focus here is Zhang Baji's role. Therefore, she came from Xiangzhang a week ago and rehearsed the relevant drama and water sleeve dance in advance. And this scene was filmed in the Film and Television City of Beijing Film Studio. Although the play is hot in summer and wearing a tulle skirt, it is already autumn and winter in the capital. Fortunately, the inside of the Beijing Film Studio is not cold, and the shooting will not make people tremble with coldness. Du Sheng has already arranged most of the action scenes. He also asked his master to lead the team to train. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would go crazy by swinging his sack. Although Du Sheng had long seen Zhang Baji wearing cheongsams, gauze dresses, and nightgowns, he still felt pleasing to the eye every time he saw them. I have to say that Zhang Yi's nephew Yun Fu's romance is willing to pay for money. Just for this dance, he prepared nearly 10 gorgeous costumes for Zhang Baji. All are handmade and extremely luxurious. It is not much better than those TV series that do casually cut green screen pictures. However, compared with the real-life layout, the cost of these clothes is simply insignificant. For this scene, Zhang Yizi spent 40 days and millions to build a real peony workshop at the Beijing Film Studio. In this workshop, there are more than 200 carefully carved pillars, hundreds of hand-carved windows, and dozens of palace lanterns. In order to highlight the effect of Zhang Beizi's dance picture, Zhang Yi only strengthened the exquisite steel butterfly, flying around the peony. Wherever the money is spent, the effect is there. The props made at high prices are indeed realistic. Rumor has it that the budget investment of this drama is more than 100 million. In this era, this is unimaginable sky-high price. Du Sheng walked in the Mutant Fong and felt like he had traveled back to the ancient times in a trance. However, no matter how exquisite the background is, it is not as good as the pretty beauty. When Zhang Beizi was wearing gorgeous palace costumes and dancing barefoot on the peony stage, everything around her became dull. According to the setting of this scene, the Captain Du, played by Du Sheng, only needs to be obsessed with and admire the little sisters dance secretly. Such a simple performance was almost done for him. He doesn't even have to enter the role deliberately, just express it naturally. It has to be said that Zhang Baji's martial arts practice with Du Sheng is effective, especially after taking the body tempering pill. She feels like she is completely reborn. Flexibility, strength, and coordination are fully demonstrated. The dance steps are graceful and the figure is graceful. When she danced gracefully and was as light as the wind, everyone on the scene turned their heads and looked at it. They are not onlookers, but they are better than extras at this moment. It can only be said that everyone has a love for beauty. Swish! 2 flowing sleeves scattered in the air, dancing like a rainbow, endlessly. While Zhang Baji shook her sleeve, she kicked her back with one leg, straightened her toes, and her figure was spinning like flowing water, so beautiful that it was hard to take her eyes open. After the monitor, Zhang Yizi was jealous and couldn't help but praise him. Bai Zhi's acting skills will be the top actress in Harbor within a few years. Is it just a Harbor? Looking at the whole of Asia, it should be fine. Du Sheng corrected Zhang Yixi's fault. You dare to think about anything. Zhang Yizhi with you. Even Gong Li dares not claim to be the most popular actress in Asia. Zhang, this little girl Bai Zhi is still far from that. Chapter 296 Fan the Flames. Thanks JLY69, happy rewards. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said lightly. She can do it as long as she wants. Du Sheng saw Zhang Baji's talent and change. As long as you don't fall into a love brain and go astray, you are far from reaching the ceiling. In order to practice this dance well, she practiced for nearly the month day and night. Especially some time ago, in order to win a game, he joined forces with Fan Ou to fight him for a long time. With this perseverance, who can match it? Not to mention, he is also behind the scenes. Is it difficult to go to the next level? That's right, there are indeed infinite possibilities for young people. Zhang Yi was 23 years old and nodded and sighed. In the past, Bai Zhi was reported to be favored and charming, but now she has changed a lot and is very motivated. As long as she maintains this perseverance and mentality, the future will be unpredictable. Du Sheng did not comment, just smiled. According to what director Zhang said, wouldn't I be in the wrong way? Since entering the K1 finals and being rumored to have participated in the movie The Ambush on 10, online and offline public opinion has been so lively. No matter whether he was slandered by many potential competitors, he has never stopped talking about the topic of questioning and accusing him. Among them, the most arranged ones are that he is arrogant when he succeeds, is unclean in his own love, is full of scandals, and is promoted by hype. The goods are not right. Zhang Yizi smiled and said. Aren't you all famous Asian action stars? Since K1 fighting increased its publicity investment in the finals, except for those who collected money to smear, the media's praise for Du Sheng has increased day by day. In order to attract attention, some tabloid reporters even regarded him as the first action star in China. In recent popularity, Cheng Long and Li Lianjia were even approaching each other. If Du Sheng wins the championship, it is possible to overshadow them in every minute. This is no joke. Although Cheng Long is the leader among Chinese artists, many mainland fans also have a special liking for him, but because of his identity and devotion to Hollywood, he always feels a little alienated. In comparison, Li Lianjia has a better influence in the mainland. A series of classic films such as Shaolin Temple, Fang Xiu and Hero have a status of no less than that of Xiangjiang's Boy Week Month. Unfortunately, in the past few years, Li Lianjia chose to immigrate to the lighthouse country and become an overseas Chinese. Although at that time, making money and immigrating overseas was regarded as a kind of honor, it was separated from the mass base. It is equivalent to breaking away from the audience. For the general public, Li Lianjia's choice still has a hint of inclination and adversity. It is very different from the positive image he created. Despite moral controversy, immigration is not illegal. Li Lianjia's reputation in the international community is still not bad, and his status in the circle is as stable as an old dog. However, in the hearts of many viewers, his image of Gao Weiguang is no longer pure. Many viewers long for a new idol to appear. Just like Chen Zhen, who dares to make a living. Unfortunately, no second-generation martial arts artist can carry the flag. Child stars such as Shi Xiaolong and Xie Miao are still young, and Zhen Zidan and Wu Jing can only be supporting roles for Li Lianjia in the film industry. Zhao Wenzuo is highly anticipated, but he is still in that framework, and his achievements are destined to be limited. Moreover, imitating Li Lianjia's spirit but different appearance is a bit cliché. After all, action superstars are unique. In this vacuum period, Du Sheng broke out against the trend. Begins to emerge. He uses his real fighting skills to make the profession of action stars look like a fancy move. As the name suggests, all the images of the public on the screen are interpreted. No matter how realistic the acting is, he is just acting. It is a fictional hero image. But Du Sheng is different. He is a real hero in reality. Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, Zhen Zidan, and others can only defeat the neon people on the screen and fight against the Westerners. And Du Sheng did it in reality. Not only did he defeat one opponent, he also defeated the Western giant. Moreover, even if he was beaten so fiercely, the other party did not dare to say anything. Instead, he had to admit that Du Sheng was awesome to show that he was not a mediocre person. This is something that cannot be performed no matter how much the screen plot is played. Therefore, Du Sheng has surpassed all action actors on some levels. In front of him, other action actors are naturally inferior. Against this background, the audience will not feel inconsistent with any action or martial arts role played by Du Sheng. Because he himself was hit by one punch and one kick. Not to mention, even the martial arts fingers are taken into account. In this way, under the publicity of the media, many viewers unconsciously gave Du Sheng a higher level among action stars. Everyone else can only stand aside. Are you just an Asian action star? Du Sheng smiled faintly. Do you still want to step on Hollywood? Be down to earth. Give others some chance too. Zhang Yuma was in a good mood, not as exaggerated as Zhang Baji said, and he was also concerned. Recently, there are a lot of news that you are about to participate in the UFC and you are also in the process of being a successor to Tyson. La Joya's showdown, what's going on? We can't control others if they want to hype this way, right? Du Sheng asked with a smile. Or, do you think I'm not a match for De La Joya? He naturally knew something about Tyson's successor. The opponent won the Olympic gold medal at the age of 19 and was awarded the professional boxing champion at the age of 21. He has won the titles of 10 world boxing champions in 6 levels: lightweight, ultra-lightweight, middleweight, super middleweight, and middleweight. No matter whether you can win or not, you should not take risks, as this will not benefit your image. Zhang Yuma reminded meaningfully. This is someone who deliberately fans the flames and wants you to get into trouble. Oh! Du Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, his mind turned and quickly understood what Zhang Yuma meant. It seems that his rise has robbed many people's resources and even cut off other people's paths to wealth. Under the bombardment of the media, Du Sheng has been incredible recently and has been hyped up as a unique action superstar. This is more beneficial than disadvantages for him, and I haven't paid attention to it yet. But for other action actors, it is undoubtedly a kind of pressure. There is a way that makes a tree attract the wind. If a person is too outstanding, it will often highlight that others are too mediocre. Du Sheng raised the threshold of action superstars to an unmatched level. In this way, other action stars will inevitably be compared by the audience to Du Sheng when taking on the role. But how can they compare? Du Sheng is a real boxing champion. There is also a chance of winning the title of King of Fighting in the 3 top international events. Do you want other actors to go to box and fight for a title? If they have this ability, they will not be able to break the defense. Or rather, they have long become international stars. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of Du Sheng's move before he went abroad. The easiest way to get out of the dilemma in the circle is to praise and kill. Simply put, it is to destroy Du Sheng's image and let him lose whatever he receives honor. If Du Sheng can be encouraged to fight De La Joya, and be defeated in 1 round, or even be broken, then, the golden body created by Du Sheng will collapse instantly. Even if it does not collapse completely, it will be greatly damaged, thereby lowering that threshold. Of course, it would be fine if Du Sheng was so powerful that even De La Joya could defeat him. Just follow the trend and continue to hold him on the throne. When he reaches a height that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, everyone can accept the gap with peace of mind. After all, he is a noble existence, and ordinary people cannot compare with it. But if there is a choice, they naturally want Du Sheng to lose and lose. Then their resources and situation will be better. Otherwise, they can only surrender and pick up some remnants of opportunities. Seeing that Du Sheng understood what he meant, Zhang Yuma reminded. Before the K1 finals start, I think you'd better keep a low profile. If you can't achieve the results, you will be hit hard. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn the boat. The love of the general public can hold you to the altar and push you to endless hell. Du Sheng just smiled at this. I don't care at all. Because if he continues to unlock with this ability, he will have no opponent at all. Without an opponent, his golden body will never collapse. However, these things are difficult to talk to outsiders, and the topic is stopped. The highlight of the big plot of Peony House is Zhang Baji. Because it not only involves classical dance, but also the tension of turning dance into martial arts. It can be said that this is the most difficult part of the whole scene. Therefore, since the start of the computer, most of the time has been revolving around her. Even the martial arts scene designed by Du Sheng is the same. All of these two dances involve Du Sheng and Lu Huan's scenes of lingering in the midst of the sedan chair. Lu hasn't taken a few shots yet. Suddenly, he hurriedly left the crew and returned to Xiangzhang. After learning about Mei Yanfang's last words, Zhang Yuma couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Although Du Sheng had some reverie, he did not have too many thoughts. Things in the world are impermanent, it's right to cherish the present. Lu Yingye and the next one to join Gao Yuan. That's right, she joined the crew as a guest star. Since she finished The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Gao Yuan has never screened with Du Sheng. Of course, those who practice martial arts in the bathroom and look in the mirror do not count. From Du Sheng, he learned about the big production of The Ambush on 10 and recommended her guest role as a Pipa girl. Gao Yuan immediately asked for leave from the crew of The Oath of the Sea and rushed back to the capital overnight. After filming the scene at noon, Du Sheng drove to the airport to greet him. In fact, it is less than an hour to go back and forth. However, after Du Sheng took Gao Yuan, it took 2 hours to arrive at the crew. On the way, Zhang Yuma was worried about whether Du Sheng was in trouble. But Zhang Baji seemed very calm. I feel like seeing through the worldly world. It was really these few nights that she could not resist it at all and could not express her suffering. She learned that Gao Yuan and Du Sheng had been together for more than a month on the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and guessed that there were some collisions here. Now that I haven't met for a long time, the two have some small collisions in the car. It's reasonable. Chapter 297 The tearing competition has begun? Wang Yaoqing belonged to an insider and joked. Brother Sheng may have really encountered an emergency, or even a matter of life or death. When he saw the charming Gao Yuan get off the bus, Zhang Yuma finally understood the true meaning of Wang Yaoqing's life and death at stake. Ever since he saw Zhang Baji holding Du Sheng for dinner and going out for two, he felt that this kid really had some tricks. After all, even when he was in the battle, he only dared to hide it. Where is there such blatant one? This time I saw Du Sheng actually brought another beauty into the group, and I haven't concealed it from Zhang Baji. Zhang Yuma couldn't help but sigh that he might be really old. Can't keep up with the pace of young people. But he just joked about himself. Next, we have to deal with complex interpersonal relationships and heavy shooting tasks. We have no time to pay attention to these young things. After filming classical dance scenes, the next few scenes are relatively simple. But Gao Yuan felt a little depressed after receiving the script. A Sheng, if I married you in ancient times, I would never have any money to redeem myself, and I would have said that I would sell myself to support my studies. Do you think this girl is stupid? She not only wants others to pay for her life, but also cooperates with the brothel madam to play the show. Isn't this a two-person family? I finally acted on the same stage with you, but I'm not happy with such a role. Looking at Gao Yuan's coquettish look, Du Sheng couldn't help laughing. The girl was unhappy when she said that she could not hide the smile on her lips, which was obviously insincere. Du Sheng did not expose her little thoughts. This is the interest of being better than a new love after a long time. He gently patted Gao Yuan's shoulders, and pretended to sigh. What should I do? Or I, Captain Du, can just kidnap you together. Next, his role is to rob the young girl who was imprisoned. Before this, I would go to Mudanfang to find clues. Gao Yuan smiled even brighter, and she said with a little hope. After my cameo scenes ended, the movie will be transferred to filming abroad. By then, you just finished the K1 finals. Are you going to visit me? Du Sheng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's fine. In order to make Zhang Yadong give up completely, it's time to go around. Looking at Du Sheng and Gao Yuan chatting and laughing, Zhang Baji showed no signs. But in the past, she and Du Sheng were both together, and now they became alone, and I was still a little depressed. Director Zhang, can you start shooting? Gao Yuan kept paying attention to Zhang Baji from the corner of her eyes, and she felt secretly proud of her. She had long heard of the scandal between Du Sheng and Zhang Baji. I wonder if it was a move that was not used by Jia Suwen for the sake of a declaration, but was accidentally used on Zhang Baji. Some of them are some of the elements of showing off their love. Du Sheng was amused in his heart. This girl's behavior was understandable, but she was a little too immature. Zhang Baji is a person who has experienced several ups and downs, so how could he be affected by such a small matter? Sure enough, when the scenes related to Peepa Girl were filmed, Zhang Baizi began to play on excuses. When adjusting his emotions, direction, angle, etc., Zhang Baji did not show any anger. Instead, she always smiled and explained to Gao Yuan softly. Your expression is a bit monotonous, which cannot set off the tragic tone of this scene. Sister Yuan, you want to sell yourself. The performance is too simple and lacks scheming. It's still not right. You see, Du Sheng's eyes are wrong. The love is too obvious. You and him have never known each other. Moreover, Captain Du came as a plagiarist. You have no feelings for each other, it's just a deal. Do you understand? Her tone was quite calm, but every word hit the nail on the head. It even has a bit of a corner. Speaking of which, if the other party hadn't insisted on committing suicide, she would have been too lazy to pay attention to these things. Since this young lady is going to make 2 moves, she is just bored, so she can just have some fun. Gao Yuan is stared at by so many people, and her mentality is a bit unnatural. With a lot of onlookers, the atmosphere on the set became tense. Zhang Yumu knew what was going on, so he smiled happily. Seeing that there was still a lot of time, he simply drank water and watched the show and let them adjust. It was the first time he saw Zhang Baji so strong. She is always pure, sweet, and charming. Especially when I am around Du Sheng, I am full of joy and fun. Wang Yeyang hid in a corner of the awning, his eyes flashing with the light of watching the fun. If he had melon seeds in his hand, he would probably sit down with a small stool, knocking the melon seeds while enjoying the good show. He secretly speculated that Du Sheng might encounter Waterloo this time. The 2 beauties fought in public and may end up breaking up. Gao Yuan's assistant was a little anxious and asked, Brother Sheng, do you need to deal with this? No need, just get used to it. Du Sheng looked calm and sighed a little. Alas, being too good a man is also a worry. He pursues too many women and fights every day. Speaking of this, he looked at Wang Yeyang and others enviously. So sometimes I really envy you because at least you won't encounter such troubles as me, which is very headache and helpless. Everyone. Cao suddenly wanted to beat him to death. Zhang Baji was so angry that she was still an action figure, so she raised her pink fist and hit him. Gao Yuan also joined the ranks of chasing. Du Sheng ran away with a smile, and the 2 beauties chased each other reluctantly. For this reason, they temporarily put aside their grudges and pointed their finger at Du Sheng. This move cleverly diverted the contradictions, and the awkward atmosphere disappeared. Wang Yeyang was surprised and sighed, feeling that he had added a lot of knowledge points. He quickly reorganized it and remembered this experience. Du Sheng naturally didn't know Wang Yeyang's steady and studious nature. If he knew it, he might have taught him a few words of experience. After the play, Du Sheng pulled Zhang Baji aside and said seriously, Yuan Yuan is just a little joke, don't mind. In order to play this role, she was about to fly over last night. In addition to the time of traveling around, it took a total of 10 hours to arrive at the crew. No matter what the reason, in order to make this movie well as soon as possible, you might as well get along with it more friendly. Then, he pulled Gao Yuan Yuan over and said, You may have a little misunderstanding about Boji. Now she is actually broad-minded. Fan Ou came a few days ago, and they were also very close to each other. Zhang Baji rolled her eyes. I was not forced out by you with one hand or another. Although she had some complaints about Gao Yuan Yuan, she was too lazy to care about it. Otherwise, if this continues, you will only anger yourself to death. Gao Yuan Yuan was instantly distracted by Du Sheng's words. In addition to Zhang Baji, there is Fan Ou. She was in a happy mood after just experiencing a racing relay race, but suddenly felt a hint of passiveness and weakness. These opponents are all extraordinary. There are both mature Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, as well as the young Lu Yifei and her best friend Jia Swen. There are even several potential rivals, girls' generation. Zhang Baji seemed to have captured the fluctuations in Gao Yuan Yuan's heart, with a touch of playful smile. It's okay, I think twins are the real threat. Someone had already made an agreement with them that he would have another marathon relay race when he went to Xiangzhong next time. Gao Yuan Yuan. How many people are participating in the marathon relay race? Zhang Baji is worthy of being a player with rich experience in fighting day and night, and has never been defeated in arousing interests. In order to tease Gao Yuan Yuan, she simply described the advantages of twins in detail, as well as their tacit understanding and sweetness in the relay race with Du Sheng. After all, the tacit understanding of the twins is not for nothing. In this regard, she has to accept a disadvantage. However, what surprised Zhang Baji was that he thought that Gao Yuan Yuan was in a good mood and collapsed. Unexpectedly, the other party actually held Du Sheng's arm and looked at him with a pitiful look. Retreat as advance, and use softness to overcome hardness. With her bird's posture, who doesn't feel pity for her? Du Sheng knew that neither of these two girls was a good-for-nothing lamp, so he simply rubbed them. Okay, I've made enough jokes. I'll cooperate with this scene, otherwise Director Zhang will get angry. Gao Yuan Yuan knew that it was enough to stop, so she stood up obediently, and changed the small problems that Zhang Baji said and prepared to take the filming. This surprised Zhang Baji and understood that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person. The other party knows how to act spoiled at the right time and expresses himself in the right way, but it is not too annoying. Interesting, interesting. Zhang Baji smiled happily, a little surprised, but she didn't take it to heart. She once regarded Fan Ou and others as potential opponents, but ended up making a lot of jokes. Because a man's ability and character are there, it is impossible to monopolize it. Wang Yeyang came to Zhang Hailong, who was in charge of the military entrepreneurship work, and whispered, "This girl in the garden is not simple, she is pure and beautiful, has a likable personality, and is obedient. If she attacked me, I would probably be unstoppable." Zhang Hailong glanced at Wang Yeyang's rustic hairstyle and his still unkempt dress, and said lightly, "You first change your haircut, shave off your cheeks, and then dress yourself up. Maybe you can attract the attention of the ant." Wang Yeyang originally wanted to make fun of it, but he didn't expect that he would be teased and said strangely, "Your sister has an opponent, aren't you worried that your brother-in-law will be gone?" Zhang Hailong looked mysterious and said, "This girl is indeed very good at pleasing men. She is both beautiful and gentle, but she may not necessarily keep her heart." Wang Yeyang was confused when he heard this. You are selling gourds here. After the shooting that night, Du Sheng was about to cook in person and bought a lot of food. Then he forced Zhang Baji and Gao Yuan back to the villa and gathered a table to have a meal. Despite this meal, Du Sheng received a lot of rolling eyes from the two beauties. But overall, the atmosphere is quite harmonious. Except for spilling all over the floor, everyone was having a happy meal. Zhang Baji doesn't treat Gao Yuan as her opponent at all, and she can even talk a few words. Especially when talking about brand name bags that both parties like, the topic became a little bit thicker, but Du Sheng was left aside. But when I heard Gao Yuan say that if Du Jiaban asked her to be an ambassador, I wouldn't have to worry about all kinds of styles in the future. He couldn't help but say something, as if he had some advice to remind him. Du Jiabanate's a bit weird, and anyone who endorses it will be unlucky. If you really like Yuan, it's okay to buy 2 pieces to pack the storefront occasionally. Gao Yuan was puzzled when he heard this. But seeing Du Sheng speak so seriously, he understands that this is not a joke. Regarding the big news, she still listened to Du Sheng's suggestions. Zhang Baji was thinking. She knew very well that men had some exaggerated special abilities, and were more popular internationally than hers, so she could get some secret information. I guess if this brand is not very friendly to Chinese people. If this is the case, she must also leave this brand of goods as soon as possible to avoid being stained in the future. Chapter 298 Take advantage of the situation. Zhang Baji suppressed her thoughts and suddenly looked at Du Sheng with a smile. By the way, how did you take advantage of the opportunity to get into the garden? What are you taking advantage of the situation? You are slandering. Du Sheng saw Gao Yuan tilting his head a little curious, and felt very wronged, and said with confidence. At that time, Yuan broke down, and I just helped her with psychological counseling. Zhang Baji smiled and rolled her eyes. You are not just tutoring your psychology, right? Or, everyone will get out. Zhang Beizi died these days, but how could she bear the high-intensity practice? Du Sheng also knew what was going on with this girl, and looked at Gao Yuan with a smile. Yuan, didn't you say that it was difficult to get into the role during filming? I'll give you a special guide tonight. Ah, this. Gao Yuan didn't expect Du Sheng to go straight in and couldn't help looking at Zhang Baji. It's hard to make people laugh when they reach out, not to mention that Gao Yuan's weak appearance is hard to make people hate. Zhang Baji glanced at Du Sheng and said to Gao Yuan with some fun. You don't know how outrageous this bastard is, don't take advantage of the loopholes, otherwise you won't get up tomorrow. Gee, why do you take advantage of loopholes? You can't talk nonsense. Du Sheng handed Gao Yuan a bowl of hot soup and said seriously. I am sincere in playing against Yuan, and you don't know what it means to be in love. Zhang Baji believed his nonsense before and smiled. It sounds good to have a relationship with each other. Do you plan to marry her in the future? A trace of expectation flashed in Gao Yuan's eyes. You are too narrow-minded, and being in love does not mean you have to get married. I won't bind any woman with marriage, that's too unkind. Du Sheng took the bowl handed over by Zhang Baji and said righteously. Gao Yuan's eyes darkened again. Zhang Baji looked at Gao Yuan and said. See, this guy is just a bastard. He goes anywhere he goes on board and doesn't buy tickets. So don't have too much hope for him, and if you have the chance, you can escape quickly. She doesn't care. After seeing Du Sheng's strengths, most men no longer look down on him. And I don't know if I have become attached, but I can't tolerate anything else in my heart. So just let it go. After all, although this man is fickle, his business ability is very good and he has nothing to say to women. Especially before, the other party had somewhere to trick a precious pill, and after taking it, she now looks radiant and more pure and charming. This kind of thing is absolutely priceless. Yeah, thank you. Gao Yuan showed a clear smile, and nodded with his lips tightly. It seems that I don't want to put it aside. Zhang Baji smiled and shook her head. Don't be polite, anyway, remember that those things are not necessary during the day, because you and I are not his opponents in joining forces. Du Sheng quickly interrupted Zhang Baji's slander for him and pointed to the old duck and winter melon soup in front of him. It's cold, drink it quickly, and you still have to cooperate with martial arts practice later. Zhang Baji rolled her eyes, not even able to deal with her. Who can stand the practice of such a difficult one? Early in the morning, Du Sheng woke up slowly from his dream. The first thing is to pull away Zhang Baji, who was wrapped around her like an octopus. Then get up and wash your face and brush your teeth. As soon as I walked out of the bedroom door, I saw Gao Yuan busy in the kitchen. The fragrance of fried eggs is thrilling, making people feel appetite. Sheng, go and wake Bai Ji up. I made egg noodle soup. Hearing the movement outside, Gao Yuan turned around and smiled sweetly at him, very gentle. There is also a touch of charm between the beautiful and charming eyebrows. Du Sheng understood that this girl was very satisfied with her careful scene last night and smiled. It just happened to try your cooking skills. After brushing my teeth, I'll call her. After saying that, he went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing, he returned to the bedroom and hugged Zhang Baji, who was still sleeping like a pig. Don't, what's it? Zhang Baji reacted instinctively, opened her eyes hazy and stared at Du Sheng angrily. I'm not going to let me do this. You joined last night by yourself, don't blame the good guys. Du Sheng looked unfair and saw that Zhang Baji had already started grinding her teeth, so he raised his hand. Okay, Yuan made egg noodle soup, get up quickly. Du Sheng woke her up, turned around and started changing into formal clothes. Today I have to go to the set to prepare for the action scenes early, and there is also a brief interview. Bastard, let you behave yourself in a cheap way. Zhang Baji is barefoot. He rubbed his waist a few times, then put on a silk suspender nightgown while yawning, and ran out to brush his teeth and wash his face. When Du Sheng was dressed in a handsome formal outfit, he stood in front of Zhang Beizi and Gao Yuan, both of them were holding the bowls and chopsticks. Du Sheng rarely dresses on the crew. When she dresses up, she also has a handsome face, a black suit open and a white shirt inside, which is both stylish and stylish. He is so handsome that he can make women's legs weak. Do you feel very good? Why don't you put on your uniform tonight and you will gallop? Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and a charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Uniforms are not exclusive to women, but men can do it too. Those rich women like to play various series. Zhang Baji gave him a blank look. Come on, you will ruin your temperament as soon as you open your mouth. This man felt really good when he didn't speak, and he was broken as soon as he spoke. Gao Yuan's face turned red when she remembered something. After last night, she finally understood what Zhang Baji's reminder meant. How long has it been since the last separation? If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would have doubted whether Du Sheng had taken hormones. Aren't I giving in to you, otherwise I'll always be rude. Du Sheng came to the table and sat down, tasted the noodles, and his eyes lit up. Yuan, the noodles you gave you are so amazing. They are neither salty nor light. The soup is clear and smooth. The craftsmanship is really good. He felt like he was bleached. Really? I'm still worried that you won't get used to this taste. After being recognized by Du Sheng, Gao Yuan was smiling. It's really delicious. Zhang Baji also praised her and thought about it and said to Gao Yuan. You are a landlord here. After filming the film today, how many sets of skincare products will we buy? When the weather gets colder, some maintenance must be put on the agenda. After a conversation last night, their relationship has obviously reached a higher level. Gao Yuan also put off his thoughts and nodded. A new shopping and leisure comprehensive center has been opened on Chang'an Street. Many brands are discounting, so you can go and have a look. Seeing them chatting, they talked about shopping and cosmetics. Du Sheng shook his head and simply asked Wang Yeyang to drive the car over first. Although Gao Yuan's acting skills are better than those of the top, as long as the role is suitable, her performance is still quite good. It took only 3 days before her Peepa girl to officially finish the filming. Because the crew on the other side had not finished filming, although she was a little reluctant, she boarded the plane under Du Sheng's farewell. Brother Sheng, the box office of Xiangzhong and mainland China both exceeded 35 million in Infernal Affairs 2. On the way back, Wang Yeyang said excitedly. It's only been half a month, and it's far from being off the line. Moreover, Du Sheng is the main feature of this film and promotion, so this is awesome. Not to mention anything else, this box office appeal is unique. Because this year, the total box office in China ranked 5th in the year, the box office is only this number. Du Sheng is the second and fourth films of Infernal Affairs 1 and Big Boy, both of which are ranked 2nd and 4th. What about the same period? Du Sheng smiled, took the newspaper he handed over and glanced at it. As expected, the National Day holiday Infernal Affairs 2 ranked first. Terminator 3 and 2 heroes that were released earlier have been released. Currently, the second is Heroes of Heaven and Earth, and the third is X-Men 2. Huai's Heroes of Heaven and Earth was released for more than half a month, and the total box office was barely over 20 million. Competition during the National Day holiday is also fierce. Even with the most optimistic prediction, Heroes of Heaven and Earth will be at most 10 million more in the final box office. It is simply a dream to surpass Infernal Affairs 2 starring Du Sheng. Coupled with the previous continuous publicity mistakes, a large amount of publicity funds have been wasted, which has caused the promotion cost of Heroes of Heaven and Earth to surge. Therefore, even if Heroes of Heaven and Earth can finally tie the box office with Infernal Affairs 2, it will be a loss of money for Huai. Brothers and Soccer in the first half of the year, and Heroes of Heaven and Earth in the second half of the year. Huai's revenue this year showed negative growth for the first time, and the initial estimate is that the loss will reach more than 50 million. It is said that Wang Zhong has smashed several mobile phones, 2 coffee cups, and a desk. The main reason for this competitive loss was Du Sheng, who cooperated with Wang Jinhua for a new company. Half a year ago, the other party was still Kara in front of Huai. Unexpectedly, in just a short time, the status and situation completely reversed. Due to this blow, Huai cancelled its annual celebration banquet for the first time. In contrast, Interstellar Media is excited and thriving. Wang Jinhua has notified all artists, shareholders, employees, etc. that a celebration banquet will be held at the end of the year. This is also the first time that all members of Star Media have gathered together. As the founder and number one brother of the company, Du Sheng must also attend. However, these are still far away, and the focus is on filming the 10-sided ambush first, and then switch to Oakland. 7 days later, we have to set off for Neon to prepare for the K1 finals. There is just a saying that the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. If the limelight is too strong, it is easy to attract jealousy. At this moment, Interstellar Media. Suddenly, a female agent named Xylee exclaimed. Sister Hua, something big is wrong. It seems that our brother Sheng is in trouble. What's going on? Wang Jinhua was stunned and turned her head. She even cared for Du Sheng more than Yes Ji. Because as the K1 finals approached, Du Sheng's popularity reached an unprecedented peak. All kinds of popularity and dark people are emerging one after another. Look at his blog. Some people accused Please Buddha of plagiarizing a song from Singapore, and the comments section was almost infuriating. Wang Jinhua raised her eyebrows and quickly took the phone handed over by her assistant. Others also followed suit. Chapter 299 Wu, I was sent to the cold palace. Wang Jinhua's face was calm, she ignored these comments and tracked to the source. On the social platform blog, a post asking for help unexpectedly made it to the hot search list. Poster Kui Kiwa said that he was a Chinese music creator who pursued his dreams. His post title is "The deterioration of the entertainment industry is all because of villain's success." The article tells the story of his departure from Xinjiapo to Vientiane, Phnom Penh, Bangkok, and other places in order to realize his musical dream, and finally settled in Motu. Along the way, for the sake of livelihood and travel expenses, he once sold singing at the subway station, accompanied the underground band, and recorded songs for the students. "I have written praises to wealthy businessmen against my will, and even worked as bricks and rough work." Despite experiencing the ups and downs of nearly 10 years, even if he was bleeding and could not see the dawn of success, he had never given up his love and pursuit of music. Of course, he has also created many songs over the years. But perhaps it is because of the lack of connections, or perhaps it is because they are destined to have no luck, and these songs have always been low in popularity. However, he always believed that the song "A Life of Love" created last year is a favorite song, and he always believed that it was an opportunity to turn things around. Although the mixing part was repeatedly modified and the arrangement was not completed for a long time, the copyright was not officially registered. However, all the friends who have worked with him agree that as long as this song is polished well, there will be hope for this life. Kui Kiwa is also full of confidence in this and looks forward to being able to make a comeback. However, what surprised Kui Kiwa was that when he was shopping in the mall the day before yesterday, he actually heard an extremely familiar melody. After checking, I found out that the song that ranked among the top 3 in the mobile ringtone new song list a week ago has now become popular all over the streets and alleys. What shocked him the most was that except for the different song titles, some lyrics and accompaniment, the melody, segments, and overall style were almost exactly the same as his works. Kui Kiwa couldn't believe this fact. The whole person was deeply confused. He contacted his friends to verify, but he had no choice but to be a famous popular actor. The album to which this song belongs is still written by Star Media plus Qian Jingting, which is impossible for ordinary people to compete. What's more, he himself didn't even register the copyright, so even if it caused a lot of controversy, it would be useless. But he was full of unwillingness and could only vent his anger by posting. The lines are all blamed for the villain for being a slander, and the plagiarist makes a fortune, while the original creator is not interested and is suffering from invisible stifling. At the end of the post, Kui Kiwa attached an unfinished audio clip and a handwritten draft score. He did not expect everyone to understand and believe it, but only hoped to seek justice. This blog post is obviously carefully conceived and full of tragic colors. A creator struggling at the bottom is extremely miserable. Those bloody real plots are like scrolls presented to everyone, making people feel indignant. However, at first, due to Kui Kiwa's limited number of fans, this post was like a rock sinking into the sea and no one cared about it. Later, for some reason, I suddenly became following several well-known bloggers, which seemed to have a resonance. I actually voluntarily forwarded it for free and attached comments. What's even more surprising is that this post that has accumulated tens of thousands of clicks actually attracted the attention of blog administrators, and they directly topped it on the category page. I don't know if it's time to move forward, but Kui Kiwa became popular because of this story. In less than half a day, the number of views of this post exceeded 3 million. And the reposts and comments exceeded 20,000 times. Most netizens watched the fun without much trouble. They encouraged Kui Kiwa to defend his rights and interests in the comments section and suggested that he sue Star Media and Du Sheng. What's more, some enthusiastic people encouraged him to stick to the end, claiming that he was willing to lose all his money and support him. Of course, there are also some rational voices asking Kui Kiwa to provide more evidence. Because relying solely on audio clips and handwritten music scores is easy to forge and cannot be used as strong evidence in court. There are also some people who are tired of this common hype method and directly characterize this matter as a clumsy self-hype, or even deliberately hit the bullet. Because Kuikiwa's post did not clearly indicate who the plagiarized was, but all the hints pointed to the seeking Buddha. For a moment, the song, which was already very popular, was ignited and abnormally ranked first in the 3 major operators. The popular young actor is suspected of plagiarism. No wonder I can play around with it. It turns out that I am taking a shortcut. Why should artists plagiarize? Should they be given a chance to correct them? Damn! How could Brother Sheng plagiarize? This is definitely a slander. While watching, I don't really believe that a famous charity person would do such a thing. Gee, why is plagiarism in the entertainment industry still banned? The incident became more and more intense. Initially it was some bloggers and big VS discussing and forwarding, and then some actors and singers joined in. They mentioned that the domestic copyright awareness is weak, and almost everyone has experienced infringement. Subsequently, several experts came forward to speak out, calling for the protection of the basic rights and interests of original creators. Several hot searches on the blog and post bar that day were related to Du Sheng. This situation is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Jinhua frowned after collecting the information. Because there is a conspiracy in it. If this plagiarism hat was really put on, Du Sheng would probably not be able to take it and his golden body would probably be broken. But after careful consideration, this matter is really a bit indescribable. After all, there are all kinds of people on the internet. Even more angry, or envious, jealous, and hated, and cursed. Whatever domestic entertainment is said is that it is because there are scum like Du Sheng. In this public opinion, all the monsters and monsters have come out. Those who were jealous of Du Sheng's popularity, those who wanted to pull him off the throne, and those who wanted to sign him several times, were secretly adding fuel to the fire. Maybe, the big and small kings, Zhang's hit song, Wang Ke, Zhang Yudong, and Mo Shadu were also making trouble. All kinds of solidarity and messy articles emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain. As the saying goes, 3 people become tigers, 1 passes to 10, 10 passes to hundreds. Gradually, more and more people sympathized with Kuikiwa. They either have their own ulterior motives or just want to find fault and hit the bank. Anyway, they don't go into the truth, so they treat Du Sheng as a punching bag. Who made Du Sheng so glorious recently, right? Those who were jealous of their bones even wanted to go to the crew or Star Media, clamoring to clear out Du Sheng's cancer. The bloggers and big VS who reposted the posts before, packaged themselves as messengers of justice and issued various indignant criticisms. It seems that the domestic entertainment industry is in a slump, all caused by Du Sheng. They also strikingly called on the entire industry to ban such stealing and plagiarizing guys, otherwise domestic entertainment will never be able to look up and be a human being. Before Kuikiwa's theft incident was concluded, Du Sheng was already covered in dirty water. This storm of public opinion quickly spread on domestic social platforms, forums, and media. Of course, some people can see the tricks at a glance. There is no evidence for that post except crying and selling miserable things, plus a piece of audio and music score. Just such a few things can actually bring so many bloggers, big VS, and entertainment companies to an end, and it has sparked public opinion in just a short time. If there were no mastermind behind the scenes to help the fire, it would be a fool to be fooled. It can be seen that Du Sheng was so popular during this period and must have offended many people invisibly. Rongxinda company behind Chen Kun is just the tip of the iceberg. However, out of the mentality of watching the fun, most people choose to stand by and watch. In the entertainment industry, we are good at promoting highs and striking lows. If Du Sheng was really pulled down, they might even step on it, which would be a little better. So, the spectators were waiting to see how Du Sheng dealt with this sudden storm. If it is not handled well, its popularity declines, and its image is damaged, it is all trivial matters. Maybe you will be in a slump. What's wrong? At this time, Du Sheng had just finished filming a notice from a cover magazine and was rushing back to the crew of 10 Sides of Ambush. Just halfway through, several urgent calls came, almost messing up his schedule. Those who called just now were Zheng Xian, Lu Tao, and Wang Jinhua, who was the first to joke about peppers. No need to guess, the storm of that song has already caused a stir among the fan group. Brother Sheng, don't worry, I will always support you, don't be hit by the trouble of the car. Seeing Yang Mi's message, Du Sheng was covered in dark lines. Yang Mi, who returned to school after a short trip, was listening to the class with concentration when she suddenly felt the phone in her pocket vibrate. She secretly glanced at the teacher on the blackboard and then quietly took out her cell phone. On QQ, a conspicuous transmission file came into view, which was sent by Du Sheng. Yang Mi clicked without hesitation, and the result was a text picture with only a line of cold text. You can play with your phone in the third year of high school, wait until you die. Yang Mi's mind unconsciously saw Du Sheng's sneering scene, and her whole body shivered. Xiaomi, what's wrong with you? Isn't someone asking you to ask Brother Sheng for an autograph again, right? The desk mate found that Yang Mi looked depressed and asked in a low voice. Wuo finished. I was sent to the cold palace by Brother Sheng. Desk mate. After teaching Yang Mi a lesson, Du Sheng was still in good condition, as if he was not affected by the sensational events at all. He asked Wang Yang to review his itinerary and first asked if he would continue the Tianyao Enterprise celebration that he signed a cooperation tomorrow. The other party contacted Wang Jinhua, and it was difficult to touch his face before. However, in order to avoid involvement, it is understandable that he can delay cooperation or not cooperate, and he can save some time. Who? The phone rang for a long time before the secretary answered it. Hello, I am Du Sheng's assistant. Do. The other end of the phone hung up in less than 2 seconds. When I called it again, it was covered. I asked you to delay first, why do you hang up someone else's phone? The general manager of Tianyao Enterprise, Cao Dio, looked at Secretary Pan Yaling with a confused look. Just he was discussing with several managers about tomorrow's celebration. Should he let Du Sheng come under pressure? Unexpectedly, Cao was here, and he heard Du Sheng talking to his assistant. Chapter 300 The Behind the Scenes. If something happened like this, they were anxious. I guess we would like to share the pressure of public opinion by using our celebration to show up. Looking at Pan Yaling's indifferent look, Cao Dio's face instantly sank. You are guessing yourself, so you can hang up someone else's phone number at will? Do you know that this will unintentionally offend people? If he hadn't just been playing for a few days, he would have wanted to lay off people directly. Because this is a fan of Huayi's young actor, he has never dealt with Du Sheng's fans. Mr. Cao, this is not a guess. Now Du Sheng has failed and is almost 100% unlucky to walk with him. Cao Dio narrowed his eyes and turned to business manager Xiao Ying. Do you think so too? This, everyone thinks so. Xiao Ying's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded. Who told you that Du Sheng was wrong? Cao Dio wouldn't talk about it. Where did you receive the news? Didn't it spread all over the internet? Online? Is there a real hack? Cao Dio's eyes twitched, his tone getting heavier. The whole network condemns, it's almost done. Cake. The notebook in front of Cao Dio fell to the ground instantly. He was so angry that his blood pressure suddenly rose, and pointed at Pan Yaling and cursed. Have you got into your mind? You actually have personal emotions when working hours. And how many online rumors are true? Did the authoritative media confirm it or did the star media admit it? If I tell you that your idol is wrong now, would you jump off the building? Cao Dio's eyes flashed with anger that could not be curbed, and he almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. Seeing that Pan Yaling, Xiao Ying, and others were a little angry, he shook his head disappointed. Royal wood cannot be carved. As a middle-level employee of the company, he didn't expect that these people did not even have the most basic information discrimination ability. He actually took the rumors seriously. If this is spread, it will not be laughed at by competitors. Mr. CAO, we are indeed not considering this matter well. Xiao Ying quickly admitted his mistake. The post on the internet is indeed very convincing, and there are so many expert bloggers who support it. Not to mention Yao Ling, it is difficult for me to tell. Pan Yaling lowered her head and said nothing, but she glanced at Xiao Ying secretly and muttered to herself. After hindsight, it's not that you, the guy, said that it's not worthwhile to invite Du Sheng. That money is enough to invite Huang Xiaoming and Deng Chao. What's the point of saying this now? Cao Diu said coldly. Even if you don't cooperate with Du Sheng, you have to apologize to others later. We can't blame us completely. Pan Yaling was a little pampered and coquettish, and was not convinced. Even if the post accusing Du Sheng of plagiarism is nonsense, we may not have to invite him. Isn't it the same for Huang Xiaoming and Deng Chao to come? Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although Yao Ling has some idle filters, Huang Xiaoming, Deng Chao and Du Sheng are all 4 students, and their popularity is not bad. The effect of asking them to support them is much better than that of one. Not to do it, right? Okay, I understand. Cao Diu picked up the landline with no expression on his face and dialed a number. Xiao Ying and Pan Yaling were seriously dereliction of duty and engaged in ill-involved fraud, causing significant damage to the company and terminated the labor contract. In front of the two, Cao Diu fired directly. Xiao Ying's face changed drastically. Mr. Cao, it's not true. We just don't agree with cooperation with Du Sheng, everything is easy to discuss. Not it. Cao Diu looked at the two of them coldly and said. Don't you think you're very self-righteous? Then continue. I really think that a small matter can destroy Du Sheng's golden body. You are too underestimating interstellar media. I didn't expect that there would be such a fool under my command, who would offend people as soon as I came up. If you succeed, you will not be able to make trouble. You cannot keep such people in the company. Mr. Cao, I was wrong, don't fire me. Pan Yaling's face turned pale, and then she realized that she was too fond of herself. I really know I'm wrong, so I can just ask Du Sheng and I to apologize. It's too late, let alone Du Sheng's matter has not been implemented yet. Even if it is true, you can't put any damage. Cao Diu was unmoved and said coldly. If you do our job, you have to greet each other with a smile even when you meet your enemies. Brother Sheng, the other party actually hung up my phone. Facing Wang Yayang's face was confused, Du Sheng did not react much and said lightly. Don't you have a blacklist, add it. This is actually equivalent to being on his blacklist. As for the posts that were causing a lot of controversy on the blog, Du Sheng had long seen it through screenshots sent by Wang Jinhua. If it weren't for the person involved, he would have been almost moved by the sensational words. He saw that the operator behind him was a veteran. But you can't help but dig deeper. There is no substantial evidence in this post, so I can only fool the people who don't know the truth. Of course, the power behind the other party must be quite large. Otherwise, such a small essay alone would not cause such a big storm. If it is changed Tobe 4, he was still not famous for playing supporting roles, and he would probably be pinched to death by the other party. But unfortunately, this is not the first time Du Sheng has experienced such a thing, so how could he not prepare in advance? Moreover, there is a saying that the present is different from the past. Even if the merchants who asked him to endorse and cooperate, the 3 major operators of 10-sided ambush and the ringtone list will not allow their interests to be damaged. Especially the 3 major operators, as the album 10,000 Reasons topped the list, they were about to make a fortune. How could they let the cooked duck fly? Besides, interstellar media is not a fuel-efficient lamp. At such a critical moment, unless you are collectively disconnected, you will never sit idly by. To be honest, Du Sheng really doesn't want to pay attention to the reputation value for 1,100 in the blink of an eye, and soon it rose to 50,000. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is so rare. As long as you find a good point to break the deadlock, it will be easy to turn the tables. Du Sheng was thinking about whether to set up a naval army company, and to reversal and hype him again, and a call came in again. Yes, he didn't talk nonsense, went straight to the topic. It's obvious that someone deliberately wanted to take advantage of the troubled waters and tried to pull you into the water. Moreover, this is not only targeting you personally, but also challenging our Star Media's bottom line. We just finished the short meeting and have already taken corresponding measures to respond. We will definitely seek justice for you. Although he had long guessed that Yezi and Wang Jinhua would not sit idly by, a warm current still surged in Du Sheng's heart. But his thoughts were hovering in his mind, and he thought for a while and said, "Public opinion has not reached its peak yet, wait for it to ferment first. I will let someone trade later. You can cooperate." Yesi was a little surprised and nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, have you registered the copyright of your previous works?" Du Sheng knew that this was Yezi preparing for a possible dispute and said with a smile, "Every of my works will be reviewed by the music library before they are released, and each song is registered for copyright." Although many domestic creators have not fully realized the importance of copyright. Maybe he was reluctant to spend more money on this, but how could he make such a low-level mistake when he was used to various disputes in his previous life? Not only that, in order to prevent controversy in the people have feelings for you, 10,000 reasons, please seek Buddha and other songs, I also have people who have registered copyrights abroad. Although these songs are mainly focused on the domestic market, Du Sheng took a series of preventive measures to be on the safe side. The two authoritative certification agencies at home and abroad, even if they are unhappy with the latter's membership, can only do this for the time being. Now it seems that it is always worth preparing for the future. Therefore, Du Sheng did not take this little storm online seriously. Yesi finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good, we can definitely win." In her words, she not only recognized Du Sheng's XX but also had some appreciation. Although this man's style of behavior is a bit off the scenes, he is often as stable as an old dog. For example, for copyright issues, she didn't even want to register abroad, and Du Sheng not only thought about it but also did it. If it were an ordinary artist, even if he was a scattered person, he might not be willing to waste this money. Because according to their idea, as long as the song is released, there will be traces online and offline. Who will work hard to get into trouble? Before hanging up the phone, Yezi did not forget to remind him. "Sheng, please send me a copy of the copyright registration certificate for seeking Buddha later. I'll be ready to cooperate here." "No problem, I'll let Ye Yang show you later." Du Sheng smiled happily and agreed. "Do you have a phone number for Zhang Simon?" After putting down his phone, Du Sheng pondered for a while and turned around and asked. Wang Yang suddenly felt relieved and hesitated. "That? Brother Sheng, what's wrong with Simon?" In the last Tianya charity incident, Zhang Simon said half-confession that Du Sheng was a heartthrob, but he still remembered it freshly. "I was afraid that my goddess would be abducted." After all, Du Sheng's ability is so conscientious that he is inferior to himself. "Don't worry, your Simon is not my dish, I just ask her for something." Du Sheng knew that he had been thinking wrong when he saw Wang Yang's licking. He felt a little speechless, wondering if this girl was possessed by evil spirits. Because this guy has repeatedly praised Zhang Simon for her beautiful mole next to her mouth and matches the freckles on her face. This aesthetic gap is really hard to share. Is it about Sister OU? Wang Yang felt a little relieved and quickly took out his mobile phone to dial. Or did Zhang Ziyi secretly mess with us in this plagiarism incident? It has nothing to do with ... Du Sheng glanced at him and said. As for Zhang Ziyi, there is no evidence to prove that it is behind the scenes. Speaking of this, what he remembered. After a while, you will ask Simon if he knows an intern agent named Yang Saiwei. Just now, in addition to reporting the situation, Yezi also mentioned several online Navy soldiers who were pushing the wind and rain behind the scenes. And Yang Saiwei is one of the leaders of the Navy. Brother Sheng, I heard you are looking for me. Wang Yeyang talked with Zhang Simon in a slight manner, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Du Sheng took the phone speechlessly and said straight into it, Simon, do you know a fat girl named Yang Saiwei? She came to our Star Media some time ago to apply for an intern as an agent. It seems that you introduced it to me? Chapter 301, Letter of Revenge. Yes, has the result come out? Zhang Simon was a little confused. She and Yang Saiwei are high school classmates, and their idols are both Wang Jinhua, and they all want to become a gold medal agent. But Yang Saiwei has always been a little inferior because of her fat body and is worried that she will not be able to keep up with the celebrity itinerary. It was not until some time ago that I mustered up the courage to apply for the job. Of course it's okay for her to come to be an agent, but she feels miserable. Du Sheng smiled and said, you call her and just say that I have something to discuss with her, she should understand. Zhang Simon was even more confused, but he also knew that it was probably not a trivial matter to be missed by Du Sheng. When she made a call, she subconsciously looked at her figure and muttered to herself. Brother Sheng is tired of having tall and long legs. Want to try the plump and fat type? If Du Sheng knew what this girl was thinking, she would be afraid that she would give her a dozen bananas. He did have some thoughts about Yang Saiwei. But it will never involve men and women. Yuxin Entertainment. This company should not be established yet, but it was one of the top 10 domestic entertainment companies in its previous life. The founder of this company is Yang Saiwei. She first followed Wang Jinhua as an agent, and later became Fan Ou's studio director. At that time, Fan Ou was deeply trapped in the whirlpool of scandal, almost becoming dark on the entire network, with all kinds of evidence of stone hammers and photos and videos flying all over the sky. But under Yang Saiwei's clever operation, he miraculously achieved a counterattack in reputation. Fan Ou's domineering sentence, I don't need to be a rich man, I am a wealthy family myself, has even become a circle. Netizens also kindly gave her a nickname Mr. Fan. Fan Ou was able to stand firm in the entertainment industry at that time, thanks to Yang Saiwei's public relations skills. Later, Yang Saiwei went out independently and founded Yuxin Entertainment. It brings together popular stars such as Li F, Zhu Yan, Zhao Yaoding, Ma Ili, and Ma Si. The company is getting bigger and bigger, and people are beginning to be curious about this plump girl. As professionals dig deeper, her past deeds were exposed. The most shocking thing is that she controls thousands of marketing accounts, claiming that she can make anyone who wants to become famous. Even a pig can become a hot search under her operation and become a priceless internet celebrity darling. There may be some exaggeration here, but it is enough to prove Yang Saiwei's ability. Now Du Sheng is trying to stir up public opinion and create a big battle. Since Yang Saiwei happened to hit the hole of the gun, it would be unreasonable if he was indifferent. Not long after, Zhang Simon replied. Sheng, brother Sheng, I am Yang Saiwei. I heard Simon say you are looking for me. Yang Saiwei held the phone a little nervously, and his heart was in a state of dismay. After all, they are hacking each other online. Now the main person comes to the door and it is uneasy for anyone to rest. Yes, are you currently working as a broker in a small entertainment company? Du Sheng was not in a hurry to get to the point, just to give the other party some buffer. No, I left that company some time ago. Seeing that Du Sheng did not mention it, Yang Saiwei felt a little relieved. Now I work part-time in self-media, and I can earn 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month if I write on the internet. By the way, don't tell Simon about this. Speaking of this, she knew she would face it sooner or later, so she simply spread out and said. You asked her to call me, probably because she wanted to ask about the plagiarism incident. This time, the order placed by Fanfiction Culture Company on our behalf, and they all provide the materials they use. As for whether there are any behind-the-scenes instructions behind it, we don't know. But we definitely didn't slander you, and the content written in the studio is very fair. But, you also understand that everyone has to make a living and have no choice but to do anything. She also planned to go to Star Media to conduct an internship with Wang Jinhua, so she would not dare to go to death even if she received the order. Du Sheng smiled, not caring about these things, and asked again. How many people are there in your studio? How much can you earn with orders like me? Well, there are 9 of us in total. We can earn 50,000 yuan in this order. It seems that the previous family is quite generous. Du Sheng seemed a little surprised. Do you often take singles in your industry now? Although 3G networks are being laid out one after another, it is still not convenient to access the internet. In his opinion, most of these self-media are still making small fuss. Many times, I help people make a few cents. I didn't expect that such an order would cost tens of thousands, which was a bit beyond Du Sheng's imagination. Speaking of his major, Yang Saiwei immediately became interested and talked endlessly. 9 of us have more than 60 accounts in our hands, and each post reaches tens of thousands of views. Fanfiction will give us 180 yuan. If we count the top posts. In just a few days, our articles have generated more than 3 million views. In addition, we also brought in a Q group, with thousands of people in it. Although they are not professional, they can also generate income from reposting posts and pretending to be muddy waters. Quite considerable. In this way, earning 60,000 or 70,000 is actually not an exaggeration. Du Sheng had really underestimated the scale of the Navy before, and he was a little moved. At the beginning of a picture, the rest is all made up. It's really easy to work part-time. We are still a little different from those Navy troops. They still have to practice making news popularity. Seeing that Yang Saiwei was a little complacent, Du Sheng reminded her with little thoughts. If you walk by the river often, you won't be able to get your shoes wet. Be careful if you are sued to court one day. After all, the materials are provided by the previous company. Not to mention whether there is intentional slander or slander, it is difficult to tell whether it is true or false. Once the parties involved become serious, they are likely to be in chaos. Half a year ago, Zhang Ziyi was slandered by a Xiangjiang media and said she was blessed and sued her in court in anger. Not long after, the newspaper closed down. Yang Saiwei actually had this worry early in the morning and said, not long ago, a colleague received a piece of information about Huang Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, Hui sued him for compensation for 300,000 yuan in reputational losses. The guy collapsed on the spot and begged for mercy, but Hui didn't buy it at all. He now plans to sell the house to pay off his debts. This incident also sounded the alarm for me. It is best to stop this kind of smear, otherwise I will receive a summons from the court sooner or later. Du Sheng slowly induced and added. Your part-time job seems easy, but if something really happens one day, it's not a joke. Huang Xiaoming can earn 1 million with one endorsement. If his fame is damaged and he will account for the responsibility of your industry, he will never be able to pay it back in his life. Yang Saiwei began to feel nervous again. But apart from this, we don't have any other good part-time ideas for the time being. We can't just disband the studio, right? She is now studying in the director department, but in this industry, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to make their mark. So, I have been thinking about future opportunities recently. As long as the Internet Navy is done, it will still make a profit. However, most of the orders received so far are slandering, pretending to be fans, etc., and there is no other way to change the mind. Du Sheng saw that her hype idea was not yet fully mature, and smiled. In fact, there are many legal ways. For example, if you cooperate with our Star Media, the illegal matters can be avoided, and it can also be. Zhejiang Prefecture, in a narrow rental house. Several young people were sitting in front of a second-hand computer, busy typing on the keyboard. The oldest among them is only 24 or 20 years old, and the youngest looks less than 20 years old. Yang Saiwei leaned against the door and looked at it with a complicated look. I will think about it carefully. Du Sheng knew what she was worried about and said meaningfully. You can call me anytime before tonight. Thank you, Brother Sheng, for your kindness. I'll discuss it with them. Saiwei, who called me just now? I've been chatting for so long. Yang Saiwei just put down his cell phone and Lu Xiaojun, who was sitting by the door, asked curiously. Du Sheng. Click. Everyone was shocked and their eyes were all turned to Yang Saiwei. He won't be suing us. Lu Xiaojun swallowed nervously and asked worriedly. For those of the internet, this is the situation that they fear the most. Once you get involved in a lawsuit, you can't afford to pay even if you sell the property, and you may even face the risk of going to jail. No. Yang Saiwei shook her head and was silent for a moment, but decided to tell Du Sheng about cooperation. Isn't this very good? Su Xiao, who was in charge of one of the teams, said in surprise. If you have the chance, hurry up and change jobs. Haven't you always wanted to go to Star Media? You can go there first and make a fortune, and then you can help us in the future. Yang Saiwei smiled hoarsely and said. I have some hard work here, you think you can leave just by saying that? Besides, once I leave, you might have to be in trouble. Now there is no guarantee at all, and I don't know how long it can last. Lu Xiaojun thought for a while and said. Didn't Zhou Wei, the boss of Fanfiction culture, say that he wants to recruit us last week? Instead of hang out with him, it is better to cooperate with Star Media. At least you are more familiar with Du Sheng. If something happens, he won't throw us all out. Let me think about it again. Yang Saiwei did not make a decision immediately. Zhuoyi did have olive branches, but it was only an external cooperative relationship. Each month, it is calculated based on a basic salary of 1,000 plus commission. Fanfiction culture is responsible for the order-taking business, and they are responsible for the downline work. If you have something wrong, you will bear it yourself. Fanfiction culture will not pay money and force to sue. As for why I didn't agree to Du Sheng directly, it was because Interstellar Media did not have a special department suitable for them. Even if you join, you probably won't be able to tolerate so many people, and you may become a burden. And her current style is not as good as selling her teammates. What's there to hesitate? Isn't he still waiting for your answer? Su Xiao urged. Seeing that everyone's tendency was obvious, Yang Saiwei gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll ask. Did you think it through? Du Sheng smiled slightly, as if it was not surprising. Will your Star Media set up a department to deal with public opinion and hype? So, your people have agreed to change the track? Yes. Then come all over. I just talked with Sister Hua and the others, and I also felt that it was necessary to set up a public opinion department. Du Sheng gave a positive reply directly. If what Yang Saiwei said is true, they have more than 60 media accounts and hundreds of offline outlets. It is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. More than 100 media accounts, each with at least tens of thousands of fans. What does this mean? As long as Star Media is willing to invest resources and guide public opinion through this force. Within a few days, Du Sheng was able to obtain at least 3 million exposures. This is much better than the company's regular publicity. What's more, Yang Saiwei's ability is more than that. Rather than falling outside, this kind of general is better to add bricks and tiles to his hero's jewelry. Yang Saiwei also breathed a sigh of relief, put down her phone and smiled at everyone who looked like Suji. Interstellar Media Association has set up a public opinion department, and I am temporarily competent as deputy director. That's great. Su Xiao and others were overjoyed. This means that Star Media attaches great importance to them. Moreover, If this big tree is sheltered from the wind and rain in the future, you will no longer have to worry. Yang Saiwei pressed her hands down and said slowly. You know the public opinion pressure that Brother Sheng is currently facing. This is where several masterminds are manipulating and smearing. Tonight we will have a major task, hand in a letter of vote and cooperate with interstellar media to fight a beautiful battle. Chapter 302, Almost Sure to Win Thanks to Kuko Krazo, Time 1979 Reward. That evening, Du Sheng released a statement on the platform and posted a registration picture. Du Sheng's popularity soared rapidly, and some companies were jealous. Public opinion reverses, Du Sheng is suspected of posting the copyright proof. Home entertainment companies such as Huai and Rongxinda join forces to encircle Star Media. There are 3 major loopholes in Kui Kiwa's blog post. Fake. It has to be said that Yang Saiwei's hype method is indeed brilliant, and news about Du Sheng frequently became popular that night. From being accused of plagiarism to semi-whitewashing, all kinds of rumors emerged one after another. As soon as the Navy Army such as FANFIC culture finished slandering, Du Sheng's fans followed and revealed the so-called inside story, claiming that Du Sheng was wronged. Immediately afterwards, the dark manipulator who insisted on Kui Kiwa and the behind-the-scenes manipulators came up with evidence to refute. After repeated this, the two sides had to go for war with each other several times, and the popularity was higher than that of each other. Yang Saiwei's series of operations made the audience dizzy. It also allows the people who eat melons to eat enough. Du Sheng seemed to be still collecting evidence and materials, but did not give the final result. Until 9:30 p.m., Du Sheng saw his reputation soaring to 120,000, and the increase was once very obvious. However, I don't know if the reversals are too many, so the people who are eating melons are no longer very good. They learn to sit firmly on the diaotai and let the bullets fly for a while first. Du Sheng knew that some things should be stopped in time, so as not to stop the tap water. Not long after, Star Media, Mobile Operations Department, Qian Jingting, and others successively issued official announcements on the Internet. The general idea is that Mobile and Qian Jingting are fermenting public opinion on the Internet, carrying out fair, just and in-depth inspections. It is clear that all copyrights of the song Seeking Buddha belong to Du Sheng, and a certificate is posted. Add to the registration information of the 2 major copyright institutions, as well as authorization licenses, etc. After being identified by an authoritative organization, Du Sheng did not have any stealing or copying on the song Seeking Buddha, and he can provide time and details for creation and recording at any time. The posts posted by Kui Kiwa on his blog obviously have serious distortion, slander, and misleading. In order to maintain Mr. Du Sheng's reputation and to give the list a fair and just environment, we have requested relevant departments to intervene and have obtained cooperation from the blog to investigate. Such a statement is like a sharp sword, cutting off all falsehoods. Once it was released, it immediately attracted widespread attention and heated discussion. Most people were shocked by this and appreciated movement and Qian Jingting's firm attitude. Obviously, their actions are not only to support Du Sheng, but also to defend their own interests. They want to tell people with ulterior motives what the outcome of challenging authority is. If this is not clear enough, then 10 minutes later, a notice on the blog, like a judge's judgment, directly sentenced Kui Kiwa to death. This announcement does not make a long statement, but only gives an explanation in a rigorous tone. In order to create a fair network environment for the platform and crack down on malicious intentions. Kui Kiwa's post is seriously misleading and slanderful, and it will be deleted. In addition, through technical investigation, Kui Kiwa's login address is XX in Singapore, and it matches the IP address of Yayan Network Technology, and the account is also banned. This is really not a move, and even the pants are lying down when you take action. Anyone who is in the industry knows that VOW Network is a naval army company that has been making trouble online. There are even rumors that this company has some connection with Huai. What makes everyone even more ridiculous is that the founder of the company is only 26 years old, so where does it get more than 10 years of creative experience? What is the musical talent when you can't even recognize the words cultivated? But he never left Shinjiapo, but he made up sad stories to sell miserable things. Netizens feel that they have been fooled. I was so angry that my blood pressure rose immediately. Especially those who once defended Kuikiwa, their anger was enough to ignite the entire network. But the account was blocked and they could not comment, so they turned their fingers to bloggers, Big VS, etc. who initially incited public opinion. Unexpectedly, these bloggers and Big VS are quite cunning, and they have deleted relevant forwards and comments when they see the limelight. Even pretending to be bystanders and joining the ranks of condemnation. And those slow-moving navy and marketing accounts have long been overwhelmed by angry netizens. Yang Saiwei and Liu Xiaojun were glad that they went ashore early, otherwise they would not be able to escape. Yang Saiwei's eyes turned, and simply inspired the public opinion to launch a new round of attacks on Fengxing culture, and others secretly fueled the fire. Companies such as Huai and Rongxinda have also been implicated to varying degrees. It can be said that this wave is a complete loss of rice if you steal. Du Sheng, who was originally in a crisis of public opinion, not only did the platform fans break through the 10 million mark in one fell swoop, but his golden body became increasingly stable under the spontaneous behavior of netizens' conscience and apology. The turnover of companies such as the three major operators, Qian Jingting, Wahaha, and Kung Fu School, has also increased significantly. Even the company's stock price has appreciated out of thin air. Such a huge unexpected gain made the cooperatives laugh so hard that they couldn't even close their mouths. Not to mention the goodwill behavior of netizens, the online exposure incident against Du Sheng disappeared without him speaking. Public opinion is really coming and going. Du Sheng was a little amused and shook his head. Why do you have to shoot yourself in the foot? The other party's attack this time was obviously too hasty. If he could design carefully, cleverly avoid lightning, and those inflammatory words and behind-the-scenes pushers, even if Du Sheng could not be imprisoned, he would at least be overwhelmed. However, these forces seemed to have not been able to gather their strength and fight for the scattered sand. The evidence such as audio and manuscripts given by Kuikiwa also failed to be finalized. The most direct result of this storm is that Du Sheng's hardcore fans have surged. Related topics continue to heat up on major social platforms, frequently ranking at the top of the hot search list. It has to be admitted that Yang Saiwei is indeed a master of hype. All kinds of things can be understood at a glance. He made up the means and routines that only appeared a few years later in his previous life in advance. At noon the next day, Du Sheng made a formal speech on his blog and characterized the incident. It's nothing more than thanking the three major operators and Qian Jingting, thanking the many relatives and friends, and thanking the fans who trusted and supported him from beginning to end. At the same time, he also clarified his position and did not intend to pursue this incident. Finally, in order to thank everyone for their kindness, he also previewed that 2 new singles of Sword of Fairy 1 will be released soon. At that time, we will give it back and forth in a free trial, and will also draw 10,000 listeners from the 3 major operators to give ringtones. Once this blog post was published, it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of fans and passers-by. They forwarded and commented one after another, and for a moment, the popularity of the relevant people soared, just like cooking oil in a fire. In just 2 hours, the forwarding volume exceeded 100,000, and such popularity is no less than that of an international celebrity like Zhang Ziyi. Many people even began to look forward to the broadcast of Sword of Fairy 1. Not to mention the troubles online, Du Sheng has re-entered the filming of the Tenside ambush. After the plagiarism storm settled, he glanced at his reputation. Reputation value, 150,392. I have to say that the effect of this hype was unexpectedly good. This trend is almost comparable to the K1 fighting finals. Du Sheng glanced at his skills, considering that he would have to face the giant gods next. he would add them all to Dragon and Elephant. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 5 layers / purple, 636240/728000. Calculate the remaining time. As long as there is another major event, it is expected to make a breakthrough before the start of the battle. Du Sheng instantly thought of Lu Xiang's International Athletics Federation competition, and there will probably be a wave of popularity at that time. On October 26, the footage of Mutant Fong was finally finished. The rest of the parts have to go to Hoffenheim to continue. However, the bamboo forest scene over there has not been fully arranged. Zhang Yi's Hekong case first let Lu Huan's friends get rid of the punters and the punters join the group next week. This is convenient for Du Sheng's itinerary. After all, October 28 is the K1 GP finals. The few days after the game were also the busiest time of the itinerary. As for Lu Yingying, he was tired after joining the group for so long, many matters were delayed, and he rushed back to run for activities. Brother Sheng, the box office of Infernal Affairs 2 has exceeded 40 million. Wang Yeyang said happily while driving. Although the box office growth rate of movies has decreased in an skewed manner after National Day, this is a market rule. During this period, many films that were popular in the industry were released, which would have some impact on the film. But Infernal Affairs 2 did not fall sharply. If we count the date of official drawing, it is safe to achieve the goal of 45 million. This data has surpassed Big Boy and ranked among the top 4 annual box offices in the mainland. As for the box office of Xiangzhang, although however, it is not as good as the first one, and it currently exceeds 30 million, ranking among the top 5 in the annual box office of Xiangzhang. And 3/5 of here are Du Sheng. This means that we have to mention the box office appeal. After all, movies are a business. The movies you have made have won numerous awards, and they may be a niche thing. But if you can make a fortune, it will become a hot commodity and everyone is competing for it. Therefore, when director Lu Wei succeeded in 2 consecutive films, he instantly became a super celebrity in the film industry. Big bosses from all walks of life lined up to invite him to visit, hoping to offer him every day. Similarly, a bunch of people also wanted to ask Du Sheng to have a meal together. But he was so busy that he couldn't get away. If you want to see him, you have to wait at least after the K1 fighting finals. On the contrary, another Huai blockbuster Heroes of Heaven and Earth, which was fighting on the arena, has been halved since the box office of the National Day. Even if the box office of foreign countries is favored, it is only $5 million. And what was originally planned? $20 million US. It can be said that the investor was cheated by Huai. Even Huai has experienced a box office Waterloo recently and was exposed online due to the plagiarism storm, and has no way to say anything about it. It is said that Wang Zhong is preparing to sell those treasured antiques to overcome the immediate crisis first. Otherwise, if this continues, it will really become a laughing stock. Chapter 303 Popularity. Unlike Wang Zhong, Du Sheng was full of spring breeze. Since I made a fortune in the K1 final, plus the reimbursement of Goddess Dragon and The Legend of the Sky, the total liquidity once reached 45 million. What an exaggerated concept this is. In this year, having assets of 5 million is already a rank of rich people. In Shenzhen City, Guangzhou, 50,000 yuan is enough for the down payment of 2 houses. However, Du Sheng's money is not entirely in the interest rate in the bank. In addition to using it to expand the Kung Fu school, hoard theaters, buy out properties, etc., to follow the light asset route of Meta, he also invested in the real estate industry with Yesi. Recently, there is a popular saying, look at the mainland real estate market, and look at the Guangzhou real estate market, South China. This South China refers to the Yangcheng South China sector. The South China sector is the first to open up the supermarket era of the entire mainland real estate industry. Among them, the 1,500-acre large-scale market represented by 7,500-acre Kifu New Village, 1,200 acre Zingawan, 2,000 acre country garden, 4,500 acre country garden, and 3,000 acre South China New City are called the 8 great kings of South China. Among these 8 great kings, Country Garden, founded 10 years ago, is more powerful than Country Garden, Evergrande, RNF, and Hobson Innovation Exhibition. In a few years, they will be praised by the industry as the 5 tigers of South China and will even be listed in Xiangzhong to make money. But now, Yajoli has created 9 residential groups including Yiding, Time Jupian, Zindi Kainyuan, Qian Shan Ziazu, Tianyu, Yaquiding, Yeyueding, Shangshan Ruoshui, and Summit Villa at one time. Each group has an independent garden, which is a big deal. But due to the sudden expansion, the capital cannot be turned over. This means a new round of financing or equity transfer has to be carried out. At the beginning, several shareholders did not agree with taking such a big step, and were not even optimistic about the prospects. There are many internal complaints. Take the adjacent Kayang mansion as an example. They invested in real estate in 1992 years, but they unexpectedly encountered a real estate bubble soon, with the largest drop of up to 80%. The newly established country garden almost died. After finally recovering, 2 years ago, Kayangfu benefited from the favorable policies of the international tourism port, and the real estate invested by Country Garden finally made great efforts to achieve profitability. As a result, the bubble came faster this time. At the beginning of last year, housing prices began to plummet. By now, it has been cut in half. Many shareholders can no longer hold back and want to pick up the bucket and run away. Now that I know that internal financing will be carried out to damage their share, who will do this? Many are looking for someone to take over. It happened that Yezi had a lot of connections in Guangzhou and learned that Du Sheng was optimistic about the future development of this industry. After so many profit-making cooperation, she already trusts Du Sheng extremely. So, after a total of 18% of the shares of several shareholders were asked to help the Ye family intervene, and Miracle Studio as the main body invested 66 million yuan. From then on, if Country Garden expands its investment scale, they will have to increase their bargaining chips. Among them, Du Sheng personally accounted for 70%. In other words, the little he earned before was not enough, and he had to pledge 5 villas from the Yi Bank. As for whether this will make a fortune? To be honest, Du Sheng has never considered this with reference to previous life samples. And the K1 finals will be in a few days, and he is confident that he will gain some more capital. As for whether the real estate market will still lose to the end? Du Sheng never worried. Because he knew very well that Yangcheng would hold the Asian Games in a few years. In order to welcome this grand event, the Canton Conference set off a new round of urban construction. By then, you can make a fortune by selling buildings by simply selling your property. Whether he can become a tycoon depends on this wave. But next, you have to work hard to save money. Not enough flowers. Not enough to spend. Because after filming The Ambush on 10 and The Sword of Fairy 1 was produced almost the same in the later stages, a new round of film and television drama shooting is about to be started. If the TV series Shuya Cave and the movie Chapelang are prepared at the same time according to the results of the Interstellar Media Conference, the funds will be required. Hundreds of millions. Even if the play brings enough advertising endorsements, the rest will be distributed to Du Sheng, and it will be 20 million yuan. However, if you don't decide when you encounter something, you can ask Neon people for help. Brother Sheng, someone came to ask if there were any tickets, so I couldn't stand it. Zhang Hailong was packing up his things and complained. Isn't that true? The 20 tickets sent by the organizer are gone as soon as they get them. Wang Yeyang shrugged and said. The 20 items I bought at half price yesterday were also empty in seconds, and I couldn't keep them at all. These are what acquaintances want. If you include advertising, endorsement, investors, and other people who have spoken, adding double the votes is not enough. But this is a relationship of favors, and it won't work if you don't give it to me. This reason is naturally due to the overwhelming publicity of the K1 event in the mainland. They finally waited for a Chinese to enter the finals, worried that this opportunity would be difficult for the next few sessions. In order to open up the Chinese market, promotion and distribution are really spared no effort. Not long ago, I spent more than $1 million to be in the iconic location of Lighthouse Country, Times Square. He made a huge advertisement for Du Sheng. In this way, Du Sheng became the first Chinese star to show his face in Times Square. As soon as this incident happened, a new wave immediately set off. His name and image spread throughout the streets and alleys almost instantly, allowing countless people around the world to know that a fighting genius was born in the East. In addition, Shibuya District and Motobund have also launched advertisements for 3 consecutive days. In order to create momentum for the Kung Fu program, Yangshi Channel 5 also broadcasts Du Sheng's wonderful collection in K1 from time to time. After all, it was the first time that a Chinese had entered the finals of such a top-level event, and many people were interested. In this way, Du Sheng's phone call was about to be blown up by relatives and friends. Even the self-paid tickets cannot fill the gap. Under this all-round publicity offensive, it is hard to say how much Du Sheng's popularity has increased. But the reputation value suddenly soared from 0 to nearly 50,000. Only about 40,000 is enough to increase the cost of improving the 6th level of Dragon and Elephant. There are 2 days left in the next. If we include the pre-match press conference, we are really expected to make a breakthrough. There is still a half-price quota, so buy another batch. Du Sheng never pity this little money. It is definitely worth the money to be able to make good contacts in this way. Okay, I'll talk to Yao Wei. Zhang Hailong laughed, turned around and walked out. He knew very well that Du Sheng's future achievements were extraordinary. If Zhang Baji had a quarrel with her brother-in-law, he would be the first to refuse. Let's talk about making money. Before, he was hungry and full, and he had to do things for others. Now, not to mention wealth and honor, doing things is comfortable, and you can also learn a craft. He became half of Du Sheng's junior brother. Where can I find such a good thing? And because of Du Sheng, the K1 GP finals were so popular. Compared with previous years, the number of people watching the game has increased several times. Many Chinese people flew to the neon lights thousands of miles just to feel the passionate atmosphere on the spot. As old fry, they can provide convenience to Chinese people who go to neon for the first time, and can also make a small profit. The organizer also invested a lot and moved the competition venue directly to the Dome Stadium in Qujing. This is the largest sports hall in Neon Country, which can attract 75,000 spectators. Often, only K1 GP's annual Peak Showdown will receive this treatment. If you want to fill this gymnasium with people, you can only do it on New Year's Eve Red and White Song Festival. However, even if I moved to such a large gym this time, tickets are still hard to get. All because of this final, it has become the hottest topic among the people of the East and Neon countries. Everyone is looking forward to the last laugh of the boxers they support. People who are familiar with Du Sheng naturally want to witness this historical moment with their own eyes. In order to protect this wave of popularity and traffic, the organizer also has a lot of tricks. He also greeted the police station early, and sent thousands of police officers and security personnel to ensure that everything went smoothly. Because the selected October 28th is Saturday. Golden moments are destined to be popular. Cousin, will you go tonight? The 4 girls Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan have been waiting for this day for a long time, and they can't wait to come to Interstellar Media. To this end, they also pushed back the signing, recording, advertising and other matters. Just to follow Du Sheng to visit Neon for 2 days. You guys have all packed up at 6 p.m. Du Sheng looked at the girls chattering around him excitedly, and his emotions were also infected, and he replied with a smile. The highly anticipated K1 GP finals are finally here. This time, because there were too many things to do, they had to go there 2 days in advance. Du Sheng also has to put down his affairs and focus on this game. At the same time, Wang Jinhua and Ye Zi will also lead all available soldiers in the company to Neon, making final preparations. For Star Media, this final is not only about Du Sheng's peak career battle, but also the harvest season for the entire company. They must ensure that they have taken this fruitful fruit into their pockets. In fact, since the semifinals, Wang Jinhua and Ye Zi have begun to prepare in full swing. War. During this period, they have held several negotiations with dozens of sponsors and advertisers. However, they always followed Du Sheng's advice and did not easily sign any agreement. Instead, wait until Du Sheng is crowned the king of fighting before signing the contract in order to obtain the greatest commercial value. If it weren't for Huai Company's malicious competition and intended to use public opinion to suppress it, Ye Zi would not have been willing to finalize the endorsement matter in advance. This time I went to Neon early to meet with a group of sponsor representatives. Strive for stronger cooperation conditions. These include many internationally renowned brands such as Hitachi, HP, Sony, Panasonic, Toshiba, Canon, Sanyo, Fanta, etc. There are also leaders in domestic brands such as Oriental Life Insurance, Dongfeng Motor, and TCL. Among them, the most frequently contacted multinational companies include Sony, Canon, and Toshiba. These brands are very clear about how much influence Asians have in winning the title of King of Fighting. They all expressed their strong willingness to invite Du Sheng to serve as the spokesperson for the Oriental market. If everything goes well, Du Sheng's funds will be enough to cover his initial investment in the Country Garden project. Even contributed to his business empire. Chapter 304, a record-breaking. That night, Du Sheng and his group had just got off the plane and appeared. The filming team sent by Yangshi 5, Zheng Xian's team from the Metropolitan Entertainment News flocked to the crowd. From the moment they stepped out of the passage, the cameras kept catching fire. The surging scenes feel no worse than the arrival of superstars such as Beckham, Kobe, Stallone. Especially when Du Sheng walked out of the airport, a large group of fans holding his large posters surrounded him. Both passages were blocked, and they were like a bustling square. If there weren't many customers at this time, security would probably have a headache. Despite this, they are busy at this moment. Because they found that more than 80% of this group of fans were actually their own neon girls. It is really against Tiangang. As soon as Du Sheng appeared, the screams rang throughout the airport. All of this was recorded by the camera team and Zheng Xian's team. The former will send this scene back to Yangshi 5 to broadcast it as a special series. The latter will divide a large area in the entertainment version, specifically serializing interesting stories about Du Sheng's K1. Sheng, how do you feel when you are so popular with so many foreign fans? Seeing that Du Sheng finally dealt with the fans, Zheng Xian glanced at the girls of Girls' Generation and asked with a smile. To be honest, it's a surprise. Du Sheng replied with a smile. And it's so late, there are so many fans coming to pick them up. This passion will last forever and I am very grateful for everyone's love. Sooner or later, he will go international, so no matter which country he is, he will not be stupid enough to contempt or reject him. On the contrary, isn't it an honor to conquer the neon audience with its strength? This is also one of the fundamental reasons why international brands such as Sony and Toshiba value it. Cao Jian, the leader of the Yangshi film crew, also came forward and raised another question to Du Sheng. This time you go directly to the finals and will compete in the world-renowned Qujing Dome. Would you feel a little nervous? Du Sheng's face was relaxed and said. Nervous? That's not the case, there are more expectations. You know, many international celebrities are proud to hold concerts in the Qujing Dome. I have achieved this indirectly, right? Everyone laughed. This is really the truth. As we all know, the Qujing Dome is the highest level stadium that symbolizes neon. There are not a single Chinese who can hold concerts here so far. Du Sheng is also a record breaker. Zheng Xian smiled and asked again. What about facing the giant god weapon? Although she noticed the intimate interaction between Lu Yifei and other girls and Du Sheng, she pretended not to see it. He also asked the fat man to delete some of the possible leaked photos. After entering the industry for so long, I have long been immune to these scandals. On the contrary, if Du Sheng has no scandal, she will have to worry about whether the man is mentally abnormal. In addition, the night before yesterday, she specially wore a professional commuting outfit and made Du Sheng a Yi Argon evil coal gang with sublimation of the soul. Not to mention, the special pill the other party gave her benefited a lot. Now her appearance and temperament are no less than those beautiful stars. This is a benefit that is hard to find. Du Sheng looked at her eyes and said casually. I have defeated 2 champions, and the giant gods have not proved themselves in the kickboxing world. What do you think? As expected, his opponent this time was indeed the giant god soldier. In the last quarter-finals, the opponent defeated the king of the same period with a crushing momentum. During the interview afterwards, he also publicly told the finals that he would kill Du Sheng to avenge Hust. Everyone knew that he was brought into the industry by Hust and was the same company. Even if he became a nationality of Helen, Hust had more help from him. So people are not surprised by this, but are looking forward to the iron-blooded war. Recently, even Western media have been hyping this event, calling it a true showdown between Eastern and Western Kung Fu. If it were the last time I heard Du Sheng say this, Cao Jian was somewhat skeptical. But this time, I was full of confidence. Although the giant god weapon is huge big, but I have only switched to the kickboxing industry this year, and I have not fully proved my ability. And what about Du Sheng? No matter what the dispute is, at least the reputation of practicing kung fu has been praised overseas. Cao Jian didn't ask any more questions, and a gratified smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I wish you success and win the championship in one fell swoop. On the way to the hotel, enthusiastic fans holding slogans supporting Du Sheng could be seen everywhere. Even the hotel we stayed carefully prepared a special commemorative card for the distinguished guests, which read, "The sniper god returns to the neon lights and enjoy the peak battle together." Not only that, from the moment I stepped onto the neon land, the figure of Du Sheng came into view from time to time. Especially in major traffic roads in Kanto region, Du Sheng's giant poster is particularly eye-catching. On public transportation, trailers of the event are frequently broadcast. In hotels around Kyoto, Du Sheng's influence is almost everywhere. The huge electronic display outside the Dome Stadium plays various advertisements related to him every day. In fact, a week ago, a 24-hour uninterrupted publicity offensive began here. Even the entire Hanzhou Island, whether it is the entrances and exits of the roads or key locations, Du Sheng's publicity maps are blooming everywhere. From this we can see that the K1 Affairs Bureau has regarded Du Sheng as a propaganda benchmark. I even want to make him a hero for Asians. Just like Luzon boxing champion Pacquiao, we have attracted the attention of yellow people around the world. Witnessing such a scale of publicity, even the knowledgeable Lu Zili, Zhong Zhen, and others were shocked. Not to mention the 4 girls of Lu Yifei. Whenever they saw a huge poster about Du Sheng, they were so excited that they pointed at them. It has nothing to do with being close or not. In fact, many Chinese people who came to Neon to watch the game are like this. This is a kind of pride and honor that belongs to them Chinese. Yes, with honor. When they arrived at the bed, Wang Jinhua, Ye Zizi and others entered a busy state. Either they are busy connecting with reporters, or arrange post-match press conferences, or coordinate sponsorship and other matters. Not to mention the reporters and media who came from the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions alone have exceeded 300 or 400. Even the Yangshi News Network team was ordered to come to Neon. As long as Du Sheng can really win the championship, there will definitely be his pictures and reports in the news broadcast. The value of Yangshi news broadcast, you all know it. Even after 20 years, he is the number one in the ratings. In today's era where TV is the mainstream, the ratings of more than a dozen points can only be said to be average. And this means that nearly 100 million people have watched it. How much popularity and reputation can this bring? I can't imagine it. But Du Sheng didn't think so much about it for the time being. As the four girls shouted, they took them to enjoy a walk around Kyoto that night. Meanwhile, on the other end of Neon Kyoto University, Matsuda Saburo and Tsurita Kenji, two former die-hard black fans, can only shuttle through the narrow alleys, avoiding the gazes they dare not face. Their clothes were already worn and their faces were full of traces of fatigue and anxiety. Matsuda Saburo stopped and looked at the dark night, with a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Hishin, we can't continue like this. The debts are owed more and more, and even the family is about to draw a clear relationship with us. His voice was low, revealing endless helplessness. In order to avoid debts, I was so depressed that I hid in the east and west every day that I didn't even dare to go back to school. What made them most disappointed was that they were cheated when they went to TMA-AV Image Company for an interview before. It can be called a double loss of the body and the soul. Kenji Tsurita leaned against the wall, squatting on the ground with distress, as if giving the chrysanthemum a little comfort. It hurts so much. We have tried everything, but each time it ended in failure. He sighed, his eyes full of confusion. The K1 finals are coming soon, do you still want to fight? Now they can't even guarantee 2 meals a day. But with such a big turning point in front of them, they were unwilling to give up. After all, the giant god soldier, who was 2.12 meters tall and weighed 270 kilograms, completely crushed Du Sheng, who weighed less than 160 kilograms. This is simply a waste of money. He couldn't imagine that there was any reason why the giant god soldier would lose. Matsuda Saburo clenched his fists, his nails embedded in his palms deeply, and the pain made him temporarily forget his inner fear. If we don't try it, what will we do? Speaking of this, his eyes became fierce. The Tsuji Association has a grey industrial chain, and it is said that one can mortgage 5 million neon coins. As soon as his words finished, a depressing silence filled the air. Kenji Tsurita suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Are you crazy? His voice increased by octave and was almost roaring. As one of the 3 major neon society, the Suzuki Association's industry is not as good as the Yamaguchi Group, but it acts more like a mad dog. Once you have something to do with them, you will be desperate. Matsuda Saburo seemed to be cheering himself up and gritted his teeth and said, just talk about the winning rate of the giant god soldier. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. The two of them were silent for a long time, and the surrounding environment seemed to have solidified. Kenji Tsurita subconsciously touched the chrysanthemum, and a resolute flashed in his eyes. Mad, I don't believe that you can lose. Unless that Oriental cheated. Du Sheng didn't know what happened to these two people for the time being, and even if he knew about it, he would smile. This kind of self-digging grave is really impossible for ordinary people to do. He didn't have time to pay attention. Because just now, my reputation finally reached 93,000. Upgrade. Du Sheng did not hesitate at all, and added it to dragon and elephant. A familiar numbness and itch came, especially the palms and soles of the feet, which felt a hardening feeling. Dragon and elephant Prajna, 6th level /purple, 729048/218700. Click. Du Sheng held it hard, and the iron car handrail could not bear it and it was slightly twisted. The pores visible to the naked eye on the hand harden inch and become solid iron lumps attached to it. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are real iron fists. In the past, every time he fought, his wrists and soles of his feet were relatively fragile every time he fought, so he did not dare to burst out with all his strength, so as not to break the bone. Now, not only is this worry exempted, it is still easy to get into the sword without a hand. Chapter 305 Continuous Domination. In addition, the biggest change is the connection between the Ren and Du meridians. The force can convey the hands and feet from the tail vertebra in an instant, and the force can be operated more easily and exploded more thoroughly. This also includes the ability to attach force to the arms and thighs to maximize protection. It can be said that except for the head, throat, etc., the whole body is almost all hard weapons, and can be used as sticks. Even the internal force trapped in the lower dantian can be vaguely free. If necessary, it can protect the 3-inch area in a radius and block the attack of sharp objects. But there is a problem. If you refer to modern Chinese martial arts, after opening the Du meridian, you will have a certain chance to understand the release of internal energy and external energy. When the Ren and Du meridians are connected, this probability has increased to 50%. Du Sheng has not reached this point, and there are obviously flaws in some link. What is the release of internal energy? That is, after thousands of temperings, the strength of the whole body gathers at one point, and one punch can shake the air, reaching the state of a sound that cannot be bought with 1,000 gold, and then enter the state of being released. Du Sheng's mind was full of internal energy and his heart was itchy and he couldn't sit still. Fortunately, Huang Deli followed this time. He asked him for advice overnight and concluded that I failed to hold the energy in my body, causing the force to dissipate when it was released. They are all things passed down by our ancestors, and the principles are the same. When it comes to practice, one core concept is bound to be impossible to avoid, namely qi. This qi is not the breathing qi, nor is it any component in the air. However, when the human body is exercising, the whole body becomes hot, and when the heat is too strong, sweat will occur. This heat is qi. According to Huang Deli, the pores of human body are like holes in bamboo baskets, no matter how much water is filled, they will eventually be lost. Similarly, no matter how violent the human body moves, the qi will spread through the pores and is in vain. During exercise, keeping this qi from leaking out is the most basic and profound place in practicing. Although Du Sheng understood this principle, it was still difficult to deal with it properly. He asked how to completely close the pores of the whole body. You should have seen animals angry, especially cats and dogs. When they are extremely angry, their hair stands up like a hedgehog, which means fried hair, which means closing the pores. The same is true for people. Sometimes the body will have goosebumps, the hairs stand up, and the pores are closed, you just need. Du Sheng withdrew his thoughts and tried to follow Huang Deli's advice and practice it on the spot. A palm hit the wall, relaxing the spine and shifting the center of gravity, trying to rush out the energy in the body and sweat from the palm, combining the power of the palm to release the explosion. Pop! Still can't explode. When the palm hits the wall and wants to release the internal energy, the whole body relaxes and sweat gushes out from every pore. The whole body also felt tired after strenuous exercise. I still can't lock my anger. Once a person who practices internal strength, once he exercises his exercise, his hair will stand upright, his skin will be protruding, and his skin will be as hard as iron. He can not only withstand blows, but also lock in the moisture and heat of the whole body, so as not to cause leakage. Therefore, he is energetic in battle, far beyond ordinary people. In addition, after the hair is erect, you are fully focused, and you can keenly perceive the movements and stillness around you and deal with them at any time. Du Sheng is quite eager for the combat state brought about by the release of internal energy. Not to mention anything else, at least in the battle tomorrow night, the winning rate will be increased to 100%. I guess you've made too fast progress, and the exercise of the Beiji Kung Fu ball has not kept up. Huang Deli thought about it and pointed out the problem. Du Sheng nodded, guessing that this was one of the reasons. The practice of national martial arts and Kung Fu is divided into hard skills, soft skills, and eye skills. The hard skills of Bajiquan include relying on piles, driving piles, kicking piles, iron sand palms, diamond fingers, ball skills, etc. The 8G Kung Fu Ball is a method to assist in the practice of internal strength, aiming to stretch the muscles and bones, relax the muscles and activate the meridians, and achieve both internal and external cultivation. Using this ball exercise routine can not only exercise your fingers, wrists, and arms, but also combine it with breathing skills, but also comprehensively improve your strength and naturally practice the internal strength of going abroad. But Du Sheng has never practiced much at all. After all, he has the method of improving his golden fingers and his own internal strength, so he does not need to use this method. But it's hard to talk about this, so I had to ask in a different way. The problem I face is that the energy in my body cannot gather and cannot lock in one thing. How to solve it? Huang Deli pondered for a moment and said, according to the secret of exerting force, not only do you have to move your hands, but you also have to be urgent in your heart. When a person becomes nervous, the 5 fires in the body, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are churning, and sweating is more intense than strenuous exercise. Seeing Du Sheng fall into deep thought, Huang Deli continued. There is a mantra in the boxing classics, when encountering an enemy is like burning your body. It means that when exercising strength, not only should the force be emitted from the waist to the hand, but it should also be like falling into an oil pan. In an instant, it was as anxious as a cat's hair. The spine would automatically close the pores, and only the hands would release their strength to let it gush out of it. The explosive force is strong and brittle, like a furnace. It is also the foundation for the release of internal energy. Whether you have practiced it or not, the difference is like a warrior and a reckless man. The burst of fist power alone is at least 200 or 300 kilograms different. Not to mention that there is also a point of specialization, similar to the blasting effect of breaking the surface with points. As for being unable to hold back, it is actually not difficult to solve. Speaking of this, Huang Deli seemed to think of something and said, in fact, when you stand in a stance, stomping your feet, blowing your breath and exerting force are the key to mastering the opening and closing of the pores in your body. As long as you can mobilize your spine and let your strength penetrate the Guan Yuan, Qi, coccyx, etc. of the Ren and Du meridians, gradually adjust your breathing, and you can control the pores throughout the body. As the 5th generation successor of Bajikwan, Huang Deli has a high martial arts attainment. Although he could not cultivate the legendary internal strength and did not know the real situation Du Sheng was facing, most of the principles of practicing Chinese martial arts or internal skills were actually common. Huang Deli restrained his thoughts and said, you demonstrate the small rack and pay attention to where my fingers touch. Du Sheng squatted down his knees, lowered his shoulders and elbows, loosened his hips and twisted his waist, and posed as a bayonet with a gun. Huang Deli tapped Du Sheng's back of his head with his fingers, and then slowly moved downward along the spine joints and pushed it slightly. Every time he touched an inch of bone joint, Du Sheng felt his spine gradually straightened. The changes in the spine drive the bones and muscles of the whole body to stretch and contract. Du Sheng felt that the whole body began to get hot and there were slight sweat marks. Suddenly, Huang Deli slapped Du Sheng's tail vertebra with a palm. Du Sheng's center of gravity suddenly dropped to the end of his spine, as if he was being stepped on his tail. Swish! The hairs all over the body stand up and the skin is covered with goosebumps. Sweat and hot air are forced back into the body, which means that the internal air is locked. When standing in a stance, after the center of gravity reaches the tail, the heartstrings should be tense as if you were stepped on your tail. When you are anxious, your whole body will be furious and your strength will be closed. Huang Deli was both shocked and strange when he saw Du Sheng quickly understand. If Du Sheng really could burst out the rumors of internal energy and external release, his combat power would not only increase by a little bit, but he could fight against a great man with a weight of more than twice. This is at the level of a master of national martial arts, and he has never even reached it. Before, he was a little worried about whether this apprentice would be beaten and disabled, but now he is not worried at all. Based on this idea, Huang Deli gave more thought. The spine is the central axis of the human body, and the spine moves, and the whole body moves. When you are getting hot all over and about to sweat, you can try to close your pores and force your strength. The only time I fight for my life will I sweat. You are only one step away from the moment you understand it. After you understand it thoroughly, your inner energy bursts out easily. I understand, thank you Master. After some teachings and guidance, Du Sheng suddenly became enlightened and stood up and bowed deeply to Huang Deli. Although gold fingers can pull seedlings and encourage growth, they cannot be covered in everything. Just like now, the Ren and Du meridians are connected, but the internal energy is released without adding points to burst out. Although Huang Deli's principle is not mysterious, it may take a long time to understand one method and understand all methods. The importance of ancient masters is demonstrated here. Huang Deli sighed. You boys' persistence in martial arts almost caught up with me when I was young. The apprentice in front of him is also a star plus rich man after all. He doesn't need to do many things personally, but he still pursues breakthroughs. This effort made him sigh. No wonder the other party achieved such a success in a short period of time, which is really enviable. Haha, it's mainly because I'm encountering a bottleneck, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't break through. Du Sheng smiled and thought that if he really couldn't practice, he would find the giant god weapon to stimulate it tomorrow night. Under the battle of life and death, it should be easier to understand this emergency response. The next morning, Du Sheng asked his assistant to take 4 girls to play, and he entered a busy state. During this period, Ma Yaoi came and reported the information about the giant god weapon. Zhang Hailong couldn't help but feel curious and asked in a low voice. Brother Sheng, what chance do you have of winning this time? As a perfect combination of figure, strength, and technology, the giant god soldier is almost everyone in the MMA circle and everyone knows it. 212 centimeters tall and 270 pounds of weight, MMA record, 12 wins/1 loss/1 draw. Title: the 1994 European Ashihara Karate Competition Championship. All England Vacuum Rate Champion. The 9th generation King of Pancrase is the king of indiscriminate levels. The best moves are the right kick and knee. Due to the rigorous training in karate, if he hits the opponent's liver and spleen, he often kills with one move. The training in the boxing gym of the famous free fighting camp Golden Honor made the knee technique of the giant god weapon extremely lethal. If combined with the advantages of height and legs, his knee technique will be even more powerful, so a headshot was called. Although he only switched to K1 this year, the weight difference of 110 pounds plus height crush plus punches and foot bursting for more than 1,000 pounds. Most people face him, let alone win, probably don't even have the courage. Although Zhang Hailong, Ma Yaoi, and others knew that Du Sheng was very good at practicing horizontally, they were no longer so confident in whether they could block such a giant beast. As soon as Zhang Hailong said this, everyone in the car turned their heads and looked over. Du Sheng just smiled faintly. I haven't fought, and now no one can tell you. He knew better than everyone else about the power of the giant god weapon. If he didn't intervene in this session, this person would inherit Hust's dominance and will continue to dominate K1. Become the strongest player in the history of kickboxing, the only 2-4-win champion. The most remarkable record was a volley that kicked the opponent several meters away. When everyone heard this, they also felt it was reasonable. After all, no one is sure to win a stable victory when facing such an opponent. But I felt that Du Sheng's reaction was too indifferent. It's like there's no pressure at all. Is this an illusion? Actually, they were not wrong. It is undeniable that the giant god weapon has a physical condition like a silly. But any athlete has some weaknesses. First of all, although the giant god weapon has an extraordinary weight and height and has excellent strike range and defensive advantages, it also affects movement speed and agility. Especially when facing similar speed opponents, it is likely to become a disadvantage. Secondly, due to its huge size, maintaining high-intensity output requires higher physical fitness. Unless he can kill with one blow, the higher the probability of his defeat if he drags on. Then, flexibility may also be limited by height and weight. This is particularly critical when facing opponents who can quickly change positions and attack angles. Finally, the giant god weapon is famous for its powerful explosion, but there are always monsters that resist the impact. But Du Sheng is this type. It's still the monster with both speed and anti-strike. With the 6-layer iron-hard body plus various skills combinations of dragon and elephant, you can fight each other without any timidity. Not to mention, if you are expected to understand the release of internal energy before starting the battle, this advantage will be infinitely magnified. In order to increase the popularity of this finals, K1 organized a Grand Prix press conference as always. Chapter 306, Revelation. October 27. Inside and outside the Guangdong Arena, there was a boiling moment. Many spectators waving colorful flags gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium, waiting for a miracle to come. The Guangdong Stadium, as the largest multifunctional venue in Neon, carries the dreams and glory of countless people. Here we have witnessed the glory of various sports events such as fighting, basketball, wrestling, etc. It is also a holy place in the music industry, attracting countless top stars and artists to leave their footprints here. However, the large capacity of 55,000 people is enough to discourage most musicians. Only real superstars can fill this place and become the focus of attention. Among them, Michael Jackson is the one who is most talked about. The king of pop music once chose this place as his first stop on a global tour, and every performance was full and made history. The other is Mike Tyson, a superstar in the fighting world. He had been challenged by the heavyweight boxing champion gold belt here. Before this, Tyson combined the world championship titles of the 3 top boxing organizations, and was unrivaled in the boxing world, maintaining a record of winning. The opponent is regarded as an unknown person, and almost no one believes that he will win. Before the game, Tyson's winning odds were once as high as an astonishing ratio of more than 10 times. However, that night, Tyson's position as dominant boxing in the boxing world was over the ages, completely shocking the world. Due to this history, some coaches believe that the Guangdong Arena is a nightmare for boxing champions in the world. Du Sheng may be able to take this opportunity to win the championship. However, this view also reveals the uncertainty of Du Sheng's strength and lacks sufficient confidence. In fact, although Du Sheng entered the finals with hard qigong, his performance did not win unanimous recognition from professionals. Many fighting experts pointed out that if he can continue his previous agility and anti-strike power in this game and avoid being hit multiple times, the possibility of winning the championship does exist. But the ring is so big, how could the giant god weapon not hit 2 punches? With the explosion of the giant god weapon, as long as you hit the punch, the huge weight gap is enough to prevent Du Sheng from getting up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 buses slowly drove towards the gymnasium. As the most popular favorite in the K1 GP event, the giant god soldier is like his senior host, and has won the recognition of many audiences with his outstanding strength. Similarly, as the first Oriental player to enter the K1 GP finals, Du Sheng's influence cannot be underestimated. More than 1,000 boxing fans gathered spontaneously outside the venue. They held red flags, and some even painted their cheeks into 5-star shapes. More than 200 journalists and media from China shuttled around the gymnasium, scrambling to interview the audience and capture every exciting moment. The moment the bus appeared, it was surrounded by crowds. The excited audience knocked on the car body and windows, shouting loudly to cheer for Du Sheng. The entire gymnasium seemed to be overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Du Sheng stopped talking to several girls and smiled and waved to the audience outside. Seeing this, boxing fans became even more enthusiastic and rushed to the front of the car, trying to touch the car window. These audiences are too fanatical and prone to accidents. But Du Sheng did not blame him too much, but instead slowed down the driver. because many of these people crossed the ocean and came from China specifically to witness and support him with their own eyes. As we passed by, the audience waved the national flag and shouted loudly, and the scene was extremely lively. Looking at the excited faces, Du Sheng was filled with emotion. In his life, this may be just one of countless competitions. But for these viewers who climbed mountains and waded through the river, this is a battle about national dignity. The security guard set up a wall at the door, and Du Sheng and his group came to the lounge. Although there are still noisy people here, none of the people who can enter this area are ordinary people. Under the leadership of Cao Jian, Du Sheng was the first to meet with reporters from CCTV News Network and conduct an interactive interview. Next, he has to accept interviews from Metropolitan Entertainment News, Xiangjiang TVB, Bay City, and other places. Just as the interview was over, Director Bai walked over with a smile, with encouragement. "Young man, now Chinese people all over the world are paying attention to you, so you have to do your best this time." With the help of live broadcast of K1 events, Yangtze 5 was in the limelight in the second half of the year. Not only did the ratings squeeze into the top 4 of CCTV many times, but the advertising revenue also soared. And all of this is so much more than the young man in front of him. Therefore, Director Bai came here in person this time and helped open some channels, which was very supportive. Du Sheng smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't let everyone down." In the previous few games, the strength he showed was obvious to all, so he won many expectations. Even if he doesn't make money, just to prevent the Chinese people from failing their expectations, he will do his best. Director Bai saw Du Sheng relaxed his mind and joked with a smile. "Don't kill it with one punch, otherwise everyone will not be satisfied with it." "Haha, this depends on the opponent's status, and I can't control it." "Just kidding, let's do your best and give a bloody path to the Chinese boxing world." Seeing a group of reporters coming here, Director Bai waved his hand in a slight way. "After the fight, we will go to Osaka to watch the IAAF competition, and we will introduce you to a friend." 30 minutes later, the press conference site. The number of journalists and media people in the east, both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions is half more than the sum of Neon and Holland. Wu Yang occupies a large area, which is particularly spectacular. Under the strict protection of security personnel, Du Sheng and the giant gods entered the venue one after another and began to accept public interviews. What surprised Wang Yeyang and others was that when they sat down, the security team on the scene quickly retreated to both sides, leaving a large area of space. Du Sheng also noticed this situation and felt funny. The organizer was obviously deliberately doing bad things, hoping to recreate the fierce conflict at the last Xiangjiang press conference. In the semifinals, Du Sheng and Hust had not started yet, and the popularity was so exciting just because of the pre-match conflict. Who doesn't have any jealousy after seeing it? However, the organizers in Xiangjiang were worried that they would affect the competition and kept the security guards in order throughout the whole process, and were very afraid that the competition would not be held at night. This time, the security personnel took the initiative to keep a distance and even retreated to the edge of the site. What makes people laugh even more is that there is canned juice in front of Du Sheng, as if silently reminding something. Is it so naughty? Really speaking, people are all brainless creatures. Of course, if the giant god weapon is as irritable as Hust, Du Sheng doesn't mind helping him repair his teeth. But surprisingly, the giant god weapon reversed the previous angry behavior of avenging Hust for revenge. Even when facing some provocative questions, the giant god soldier did not show any anger. He even responded calmly and said that he had analyzed Du Sheng's game video many times and believed that Du Sheng was a very powerful opponent. His answer was neither sarcastic nor underestimated his own abilities, and cleverly resolved all kinds of attempts to pull things. At the same time, it also makes the weapons on the release stage useless. Many reporters were a little disappointed when they failed to see the expected tension. They quickly turned the gun head and locked the focus on Du Sheng. "Mr. Du, do you think your hard Qigong can withstand the 1,000 pounds of the giant god soldier? Faced with the reporter's tentative provocation, Du Sheng's mouth slightly raised. To be honest, I'm very worried that he is not even as good as Hust. If you can't even hold on for a round, this kind of game would be a waste of everyone's money. He is fearless. Although I always rely on a mouth before the game, how to blow it beautifully and realistically is a problem. And he is not worried about the next game, so why should he stick to superficial politeness? But when his guns were fired out, a commotion immediately broke out at the scene, and flashes came one after another. Unexpectedly, even when he was provoked in person, the giant god soldier was not angry. He just smiled calmly, responded briefly, and then left the court. However, if someone observes carefully, he will find that the giant god soldier clenched his fists and his face darkened when he turns around. It can be seen that someone behind this is asking him to keep his restrainedness so as not to repeat the same mistakes. It was really the last time the company was given a heavy capital to bet on Hust, but it ended up in a mess. This time, on the steadiance, I can only feel aggrieved by the giant god soldier. Du Sheng meets this Persona Hika actually held it back. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't care. The popularity of the finals itself is enough, and there is no need to make a gimmick. With his bold words, the reporters also explained to the live broadcast. Many Chinese believe in his abilities, believing that even if hard Qigong cannot prevent the explosion of the giant god weapon, it can still drag down the opponent with its agility. More Western audiences are increasing their bets on the giant gods. Because the comparison of size is too obvious, they really can't think of how to lose. Yangshi Channel 5's propaganda offensive never stopped, and the press conference was broadcast live simultaneously. Zhang Bin used his verbal characteristics to conduct an in-depth analysis of the two contestants. Although Du Sheng defeated the four-crown king Hust, facing the giant gods, it is quite difficult for him to win by relying on hard Qigong. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to his hidden killing moves. Major international media have basically maintained consistent forecasts on the prospects of this game. It is generally believed that both sides have the possibility of winning. The final victory or defeat trend depends on the specific performance on the arena. However, Du Sheng has created a great miracle to make such a suspense in the public. After all, the giant god weapon weighs almost 1.5 times that of Du Sheng. Zhang Bin pointed out in the program that under such a huge gap, Du Sheng's ability to stand on the ring is a victory in itself. No matter what the final result is, Du Sheng has become the #1 Chinese player in K1 history. Du Sheng didn't pay too much attention to the outside world's troubles. After attending the press conference, he glanced at his reputation and basically achieved his goal. In less than half an hour, the reputation instantly soared by nearly 20,000. It can be seen how much attention this press conference has attracted international attention. There is still one day to ferment, and it is more than enough to soar tens of thousands of reputations. In this way, he is more confident in tomorrow's event. I am also somewhat sure to accumulate 7 levels of reputation as soon as possible. Because according to the introduction of this level, after breaking through the central channel of the 7th level, not only will the body have the opportunity to transform, but the internal strength should be escaped. By then, under this impact, the internal energy accumulated in dragon and elephant will also have a high probability of being assimilated into internal force. If this guess comes true, then the transformation will be amazing. Because the internal energy accumulated in dragon and elephant acts as a bridge, breaking away all the acupoints of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, the effect is equivalent to the master giving Du Sheng enlightenment. This undoubtedly resolves the drawbacks of 9 Yang divine arts. After the internal force was assimilated, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the first master in modern times to realize martial arts. What abilities do those peerless martial arts masters have? Flying in the sky and hiding in the earth? Invulnerable to swords and guns? Or rejuvenate? No matter what, it is worth looking forward to. Brother Sheng, is it a bit impatient to bet heavily this time? After getting into the car, Ma Yaoi I couldn't help asking. Chapter 307, A Desperate Bet. Zhang Hailong, Wang Yeyang, and others quickly looked over. Last time everyone made a big profit, but this last time was unreasonable to miss it. This time, even his father Ma Sheng, Uncle Yuanbin, and others followed Neon just to do a big fight. Similarly, in addition to Zhongzhen and Wang Jin who sent their assistants, Lu Zili, who had the sweetness, was also a little excited. It seems that they are all waiting to take a bet. And the odds of Giant Gods vs Du Sheng have been released long ago. If KO, the odds are 1.99:2.53 respectively. The odds for winning points are 1.95, 2.36. KO of the opponent in the second round, the odds are 2.69:3.02. KO of the opponent in the first round, the odds are 2.98:3.20. It tastes quite a bit. Even though the organizers and the public were extremely optimistic about the Giant God Soldier, Du Sheng's performance in the previous few battles was too shocking. Especially in the last battle, Hust was favored by countless people, but Du Sheng was KO'd in one round. This will lead to a situation where the odds are comparable. Otherwise, if an Asian person fights against the Giant God weapon, the odds can be penetrated by 8 at any time. Du Sheng considers that this is the last game and the internal energy release is about to break through, so there is no need to hide his weakness. I really can't hide it even if I want to, the organizer and the lottery party cannot be fools. Moreover, this result is related to the negotiation of international endorsement, and it is very important to win or not. In addition, Chinese people are now declining in the boxing world, and they also need deafening results to break the situation. Instead of making people question and point fingers, it is better to just play with the big shots. Bet 10 million. This is Du Sheng's entire bet book in Neon Country, so there is no need to keep it anymore. One round determines the outcome. What you are playing is stud. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, betting in advance is also a good choice. After all, the bet amount is too large and there are too many people who bet, so I have to scatter to bet stations in various cities in Neon. A game determines the outcome. When Wang Yeyang heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. He was a little doubtful if something was wrong with his ears. Just now, when he saw the Giant God weapon with his own eyes, he understood what a mountain is. That tonnage is really scary. If it were ordinary people like them who were less than 130 pounds, let alone whether they could beat each other, they would be afraid that they would take great courage to go to the stage. However, looking at Du Sheng's calm expression, he swallowed his questions back into his stomach. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Ma Yaoi and Zhang Hailong didn't have so many concerns and immediately shouted excitedly. They have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Considering that this is the last time, I have no chance to bet in the future, so I decided to follow it. As for a losing, that's not in the scope of consideration at all. After all, Du Sheng has never disappointed everyone. It's impossible to joke with them for 10 million. Back at the bed, without waiting for Ma Yaoi and others to take action, a white-haired foreign man walked towards him. It was Tang Jin. After he went back last time, the more he thought about it, the more he became more unwilling. So I have always been paying attention to Du Sheng's situation. When he learned that the Chinese had defeated Mark and successfully entered the semifinals, he was also shocked. Of course he knew Mark, and the other party's heavy punch is well known in the UFC. Even if it is placed in the heavyweight category, it is no match for it. As a result, Du Sheng's hard Qigong defense cannot be broken. If UFC hadn't been restarting, many things would have to be dealt with. I'm afraid Don Jin would have been rushing over at that time. However, when Du Sheng remembered that he did not give in to the two negotiations, he suppressed his reins. He was consistent with the general Western people's view that Du Sheng's winning rate was less than 40%. As long as this little guy loses, the price can be discussed carefully. As a result, Hust, who was in the all-round advantage, lost again. This time, Don King was completely shocked. Even though Du Sheng's next opponent was the giant god soldier, Du Sheng was still despised by countless colleagues, and he couldn't sit still. I am not afraid of 10,000, but I am afraid of anything. What if a miracle happens again and Du Sheng wins the championship? Even if the opponent cannot win the championship, the opponent can enter the K1 GP finals, which has fully proved his strength. And the huge money-making ability of the Eastern market is there, who doesn't want to be jealous of it? As far as Tang Jin knows, there are currently 5 boxing promotion companies in North America alone that are in contact with Du Sheng. If he doesn't act, he will be afraid he won't even have to drink soup. Not to mention that there are as many as 8 boxing champions who have left because of the contract expires recently or have moved to other competitions. If you don't dig out a boxer who can support half of the sky, don't say that the boxing godfather's signature is out of business, you'll be afraid that the company will go bankrupt every minute. So, the day before yesterday he left behind a lot of affairs and came here with some determination. Du, long time no see, congratulations on reaching the K1 finals. Tang Jin looked at Du Sheng in full condition and had a much more enthusiastic attitude. Will there be time later? Let's go out for a drink. The assistant who followed him also knew about the recent experience of the company and was in a very complicated mood. Yellow people have never been able to do in the boxing world. This is a real monster. He regretted that he advised the boss to wait and see first. Now that we wait and see, the price numbers of various conditions will soar. The signing fee alone is estimated to be $5 million at all. But if you don't sign, some promotion companies want to sign. Mr. Don Jin, come and be fine. Du Sheng knew the other party's purpose without guessing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen you for a while, and you're getting richer and richer. I think everything I want to come true recently. He didn't mention whether he had time or not. Old foxes like Tang Jin still want to take advantage of them until the last moment. Moreover, recently, boxing promotion companies have come to you from time to time, and the price given is no worse than the other party. So, he was not in a hurry at all. Tang Jin was a little anxious. After a few greetings, he pointed to the dining room beside him. I couldn't have a meal together last time, I made up for it this time. Seeing that there was still time, Du Sheng ordered Wang Yeyang and followed him with a smile. Although I will go to talk to Sony about endorsement with Yes Ji in the afternoon, I will talk about anyone I work with, so there is no need to win people off with a cold face. When Tang Jin saw Du Sheng agreeing, he was delighted and knew there was still a chance. At least, the other party has not agreed to other promotion companies. Du, you have been playing boxing for so long, you should know that professional competition is a business, and everything is about money. When Tang Jin saw that Du Sheng had eaten almost the same food, he got to the point. Especially UFC, without popularity, there is no value, and without value, there is no important game. Even if you have the strength, others will not fight you. All these have to be promoted to operate. Seeing that Du Sheng had no reaction, he had to suppress his temper. You have heard of Hopkins. He has won the middleweight gold belt of the 4 major boxing organizations, WBC, WBA, IBF, and WBO, and has also defended the championship in 18 consecutive games. But how much is his appearance fee? $1.25 million. People like Mayweather and Holyfield, who have similar record to him, can get more than $20 million in appearance alone. Do you know why? Although Du Sheng did not react much, Lu Zili, Zhang Hailong and others who were eating and drinking were curious and staring at each other. The reason is very simple. He can't package himself, and his boxing company will not promote it, resulting in the commercial value and strength that are not proportional. Seeing that it aroused everyone's interest, Tang Jin began to spit out. A few years ago, everyone said that Hopkins' opponent was not strong enough. But this is not his problem at all. It is the so-called strong boxers who are unwilling to fight Hopkins. Because the returns are too small, the risks are particularly large. For a business, it is not worth the loss. Actually, Don Jin doesn't need to explain. Du Sheng knew the reason. Even though Hopkins defended the champion 18 consecutive games, no one promoted or hyped it up, and the audience was not interested in him at all. In this way, no one enters to support it, and no one is even willing to pay to watch it, and the commercial value is stagnant. Those well-known opponents are very clear about Hopkins' strength, but they don't make much money when they fight with him. Not only does they lose their reputation, they also have to face the risk of injury, and only fools will do it. In addition, Du Sheng also knew why Don King used the extraordinary Hopkins as an example. But this is completely wrong. Because even if he is currently unfamous in UFC, it doesn't matter. With a submarket of 1.3 billion local population and 1.4 billion other yellow people, everyone knows how to calculate this value. Since you still have something to do in the afternoon, I'll tell you a long story. Tang Jin kept observing Du Sheng's reaction, but unfortunately this was a slippery person, so he could only say it straightforwardly. The contract that CAA agent Wilson recently provided you with is RMB 40 million plus 20% promotion share, right? This kind of thing can't deceive people. Du Sheng didn't intend to hide it either and nodded. As Don King said, it is very important to find a good promotion company to be in North American boxing. Moreover, it is very expensive to promote events and negotiate top boxers to play games. If Du Sheng had not been for his sufficient popularity and commercial value, many boxing promotion companies would not provide signing fees at all. Just like Zhang Hailiai, a heavyweight star who fought in boxing in his previous life, he had never heard of any signing fee. At that time, he was useless to be able to play abroad. And his first game was only $7,500. You read that right, it's $7,500. There is no other PPV sharing, bonus, sponsorship fees, etc. As for the share of the signing with the Dynasty Promotion Company, it is said to start at 30%. It's still an attitude of whether you like to sign or not. Zhang Hailiai still resisted signing. Otherwise, he would not even have a channel to play. Now, CAA, the world's #1 promotion company, provides Du Sheng with a high salary in the industry. Even if it is put in the global boxing world, it is treated better than some lightweight world boxing champions. It can be seen that the value of entering the K1 fighting finals is still very eye-catching. Don King continued. I'll give you a RMB 50 million signing fee plus 19% promotion share, isn't it sincere enough? The assistant was about to speak, but he shook his hand gently to stop him. Because he understood that once the opponent won the K1 GP Championship trophy, this proposal would be a bit shabby. What he bet on was the other party's inner expectations and potential concerns. Everyone knows that Eastern people have a contentment and happiness in their hearts. Unless the young man in front of him is confident about winning the championship, or he is ignorant of 50 million RMB. Otherwise, anyone will definitely think carefully. Chapter 308 Huge Disparity. In fact, Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang were a little moved. 50 million RMB. Even though the contract is subject to conditions, this wealth is enough to make people join the ranks of rich people overnight. They looked at Du Sheng at the same time. The reason why Tang Jin was willing to make such a big concession was not only optimistic about Du Sheng's development potential. More importantly, Du Sheng is extremely good at hype. The kind of pre-match gimmick is very consistent with the North American boxing world's jealousy. As we all know, there is a world boxing champion with outstanding strength, but a famous boxing champion must be a hype master. The reason why Tyson, Holyfield, Mayweather, etc. have such high commercial value is completely inseparable from their own gimmicks and show. Although Don Jin gave RMB 50 million, he took a lot of risks, the benefits obtained were also extremely high. As long as he arranges Du Sheng to fight a few top-level battles, he will be able to make a profit by using the gimmick of the North American boxing world with the yellow people. Tang Jin can't wait to hold Du Sheng on the throne and recreate the glory of holding Tyson on the altar in the past. He believed that as long as this young nodded, the future would be full of infinite possibilities. However, Tang Jin still underestimated Du Sheng's concentration. Du Sheng just smiled faintly and said without comment, "I heard that the boxing competition in North America has just resumed recently. If we want to officially start the competition, we have to prepare for 1 or 2 months. Mr. Tang Jin must be under a lot of pressure to offer such conditions?" Tang Jin was indeed under great pressure, and understood Du Sheng's implication, pondered for a moment and said, "You might as well talk about your final conditions and let me refer to it." This almost means that the two sides have a briefing. He needs someone like Du Sheng who has broad prospects to break the dilemma. Asians like Du Sheng also need an agent who is extremely familiar with North American boxing. In some sense, they are a combination of strong alliances. Unfortunately, we never reached an agreement on the contract. Everyone present felt nervous and held their breath at the same time, ready to listen to the next showdown. Ma Yaoei, Zhang Hailong, and others knew very well that Du Sheng would go abroad sooner or later, become the second General Li Xiaolong is carried forward in Kung Fu. Tang Jin, the boxing godfather, came to him again and again, and was obviously very optimistic about Du Sheng. "This opportunity in front of you is indeed quite rare. Actually, my conditions have been given long ago." Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "The signing fee can be reduced, and it can even be based on the premise that I won the K1 Fighting Championship. If you think the 10% commission share is not reasonable, then what about 12%? 50 million RMB seems to be a lot, but for the sports event that makes the most money in North America, it is not much. For example, Mayweather's cross-border battle, the appearance fee alone is as high as $30 million. In terms of conversion, this is more than 200 million RMB. Du Sheng is very confident in his future boxing journey. Even if the appearance fee does not reach Mayweather's level for the time being, it will not keep going. Just based on the average appearance fee of several million US per game, as long as he plays a few more games, Don King can easily recover the signing fee. Not to mention, in addition to the appearance fee, PPV, sponsorship, and other various incentives can also be shared." Don Jin's assistant wanted to speak but stopped, but still couldn't help saying, 12%? I guess I can't even collect the money we promote. Thinking about Tyson, who was at his peak back then, almost had a quarrel with Don Jin, he could only reduce the commission share to 12%, and it also came with a series of strict conditions. Doesn't the person in front of you know what this amount means? Still consciously being able to match Tyson. Moreover, if it were not for the vigorous packaging and promotion of their boxing promotion company to enhance the popularity of boxers, these boxers would at best be just unknown jade. Not to mention, their Tanja company is the top 4 boxing promotion giants in North America and has extraordinary strength to promote top events. All of this is made up of real money and silver. Seeing Tang Jin frowning, Du Sheng waved his hand gently and said with a smile, "I suggested last time that there can be a deadline." Don Jin Qiang suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said, "You'll tie the team once, and the commission will be increased by 1%. Du Sheng noticed everyone's reaction and said slowly, "That's right, and in order to show sincerity, this can also relax some time limit." As Tang Jin thought, Dongfang has no foundation in North American boxing and can only be affiliated with their boxing promotion companies for the time being. After this period of time, it was basically enough for him to develop, and he no longer had to rely on outsiders and grew into a giant. Don Jin said that he would think about it carefully and leave with a little unwillingness to leave. However, he did not leave Neon, but waited for the finals to be released tomorrow night. According to Du Sheng's meaning, if the commission is too high, I would rather not play in North America. But he couldn't do anything to the other party. After all, Du Sheng's main business is artists, and boxing competitions are side jobs. If the opponent really gives up playing the game, he may lose some of his income, but he will never be the one who loses the most. On the contrary, they are the ones who can't dig up Kingsoft in front of them. This ghost guy seems to be moved. Zhang Hailong looked at the background of Tang Jin and the others leaving and suddenly said something. Brother Sheng has a chance to win the championship, how could he not be moved? Wang Yeyang laughed and said. Even if the probability is only 40%, with Brother Sheng's current ability, it is enough for him to take a gamble. Let's go, it's time to go. Du Sheng smiled and put down the teacup and stood up. Next he was so busy that he had no time to pay attention to these things. When Ma Yaoei and his friends thought of having to place bets, they immediately went out quickly. For fighting fans, the annual K1 finals are like a grand festival. In order to allow the audience to have a new viewing experience every time, the stage design and background layout of the K1 finals will undergo new changes every year. And ticket sales this year are extremely hot, and the scene will only be even more grand. A week ago, the organizer had already spent a huge amount of money to build a fighting stage similar to the concert site in the center of the dome venue. Advanced lighting equipment is equipped in all directions, which makes the sense of immersion stronger. In addition, although the event is scheduled to be at 8 p.m., in order to prevent the audience from returning home from disappointment, it was cleverly arranged as an entertainment performance from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. The organizer specially invited a group of superstars from the music industry to come to the scene to bring an audiovisual feast to the audience. On the night of October 28, the finals officially kicked off. When a lifelike oriental five-clawed golden dragon balloon slowly floated up from a corner of the field, the atmosphere on the scene instantly boiled to the extreme. This is the unique opening design of the finals. And this domineering golden dragon was carefully selected by Du Sheng. The golden dragon symbolizes the ancient and mysterious East. At the same time, on the other side of the ring, a huge flag stating the joint platform on one side also slowly rose. This scene caused an uproar among the Oriental audiences present, and booed them everywhere. If the spoonbills symbolizing the Holland Kingdom bird, it might be possible to accept it. But the intention behind such obviously mocking actions seems a bit too much. As we all know, in the history of the 8 neutral army invading Hua, although whole land did not directly participate, in the Lucky Ugly when the agreement was signed, Helen also sent someone to ask for compensation. What is even more ironic is that during the Peninsula War, when Lighthouse formed allies to send troops to Goryeo to form the so-called Joint Office, Holland also participated. Regardless of whether the organizers' move was intentional or not, the heartstrings of the Oriental audience at the scene were indeed angered. With the bell ringing at exactly 7 o'clock, the performance officially kicked off. A group of top celebrity guests invited by the organizer took turns to perform and performed wonderful performances. In addition to Neon's local entertainment industry figures, the organizer also specially invited many famous Chinese stars. Among them is Liu Dihua. Not only did he come to the scene in person, he also sang his classic work "The Scene is Like the Sea Water Boiling." At 7:50 p.m., the performance came to an end and the contestants stepped onto the ring. The organizer spent a lot of money to build a carpet between the entrance and the arena imitated by the Hollywood Walk of Fame. When the two contestants walked towards the ring along this avenue of stars, salutes and colorful flags gushed out. Push the cheers and screams at the scene to a new climax. Amid the cheers of the audience, Du Sheng calmly stepped into the center of the ring. The camera lenses around faithfully capture every moment and convey this grand occasion to every corner of the world in real time. Did you see it? Du Sheng is in a very good condition tonight, absolutely stable. Yangshi Channel 5 will broadcast the entire live broadcast tonight, and Zhang Bin gave a passionate commentary. Since the semifinals, he has been completely impressed by Du Sheng's strength and is comparable to a diehard fan. Even the four-crown King Hust was knocked by Du Sheng in one round. Who can stop him from winning the championship? Obviously, many Chinese people at the scene also held the same view. The giant god soldier has no feelings about the speculations of the outside world. The moment he stepped onto the scene, he was like a giant beast coming from the prehistoric world, looking down on the whole audience. This is the nature of a top boxer, and his elegant demeanor in daily life is nothing more than an appearance. Only in the arena can you completely release the wildness deep in your heart. The weight difference of 110 pounds may be hard to feel at first glance. However, when the giant god weapon and Du Sheng stood face to face on the ring, everyone was surprised to find the huge difference in their body shape. It seems that the giant god weapon has a physique several times stronger than Du Sheng. Just like an elephant standing with a tiger, it has a lot of visual impact. However, even though he was overwhelmed with confidence, the giant god soldier's mind was extremely calm. All those who can enter the top fighting finals are veterans who have experienced many battles. His loquacity at the pre-match press conference was not pretending, he did study Du Sheng in depth. I know that this opponent is extremely powerful. As professional fightingists, everyone knows that the gap in strength cannot be easily crossed by skills. He tried to imitate Du Sheng's fighting style during the duel against Hust, but found that he could not copy it at all. No one can match Du Sheng's indestructible hard qigong or his cheetah-like footwork. In his opinion, this is a unique Oriental Kung Fu. And it will definitely require a lot of time to be professionally trained to achieve success. However, when he learned in depth, he found that this fighting method originated from the East, which was 1,000 years ago, had long been behind and it was difficult to integrate with modern ring fighting. He did not give up, and followed Hust's advice and found an Oriental martial arts master to compete. But no matter how exquisite the other party's Oriental Kung Fu is, he can't even block a punch in front of his absolute power. Chapter 309, Dumbfounded. But Du Sheng was able to resolve Hust's offensive with his mysterious horizontal practice skills. The gap is too big, and the giant gods are a little confused. After all, the effects of forces are mutual. Facing an opponent weighing more than 66 pounds, even if it is just a blow, it is impossible to be unscathed, right? What's even more outrageous is that Hust's flying knee was taken over by Du Sheng with Shenglong fist. Du Sheng had not even shaken his body balance and stood firmly. What does this mean? It means that Du Sheng's punch exploded equally with Hust's leg strength. But how is this possible? People who have been trained know that the maximum leg strength is 5 times higher than arm strength. After thinking about it repeatedly, the giant god soldier could only think of the mysterious mystery of a little effort to achieve a great deal. It is a special way of using power, which can cleverly resolve the opponent's offensive and even counterattack. Faced with such an opponent who masters strange techniques, the giant god weapon dared not neglect at all. However, he already has a general strategy for how to defeat the other party. If you cannot break the opponent's hard qigong, borrow the rules of the competition. Victory in a fighting game does not depend solely on knocking down the opponent. The difference in hit points can also determine the outcome. He carefully analyzed that Du Sheng played more conservatively in order to test his opponent at the beginning. This can not only consume the opponent's physical strength, but also explore its flaws, which is undoubtedly a smart tactic. But the K1 competition rules clearly stipulate that the score will be based on the offensive enthusiasm. His control advantage of height and length is the key to winning or losing at a critical moment. As long as he maintains an active offensive posture and the opponent is controlled and cannot get close to him, he can firmly gain the upper hand in points. As the two players stood in the ring, the referee came forward and explained the rules of the game in detail. Are you two ready? The two stood opposite each other, their eyes cold and silent. Du Sheng made a horse stance with his knees slightly buckled, his hips wrapped around his abdomen, his head and chest were held, and his jaw slightly buckled, and his face was calm. The giant god soldier has his legs spread parallel, bent his knees slightly, his abdomen and waist up, his arms bent in front of his chest, his fists are placed at the jaw, and his body's center of gravity is between his legs. Obviously all were ready. 3. 2, 1. Boxing. The bell rang out and the competition officially kicked off. When the host gave the order, the shouts in the audience surged like waves. The referee came on the court and checked the two men's protective gear. After confirming that there was no problem, the game officially began. In the ring, the two contestants had moved to the middle and slapped each other's gloves and retreated. When, at the moment of the ringing, the giant god soldier took the lead in taking action. Swish! His soles of his feet hit the ground, and his body exerted force, and the explosion instantly spread to his shoulders and hips. He punched Du Sheng's cheek with a rapid straight punch. The speed of punching was so fast that it caused a whistling sound to break through the air. Due to the height difference of 20 centimeters, Du Sheng finds it difficult for Du Sheng to attack the other party's face when the other party is prepared. However, there are many ways to KO a person, and you don't have to attack the head. And he himself also has some small thoughts. Under the extreme confrontation, you can understand the internal energy and release the external energy. After all, it is not easy to find a whetstone like the giant god soldier in daily life. Therefore, Du Sheng was just a test of the beginning. Stand steady in the horse stance, push your elbows and hold your palms firmly, firmly hold the center of gravity. Seeing the sound of breaking through the air, he only raised his arm lightly to form a defensive posture. Fist and arms collided. Bang! Even with the support of steel-like arm strength, Du Sheng still felt his muscles shaking faintly. The explosive power is over thousands of pounds. If the world described by Jin Yang is correct, the king of Jinlun has mastered the 9th level of dragon and elephant, and this is the power of fists and feet. The person in front of him exploded with brute force alone, without the blessing of internal force. It can be seen that the explosion and impact of over 110 pounds is a crushing force for most boxers with only 400 or 500 pounds. If it is a bit serious, the opponent will have to lie down after one punch. The giant god weapon also showed surprise because Du Sheng did not retreat even a step, and did not move at all. I am also wary of my own back moves. He quickly pulled out and shook his fist lightly, as if he felt a little uncomfortable. The other party's hard qigong is indeed amazing. No wonder he was able to reach the finals with this size. However, he had his own solution and was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, the giant god weapon condensed all its strength again, and a sweeping punch rushed towards him like a bamboo shoot. Du Sheng leaned over and dodged to the right. At this moment, the opponent's moves are used, and the empty door on the right is wide open. It's a good time to take action. However, the giant god weapon reacted quickly and immediately twisted his waist and made an uppercut. I have to say that this hook combination is really beautiful. Brush. Faced with this sudden change and killing move, Du Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was as if he had rolled down a pan of oil. He felt like he was in a hurry, and his spine exploded from head to neck. The tail vertebrae nerve was stimulated by this stimulation, and the whole body felt slightly hot and sweating. Bang! The moment he dodged, the center of gravity of his whole body dropped accurately to the tail vertebrae, and immediately felt a coldness from his lower body and rushing straight into his brain along his spine. In an instant, my scalp became numb, my whole body had goosebumps, and my pores closed automatically. Du Sheng's eyes lit up, and trying in danger was indeed useful. The two of them tried each other several moves, punched each other, making a deafening collision sound. Even the hard solid wood floor was trembling. Those who understand Kung Fu at the scene have seen the clues. After a brief test on the ring, the two of them will usher in a full-scale explosion. The winner may be in a flash. But what they didn't know was that the giant god weapon had just tried to explode. A thrust forward, the force is more than 1,000 pounds. However, Du Sheng was like a tumbler. He took just one step back and made a cracking sound from the wooden board under his feet, removing the force. This feeling is more difficult than confronting Hust, who is good at X-offensive, which makes the giant gods both surprised and sighed. At least, Hust would not be so easy to resolve his strength, at least he would take a few steps back before counter-attacking. While Du Sheng was crushed in height and weight, he had not done his best to resist his offensive. What kind of monster is this? If the giant god weapon knew that the other party regarded him as a whetstone, he would probably be even more uneasy. The two sides fought for more than 10 rounds in an instant, and their fists and feet were powerful at 1,000 pounds. The collision caused a roar, and it was hard to tell the difference. This scene made the audience around him fascinated and couldn't help but clench their fists. The two of them punched and kicked fiercely, and it was not an exaggeration to describe them as if they were like bows and fists. During the collision, the entire arena creaked and swayed, and the solid wood board seemed to be cracking. It can be seen that this force is really powerful. No wonder Du Sheng was calm before the game, he was not like a human. The audience in front of the TV watched the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. The Eastern Kingdom is indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I was so scared at such a young age. If he was asked to practice for a few more years, wouldn't he be invincible? At this time, the situation on the ring suddenly changed. After the two of them fought in one move, the giant god weapon suddenly jumped up like a monkey, twisted its hips, moved to Du Sheng's flank in an instant, and attacked his neck with a combination of left and right hooks. Hearing the whistling wind, the crackling sound, he obviously put all his strength again. Once hit, the fragile neck cannot bear it at all, and even the solid wood board will be broken. The giant god soldier has discussed with several Eastern martial artists who practice hard Qigong, and knows that they will always have 1 or 2 hidden gates that they cannot practice. How could he not be able to test out more than 10 moves just now? Good. There were many people who knew the keen eyes at the scene, and they couldn't help but slapped their legs excitedly. The giant god weapon leaps strangely, aiming to surprise him. They also expected that Du Sheng's flaws in his hard Qigong lies in his lower body, neck, eyes, heart, etc. If he couldn't prevent it, he would definitely fail. Sweeping legs are like iron chains, knees are like shells, and jabs are like spears. In time, no one in the kickboxing world can balance him. Witnessing the flexible offensive of the giant god soldier, even the audience outside the field sighed. That young man is a master of horizontal training, but unfortunately he is still so spicy. However, Du Sheng changed his posture, rotated in the reverse lunge, pushed the ground with his back palm, and his body turned instantly. Whoosh! He actually ignored the uppercut combination and resolutely chose to fight head-on. With the momentum of destroying the dead and rotten, he turned his fist and hit the heart of the giant god weapon. The arm cut through the air, and a bang exploded, with a force comparable to a chain-striking attack. The giant god weapon looked shocked and suspicious. Why is the other party so confident? Is the guess wrong? There is no flaw in the other party's horizontal exercise. The explosive power was like a mountain torrent and tsunami, which was 3 points better than the previous offensive. Obviously, this is risking your life to fight for your life. The giant god weapon did not dare to take risks. He retracted his arms and raised his chest with his left hand, pushed the ground, straightened his waist, shook his shoulders, and smashed his right fist out quickly. Cake. After a hard fight and a hard collision, the face of the giant god soldier changed slightly. Du Sheng's explosive power suddenly increased greatly. How could he not feel it? But it is not sure whether the other party has left any strength or breakthrough in the last battle. The two of them fought each other in close combat, and the more they fought, the more they became, the more they fought, the more they became, the more fierce they fought. Both sides were incapable of being hit. Du Sheng's control was not stable enough because he just tried to expose the show. In addition, most of the focus is on realizing and sudden changes in heat, and punching each of the shoulders and waist. Fortunately, I am an iron arm, my poor muscles bulging all over my body, and the pain was diluted by joy. It's all because this boxing stone is easy to use, and the more you grind it, the smoother it becomes. Du Sheng had a deeper understanding of the outbreak of external releases and was reluctant to stop so quickly. The giant god weapon was also hit by 2 punches on the front, and the inner side of the thigh was visible to the naked eye, which showed that the strength was not light. But he was not as copper-skinned and iron bone as Du Sheng, and the pain was much more severe. Gradually, the wrists and tendons of the soles appeared numb. In addition, he is good at forward kicking, knee skills and control, so he needs to keep a distance to ensure that there is enough space to display. Seeing that Du Sheng was getting closer and closer, the giant god soldier quickly retreated without hesitation. Du Sheng entangled him, and he retreated. Du Sheng went around in circles, and he turned around and ran fast. So, a jaw-dropping scene was staged. On the ring, a little guy actually ran around chasing the burly monster. This scene is like Jerry chasing Tom in a cartoon, which is both funny and hilarious. In the live broadcast room of Yangtze, even the commentator Zhang Bin was shocked. Does this mean that the giant god weapon has no choice but to use Du Sheng? When he was hit hard, he felt unbearable pain, and his physical strength gradually became too weak. Is he planning to survive this round and take a break? Sharp! I am worthy of being the successor of Oriental Kung Fu, so good. Just fight to the death like this and win the championship. Unlike the extremely excited Oriental people, countless Neon and North American audiences who paid to watch were all stunned. A thud in my heart, as if some faith was shattered. This is their last trump card that they have high hopes for. How could such an embarrassed scene appear? Fake. All are fake. The 2 black fans, Kenji Tsurita and Saburo Matsuda, who were hiding in the corner of the bar, were completely stunned. Why, how is this happening? This is a giant god weapon. How dare you confront it head-on? It's simply unimaginable. When they thought that if their eye were not safe, they shivered. This is a damn trick on my father 3 times. Chapter 310 The ring collapses. In the gymnasium, there were also booing in the audience. It was about to explode. A popular player who won the championship was chased by his opponent and fled everywhere, which was simply unreasonable. What's more, many people even spent a lot of money to bet on the giant god soldier to win. Isn't this a heartbeat? Faced with the booings from the audience, the giant god soldier's dark face remained unchanged, but he was cursing in his heart. Shush, your mother! Do you really think I don't want to win? But Du Sheng is a completely monster. Not only does he become more physically active as he hits, but his explosion is even more powerful than at the beginning. I can't use all my strength when my hands and feet are numb, so I don't run slow down and wait for the kill. Moreover, this is a strategic retreat. Do you understand the strategy? However, the 4 girls in the front row, Lu Zili and others were so excited that they danced with excitement. Even though Yazi was calm and elegant, she looked happy now. Because this involves several endorsements worth over 10 million, the gap between winning and losing is too big. Even Don Jin, who spent a lot of money to buy tickets from scalpers, looked disbelief at this moment. There are both surprises and complexity. In short, mood big ups and downs, like a roller coaster. Huang Deli sat upright and murmured incredible. I actually realized it, it's so evil. How long does it take? Less than a day. How long did it take for him to transform the strength of his waist and spine into internal strength and release it out? 2 full years. Du Sheng didn't know what outsiders thought, but now he became more excited as he fought. The spine is like a big dragon, and the internal strength is poured into the hands and feet along the Ren and Du meridians, and the whole body is full of bumps. The whole person entered a mysterious state. Especially after the pores explode, the water and heat in the whole body are locked and not leaked. During the fight, the physical strength becomes abundant and the strength is continuous, which is even more useful than special physical constitution. Moreover, his spirit became unprecedentedly concentrated. He could sense the starting moves before the giant god's weapon made a move at any time, and then respond quickly. Du Sheng was filled with emotion and was about to say thank you in person. If this big black cow hadn't been with him for so long, he wouldn't have understood it so quickly. However, the time for one round is limited, so it is hard to delay. Swish! At the moment when the giant god soldier lowered his leg and wanted to continue to control the distance, Du Sheng twisted his waist and cut his hips, and shot out sideways. With the ups and downs of steps, the body seems to flash, the fists are like arrows, and as fast as lightning. Du Sheng combined the twisting force of the entire waist and hips and the power of internal energy release, and blasted out with a move of the stand-dimensional cannon. The two fists stomped the lungs and heart of the giant god weapon with the momentum of destroying Gula. The fist drives the air and makes a crisp explosion. Oops! The giant god soldier heard an explosion in his ears and secretly cried in his heart. He knew very well that the opponent's move had already erupted in the legendary power of the Eastern legend. Can't block it hard. But I can't do it if I want to open the distance, so I instinctively hug my arms and raise my hand to block it. Boom! The fists and arms were connected, and there was a dull explosion. Du Sheng's 8 unique skills were strong and he suppressed the weight and momentum of his whole body. He also contained internal energy and burst out externally, and his strength was no less than 1,000 pounds. It's comparable to a car crash. Although the giant god weapon barely blocked it with a cat foot stand-up style, it is a fact that the height causes the lower plate to be unstable. Crack! The huge body of the giant god weapon staggered backwards and slammed heavily on the boxing ring. Cruff! The resilient ring floor seemed to fluctuate, accompanied by the harsh metal whine, making people feel tight. Immediately afterwards, some load-bearing structure seemed to be overwhelmed and suddenly broke. The entire ring roared and swayed completely. Wow! The whole audience was in an instant. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned and could not believe what they saw in front of them. How much power does Du Sheng's explosion contain? It can actually collapse the solid arena. However, the tabletop of the ring was still complete, but the column, one of the 6 supports, was broken. It was like a corner of the chair was broken suddenly, and one side was tilted. The referee standing there was unstable, his heels and staggered and fell to the ground. Du Sheng only took 2 steps back and fixed his body unscathed. The stands around were not only stunned. Even the organizer's senior executives, Don Jin and others suddenly stood up, looking disbelief. This is unscientific. As for questioning the sounds that are not useful in Oriental Kung Fu, now they all disappeared without a trace. If this is not useful, then what skill can be useful? Such a strong contrast made the audience in front of the TV dumbfounded. Some people who are interested in Oriental Kung Fu are eager to try it out. Ao. Brother Sheng is awesome. Champion, breaking sound. In contrast to the incredible crowd of guests, Wang Yeyang and others shouted excitedly. There are both incredible and exciting things. This is the result, even they dare not imagine it. This scene will undoubtedly become the climax of tonight's game and will be remembered forever by everyone. In the studio of Yangshi Channel 5, Zhang Bin was amazed. What did I just see? The weight exceeds 110 kilograms, and the giant god weapon has no power to resist. Is this an illusion? Not an illusion. Matsuda Saburo and Tsurita Kenji wiped their eyes and looked at them again, and their faces were ashamed. Hilter, what are you doing? Stand up quickly. Don't pretend to be dead there. Seeing the referee preparing to start counting down, the coach of the giant god soldier shouted anxiously on the edge of the ring. I really can't do it. The giant gods were coughing and gasping, his chest was painful, and his arms were trembling. Nonsense. You can do it. Stand up. The coach's face turned pale and kicked the ring and roared. No. You can't imagine it at all. The giant god soldier recalled the scene he was knocked down just now, and his eyes revealed a hint of horror. I felt like I was hit by a vehicle and my lung lobe was pierced. I suspect that his explosion just now was no less than 1,200 pounds. X shit. You are invincible. You were just careless just now, you can KO him with just one punch. The coach's eyes were chaotic and he almost couldn't help but go in and slap him. Recalling the previous few games, no one can resist you. Use your forward kick and knee to hit your strength, and you can kick this thin monkey away with just one kick. No, this time it's different. The giant god soldier felt his chest heat was so painful that he begged. If you are injured in your lungs, it is likely to be accompanied by a fracture. I can't get it anymore, otherwise I will definitely die on the stage. Nothing worth mentioning is worthy of the title, honor, and revenge on brothers in the face of death threat. Fuck. What are you talking about? The coach looked at him in disbelief and suddenly smashed the bottle in his hand angrily. You coward! Do you know what you promised? The referee counted for 5 seconds, but the giant god weapon was still indifferent and just murmured. I really can't stand up when my ribs are broken. Fuck. Fuck. The coach was crazy about grabbing his few hair, gritting his teeth and shouting. I bet on you to win all the money, including your and my savings, and embezzled the company's funds. If you don't want to be chased by a squad and sold to the ground for fist, then get up quickly. What? The giant god's weapon froze violently and was stunned. Transfer the company's funds and bet on me to win? Are you crazy? No one knows the background of his promotion company better than him. That's a group of lunatics. It's pretty good to be pulled to punch, but I'm afraid I'll be used as a white mouse. Ding! The 10-second countdown was about to end, and the giant god soldier gritted his teeth and stood up staggeringly. Not to mention how outsiders react, the fierce battle on the ring continues. It has to be said that the giant god soldier is worthy of being the biggest favorite to win the championship. Even if he is hit by the explosion of internal energy, he still has combat power and his reaction is much faster than that of ordinary people. Swish! He ignored the severe pain in his chest and kicked out with a kick. The thick thighs brought a sharp sound and headed straight for Du Sheng's face. Bang! Du Sheng suddenly raised his steps and stepped horizontally, and a burial tiger was short, causing the other party to lose his leg. While the giant god soldier tried to continue to fist, Du Sheng twisted his waist and hips, and his steps were like a meteor, and his body suddenly rushed out. The speed is so fast that outsiders can only see vague after-images. Click. Immediately afterwards, similar scenes were staged again. The giant god weapon was once again swallowed up by Du Sheng's attack like a storm. Although Du Sheng failed to burst out internal energy again, the giant god weapon was hit by Du Sheng's fierce overlord hard rains and suddenly lost his power and staggered forward. Du Sheng did not let go easily, and the giant god weapon fell heavily on the ring. Buzz! The audience burst into shock and cheers. The Chinese audience even waved the national flag, so excited that they couldn't help themselves. But there were also many fans of the giant god soldier shouting loudly, hoping that he could stand up again. The loudest one among them was his coach. Stand up! If you fall down, we will die. Stand up! Although Du Sheng couldn't understand what the other party was roaring, it can be seen from his hideous expression that he was a little furious. If you are knocked down 3 times in 1 round, or if you are knocked down 5 times in 3 rounds, you will be directly judged as TKO. The referee had already rushed over and began to count down for the giant gods. The giant god soldier had not completely lost consciousness. He supported the boxing ring with both hands, trying to keep himself awake. If he loses this game, he will lose everything. 6. 7. 8. Just as the last 2 seconds were about to come, the giant god magic weapon miraculously stood up again. Can you continue to fight? The referee asked with concern. The giant god soldier tried hard to maintain balance and nodded with difficulty. He picked up his arms to defend, but the picture in front of him had become blurred. Du Sheng looked at the shaky giant god weapon, almost unsteady, and knew in his heart that the other party had reached its limit. He shook his head gently, signaling him to take the initiative to admit defeat, or ask the coach to throw away the white towel. If it continues, the giant god's weapon will bleed to death within minutes. Because he knew the horror of the explosion of internal energy better than anyone else. It is probably still time to go to the hospital now. This scene was captured by the camera and transmitted in real time to all viewers watching the live broadcast. This caused another uproar. The coach understood Du Sheng's intention, but felt extremely insulted, and immediately exposed himself and shouted, "Fuck! Beat him to death!" Ah! The giant god weapon naturally would not kneel down in humiliation and rushed towards Du Sheng with a roar. This is simply seeking death. Du Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense, blew his breath and stomped his hips, and shot out with a step. He jumped up and hit the knee hard on the shoulder of the giant god weapon. The body is like a hidden tiger, and the force is as strong as thunder when it hits. Bang! With a dull sound, the giant god's weapon flew backwards like a golden mountain pushing a jade pillar. Chapter 311 This is a historic moment. Boom! Du Sheng, who had unabated explosive power, even escorted the giant god weapon back and flew for a distance, and then smashed it heavily on the ring. Click! Another pillar broke, and the ring finally couldn't bear it, and began to shake violently and cracks appeared. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang, a corner of the ring collapsed in an tilt. Wow! The audience was in full bloom. Damn it! The people at the scene were stunned, and all kinds of amazement and national treasures were heard one after another. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely doubt whether this ring had been hit by a truck. This is more than a dozen centimeters of fir boards, not ordinary bricks. For a moment, their cognition was almost subverted. The ring built with solid wood actually collapsed because of a knee-throwing knock. How terrible is this power? Such fierce fighting style and confrontation made many viewers present feel chill all over. If they were hit by such bombardment, their bones would probably be cold. What is even more shocking is that the giant god soldier was on absolute defense just now, and was actually knocked down by a thin boy. The protective personnel and medical team quickly poured into the arena and carefully moved the unconscious giant gods out of the venue. The coach of the giant god soldier looked at the undescending big beast that was lifted down, and was extremely depressed, even with a little heavy feeling. Similar to him are Kenji Tsurita and Saburo Matsuda. They didn't know what they thought of, and their eyes were filled with fear. After careful examination by the medical team, giant god Bing was diagnosed with multiple serious injuries such as lung contusion, internal bleeding, rib fracture, etc., and his life was in danger. Faced with this emergencies, the K1 Affairs Bureau was a little confused. Because this is not in their plan at all. During the game, the ring collapsed, which was undoubtedly a sudden disaster. But unexpectedly, the enthusiasm of the audience was completely ignited by this emergency. In the stands, fans were like fanatical believers, cheering Du Sheng at the top of their lungs, and cheering one after another. The photojournalists on the scene were not willing to fall behind, and the shutter sounds continued, racing against time to capture every historical moment. The referee team decisively terminated the game and announced the result. Win! Win! This is a historic moment. We are the champions. In the studio, Zhang Bin was so excited that he almost jumped up. The first Chinese world boxing champion. And he is the king of fighting with extremely high value. This is simply a model of counter-attack and can be recorded in history. As a senior sports commentator, Zhang Bin knows the significance behind this honor. Over the years, domestic fighting events have been very different from the top international standards. Especially in the boxing world, gymnastics, football, and other fields, it is beyond the reach. However, Du Sheng's appearance was like thunder roaring on the ground. Not only did he enter the finals of one of the 3 top fighting competitions in the world, but he also defeated his opponents with an overwhelming advantage. This is like leaping from the age of cold weapons to space exploration, which is a feat in sports history. At this moment, countless audiences in front of TV sets on the eastern land were also immersed in carnival. Although most ordinary audiences know little about fighting skills, anyone can clearly see the huge physical difference between Du Sheng and his opponent. Even children can feel that the impact of his winnings is absolutely extraordinary. In the gymnasium, staff have handed Du Sheng the gold belt symbolizing supreme honor and the trophy of the King of Fighting to Du Sheng. When the spotlights were all gathered on Du Sheng alone, he became the brightest star tonight. Champion! Champion! Du Sheng! Du Sheng! Sniper God, awesome! Countless Chinese people at the scene applauded desperately, and even burst into tears. Outside the venue, there were more Oriental fans who were unable to visit the scene. After learning the good news of Du Sheng's victory, their cheers penetrated several miles away, echoing the jubilant sound in the venue. We have witnessed this historical moment together. Oh my God! Some foreigners also exclaimed, their voices rising higher and higher. Du Sheng used his unrivaled strength to make everyone on the scene a loyal fan. Even though someone had doubts about him before, all the doubts disappeared like bubbles when the shocking punch continued. In previous K1 events, how could a player be so strong that he smashed the boxing pillars twice in a row? Du Sheng is simply a super beast in human skin. Even many audiences from Neon Country also cared about. Although Du Sheng KO Neon Seed player, which made Neon lose face, he is indeed the first Asian face to win the throne of K1 GP. From a certain perspective, Neon is indeed worthy of pride. After all, since K1 was founded in Neon, there has never been a name of a Neon or Asian on the championship trophy. Obscured for a full 10 years. Although the event brings a lot of money to the organizers of K1, whenever the Western Giants win the title of King of Fighting, the Neon audience always feels mixed. Masato is the only Neon boxer who is expected to break this shackle. This is also why he is so popular in Neon. As a result, hope was directly interrupted by Du Sheng. This is why Du Sheng was criticized on the internet. But when they saw an Asian man really holding up that glory, they were like the Eastern audience, and their hearts were trembling. It is indeed an invincible existence that conquered Neon in the past. Let us remember this moment. In the history of K1, the first Asian world champion was born. He is the Chinese boxing champion from Kung Fu's hometown, Du Sheng. The host's passionate voice echoed in the air. Dongfeng, the unforgettable dark horse, became the ultimate winner. Such a huge gimmick and popularity are also a winner for K1. As soon as he finished speaking, fireworks burst out on the stage instantly, decorating the night sky with colorful colors. Amid the deafening cheers, Du Sheng turned the belt and the trophy were raised high. It's like supporting a backbone. Before the award ceremony was completed, Du Sheng was surrounded by reporters. Sheng, congratulations! Zheng Xian, standing in the front row, was no less excited than Du Sheng himself, who had just shed his blood on the boxing ring. The man in front of me is not only the new world boxing champion, but also her man. What do you have to say to the fans who have been supporting you in front of the TV? Du Sheng faced the camera and said with a smile. First of all, I want to thank all the friends who have always supported me, especially the Chinese brothers and sisters. You are my strong backing, and this glory belongs to everyone. Secondly, I want to thank many people who accompany me, my master Huang Deli, brother Hualu Ying Mao Lu Wei, Du Kifeng, Zhang Yujian. There are also Wang Jinhua, Ye Zizi, Ms. Zhongzhen of Interstellar Media, and Jin Lilei Group. Although this award speech is a bit formal, every word is true and touching. When Du Sheng read out the familiar names one by one, the photographers on the scene quickly adjusted the camera, aimed at the VIP seat, and framed the celebrity guests one by one into the close-up. Of course, Lu Xili, 4 girls, and so on are indispensable. Even the girls who were busy filming the scene, as well as Yao Zhuangxian, Zhuang Wenqiang and several producers, were taken over. The TV audience's eyes lit up. It turns out that Du Sheng has such a wide network of contacts in the entertainment industry, which is simply shocking. However, when I think of his main business as an artist, I feel relieved. But then, there was another burst of surprise. Du Sheng's fighting was just an amateur interest, so he won the championship in the 3 top international events. If he devoted himself to this field, how terrifying would his record be? On the podium, the organizer of the event handed over a huge check plate with the words 40 million neon coins printed on it. This is a generous bonus for the K1 GP champion, which is converted into RMB close to 3 million. The camera is aimed at Du Sheng again. He picked up the microphone, faced the live camera, and said seriously, "At a previous press conference, I said that all the bonuses I received from winning the championship will be donated to the Huabang Charity Foundation, founded by me and Lu Ying Yesi Restaurant. Now that the promise is fulfilled, the bonus will be fully used to improve transportation, water, electricity, school facilities in poor areas in the mainland." As soon as his words fell, cheers came one after another, and countless people clapped their hands excitedly. Looking at Yan Chen and others who were watching the live broadcast, they waved their arms excitedly. "This is the real man. You should choose such a man in the future." Yan Chen, who was pulled to watch, rolled her eyes. In Yangshi's studio, host Zhang Bin was even more excited and shouted, "Who said that those who practice martial arts are all rough and have brute force? Look at Du Sheng, he is not only an idol role model, but also a heart that helps the poor and the needy. This is the real martial arts master and is worthy of the word martial virtue." Of course, what excited him the most was that the ratings of Yangshi 5 TVs directly exceeded 4 tonight. It reached an unprecedented 4.19%, and entered the top 4 of all channels in Yangtze, which is the best of the year. The neon audience at the scene was mixed with emotions. Although they did not like this Oriental who beat his own boxer on the ring, after hearing that the other party used all the bonuses he had won through hardships to charity, this spirit of boundless love still touched the heartstrings of many people. Perhaps, from the perspective of Chinese people, Du Sheng is indeed an indisputable hero? Only such people can truly be called a model of public figures. Although the competition has come to an end, for Du Sheng, his glory moment has just begun. The live videographer was still carrying the camera and following Du Sheng, afraid of missing any wonderful moment. At the VIP seat, Lu Yifei and Yang Mi were very excited. "Did you hear that? My cousin, brother Sheng, mentioned our name just now. This is a shot facing the whole world." Lu Shishi and Tang Yan also felt proud. Why should they worry about the smooth road of Starry Road if they can be supported by such close people? Liu's bathing oxum blows and shaves the whole person with a smile. A Sheng probably won't be able to get rid of her body within an hour. Let's go back to the hotel to have something to eat." After the ambush started filming in mid-October, he had already joined the crew. At that time, these girls came to visit the set lively, and of course he had seen them. Lu Xili guessed that Du Sheng had to deal with endorsement advertisements in addition to the reporters' meeting, so she was sure. She stood up and greeted. "Let's go, aren't you going to Tokyo Tower to see the night view?" Lu Yifei and the other 4 looked at each other and followed each other in a circle. After a brief interview, Du Sheng, accompanied by staff, walked into the locker room to change clothes. He appeared again. Before he could reach the press conference, several microphones could not wait to reach in front of him. "Mr. Du, I heard that there are several North American boxing promotion companies looking for you. Are you going to prepare to participate in UFC?" Chapter 312 Excellent Opportunity. Du Sheng knew that it was useless to conceal such a thing. Because Don Jin was waving excitedly to this side. He smiled calmly. The UFC has not sent a notice of rematch yet. I have several dramas waiting to be filmed recently. I guess there is not much time. Let's see the situation in the future. Mr. Do you think it was because of the collapse of the ring in this ring? Or do you think it was because of the materials that were fake, or did the organizer do it on purpose? This question is quite sharp. Du Sheng tends to fake it, after all, this is a neon tradition. However, it is hard to talk directly when standing in other people's world, and it is fun to talk about. Wait for the investigation report. I believe in their craftsman spirit. Gong craftsman spirit? Everyone doesn't understand. Mr. Du Sheng, do you think it's boring to fight with UFC's opponents of the same magnitude? A Western reporter immediately seized the key questions. If you understand this way, I can't stop it. Du Sheng glanced at her and smiled. But I think it's more appropriate to answer the netizens' words. As long as the top 10 in the world in the same magnitude dare to fight, you can still try it if you have 1 punch to tetanus and 2 punches to see your ancestors. As soon as this statement was made, the reporters and media were in an uproar and excitedly recorded it. Splashing materials, this is coming. Du Sheng is no longer a boxer of the same magnitude as UFC, but has reached the level of ignorance. Arrogant. How arrogant? The sarcasm is so full. Another Western reporter was not bothering him when he watched the fun and asked excitedly. Mr. Du, have you considered challenging De La Joya? Brush. Everyone's eyes turned. When it comes to De La Joya, this name is almost everyone in the foreign boxing world. He is the most well-known world boxing champion in addition to Tyson, Mayweather, Lewis, etc. As Du Sheng set a brilliant record for the first Chinese world boxing champion, naturally many people began to compare him with world boxing champions in other fields. Faced with such a playful question, Du Sheng was too lazy to go around in circles. He smiled and stretched out a finger to everyone. The reporters looked at each other, and one of them remembered the other party's previous reply and asked tentatively. You mean to see your ancestors with 1 punch? Du Sheng shook his head gently, and a calm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, if De La Hoya comes to play K1, I'll give him a round. If it were someone else, this sentence might have caused laughter on the scene. But from Du Sheng's mouth, many reporters started to think carefully. Although De La Hoya has won the World Boxing Championship 10 times, his highest weight is only 82 kilograms and his height is only 179 centimeters. In contrast, in the competition with Hust and the Giant Gods, Du Sheng's opponents are more than 8 orders of magnitude beyond De La Joya in terms of height and size. What's more, Du Sheng also has killer weapons such as hard Qigong and Oriental Kung Fu. If these two really have to face off according to the K1 rules, De La Hoya really doesn't have much chance of winning. But if Du Sheng lets around, whoever wins and loses will be full of variables. But they didn't realize that their thoughts were almost the same as De La Joya would lose. Even if some reporters noticed it, they were just filled with emotion. Before this, Chinese boxers could defeat De La Joya. Even the qualification to fight him may not be qualified. Du Sheng's standout made the Chinese people see such a glimmer of hope. Du Sheng not only rewritten history, but also ignited the public's hope. A marathon-style press conference lasted for more than an hour. At the same time, Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi were not idle either. They are busy negotiating with major brands. In other words, it is accepting round after round of quotation offensives from the brand. For these brands, signing Du Sheng's endorsement contract at a lower price before the results of the competition were announced is undoubtedly a smart deal. But Wang Jinhua and Ye Zi knew it in their minds that Du Sheng was very sure to win the championship. Once Du Sheng is ashamed of Asia's #1 king of fighting, the endorsement fee will naturally rise. Therefore, they are constantly testing the brand's bottom line and paving the way for subsequent cooperation. With the news of Du Sheng's victory in the championship, the price of the new round of endorsement can double again. As Yang Hostli Bin said, Du Sheng's championship this time is the best of the century. That night, Du Sheng returned to the hotel and did not have time to rest, so he had a detailed discussion with Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi. In the end, they unanimously decided to make Sony the priority of cooperation. As a veteran giant company of neon, Sony has a market value of 7,500 billion neon coins. It covers 4 core industries: electronics, games, entertainment, and finance, and is one of the few super companies in the world. 14 years ago, Sony also spent a huge amount of money to acquire the well-known Columbia Records company in the Lighthouse, and Columbia Pictures, one of the 8 major film production companies in Hollywood. 2 years later, Sony will offer a price of $4.8 billion to acquire MGM, one of Hollywood's 8 largest companies, ensuring its leading position in the global film and entertainment industry. If Dusheng can work hand in hand with Sony, it will undoubtedly open up a broader and broad road in the international film market. It is worth mentioning that the largest investor of Heroes of Heaven and Earth is a loss after investing 80 million yuan. In addition, it is also released overseas such as Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Big Name, and Kung Fu. It can be said that there are many benefits to cooperating with it. Regarding Dusheng's choice, Wang Jinhua, Yesi, and Zhongzhen naturally supported him with all his strength. However, deep down in Yesi and Zhongzhen's hearts, they value Sony's weakness more. I feel that I have the opportunity to dig out more commercial value from Sony. Intuition tells them that Sony's current demand for Dusheng is more urgent than other brands. This is not a nonsense. It is based on the endorsement product tailored for Dusheng. Sony Ericsson, referred to as Ericsson, mobile phone. This brand was jointly built by Neon's Sony and Swedish's Ericsson, 2 years ago, focusing on mobile phone manufacturing business. However, with the emergence of the smartphone market, Sony eSports feature phones gradually lost their competitiveness. The company's financial situation is getting worse and worse, and it is gradually falling into the quagmire of losses. In the past 2 years, the situation has become increasingly serious. In addition, Sony released its financial report in the first half of the year, showing that sales and profits were nearly $200 million less than expected, and investors sold Sony's stocks, triggering a major stock market earthquake. In just 2 days, Sony's stock price plummeted 25%, and its market value evaporated by nearly $3 billion. This sharp drop in the stock market not only dragged down Neon's stock market index, but also triggered a collective plunge in high-tech stocks, causing a sharp decline in the Nikkei index. At this time, Sony was in a storm. The entire company is struggling to find a way to transform, but it has never been able to find a breakthrough. Just looking at this information, Sony does not seem to be an ideal partner. However, through Zheng Zidao's network of relationships and Yezi's own channels, a key information was obtained. Since August this year, Sony has begun to contact Guangdong Mansion, hoping to move Sony's new production line to the east to reduce costs and at the same time explore the eastern market. But until now, the negotiations between the two sides are still pending. After some investigation, Sony management found that they were facing strong resistance in the east. The local government is quite interested in the production line and technology of Sony mobile phones, and hopes to send technicians to study. However, the core technology of these high-tech products is the lifeblood of Sony, and they never want their technology to be easily copied. In addition, in order to protect domestic mobile phone brands such as TCL and Xiaoxin, the local area is also worried that the entry of Sony phones will erode market share, so it is cautious about the introduction of Sony phones. Under this circumstance, Dusheng, who has been very popular recently, has become a savior in their eyes. In the view of Sony's senior executives, the market's view of erosion is just a prejudice. As long as this prejudice can be changed and the benefits can be demonstrated, the problem can be solved. Therefore, if Dusheng, who is praised as the light of Chinese, can become the spokesperson for Sony eSports in the eastern region, it will definitely be able to reshape the brand image of Sony eSports. In addition, the Ye family behind Dusheng used the cooperative relationship between the two parties to influence the decisions of the government, which is likely to allow Sony Ericsson to open the door to the Eastern market. After drawing this conclusion, Yezi had a clear direction in her mind. She firmly believes that Sony urgently needs to use Du Sheng's good reputation and positive image, as well as her Ye family as a stepping stone to enter the Eastern market. This is their perfect opportunity for Star Media. As long as Sony's urgent needs are accurately positioned, Du Sheng can win more favorable cooperation conditions. Only by knowing yourself and your opponent can you be invincible. They have already figured out Sony's weaknesses and are naturally full of confidence. Zhong Zhen said excitedly that if the cooperation is completed, Star Media will have enough money to buy out 100 theaters. After listening to the negotiation strategy carefully, Du Sheng entrusted them with confidence to fully entrust the negotiation matters. With these smart and capable partners by their side, their rights and interests can definitely be protected. So that night, accompanied by Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi, Du Sheng acted as the audience and had dinner with Sony's executives. Just half an hour later, he carried a set of Sony Ericsson mobile phone luxury gift boxes customized for him and returned home with a full load. When I returned to the hotel, I saw Zhang Hailong and Ma Yaoyi still having an excited discussion. The most talked about among them is naturally the big gift pack that won tonight. Brother Sheng, guess how much you won tonight? Seeing Du Sheng return, Wang Yeyang walked forward happily and danced with excitement. Don't you dare to rush, 300,000 or 400,000 or 400,000. Du Sheng is a little used to this. After winning several times in a row, the excitement will mostly weaken. However, Wang Yeyang is not an ordinary person. After all, every time he bets, he has to go through a life-and-death ideological struggle. He heard the joke in Du Sheng's tone and the laughter of Ma Yaoyi and others, and retorted with a red face. Who said I didn't have a stud? I bet 500,000 this time. Yes, who said at the beginning that he had no money and only entrusted 100,000 yuan? Zhang Hailong was very leisurely and exposed him mercilessly. Wang Yeyang was too lazy to pay attention to them, and still murmured excitedly. KO in one round, 3.20 times odds. 1.6 million yuan in capital and profit. This time, it will not only support my sister to finish college, but also to go back to the countryside to build a villa and raise pigs. Chapter 313 Cunning Methods. You have no prospects, don't say you're following Brother Sheng. Ma Yaoyi looked at him with contempt. Learn to learn from us and buy more than 10,000 square meters of sets in the future in the house. You need navigation when you get up and walk to the balcony every day. Is this what I mean by making a lot of money? Of course, his dream must be barely enough to add Du Sheng's 10 million bet. Du Sheng had no time to chat with them, so he called Yezi to the court and said, "Don't Country Garden want to expand its scale? Is there 2 small shareholders who want to clear it? This 30 million yuan should be enough." Although he took the majority of this extra money accounted for, Yezi also had a share and nodded. Our equity can account for about 25%, which is the second largest shareholder. Next week, the board meeting will be held. In addition to discussing whether to allow us to become directors, the most important issue is that Country Garden applies to be rated as a national first-class qualification enterprise, which involves. When it comes to such a large amount of money, Du Sheng feels that they'll let his subordinates work hard. Characteristic of the hero's jewelry alone is not guaranteed enough. It seems that I have to find a chance later and have a good time with the elegant beauty in front of me. After all, he will not be able to take on this board seat himself, and it is likely to be handed over to Yesi. Country Garden also needs the Ye family's background and connections, which is a choice between 2 profits. Although he has always trusted Xiao Yizi, he has been working hard for nearly 2 years and cannot sleep if he doesn't eat it. Although Yesi felt that Du Sheng looked at her strangely, she didn't care. After all, she was taken advantage of not once or twice. She thought about it and said, "The endorsement fee for Canon and Fanta is only 6.5 million yuan per 2 years. Do you still need to talk about it?" They all have a lot of additional conditions, right? Du Sheng originally thought that he could just cancel, and the psychological price was not lower than ha ha ha. After all, Lu Xiang signed a contract with Coca-Cola this year, with the endorsement fee of 350,000 yuan/1 year, and the total revenue of the speech fee in the whole era is less than 2 million yuan. Even if he wins the Athens Olympics next year, his annual income will be barely over 10 million. From this we can see that the title of King of Fighting has already added a lot to Du Sheng. But these two brands are a bit weird. For example, in order to reflect the characteristics of the camera, Canon actually asked him to shoot a sand sculpture short film advertisement. And Fanta, who made him turn into Ultraman after drinking it, demonstrated its sports function. It can only be said that the brands on Neon have many cutting-edge and unique requirements for marketing and gimmicks. Yesi saw that he was not very interested and smiled. Then I'll follow up, there will be Toshiba and Sanyo Electric tomorrow. The next morning, Du Sheng was about to go out after washing and breakfast. But a strange phenomenon was discovered. In addition to the common journalists and media wandering around, there are also many local Chinese and rich people in the hotel they stay. Du Sheng was a little curious and asked Wang Yeyang, his face even more strange. It turned out that some local Chinese people didn't know where to learn that Huang Deli was his master, and they rushed to the door one after another. Then, the news spread quickly as if it had grown wings. Not only local Chinese, but also directors, journalists, and even those unattainable wealthy groups who are usually unattainable have flocked to this hotel. As soon as they went out, they saw Huang Deli being surrounded by a group of people in the hall. Master Huang, you are too modest. A rich man in a suit and tie walked towards Huang Deli with a smile on his face, holding a golden-laid invitation in his hand. I am the chairman of Zhang Group. Linked shines last night, which is really admirable. I have a heartless invitation, hoping that my children can also learn your boxing skills. I wonder if you are willing to accept disciples? Huang Deli's face was calm and she smiled slightly. Mr. Zhang is very fond of love. The path to martial arts is extraordinary. You need to have perseverance and perseverance. If the son is really willing to study, it is not impossible to consider it. At this time, a group of reporters squeezed through the crowd and rushed to reach the microphone in front of Huang Deli. Master Huang, how did you cultivate outstanding disciples like Du Sheng? Huang Deli pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The way of martial arts is to persist and temper. The reason why Du Sheng can achieve today is entirely due to his own efforts and talent. I am just a guide. Everyone also understood the principle of the master leads the door and practice depends on the individual, but this cannot dispel the enthusiasm in everyone's heart. Master Huang, is it still too late to learn martial arts at my age? Mr. Huang, I usually need some kung fu to travel around the world. Can I learn 2 moves with the Huang Boxing Gym? Master Huang, can you teach Du Sheng's horizontal practice skills that resisted the attack of the giant god weapon last night? Mr. Huang, as long as you are willing to accept my son as your disciple, money is not a problem. Huang Deli looked at the enthusiastic scene and a warm current surged in his heart. He has been committed to revitalizing the Huang family boxing gym, and now he has finally seen a glimmer of hope. And this was all brought by Du Sheng. The popularity of winning the championship last night was even greater than everyone imagined. Even he, the formerly unknown master, was remembered. Although he didn't say it, he felt relieved. According to Du Sheng's development momentum, it is time for the revitalization of the boxing gym. Intermittent problems. Du Sheng smiled and did not go forward to disturb him, but walked around the back door. He knew that since the decline of the Huang family boxing gym, the scene before him was Huang Deli's dream for many years. After all, if a successor who has taken over the banner of authentic Bajiquan cannot even defend 1 acre of 3 parts of the land, what would the ancestors and peers think? Since experiencing the broken leg storm, Huang Deli has gradually abandoned his conservative and solidified ideas, and there is still some hope for revitalizing the boxing gym. Du Sheng still has something to do today and has not participated in this kind of disciple-teaching occasion. He first bid farewell to Zheng Xian, Lu Zili, and the 4 girls to ensure that they boarded the plane smoothly. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to Toshiba, which is known as the godfather of color TV, to discuss potential cooperation opportunities for TV advertising. It is worth mentioning during this period that Don Jin has not left yet. After a night of struggling with thoughts, I came to the door again at noon. 30 million signing fee plus 12% share. Don Jin finally made a decision. It is not just cunning to be respected as the godfather of the boxing world. Anyone who wants to reach the top in a certain field must have the courage and keen insight to take the initiative. Tang Jin was no exception. He had a gambler-like adventure spirit flowing in his bones. Faced with more and more boxing promotion companies coming to Du Sheng, Tang Jin knew it was time to give it a try. But I have a condition: you have to join in boxing. As we all know, there are currently 3 major fighting systems in the world. These are boxing, mixed martial arts fighting and kickboxing. Compared with the newly rising MMA and the gradually declining kickboxing, boxing has developed for more than 100 years. This event is divided into amateur competitions and professional competitions. Amateur competitions include Olympic boxing, Intercontinental Games boxing, World Championship boxing, boxing gold gloves, etc. Professional competitions are mainly boxing competitions initiated by international professional boxing organizations and supervised and managed by professional boxing organizations. Currently, the most valuable boxing organizations are the 4 major boxing organizations WBC, WBO, WBA, and IBF. The world's most well-known world boxing champions such as Tyson, Moth Irway, Holyfield, Pacquiao, etc. are basically born here. This is also the most familiar project. Don King is also the program that most people pay to watch. He has no reason to give up. Du Sheng was not surprised because the UFC Foundation is still shallow, and in order to attract heavyweight boxing champions to participate in the competition, boxers are not restricted from participating in boxing competitions. Similarly, boxing, as a century-old project, does not restrict boxers' transformation. It's just that the 2 sides have different rules and it's hard to achieve great success. The reason why Tang Jin took the initiative to propose was naturally because he was interested in Du Sheng's horizontal practice skills, resisting the blow ability, plus heavy punches. This is the most core thing in the 3 major fighting systems, and there is a high probability that it can win across borders. Yes, but I have a condition. Du Sheng pondered for a while and said, I don't fight boxers in all sizes below the top 10, and I can play up to 5 games a year. This made Don Jin a little embarrassed. Because this involves the agent's event arrangement. Du Sheng has never played boxing and is not very popular in North America. It is no less difficult to find the top 10 boxers in the world to play. Even if you give a reward of $1 million, the other party may not agree if he cherishes his feathers. However, considering that the other party will play UFC first, it will probably have made a name for itself in North America by then, so the arrangement should be smooth. Okay, I wish us a happy cooperation. Mr. Don Jin, your decision today will definitely make you proud in the future. Du Sheng stood up and stretched out his right hand with a smile. There are many reasons why he agreed. First, so many boxing promotion companies are coming to you, and only Tang Jin can accept a share of less than 15%. Second, the Kung Fu program is being produced and is expected to be launched next spring, which can be linked with UFC. The third is to make money. After the dust settled with Don Jin's agent contract, Don Jin immediately changed his role and devoted himself to preparing for the first game for Du Sheng as an agent. Do you want to consider ground skills training? The UFC school is developing very fast now. I have a premonition that standing skills plus ground skills will become the dual mainstream in the future. Du Sheng smiled slightly. The other party has a good vision, and UFC will flourish in the future. Sanda, Jiu-Jitsu, freestyle wrestling, sangbo, etc. will rule for a short period of time. How many opponents do you think can withstand my 2 punches? Hearing Du Sheng's confident reply, Tang Jin was stunned for a moment and then felt relieved. That's right. Any fancy thing is not worth mentioning in the face of real explosive power. He thought for a while and said, you may have to go to the Lighthouse country later and meet UFC President Dana Bai, who is very interested in you. Although the event has not officially resumed, the share ratio and plan of the signing contract need to be discussed. Du Sheng knew that this was the right thing to do, so he nodded. Okay, I'll find some time to go with you. Chapter 314 Blocking Revenge. That afternoon, the sun shone on the Osaka sports field. In the audience, there were crowds of people. Track and field enthusiasts from all over the world gather here to witness the wonderful moment of the IAAF competition. The air seemed to be filled with tension and expectation. In the audience, Du Sheng, Yezi and others sat in the front row with smiles. This time he was invited to watch the game. It is also a rare moment of leisure in the busy endorsement shooting. In front of this event, a total of 18 national players participated. The most popular ones are Lu Xiang, the newly resurfaced East, and Alan Johnson, a player in the Lighthouse country known as the Hurdler. When Lu Xiang crossed the finish line with an amazing 13.06 seconds, the whole audience was in full swing. This Oriental player not only won the championship, but also created his personal best record, and also surpassed Alan Johnson's 13.12 seconds in one fell swoop. It became the biggest highlight of today's event. During the post-match interview session, the reporters' eyes were all focused on Lu Xiang. One of the problems actually touched Du Sheng. Mr. Lu Xiang, I heard that your speed is hard to match even the martial arts masters. Just today, a special audience came to support you, and he is Du Sheng, the K1's king of fighting. While speaking, many reporters' cameras focused on Du Sheng. A Western reporter asked in a curious tone. You are all from the East and won the championship one day apart. Do you have any secrets to success? When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. Many people even had a thought in their hearts. Is a great power finally going to rise? A trace of curiosity flashed in Lu Xiang's eyes, and he waved to Du Sheng with a smile, and said, there is no secret to success. If you really want to say it, you are clear about your goals, work hard to persevere, and never give up in the face of setbacks and difficulties. In fact, he knew that Du Sheng came to support him on the spot. After all, someone mentioned above, and said that after returning to China later, the leaders of the sports department would receive them. A mainland reporter looked at the 2 people taking a photo and suddenly found something. He asked in surprise. You seem to be born in the same year. Is this year your champion year? Lu Xiang was a little shy and answered the interview more conservatively. Du Sheng added with a smile. Then look at the panda eyes of brother Xiang and I, we are still the stagnant champions. With this self-discipline and habit, I think the organizer has to award us another gold medal. His self-taught immediately caused a burst of joy in the scene. As we all know, Lu Xiang is famous for his self-discipline and strict exercise every day, and he is still practicing more at night. And what about Du Sheng? Previously, he was photographed by a reporter on a trip with a few beautiful girls, and his self-discipline, as the stay-up champion, has to be questioned. Some reporters who were not interested in watching the fun even made a fuss and asked these 2 champions of the same age to have a friendly match. Lu Xiang is actually quite curious about the fighting champion around him. He also wanted to know if Du Sheng really possessed mysterious skills as rumored, and the coach said something to increase his popularity. So I don't dislike this common friendly match. Du Sheng also had the idea of making a wave of reputation when he came here, but he didn't refuse. Seeing this, some people who were about to leave returned excitedly. This kind of good show is rare. Although entertainment ingredients are mostly a part of it, some pre-match preparations are essential. As they took their own positions, the two of them rushed out like arrows. Everyone was surprised to find that Lu Xiang's speed was not much weaker than when he won the championship just now. It seems that he will do his best even in a friendly match. What everyone even unexpected was that Du Sheng and Lu Xiang were on the same side. And the hurdles are free and easy. Looking at that relaxed look, it seems that you haven't tried your best yet? A group of reporters suddenly became excited and recorded the scene one after another. They even thought of the title. Miracle was born, K1 boxing champion instantly kills the hurricane. Oh my god! The king of fighters challenged the Asian flying man, and the speed duel was tied. Exclusive information. From the world boxing champion to the dark horse on the runway, count the mystery of Du Sheng. In the audience, countless people were stunned, and then thunderous applause and cheers burst out. Even if Lu Xiang lets go, this can be considered a miracle. Because of the final 110-meter hurdle, both of them completed it within 13 seconds. Among them, Alan Johnson, a player from Lighthouse Country, turned dark on the spot when he saw this. Because his previous score was 13 seconds 12. And what about Du Sheng? A person who is not even an amateur player actually scored 13.12 seconds. Damn it! Is this here to output it? No wonder the media are so excited. You don't need to guess that he will have fun in this friendly match. I still like to hear and be ridiculed by the world. After the show ended, Wang Yeyang, Zhang Hailong and others couldn't help but feel excited and walked forward to surround Du Sheng. Brother Sheng, you really have no limit. It's incredible. You can play other projects in love. Wang Yeyang said excitedly, his eyes flashing with admiration. If you participate in a track and field competition, you might be able to win the championship. Du Sheng smiled, with a little indifferent look in his eyes. Everyone has his own stage, the world of track and field. It is exciting enough to have a genius like Lu Xiang. Zhang Hailong heard his modesty and muttered road. Not necessarily. If you can make it out in track and field, basketball, equestrian, etc., the money you win by just betting will be enough for us to make hundreds of millions of dollars. Du Sheng laughed and scolded. You still easily win the championship. Do you really think I am Superman? Yezi, who was smiling and silent, felt thoughtful when she heard it. If Du Sheng really has the ability to make a fortune in national sports weaknesses, I am afraid that the sports department will give him a green light. Maybe, next year's Olympics, we will find ways to get him in. However, Du Sheng is too busy. Even if he really has an idea, time is a problem. But no matter what, the popularity and public opinion brought by this friendly match are just like the autumn wind blowing through the streets and alleys of Osaka. It will probably not take long, and it will soon become a topic of conversation for people to talk about after dinner. At the same time, a basement in Osaka. A group of Luzon robbers who failed to start a business in the local gold shop are meeting again. Please hand in everyone's communication equipment and mobile phones. A fierce man with a fat face and a naked upper body exposed to his developed muscles, staring at everyone like a hungry wolf and said viciously. As the leader of Luzon's fleeing gang, Jason was really angry when he failed twice in a row. Jerome is the seconding command in the entrepreneurial team, and is also a police officer who cannot make it in Luzon. He stepped forward and put away the cell phones of Merrick, Almo, Chris, Mitra, and others. This operation was arranged so carefully, and it was surrounded by a large group of notes. There must be a ghost. Jason suddenly pulled out the pistol hidden around his waist, and pointed his eyes fiercely at Merrick. You got into trouble the first time you followed me. Could it be you? Merrick was startled and quickly defended. Boss, I used to be from the Luzon Guard. This time I killed a note with my own hands, and almost explained it to me. Do you think the insider will fight so hard? Jerome walked forward and gently pushed away Jason's pistol, revealing the bleeding wound on his waist. If Merrick hadn't blocked a shot for me, you would have to hold my funeral now. The implication is that Merrick can never be an insider. Jason's anger turned to the dusty Mitra and Almo, and scolded him sternly. There are two of you, you can be rebelled in the jewelry store. Are you pigs? Mitra curled her lips and said nothing, but Almo said dissatisfiedly. I'm the first to focus on that glass cabinet. He stepped on the line. Cack. In a rage, Jason kicked Almo away. The latter rolled on the ground several times, knocked over several chairs before stopping. Okay, Jason, calm down. As the seconding command, Jerome had to come out to reconcile and helped Almo, who fell to the ground. It doesn't matter if you miss this time, money is everywhere in Neon. If it fails once, we will have the next time. The most important thing is to save our lives. Mojella couldn't help but say. But we have no supplies, the bullets are almost finished, and one is still dead and one is injured. This is not a solution. To be honest, he regretted getting on the pirate ship. If he knew that the other party started his business like this, he would not know how to kill him. Jerome's eyes were too long and ignored the doubts. He turned to look at the two Neon people who defected to him today. The information you provided is sure that you will not be wrong. The Neon man with a wound on his left cheek did not speak, and raised his hand to point to the open TV screen. It is reported that Toshiba will reach a cooperation with Du Sheng, with an endorsement fee of up to 100 million Neon coins. Jerome knew that Jason and the others couldn't understand Neon language, so he simply translated it. 100 million Neon coins. Mojella's eyes lit up when she heard this. If they were in Luzon, they would never get so much money in their entire lives when they worked in the guard. Jason was a little moved and asked. Ask them, is this endorsement fee sure to be on this woman? While speaking, he pointed to Yezi standing beside Du Sheng in the picture. That's right, we have investigated, she is responsible for Du Sheng's matters. A Neon man with dirt face trembled. If Du Sheng was here, he would definitely recognize these two people. It is obviously two black fans, Kenji Tsurita and Saburo Matsuda. They were desperate in Tokyo and could only hide in Osaka. But I never thought of encountering an entrepreneurial gang taking shortcuts. It also failed. But the two of them were full of thoughts and their eyes suddenly lit up. Because this provides them with an idea. It seems like it suddenly opens up. Finally, they simply recommended themselves to join this team at the trough of entrepreneurship. After all, he is a local and is familiar with the distribution of various industries in Osaka, as well as the Onjiti routes and time of the police station, which is still very valuable to foreign entrepreneurial gangs. The reason why the gang targeted Yesili and Du Sheng this time was naturally their recommendation. After all, they ended up in such a land, all thanks to Du Sheng. No matter how much revenge is, it is not an exaggeration. Chapter 315, Robbery. Robbery? This Oriental just finished the track and field competition and is returning to Tokyo. Jason asked the key point. Kenji Tsurita said excitedly. Yes, they are not far from us, and we even have license plate numbers found it. Jason temporarily dispelled his suspicion and glanced at everyone. This time the target is 100 million Neon coins, which is likely to be on the offshore account. As long as the pig is tied up, the average score of each person will be tens of millions. Jerome added, his words were a bit excited. The most important thing is that this group of people is still Chinese. Even if we eat them, the Eastern Embassy will only say a few words at most, and there will not be too much support or pressure. It depends on whether you are brave enough. Speaking of which, the reason why they failed to rob the gold shop this time was that they could evacuate quickly and almost broke out of the encirclement was that they had more locals familiar with the road conditions, such as Saburo Matsuda and Kenji Tsurita. So although I am alert to the joining of these two people, I will not doubt anything on excuses. As soon as the two leaders finished speaking, everyone's breathing became heavy. Boss, what are you waiting for? Take action quickly. Oh my god, tens of millions, how many lifetimes do you have to fight in your hometown? Chris' eyes were red, and the first one jumped up excitedly. "Boss, I have nothing left, this body of skin, damn it." Almo's eyes were fierce and excited. "People live for a breath, birds live for a skin. As long as this vote is successful, you can retire early. Go to the lighthouse every day." All along, the entire Luzon country has been controlled by hundreds of political families from top to bottom. The direct consequence is that family-style corruption is rampant, and the economy and people live in poverty. For example, the current boss's father embezzled at least $10 billion, leaving Luzon, who had no foreign debt, with debt of $26.5 billion. It also leads to 20% of Luzonians living in absolute poverty. Even the capital of Mani, which has a population of more than 12 million, nearly half of the people live in slums. Jason, Jerome, and others are one of them. The guards' income was completely ineffective. They came to Neon at the risk just to make a big fortune. Who is not to rob? The key is that the number of 100 million Neon coins is really tempting. And the target is a group of Chinese. It's not too easy. Don't think too easily. This job is a bit tricky. Let's take a long-term plan first. Jason reached out and pressed his hand and said in a deep voice. The opponent can win the championship, and he has outstanding combat power. There is a group of helpers around you, and the Neon Police will not be indifferent, as it is difficult to get rid of it. His words were not alarmist. Although the entrepreneurial gang he has brought up has good abilities and is also very capable. But the last time the gold shop robbery caused 2 gunmen to be killed and injured, and now they are still facing the problem of insufficient firepower and unreplenishment. Du Sheng had just won the championship, and although the thousands of police forces escorted were withdrawn, there was still some hidden protection. After all, something happened to a K1 World Boxing Champion just won the championship. Will anyone dare to travel to Neon in the future? But his words couldn't extinguish everyone's excitement. I'm afraid of hair, I have to do it. Boss, we have a bad life. Isn't it just for the sake of playing a game? We still have 2 short cannons, and we can't handle ordinary people with ease. Jason calmed down and turned his eyes to the taciturn seconding command. Jerome, what do you think? Jerome squeezed out the cigarette butts heavily and stood up. Since everyone has decided, let's just give it up. Jason nodded with satisfaction and began to assign tasks. Matsuda Saburo, you are responsible for leading the way. Kenji Tsurita, you are responsible for driving. Almo, you are responsible for keeping a watch outside and notify you immediately if there is any disturbance. After succeeding this time, everyone will gather in this place. I have arranged the boat and leave Neon first. Brother Sheng, do you think this friendly match will be on the news broadcast? Wang Yeyang was a little excited and opened the car door and asked Du Sheng and others to get in the car. Since Du Sheng won the championship, he appeared on the news broadcast of Yangtze on the second night. This exposure is not a slim view. Online fans soared by nearly 1.8 million in 3 days. Achieved 12 million. The total number of fans on Zhang Ziyi's platform is only about 14 million. This is a perfect star level. According to this situation, it is estimated that it will not take long to surpass this international actress. Wang Yeyang has always been very concerned about these interests. After all, both prosper and lose. In addition, Du Sheng's superpowers stimulated him today. So he still has some fantasies about Du Sheng participating in other events in the future. All of this is because of these Neon trips. He earned at least 1.6 million. Of course, the more you make money, the better. There is a high probability. Ma Yaoei, who was in charge of driving, was also a little excited and spoke first. Lu Xiang is now the national track and field representative, and Brother Sheng is the first Chinese boxing champion, so his focus must be full. And there is a saying he hasn't said yet, that is, the reporter from the news broadcasting is on the scene today. It is impossible for domestic media to report that Lu Xiang won the championship with such a great popularity. Du Sheng just smiled and focused on reputation. Reputation value, 128,392. This is accumulated from scratch after upgrading the 6th level of Dragon and Elephant. It means that in a few days, at least tens of millions of people were shocked or slandered by him. If you include other emotions that attract attention, this number will probably bite several times more. Now there is an average of 10,000 reputations every day, which shows how far-reaching the influence of this championship is. Brother Sheng, Tang Bin sent a message saying that there is something to deal with in North America, and we will go back first. When the car drove away from the entrance of the stadium, Wang Yeyang saw that the speed could not be increased, so he simply flipped through the memo. He asked you to tell him in advance when you go so that you can arrange and respond to it. Du Sheng, who was about to close his eyes and rest, nodded, but instead narrowed his eyes sideways. Using the rearview mirror, he glanced at a Honda car hanging from behind. And there was also a car that Yesi and the 2 assistants were riding in. Haha, it's interesting. A trace of deep meaning appeared at the corner of Du Sheng's eyes, and he whispered a few words to Wang Yeyang. Wang Yeyang was stunned and quickly picked up his phone to dial. Mr. Ye, Brother Sheng said, let us pay attention, something may have happened unexpectedly. After Yesi's assistant put down the phone, her face changed slightly and reminded. Brother Hailong, it seems that a car is following us. Do you see, right? Zhang Hailong, who was driving, glanced at Zhao Yad, who assisted in security. They didn't have time to speak. Boom! Suddenly, a harsh sound of tire friction pierced the tranquility. After the traffic flow in the surrounding area decreased, 2 black Honda cars rushed out like wild horses. One hit the Toyota car where Yezi was located, and one surrounded it in front of the car. Zhang Hailong and Zhao Yad were dizzy when they were hit, but they knew that the emergency was critical, so they immediately picked up the police force. But before they could move, they were pointed at by a whole gun and they never dared to move around again. The next moment, several burly men wearing masks and holding 38 short cannons or sharp weapons quickly approached. There was a ruthless look in their eyes. Saburo Matsuda, who was responsible for leading the way and recognizing people, felt unprecedented excitement at this moment. He held the watermelon knife in his hand and kicked Zhang Hailong, who was trying to get out of the car, to the ground with one foot, and said fiercely, Baga! Aren't you very arrogant before? Keep being arrogant. Jerome, holding the, frowned and said, the important thing is important, don't waste time. Matsuda Saburo felt a stern heart, pointed at an elegant woman in the back seat of Toyota, and shouted loudly, you, get off! What do you want to do? Yesi felt nervous, but her expression was still calm and she was not obviously panic. Just because she was hold, she had to get out of the car. Don't talk, take it away. Jerome was too lazy to talk nonsense, and ignored Yeshi's struggle, and just dragged her into the black car. Brother Sheng, the other party has a gun, do you want to be slandered? Wang Yeyang asked hesitantly. He could see that this was a bandit gang, and he obviously had bad intentions. This area is still in the scope of event hosting. If you are rude, you should not be able to arrive soon. When the neon drew, the raw rice was cooked. Du Sheng looked at the crowd who got into the car in a fierce manner and suddenly ordered. Crash over! Crash, hit it! Ma Yaoi was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. The other party has a gun and a knife, and he also takes hostages. So what happens if he hits him? Moreover, it is evening now, and there is not enough light, and if you are not careful, you will suffer a life. Don't be a mother-in-law and mother, aim at the accord, step on the accelerator and hit it over. Du Sheng sat upright, reached into his sleeve, and said expressionlessly. Boom! Ma Yaoi gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator with one foot, and roared and hit him. Since Du Sheng is not afraid, he is afraid of a bird. Jerome! Go away! Saburo Matsuda, who was about to get on the bus, was shocked and reminded him subconsciously to avoid the left. But he didn't know that fate would be so funny. A golden light shot towards him. How could Jerome not pay attention to the engine? He didn't care about his anger and pulling Yezi, and rolled on the spot, lifting up his short cannon to aim at Mayaoei who was driving. Whoosh! 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 Golden needles shot towards us. His palm holding the gun was instantly pierced, and the short cannon suddenly fell down. Boom! Toyota Kami deserves the reputation of being resistant to collisions, and with the advantage of speed, she not only knocked Matsuda, Saburo and Jerome away in one fell swoop. The Accord car was also rolled twice, and the entire right body was flattened, which was scrapped in half. Kenji Tsuruda, who was sitting in the car, vomited blood and fell into a coma on the spot. The Toyota car was just a knockout and the engine cover was overturned. No big problem. Get on the bus. Du Sheng pushed open the car door and spoke to Ye scattered. Yezi saw that there were two cars following behind him, rushed over in anger, and she didn't care about speaking and quickly got into the car. Ma Yaoei did not need Du Sheng to remind him, and quickly turned the steering wheel and returned to the road and left. On the other hand, Zhang Hailong also knew that the situation was critical, so he quickly twisted the key and started it. However, the vehicle was hit by a collapsed and died, and it was not able to light the fire for a moment, which made Zhao Yayad and his two assistants sweat all over. Fortunately, it started at the last moment and was not hit by the black car that was hit by a crazy black car. However, Zhang Hailong knew that the disabled car could not compete with the speed, so he drove back to the stadium. Big boss, can you continue if you can't succeed there? In one of the Accord cars, Almo, who was driving, saw a sudden change and asked. At the beginning, 3 teammates were scrapped before even the hostages were taken. How to play next? Chapter 316 Chase and Knock It Over. Jason's face turned pale and gritted his teeth. Catch up and knock it over. There is no supply or support, I am not familiar with the place, and I am still wanted. They have no way out. If you can't get money in this wave, let alone paying for the withdrawal shipping fee, you're afraid that your livelihood will be a problem. In addition, this time it has been so big that local law enforcement officers must be on the way. Only by holding an influential world boxing champion like Du Sheng can the opponent be afraid of the enemy. Brother Sheng, those 2 cars are still chasing you, what should I do? Ma Yaoei glanced at the rear mirror and was still feeling a little scared. If Du Sheng took a slower move or if the golden needle was not shot, he would probably have to take bullets. Coincidentally, the leader in a car behind him held a gun and aimed at the rear wheels of the vehicle they were riding in. Another Accord arrived in a hurry, obviously trying to intercept them. Since it wants to stop us, then satisfy it. Du Sheng thought casually. Several cars were too fast, and the other party's driver was far apart. The neon car itself was still the right rudder, and it was difficult for him to aim even if he took out the black star. However, Du Sheng finally took care of Yezi beside him and turned his head to remind him. It's inevitable that there will be some bumps in a while, so I'll sit firmly. At this moment, the speed of the car had exceeded 100. Seeing that Ma Yaoei was still excited to step on the accelerator to speed up, Ye said with a pale face. Will there be a car accident if such a high-speed collision? But before she could finish her words, the vehicle suddenly shook and the front of the vehicle made a loud bang. Even though Yezi was reminded to be prepared for her, she was still shocked and screamed subconsciously. Careful! If Du Sheng hadn't hugged her with his hands, he would have been afraid that his head would have hit the handlebar. Thank you, thank you. Yesi didn't care about being held by her body, and subconsciously grabbed Du Sheng's arm, and then she said thank you in a shocked voice. When I looked up, I saw that although the Accord was overturned, my Toyota was seriously damaged, the front bumper collapsed, and even the engine was smoked. This was the first time Yesi was intuitively watching this tense and exciting car chase battle, and swallowed. Will this cause death? She usually doesn't even dare to kill chickens and ducks, and never thought she would personally participate in this kind of life and death battle. However, Yezi felt the powerful hug of the man in her arms and calmed down for no reason. This situation is probably just a pediatric department for Du Sheng, so he is not worried too much. On the contrary, in order to avoid accidents, she took the initiative to hold Du Sheng's bare waist and even hid her whole body in her arms with a blushing face. Du Sheng had no time to take care of these for the time being, and his eyes were fixed on the last Accord car. Let it get closer and I'll handle it. The vehicle is half-waist and it will definitely not be able to escape the other party. On the other side, Big Boss, Chris, and Merrick are probably in danger. Almo was shocked and afraid to drive the car, trembling slightly. Do you, continue. In less than a moment, he and the leader were the only ones left in an entrepreneurial team that fought south and north. Are they bandits, or are Du Sheng the bandits? Damn it, will you let people live? Bang! Bang! Jason furiously fired 2 shots in a row, but the aiming rate of the pistol was less than 30% after more than 10 meters. Not to mention hitting someone, I didn't even get the Toyota body. Fuck! Fuck! The blue veins on his forehead swelled up and he kicked the car seat angrily. Continue, I have to apologize to my friend. At this moment, it has nothing to do with money. He wants to vent and he wants to take revenge. Almo swallowed his saliva and felt trembling in his heart. Because of the sirens of V5V5, it had already spread from afar. But before he could ask, click! A stick roared from the car in front of him, and his windshield exploded on the spot. Ah! Almo's head was hit accurately, and blood flowed, and he instantly screamed and collapsed. The consequences of losing driver control and exceeding 100 can be imagined. With a rumbling sound, the whole car overturned and hit the mountain. The moment Jason fainted, he saw several police cars whistling. On the other side, Du Sheng took off his gloves and signaled Ma Yaoi to stop and cooperate. As expected, Jason, the entrepreneurial gang that was on the wanted list, was recognized by Neon Police on the spot. But what shocked them was that at this moment, 3 were killed, 2 were injured and 2 were injured. Jason and the Luzon bandits are armed. Yesterday they surrounded them from all directions, and they were still escaped by them, but 3 others were injured. What's going on? As for Du Sheng, AK-1 fighting celebrity, he was also recognized by some local police officers. After learning that these kidnapping objects were completely damaged, the entrepreneurial gang was destroyed by them accidentally, everyone's hearts were abandoned. Shocked, his admiration for Du Sheng was even more unstoppable. This accident can be seen with some eyes, and it is so lethal. The Neon media who rushed over and the stranded Oriental reporters were all excited. This news will definitely be the headlines tomorrow. The Neon police were afraid that Du Sheng and his big shots might make them difficult to end. They not only asked about their well-being, but also sent a police car to escort them back after recording the transcript. Even the hotel where Du Sheng and his friends stayed were arranged to provide police force to protect him. Brother Sheng, Ha-Long, and the others are fine and are being escorted back by the local police. Wang Yeyang's admiration for Du Sheng at this moment is like a continuous river. Even Yezi, who had regained her elegance, had her beautiful eyes lingering on Du Sheng. Although I couldn't see how Saburo Matsuda and Jerome were shot through the left eye and palm before. But Du Sheng threw the stick and downplayed the last car chase, and she watched the whole process. At this moment, there was only one thought left in my mind. So fierce. Du Sheng didn't know what outsiders thought, because many relatives and friends who heard the news called and didn't even care about dinner for the time being. It was not until after 8 o'clock that he had finished dealing with these trivial matters. Hey, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Du Sheng was called by Yezi, and as soon as he entered the door, he was attracted by a fragrance. Yeji held her hair up and was busy in the kitchen with her apron. The air is filled with the fragrance of eggs, making people salivate. Sheng, you haven't had dinner yet? I made fried rice with eggs, fried meat with cucumbers, and bamboo shoots and abalone soup. Yesi heard the movement in the hall and turned her head and looked at him with a smile, both gentle and charming. Du Sheng's appetite was wide open, and he rubbed his hands and said, I've been busy for a long time and I'm just hungry. Try your skills. After saying that, he walked into the bathroom and cleaned it carefully. I don't know if it is due to the transformation of the promotion of dragon and elephant, but during this period, a layer of grey matter was discharged from the skin one after another. It is most likely to be toxins deposited in the body. In addition, Du Sheng also found that his bones became stronger. Even his facial features and temperament have become more cold and calm. Judging from the appearance alone, it will definitely kill those creamy young actors in the moment. When Du Sheng changed her clothes and appeared in front of Yezi, she was cooking, unable to help but wipe her eyes, wondering if she had read it wrong. The other party was wearing an open black suit and a white shirt. With that unique temperament, it was so handsome that it was difficult to look away. In addition, I have experienced so many thrilling things today, and I have been rescued by a man who risked his life to save me. This image suddenly increased several levels. Xiao Yizi, stop looking at it, the food is going to be muddy. Du Sheng felt a fever in her heart when he saw her shy reaction. He smiled and hugged her from behind, pressing his chin against her shoulders. Yezi was wearing a purple dress, tight style, with the hem of the skirt being above the knee, revealing a piece of white calves. After tying on the apron, her elegant temperament of a good wife and mother was even more touching. Ah! Yesi's body stiffened, her cheeks flushed, and she twisted in his arms. Don't do this, I still have to cook. Except for the plane, even if the two sides had occasional intimate contact, they would not be like this now. But for some reason, she didn't twist much, and she still had a little bit of a desire to greet but refuse. Du Sheng naturally would not let go, and even kissed Yezi on the cheek. He hugged her slender waist and smelled the faint fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose, feeling refreshed. The dish is burnt. Ah! Yesi was a little busy and quickly turned off the fire and said angrily. It's all your fault. Let go, otherwise there will be no food tonight. It's okay, you can make up for it. And you cook the little leaves, even if it is out of standard, it will be delicious. Soul is light. Don't move around, you put your hands in the wrong place. Don't get me wrong. This is the exclusive cooking skill of Samsung Michelin chefs, and it needs to be cooked with men and women in this way. Don't believe it? Then let's try it together. Try it and die. The night is as cool as water, and the breeze is not dry. It blows on the messy clothes in the room, making the spring scenery in the hall full of the house. The quilt slipped down, revealing a perfect curve of ice and snowy skin. Yezi is currently in the blooming years of youth, and she is so beautiful that she can't help but feel unbearable. Thinking of all the undescribable scenes just now, Yezi's pretty face turned red. She didn't know if it was a misunderstanding or some reason, but she took advantage of the opportunity to enter. Perhaps this situation was expected in subconsciously from the moment Du Sheng was invited to have a meal. Or maybe the feelings are secretly aroused and difficult to suppress. Although her thoughts were relatively traditional, Du Sheng rescued him from danger many times, and Mu Ai's mind gained the upper hand. In addition, Du Sheng himself is so outstanding that even a girl can't resist the charm. Of course, the most important thing is to be responsible and do. Especially after the evening storm, this mentality became even more out of control. When he noticed that the man's big hand had climbed up again, Yezi's pretty face was shy and pinched his waist gently. Bastard, you! Stop doing it randomly, who can stand it? This is really a giant man, no wonder he can conquer so many people. Seeing that she looked shy and wanted to speak, Du Sheng knew that she had reached the limit for the time being. She laughed and kissed her rosy little mouth. Let's go, let's drink the soup first. Yezi felt that her whole body was subconsciously tightened, and she whispered in a shy voice. No, the soup is in the kitchen, you went wrong. 20,000 words omitted. Chapter 317, A Variety of Tricks. 30 minutes later, the two of them started to stew the mutton soup with great flavor. I can only say that it is very moist and sweet, but unfortunately the second time I stewed it, the heat was a bit insufficient. But it doesn't matter. Du Sheng is not impatient, so he will take his time in the future. After drinking it, Du Sheng leaned on the sofa and savored it, as if he was still a little unfulfilled. Yezi was like apart, snuggling in his arms, so full that she was too lazy to move. She had never stewed the soup before, and she didn't know that it would take more than an hour to stew it twice. Although the fragrance is everywhere, it can't help but nourish the body. What did you just say? Du Sheng gently stroked Yezhig's skin, and just now he couldn't control the heat and drank a little too much. But he can't blame him. I can only say that the stewed soup cooked by Yezi is round and delicious, and it becomes addictive when you drink it. The craftsmanship of the daughter of a daughter is indeed not something that can be achieved. Just now, Yezi seemed to have mentioned cooperation with him, but she was busy with her hands and mouth. Don't, I'm getting angry. I can't drink any more. Yezi was weak and held the big hand holding the bowl and said softly. Didn't you tell you last time that Country Garden is going to choose a director? We probably have a quota. Are you sure you won't be named? How could Du Sheng not remember? After all, it involves over 100 million assets. He might have been a little worried about the funding issue before, but now he is refreshed and has no worries. Since we are the second largest shareholder, there is also the influence of your Ye family. The board of directors will give you some thin side. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. After you are elected, you can take charge. Yezi was shocked and a little surprised and said. You're the big part here, are you sure I'll let you take charge? During this period, Du Sheng invested more than 30 million yuan in the property worth hundreds of millions. Even if it was placed in the Ye family, it was the core. As for the rights and value of a director's seat, anyone who has been a senior executive knows how big it is. Du Sheng actually let her go. How trustworthy does he trust herself? Of course, don't you believe in yourself? Du Sheng knew very well that the woman in her arms was the chairman of the company in her previous life, and she had no shortage of abilities in all aspects, and said with a smile. But I'm so angry that I'm so angry. Should you find a way to reduce the fire? Yezhi was a little moved. Hearing that, his pretty face blushed, he hesitated for a moment and pulled his hair back to the back of his head, preparing to take oral herbal tea. Not to mention this young man and woman who can make a fuss when drinking soup, she has already had a big fuss outside. The next morning, with the release of reports from countless TV stations and media at home and abroad. Once the incident of the King of Fighting was exposed, it caused a stir. Thrilling hijacking, the bandit is very brave. The Luzon bandit gang is crazy and dares to kidnap the King of Fighting, and his crime is so great. 1 vs 8. Du Sheng fought against the bandit with guns, and the thrilling reappeared. Neon police were furious and the whole city entered a major cleanup. All kinds of edges and starts are all over the place, and the news is overwhelming and attracting attention. I have to say that Du Sheng's potential to win the championship is still quite strong. It has made many media full. Moreover, this incident was very explosive and gimmick, and no wonder newspapers and magazines were carrying. Even for domestic media, reporters who had returned before rushed over overnight just to catch up with the heat. Because of the powerful information provided by Du Sheng, the Metropolitan Entertainment News uses the front page to conduct comprehensive reports. Almost overnight, it was spread everywhere online and offline, and people were discussing endlessly. This gang is really looking for death. He dares to make a boxing champion. That's right, don't they know the outcome of the entrepreneurial gang in Xiangjiang? Damn it, is Du Sheng a gangster nemesis? I'm afraid I don't dare to shoot a movie with such a strong record, right? Unlike most people who gloat, Wang Zhong, Zhang's hit song, Zhang Ziyi and others who read the news sighed regretfully. You can't even take him? Isn't it too evil? Du Sheng doesn't know about this for the time being. After getting up, I saw Yesizi holding her like a kitten, and put her down with a smile and went out to wash. This girl is likely to be unable to get up this morning. Fortunately, some endorsement advertisements have been negotiated, but Sony, which has the largest price difference, has not yet been negotiated. However, with Wang Jinhua helping to coordinate, Du Sheng can free up his hands. Today he has to cooperate with Toshiba's shooting and promotional matters. After returning to China, he will also wait for two brands, Oriental Life Insurance and TCL, and his itinerary is still very busy. Of course, the harvest is quite substantial. These endorsements alone earned more than 20 million. If you reduce the cost and conditions a little, I am afraid that it will be more than twice as much. In addition, I don't know if it was due to the incident last night, and my popularity and reputation exploded again. According to Wang Yeyang's feedback, several online platforms are about to reach 14 million fans. The reputation value has also risen to nearly 150,000. In this regard, there is probably another help from Yangshi News Network. Otherwise, even if the most popular person is unlikely to have such a large increase span. After finishing the shooting, Du Sheng did not stay in Neon Country again. Because there are endorsements in China, we have to return to the crew to continue filming. As for Yezi, she is still in Neon. In addition to dealing with the share of more than 7 million in K1, there are also follow-up negotiations from Sony. However, after returning to China with such great popularity and honor, Du Sheng's life is destined to be unable to calm down. Especially in recent days, Yangshi News Network has successively reported that he won the throne of the K1 World Boxing Champion, his friendship with sports star Lu Xiang, and that thrilling kidnapping experience. These news quickly became a hot topic on the streets. Many people mention Du Sheng, but their first reaction is not the actor's identity. It is the first Chinese boxing champion who bravely fought against criminals and defeated strong overseas enemies. This wave of operations made Du Sheng's popularity rise like a rocket, and he has instantly defeated the four little kings in the most popular period. As long as it is about him, the sales of newspapers and magazines are like being on the rockets. There are endless invitations to interview programs, and even the gold medal column is no exception. Advertisers were even more moved. From large companies to celebrity brands, endorsement invitations are coming like a tide, and the quotations are more amazing. Among them, the conditions offered by domestic well-known brands such as TCL Washing Machine, Dongfeng Motor, and Oriental Life Insurance are no worse than those of Wahaha. The businessman's eyes are always sharp. Du Sheng's halo of winning the championship has established the image of a national hero in the hearts of the public. The title of King of Fighting seems to be more dazzling than that of North American boxing or UFC champions. Even if Du Sheng no longer enters North American boxing world in the future, his reputation and image will remain indestructible. Which brand can invite him to endorse, it will undoubtedly be very popular. Therefore, as soon as the flight he was on land, he was surrounded by media reporters. Domestic fans spontaneously organized themselves, holding homemade banners and posters to give him warm welcome at the airport. There are long queues of interview appointments, and major TV programs are rushing to invite them. Even if you are picky and choose, it will take several days to endorse the advertisement. However, this is a long-term project, and Du Sheng is not in a hurry. What is a bit outrageous is that his mobile phone number was leaked at some time, and it was all strange calls seeking business cooperation. In addition, director Bai Zheng Zidao and others also called. Because a leader from the sports department said he wanted to meet him and Lu Xiang. Du Sheng knew that such human relationships were inevitable. It also involved events and competitions, so I took the time to go there. As expected, it is difficult for a player like him who is not on the list to qualify for the competition. The most important thing is that the list and process of next year's Olympic Games have been handed over. But the leader didn't say he was dead, and tried his best to fight for him. What is certain is that there will definitely be a quota for the session held at home in a few years. Du Sheng didn't care about this. First of all, he may not be able to draw it out next year. Secondly, the boxing competitions of the Olympics are amateur nature in the boxing world. No famous boxers participated, and there was no profit except the gold medal. Du Sheng likes only that honor and exposure. Yesi finally returned after staying in the Neon for 3 days. She finalized an endorsement agreement with Sony for Du Sheng and returned with the results of victory. According to the contract, Du Sheng will serve as the image ambassador of Sony Mobile in the Eastern District in the next 2 years. To this endorsement fee of 8 million yuan to Du Sheng, and guaranteed Columbia Pictures resources to assist Du Sheng in promoting 2 of his films free of charge and enter the international market. In addition, the contract also contains many detailed terms. For example, during the endorsement period, Du Sheng was free to use electronic products in Sony brand stores without having to pay. Although these terms may seem trivial, they can also bring considerable benefits as long as they are managed ingeniously. For example, video equipment can be used in movies in the future, which can save a lot of money. However, Du Sheng did not explore these in depth. He believed in Yesi and Wang Jinhua's abilities, and he would not suffer any losses in this regard. Next, you only need to focus on filming and don't need to worry about the rest of the matters for the time being. November 3rd. Du Sheng took advantage of the opportunity of filming an advertisement and went to the crew where Gao Yuanyuan was located to visit the set. Gao Yuanyuan was very happy to see that he still remembered his previous promise and came with triumph in a high-profile manner. In order to report to the man, she was full of tricks that night and was sweating profusely. Even 3 sets of black silk and cheongsam were drawn, which was really hard. She knew that both sides had filming films and it was not difficult to delay the progress, so she could only try her best to get it. But Du Sheng's progress is too terrifying. Especially after returning from winning the championship, it is even more exaggerated than last time I played in Beijing. She deeply understood what the grand scene of 1 stick covers half the waist is. Does he be able to surge every time he wins? When I thought of this possibility, I originally wanted to take this opportunity to grasp the man's Gao Yuanyuan, and I felt powerless. That little thought was dispersed. I also deeply understand why Zhang Baji was willing to play double role with her at that time. Who can withstand this? The next day, Du Sheng said goodbye to Gao Yuanyuan, who was reluctant to leave, and divided each one into things. He took Wang Yeyang and others on an international flight and flew directly to Oakland. Chapter 318, I Can't Help Myself. 9 hours later, Lviv Airport. In the airport lobby, people were surging, and Du Sheng, who was wearing light clothes, walked out of the gate. He could see the innocent and moving people in the crowd at a glance, and frequently attracted people's attention. This girl wore a khaki windbreaker and a light-colored plaid skirt, a sweet girl next door style, and a pair of strapped marten boots, which looked sweet and pure. A Sheng. Here. Zhang Baji's beautiful eyes lit up and she waved her hand to the other side. Du Sheng smiled slightly, opened his arms, and gave her a warm hug. I missed me so much after being separated for so long. Zhang Baji held his waist and felt a little bird dependent on others. It's only 9 days, when did you arrive? Du Sheng smiled and let her walk out with her arms in her arms. When you are abroad, don't worry too much about paparazzi squatting. Besides, both sides are still one of the crew and have had scandals long ago. Zhang Baji seemed quite excited and said, I have heard a lot of news about you winning the championship in Hong Kong, and many bars are holding discounts to celebrate you. Although there is a motivation to attract customers, it also indirectly proves that Du Sheng's influence in winning the championship is still spreading. Yet, Du Sheng said with a smile. I'm grateful for everyone's support. Not to mention anything else, Xiangzhong is currently a bridgehead that radiates Southeast Asia's popularity and reputation, and it still needs to be managed well. Zhang Baji looked at Du Sheng with a smile, her eyes full of joy and pride. You don't know yet. Just because you won the championship this time, the box office of Infernal Affairs 2 rose out of thin air, and a rare V-shaped curve appeared. Many comments say this is a miracle, and we even look forward to the release of the Tenside Ambush we collaborated on this time. Du Sheng once heard Wang Jinhua mention that the box office in the mainland has also opened up a lot. Even The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat, which is scheduled to be released on the New Year's Day holiday, is extremely anticipated. Although this is a recent hot feedback, he was quite moved when he heard the woman and her proud tone. If it were a year ago, I didn't even dare to think about these things. It has to be said that the Chinese people's sense of honor and identity in this era is really unparalleled. Du Sheng gently pinched Zhang Beizi's white face and said with a quip. You have promised before that once I win the championship, you will wear silk stockings and sailor suits. You won't forget to bring them, right? When Zhang Baji saw her assistant Xiao Zhang, Wang Yeyang, and others curious, she said with a rare slight. The uniform you chose is too that one. Can you change it? Similar to Neon's JK uniforms, or short styles. It's really too bloody. Last time she had already worn nurses' uniforms and tight police uniforms. I can only say that Du Sheng's customized styles are getting more and more outrageous. Du Sheng has been looking forward for a long time, how could she let her go back on her word? He whispered in her ear. Don't worry, it's for appreciation only, I will never get started. Zhang Baji rolled her eyes, only if she believed you, she would have a ghost. The group took 2 cars to the set, Ksovo Forest Park. It is late autumn, and it is like a carefully unfolded picture. The temperate broad-leaved forest is covered with the gorgeous clothes given by the season. The leaves on the mountain are golden and gorgeous, covering the rolling mountains layer by layer. Just a few glances, I feel relaxed and happy. No wonder Zhang Yi's website and designated to shoot here. In a small town on the edge of the Ksovo Nature Reserve, Du Sheng and Lu Feide Camel Poon and others reunited. Director Zhang and brother Hua, long time no see. Lu said jokingly. You guy, I was still warming up the scene for you at the Neon a while ago. Once you have a beautiful woman on your side, you will have a bad memory, right? And Zhang Yizhong's mirage seeing Fuji Kong Opengzi's mouth smiled. It's pretty good. I've returned from winning the K1 championship and I look more energetic. Du Sheng won such a great championship, and the news has spread throughout the country. Zhang Yi was swollen and changed his recovery path. I heard that thanks to this popularity, the box office of Infernal Affairs 2 that will be drawn up has risen out of thin air. This is the same in the ambush on 10 and even has great significance. He secretly thanked that Takeshi Kaneshiro had a disagreement in the schedule, so he chose Du Sheng to take the lead. Now it seems that it is a wise choice. After some greetings, the team gathered and headed towards the mountainous area. The team was vast, with more than 30 people driving more than 30 cars into the heart of the forest park. Why choose to shoot in such a remote place abroad? Many people may be confused. Zhang Yi's consideration of jealousy. The scenery here is very eye-catching and the expenses are relatively small. After arriving, everyone found that the scenery here was indeed very different from that in China. There is a kind of vast beauty that makes people feel refreshed. There are trees dozens of meters high around, green mountains are dotted with autumn red, and distant mountains are like dark black. The vast and peaceful beauty arises naturally. It has to be admitted that no matter how good Zhang Yi is, the filming of the female pepper glass can always be eye-catching. In order to speed up the shooting, the crew rented several off-road RVs and purchased hundreds of them. The tent is planned to camp in the mountains. In order to ensure safety, Zhang Yi only held a master's degree with more than a dozen locals as guides and security. The depths of the Kesovo Nature Reserve are usually not open to the public, but there is a saying that money can make the devil push. However, the road to the deep mountains is extremely rugged, and even off-road vehicles are difficult to drive smoothly. But the weather was not good, and it started to rain heavily when entering the mountain, and the soil became extremely muddy. In order to rush to avoid getting caught in the car, the local guide led the convoy into the forest path. Then, they led a group of people and pushed the grass shoveling cart forward. Soon, the roar mixed with the sound of broken plants and trees came, and a way was cleared out. "A Sheng, look over there, there is a group of wild donkeys." Du Sheng and Zhang Baji were sitting in the same car, watching interestingly, and took out their cameras to take pictures from time to time. These are all high-quality materials promotion. If you take a good photo and put it on the online platform, you might even get a wave of traffic. With the unremitting efforts of these local guides, the crew finally arrived at the shooting location before nightfall. In the days that followed, the crew members set up camp in this field until the shooting mission was successfully completed. The forests in the rainy season look particularly wet and cold. Thanks to the help of the local guide, dozens of small tents were quickly set up to shelter from the wind. Each tent is equipped with a portable heating stove, which can be used to drive away the cold. As for 3 meals a day, they are supplied uniformly by the crew's logistics department. Most of the local food in Oakland is bread with cabbage rolls, and occasionally some fried chicken and tooth-beating festivals are served. Zhang Yizhong was not very adaptable to this taste when he came, so he specially invited 2 accompanying chefs this time. But in such a wilderness, the conditions are limited, and the chef can only make some simple noodles to deal with. However, for compatriots who have been gnawing dry food for several days in a row, this is already a rare delicacy. The filming was carried out in full swing, and several fierce fighting scenes were completed first. Immediately afterwards, the scene that the whole group is most looking forward to. The romantic rivalry between Captain Du and the heroine. Scene 88, The Sixth Mirror, the first one, start. With the crisp tapping of the field board, Du Sheng gently put Zhang Beizi under his body. This scene tells the story of the two being pressed by the court's pursuers step by step. The heroine accidentally fell off her horse and fell into the pond. Her body was soaked and her life was hanging on the line. Fortunately, Captain Du rescued her in time. But the hidden truth is that Captain Du is actually a lurker, with the purpose of tracking the heroine to find the secret base of the Flying Knife Gate. During the escape from the day of birth, the two of them inevitably had some contact. According to the progress of such a plot, how can it be worthy of the audience if there is no ambiguity in such an atmosphere? Moreover, this film is aimed at Western theaters, and some open settings are indispensable. So, as soon as the heroine changed her clothes, Captain Du couldn't help but feel in love. He hugged her gently and whispered in her ear. When Du Sheng watched this scene in his previous life, he was almost embarrassed by Kim Sung-woo's blunt and exaggerated acting skills. It's not that it's hard to resist love, but rather that it's biased towards neon-style obscene. If Kim Sung-woo hadn't been handsome, he would have been a little unbearable. Despite this, Volkswagen Dis was still inevitable after the broadcast. In contrast, Du Sheng pays more attention to the true expression of emotions, delicately portraying the breeding of subtle emotions between the male and female protagonists in dilemma. The ambiguous tactic of hard tojit is just right. Zhang Yi's toe to earth, and his bathing spoon was swinging his spoon to the disaster. This is really not like acting at all. But when I think of the reality of this couple, Zhang Yizi was tempted to Liu's Xing channel. This interpretation makes the characters clear, real, and not offensive, which is really rare. Lu Huanzi put his chin on his face, and he praised him. Although Ashen is young, sometimes even I can't resist his acting skills. His talent is indeed a monster. He watched Du Sheng grow up, and it was not the first time that both sides cooperated, so these words were completely true. I also feel happy for this talent from the later Jin dynasty. Because of the lack of domestic entertainment and even the global entertainment industry, the achievements are given to each other. Maybe he can still drink some soup when the other party enters Hollywood in the future. After the foreplay was laid out, a brief break was spent ushering in the kissing scene that Zhang Baji was most looking forward to. The two of them have taken their place. With the shooting instructions of the scene record, Du Sheng gently covered Zhang Baji's body. In order to reduce the burden on the other party, he cleverly supported it with his hands and shared some weight. With his double touch, Du Sheng kissed him affectionately, and Zhang Baji closed her eyes and responded, gradually immersing herself in it. After kissing, Du Sheng gently left a string of warmth between her cheeks and neck. Zhang Baji looked up and showed her snow-white and slender neck curve. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten that she was shooting and devoted herself to her intimate interaction with Du Sheng. The audience around him swallowed their saliva. Click. Zhang Yi's locust-some type call caused everyone to be surprised. I was just watching it, what a joke. Zhang Yi Zongxing looked at Zhang Beizi. Baiji, don't be too involved in the show. Remember that you are still running away. The pursuers may arrive at any time. This scene reflects that nervous and sneaky sense of uneasiness. It means that you should be more restrained, there are veteran drivers around you, so it's not easy to end. The wilderness here, there are not even many women, and he is worried that some young guys will make a mess at night. Zhang Baji's cheeks flushed, and she was fascinated for a moment, and she said softly, "Oh, I understand. It's all this man's fault. This is the case every time he's at home. Zhang Yizi, Kong Mu, is responsible for recruiting a lottery penalty. Don't be so devoted, otherwise you will be brought in by Bai Ji again." These words made Zhang Baji's face even more red, so Du Sheng had to lead her to the side. We have many ambiguous scenes in this drama, so can we really not change to substitutes? She gave Du Sheng a blank look and said angrily, "The substitute hasn't arrived yet, who do you want to have an idea?" After saying that, she went to the side to adjust. Du Sheng also slipped under the awning to rest and came to Liu's bathing Argon Hui cave. Liu Yinghuan looked at the timid, full of envy. "Being good-looking is willful, and your love luck cannot be stopped. Brother Hua, are you teasing me? You are also an idol representative." Du Sheng took the water handed over by the other party and changed the subject. "By the way, Brother Hua, do you have any plans for your next drama?" A few days ago, Yezi told him that Infernal Affairs 2 is likely to be shortlisted for the Golden Horse Awards and asked him if he intends to attend the award ceremony. And the award presentation time is around December. If he remembers correctly, Lu Yingzai's Infernal Affairs was shortlisted. It hasn't been decided yet. The movie directed by Feng Xiaogang, who is more likely, was agreed before, but it has been delayed until now. Brother Hua, if you have a suitable role, remember to recommend it to star. Du Sheng thought of The World Without Thieves in an instant, but unfortunately there is no role suitable for him, so he can only do a roundabout way. After all, it is better to be cheaper than Huai. If Huai hadn't invested in this film, he would have even considered snatching its mainland distribution. The company I opened with my friend has many outstanding actors. A small matter is a small matter. If you have the right one, I will pay attention to it. The two of them were chatting and waiting, and in a short while, the time came. Zhang Baji was gently pressed under her once again by Du Sheng. Du Sheng approached with hot air and gave her a slight awkward look. This time, although she was not completely intoxicated, her expression seemed a little stiff. It was obviously the previous episode that affected her emotions. Crack. Pay attention to the scale, Baiji, don't remove Du Sheng's clothes. It was not until almost noon that this scene was considered to be over, and both of them were exhausted. During lunch, Zhang Baji quietly came to his ear and said, "You are so angry that you are aroused. What should you do? It is hard to visit here." How about tonight, we go to the top of the mountain and watch the Japanese and Shu Jun? Du Sheng smiled and made a unique suggestion. That's great. Zhang Baji smiled like a flower, and the corners of her mouth were almost grinning at the root of her ears. Tomorrow's sunrise will definitely be big and beautiful. After lunch break, I continued to film a chase scene in the afternoon and had a scene with Liu Yinghuang. Just after 6:30 p.m., the crew set up camp on the spot and prepared to continue filming the next day. After dinner, Du Sheng carried his backpack and drove Zhang Baji to the small hill a few kilometers away. Along the way are rolling hills, with wild flowers and grasses colorful and beautiful. Mountain bikes are not rushing or slow, and move towards their destination in a leisurely manner. Zhang Baji pressed her arms tightly on the back seat, spreading her arms as if she wanted to embrace every wisp of exotic style. When I was having fun, I took out my camera to take pictures of the night scene. It seems that with Du Sheng next to her, she is not worried about safety at all. Du Sheng reminded him. Hold it tightly, there is a rugged dirt road ahead. The mountain bike accelerated instantly, cutting through Ningjing. Zhang Baji hugged Du Sheng's waist tightly, touching his solid abdominal muscles with his fingers, and his heartbeat also accelerated. The sunset is setting and the sunset is weaving. Before the last ray of sunlight disappeared, they climbed 100 meters high hill along the steep slope. Du Sheng skillfully took out the tent, scissors, etc., and built a simple resting place. Zhang Baji chuckled and helped her, feeling that this kind of life was extremely fulfilling. Behind them, the boundary between light and shadow was clearly visible, and the flowers and plants were gradually swallowed by the night. Wow, it's so beautiful! Zhang Baji's cheeks were pressed against Du Sheng, and she squinted her eyes and admired the western skyline. When I saw such a scene, the fatigue of the day seemed to have disappeared. Du Sheng sighed and stretched. Zhang Baji snuggled closer, laughing. I'm not tired yet. Are you tired when filming a kissing scene today? Du Sheng knew that this girl was worried about dragging her down, so he replied with a smile. How could it be? It's okay to come a few more times. His eyes were still locked in the sunset. Look, it's dark very fast, aren't you afraid to spend the night here? With you here, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Baji smiled naughtily, gently stroked his ears with tenderness and sweetness in her eyes. And, didn't you say you wanted to watch the sun while showing off? Du Sheng is definitely a master in this regard, allowing her to sit steadily on her legs to see the sunrise higher. How many hours are there? Why don't you take a break? Look at the floor, there is a campsite. How lively, how can you sleep at this age? Zhang Baji held up his face and gave the best answer with her actions. Do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Du Sheng. But he also has a temper. Since he can't fall asleep, everyone doesn't have to sleep anymore. 40 minutes later, Zhang Baji was sweating and paralyzed in Du Sheng's arms. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. It's only what time, how can you sleep? Zhang Baji. When she thought of the sunrise tomorrow, she looked desperate. I'll have a rest if I knew it. Fortunately, Du Sheng is taking care of the filming tomorrow, otherwise this girl would have seen what it means to the tigers but can't touch it. In the following days, they took photos as planned and occasionally went out with Zhang Bazi to enjoy the scenery. Their life was busy and fulfilling. Chapter 319 The Storm. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Because everyone's acting skills are not bad, especially Du Sheng, who has the most roles, is simply a speed booster. The original shooting cycle of more than 20 days was much earlier. The filming here is coming to an end, and the crew is preparing to move back to China. Go to the mountain city to shoot the crucial bamboo forest fight scene. Zhang Yi is worried about making arrangements, so several starring actors have a few more days to have a holiday. But this does not mean they can be idle. Du Sheng and Liu Yingke sent Zhang Baji, who also needed to return to Hong Kong to shoot advertisements, to the machine. I also returned to Zhejiang Prefecture and entered a busy state. Although Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi did not accept any endorsements for him during this period. But the previous follow-up Sony S Lite mobile phone, TCL, Oriental Life Insurance, etc. is enough for him to be busy. Just let you deal with it politely. Are you drunk now? That night, Ye Zi staggered a little and helped Du Sheng into the car, and she could hardly maintain her elegance. This is a celebration banquet for you to join the board of directors, how can you do it perfunctorily? Du Sheng didn't care. When he got in the car, he ignored Ye Zi's shyness. He directly laid his head on her stockings and showed off her legs and said with a smile, Xiao Yizi, your massage skills were good last time, so press it for me. Although Ye Zi has a further relationship with Du Sheng, her personality is still a little embarrassed. Seeing Du Sheng so blatantly, she subconsciously glanced at Wang Yeyang and outside while driving. When she found that no one was paying attention, she felt a little relieved and said angrily, Get up! Are you not afraid of scandals? Du Sheng had already observed the surrounding situation when he went out. He was wearing a mask and thought casually. There are no such scandals or 8 times, what do you think? He was not married and did not announce his girlfriend. Even paparazzi didn't bother to report this rumor. You pressed it like this and felt very uncomfortable. Du Sheng hugged Ye Zi into the slightest, then pressed her hand to the difficult place, and said with a smile. And you are getting angry, what do you think you should do? Ye Zi's pretty face turned red. How could she not feel it like this? She was almost wondering if Du Sheng was really drinking or if there was something wrong with her eucalyptus method. Otherwise, how could you get so angry? It can be seen that under the catalysis of wine plus open heart, everything is fancy. Ye Zi was so angry that she blushed and said in a low voice. No, this is a public place, let's go back. Okay, you have the final say tonight. Du Sheng smiled and kissed Ye Zi on her rosy pretty face. After all, there are so many people inside and outside the car, and people coming and going are not the only ones. Of course, the most important thing is that the sound insulation and confidentiality effects are too poor. He is still very rational in this regard, but he doesn't want to be regarded as Teacher Chen. Back at the bed, Du Sheng smiled and gave the woman who wanted to leave on excuses. Although the villa sent by Zhongzhen was confidential enough, Ye Zi still subconsciously covered the little gaze elegantly. Fortunately, Wang Yeyang was parking and there were no one else around. Speaking of which, after being separated for more than 10 days, she missed her a little. That kind of floating and peaceful feeling really makes people feel serious. In fact, Du Sheng is not only fickle, but other aspects are better than those so-called children of aristocratic families. I won't talk about fame, status, and mind. Just giving full trust will make Ye Zi very enjoyable. Especially when getting along in private, it makes her feel warm when she returns home, which is also the reason why she can't do it herself. It would be better if this man could concentrate a little more, in the future. With such shy thoughts, Ye Zi was particularly elegant and gentle tonight. Unfortunately, she underestimated the boxing champion's combat ability. After the fire exchange that lasted for more than half an hour, Du Sheng felt refreshed and relaxed in body and mind. As for Ye Zi, she had already suffered a lot of sweat and didn't even want to move her finger. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to get up. The next morning, the warm sunlight shone in from outside the window. In the elegant room, all kinds of personal belongings fell all over the ground, and you can tell at a glance that they were affected by the battle. Ye Zi lost her former elegance and nobility and had not yet woken up in Du Sheng's arms. Du Sheng smiled, this person thought too much, so he still had to practice more. And unlike her elegant appearance, this girl is quite lively when she talks. He actually wanted to suppress him and beat him. This is the current outcome. Du Sheng got up in the garden. I made a fist trip and made headlines online, enjoying a rare leisure time. Ye Zi got up and washed up, sat next to Du Sheng and ate something. Recently, an internationally renowned luxury car brand is contacting me. They have a high opinion of you, in other words, you have entered their field of vision. International luxury car brand? Du Sheng asked curiously. Is it a BBA? Although sports car brands such as Ferrari and Porsche are very well known, they do not have much consumption capacity in the country. So it is highly likely that it will be the first sedan series to enter the mainland market. The most widely recognized carriages are now Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Ye Jingzi smiled gracefully. Yes, it's Mercedes-Benz. They are actively negotiating with our company, which is indeed an unexpected gain. Du Sheng nodded slightly. Although he has received a lot of advertising endorsements recently, Toshiba TV can be regarded as one of the internationally renowned ones. As for Sony Esports, it has international standards, but it is currently a new brand and is in a loss-making state. Ye Jingzi switched to work mode and explained carefully. In recent years, the domestic entertainment industry has flourished, and more brands hope to establish connections with consumers through the star effect. On the one hand, use the influence of celebrities to build momentum for the brand. On the other hand, use the loyalty of fans to achieve brand profit. Of course, your situation is obviously different. Du Sheng shrugged, knowing it clearly. Don't talk about my fans, even most Chinese people can afford luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Mercedes-Benz cannot bet on the so-called fan economy on me. After all, the starting price of this type of car is more than 1 million. Most of the international influence brought by the king of fighting is the brand's attention. So, when Ye Jingzi saw Du Sheng's expression, she knew that he had already understood the reason. Mercedes-Benz has launched a new cooperation model called the Promotion of Asia-Pacific Ambassador. Sure enough. In the view of laymen, cooperation between international brands and celebrities is nothing more than endorsement. However, in fact, the larger the brand and the more complex the cooperation between celebrities. There are various forms of cooperation and various titles. Sort by size and influence, it should be brand spokesperson, product spokesperson, brand series ambassador, impression ambassador, brand friends, brand muse, etc. Among them, brand endorsement is the most familiar to everyone. Because small brands do not have so many titles, they can be put into place in one step. In order to make gimmicks, many first-line celebrities start with brand friends. Nowadays, celebrity endorsements have become an important strategy for automotive brand marketing. Major brands are holding hands with stars who match their own styles to enhance their brand image and sales. Judging from Du Sheng's current high popularity and influence in the Asia-Pacific region, his fit with the brand is indeed just right. What about the specific cooperation content? Every time you made your mark in the K1 Final Four, Mercedes-Benz has been evaluating your public image. Yes, he explained. The scale of this cooperation is larger than Cartier. Skip the primary stages such as brand friends and brand muse, and the endorsement fee will be more abundant. In the future, you can use Mercedes-Benz's products when participating in various activities, which is beneficial to both of us. Brands need to use your reputation to expand their influence, and you can also use Mercedes-Benz's brand promotion to further enhance their international image. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. Lu Ying Ying Huang Shi Shenba's cooperation starts with brand friends. And Du Sheng's starting point is obviously higher. This shows that he entered the vision of some international big names in advance. Perhaps, within half a year, Mercedes-Benz will consider upgrading him from an image ambassador to a product spokesperson. Although the impact of winning the championship has begun to fade, and it is unlikely that Sword of Fairy 1 will be aired this year, the movie Rat Falling in a Cat is not inferior to Big Boy, which will surely bring significant popularity and benefits to him. Du Sheng thought for a moment. If the time is right, you can take on a few more endorsements within the year. Did Mercedes-Benz raise restrictions that would not allow me to cooperate with other car brands? 12 years ago, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class officially entered the mainland market. A group of top rich people were obsessed with it and began to stock up on a large scale. There was a crazy mode of buying even if they didn't drive it. This car has thus become a symbol of identity and status, and is also a benchmark in the luxury car industry. But it has not selected a spokesperson yet. That's not. Yes, she smiled and said. The competition between BBAs may be limited, after all, the competition between them is quite fierce. As for other sports cars, SUVs, etc., they are not subject to this limitation. That's okay, please discuss it. Du Sheng's current popularity has reached a certain level, and it is not easy to increase it significantly. Taking advantage of the fact that the reputation of winning the championship has not yet completely subsided, it is just the time to reap a wave of dividends. Yesi nodded and started breakfast gracefully. I spent too much energy last night and needed some supplements. Du Sheng chuckled and read the latest news. There was little rest during this period, and there was a schedule later. Only the tranquility of this moment can be relaxed. Take the Lead entered the platform's hot search. As Du Sheng expected, the media began to compare him with Su Yupeng, one of the four little kings. And we still use the old routine of stooping and stomping on it. By comparing the two artists, we can attract the public's attention and create topics. As a member of the Little Tigers who debuted and is also known as the Four Little Kings, how popular is Su Yupeng? There is a saying circulating on the internet that at his peak, his influence was equivalent to the sum of the top 4 students. The number of viewers on the first tour set a new Guinness World Record, and the threshold of the venue was even broken by enthusiastic fans. The works starring him later made him famous all over the country. Life is like cheating. Although Su Yupeng's achievements in the film industry in recent years have been mediocre and consumed some of his popularity, his status has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The popularity brought by Du Sheng's recent championship defeated the 4 big and small students of the same period, and almost made the 4 little kings pale. Many people joked that he wanted to surpass the existence of the 4 little heavenly kings. Among them, he is compared with Su Yupeng, and even said that he is about to replace Su Yupeng the most. After all, the initial starring candidate of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was Su Yupeng. Although both parties said that changing roles has nothing to do with each other, friction between fans is inevitable. Especially after Kimchi Country announced that it would choose Du Sheng as the male lead in Full House, Su Yupeng's fan base was completely infuriated. Because this drama was originally starred by Su Yupeng. Although his fans are not sure about the real reason behind it, in their opinion, Du Sheng's intervention is to steal the character that originally belonged to Su Yupeng. Nowadays, there has been a lot of controversy on the internet. Of course, all this is probably inseparable from the fuel of Huai's navy and public relations manuscripts. Not long ago, at the signing press conference of the Huai Festival and star ace, Su Yupeng and Lin Xinru were announced. This move greatly reversed Huai's recent image and also restored some of the crises. The reason why Huai successfully won Su Yupeng to join this time was that in addition to paying a huge price, he also cleverly borrowed the card Lin Xinru. After all, it is no secret that Su Yupeng has a good impression of Lin Xinru. He once half-jokingly expressed his willingness to wait for her for 20 years. Of course, Su Yupeng's joining Huai this time also has his own considerations. In addition to the movie Love You in My Heart that needs to be released in the mainland, he also plans to shift his focus to the mainland. At present, he has successively taken on dramas such as Love in the Aegean Sea and Yang Family Tiger General, and all need to be filmed in the mainland. Recently, Huai has arranged a series of publicity activities and endorsements for him, and has also planned fan meetings and other activities to build momentum for him in all aspects and make his popularity rise again. In contrast, Du Sheng's popularity has dropped slightly since he was included in the filming group. This inevitably caused comparison and sarcasm among fans. After browsing the news, Du Sheng read the blog for a while. There are many people gathered on this platform, and there are often people in the circle who pay attention to it secretly. It is normal to occasionally express professional opinions. The outside world can obtain a lot of internal information in the entertainment industry, which depends to a large extent on some revelations from people claiming to be insiders. The extremely popular blog entertainment sector has always been very lively. People inside and outside the circle, even the Navy and artist teams of some companies, will be active in this section. For example, there is a very popular post at present. Will the 4 little kings be shot to death by popular young actors on the beach? The author of the post "I love the beach" has no way to know the true identity of the outside world. But what is certain is that this is a senior industry insider. He often posts related to entertainment, and the content is very informative, so he brings hundreds of thousands of fans. As soon as the new post was released, it quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. In the post, in addition to conducting in-depth analysis of the popular 4 little kings Su Yupeng and others in recent years, the best students of the 4 big and big students and the 4 big and big middle students are also mentioned. Here, Du Sheng, the most popular one, is naturally indispensable. There is never a lack of competition in the entertainment industry. The contest between Du Sheng and Su Yupeng has become a topic that must be mentioned. Many netizens on the blog are extremely concerned about the updates of these 2 artists, and I Love the Beach will naturally not let go of this hot topic. In the post, he elaborated in detail on the 2's competition for the male lead in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and the various interests involved. He mentioned many times that Du Sheng's side used investment to put pressure on the director, and even pointed out Du Sheng's improper means of intercepting Su Yupeng twice. Among them, Du Sheng was also accused Du Sheng of asking for too high endorsement fees, intercepting the nobility to disrupt market order, and eating ugly faces. Finally, it was asserted that no international brands would seek cooperation with Du Sheng. Many people in the circle also agree with the view that I Love the Beach. The reason is that Du Sheng has stolen too many resources recently, and eating alone has aroused public anger. Some people even believe that such a reckless artist is often short-lived. After all, the Olympic champion in a certain event in the last year was down due to personal ethics and is currently making a living by picking up garbage. The media have reprinted or reported in a similar tone, once again pushing the competition between Du Sheng and Su Yupeng to the forefront. The 2 fans also had a fierce friction. After reading the post, Du Sheng raised his eyebrows. I feel like this is the follow-up to the plagiarism storm. However, he had long been accustomed to it and was unwilling to pay too much attention. Ye Jingzi also heard about this and said when accompanying Du Sheng to attend the event, "There is indeed some manipulation behind this matter. Although I am not sure of the true identity of I Love Beach, it is certain that he has some interest relationships with Huai and Rongxinda." The 2 old companies join forces again. Yes, they seem to want to open up a second battlefield. Ye Jingzi maintained dignity and elegance and said calmly, "There is a lot of controversy on the internet, and it generally has some impact on your reputation. Among them, the one who mocked the most is implicitly that you have no international brand cooperation even if you win the championship, and it is obviously backfire. I thought of a solution to this." Du Sheng didn't care about it at first, and after hearing it, he thought to herself and smiled and let her go. If a tiger does not show its power, do you really think it is a sick cat? Chapter 320 Dreams. Soon, many domestic magazines, media, car circles, etc. received a grand invitation letter. It was the official Mercedes-Benz. Almost all over the top leaders of major top circles. European fashion magazine Elle. General Manager Lu Xiao summoned colleagues from the editorial department to convey an important news. At noon the day after tomorrow, Mercedes-Benz will hold a signing ceremony for an image ambassador, and many colleagues have received invitations to attend. Judging from this situation, it should be that the endorsement goal has been confirmed. After half a year of investigation, I finally locked up. Mercedes-Benz has released the 8th generation S-Class series worldwide, and countless people are looking forward to it. It's just the image ambassador? It seems that this target is very happy to Mercedes-Benz. Everyone spoke in surprise. As an international luxury brand, Mercedes-Benz's influence is unquestionable. For fashion magazines like Elle, any updates about Mercedes-Benz have attracted much attention and naturally become the focus of the industry. I'm playing with mystery again, haven't it been announced? A man wearing black-framed glasses said. Mercedes-Benz has always been picky, and there are only a handful of artists in China who can catch their eye on them. Even Lu Yi, Chen Kun, and others have not considered it before. I guess I must be at the level of the 4 little heavenly kings or above, or even the 4 heavenly kings with many fans. New cars like Mercedes-Benz are launched, like a feast. It is destined to attract the attention of countless media platforms such as Elle. General Manager Lu Xiao shook his head and said, Mercedes-Benz only issued an invitation and did not disclose the target. It seemed that it wanted to play gimmicks and hype. We are the first choice for the East, not the neon or kimchi country, which shows that this time is not simple. The Asia-Pacific Ambassador was a promotion project launched by Mercedes-Benz last year, and it took more than half a year to choose. They would rather let the endorsement position be vacant than cooperate with artists easily. Under such strict screening conditions, the industry and the entertainment industry are curious to guess who the image ambassador selected this time is. And why was selected? It's not Su Yupeng, he has recently joined Huai and is very popular. It may also be Zhang Ziyi. A reporter revealed 2 days ago that she was dating a young master of the Huo family and had a dinner with a senior Mercedes-Benz. Everyone was talking about it, and the nature of gossip was fully revealed. Lu Xiao thought about it and said, Old CAO, go and attend. If you have the opportunity to get in touch with Mercedes-Benz's image ambassador this time, we can also plan a special report. Lao CAO's name is CAO Zhenglin, and he is one of the editors of Elle. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, CAO Zhenglin nodded solemnly. For ordinary people, the commercial activities initiated by Mercedes-Benz have nothing to do with them and will not attract too much attention. But for Elle, the entertainment industry, and even the entire fashion industry and car industry, Mercedes-Benz's activities have extraordinary significance. Coincidentally, the same scene appears in well-known media newspapers and magazines such as Hara Bazaar, Vogue, and Car Express. At the same time, many people are speculating on who the mysterious ambassador was. Even big-name celebrities are communicating in private. After all, there are too many monks and too little porridge. But unfortunately, Mercedes-Benz has done a good job of confidentiality. The event is imminent, and Du Sheng is even busier. In addition to remembering a lot of information about the 8th generation new car, you also need to take some photos for promotion and promotion. In addition, he must be familiar with the content of the press conference and deal with possible emergencies. Even my own styling design and vehicle selection must be prepared. The rigor of big brands is reflected in almost every detail. Not to mention, he also has endorsement advertisements such as Oriental Life Insurance and TCL Refrigerators, and he has never had a break during the holidays. This busy state lasted until the day of the Mercedes-Benz Image Ambassador's press conference. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the invited guests arrived at Wanhua Hotel one after another with invitation letters. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the huge banner poster hanging on the wall. Mercedes-Benz Asia-Pacific Ambassador Ceremony. Many industry elites in the automotive, fashion, entertainment and other industries were invited to participate in this feast. The big guys with prominent status signed and took a photo on the poster, and the scene was grand. It's so lively. CAO Zhenglin of Elle magazine led the photography team and editors to communicate with their colleagues while constantly capturing the wonderful moments of fashion tycoons. It should be a big-name artist. Ling Zhiying has always been obsessed with vehicles and was invited to attend today. Speaking of which, except for sports cars, he is the most I want to endorse Audi, but unfortunately the other party has not moved. That's true. He Rundong, who was standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Obviously, only by choosing big-name artists can such a grand scene be created. They didn't even match it, which shows how awesome Mercedes-Benz's first-choice artist is this time. In addition to popularity, image is probably also a big part. It's really enviable. Deng Chao, who was sitting on the other side, sighed softly. Mercedes-Benz has not entered the Chinese market for a long time, but the intention to find partners in the entertainment industry is no longer a secret. Countless big-name artists are looking forward to it, but now this opportunity falls on others. Is it just an image ambassador, so grand to use it? Some reporters were resentful, but were quickly refuted by others. This is the image ambassador of the Asia-Pacific region, and it is also the first star that Mercedes-Benz is interested in the Eastern market. Compared to that title, you think the latter's character is joking. At this moment, in the second row of seats, Zhang Zilang looked around. The last time the charity storm of everyone spread in the circle, and the hidden dangers have subsided. Unexpectedly, there are still people pointing fingers behind their backs. Last time they were embarrassed and annoyed interstellar media, which was a bit of a big deal. Could it be that I was impressed? Zhang Ziyi didn't care. Others are at their peak after winning the championship, and their popularity surpasses the Four Little Kings, so they can really dominate me. But it should be unusual for so many people in the circle to deliberately avoid it. She was under the inspection period of Mercedes-Benz C-Class, so she naturally got it today. There's something. Zhang Zilang's face changed a few times, and he still said. In the past few days, in addition to Du Sheng's fans, popular actresses such as Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, and Lin Zhiling have also recently made some remarks that are not conducive to you. According to this encirclement situation, does the other party seem to be trying to extort the circle? Is there such a thing? Zhang Ziyi frowned. Looking back on her experience of matching for Zhang Beizi a few years ago, I feel a little unhappy. As for rising stars such as Fan Ou and Lin Zhiling, they are not in her eyes. Zhang Baji? Haha. Zhang Ziyi's eyes turned cold. Nowadays, the other party's popularity may be slightly inferior to her, but as Xiang Tai's daughter, the backstage is much harder. Last year, a male star mocked Zhang Baji for a few words, and was almost banned by Dongfangxing Entertainment. In the end, the male artist's company came forward to apologize, and the matter was settled. This involves the entire Hong Kong circle, who would be so stupid that he couldn't get along with this person. This is clearly because of Du Sheng. Zhang Zilang sighed. You offended three of the most popular actresses in the circle at once. Zhang Ziyi recently filmed 2046 in Xiangzhong and didn't mess with the other party at all. She said with no expression on her face. Hasn't you hyped him up recently? Since you want to play, add more fire. What is the number one star media player, but his subsequent results cannot keep up with them and he has not climbed to international influence. He is nothing to me. Zhang Zilang nodded, with some thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the scene suddenly became noisy. It turned out that the host announced that Mercedes-Benz's first partner will be unveiled soon. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on the stage. A brand new Mercedes-Benz 8th generation S-Class sedan is coming slowly. A handsome and slightly familiar face appeared in the driver's seat, which instantly caught everyone's eyes. At that moment, the scene was silent. Zhang Ziyi was stunned. Zhang Zilang was also a little confused. In order to exclaim, Zhang Ziyi used a lot of online and offline personal resources to ferment public opinion from her blog. The main reason is to denounce Du Sheng's black spots everywhere, his ugly appearance, and his rejection of these black spots by international endorsements. However, at this moment, when Zhang Ziyi watched Du Sheng appear in a Mercedes-Benz new car, she suddenly felt a burst of irony. Even Zhang Zilang's skin was a little hot, so embarrassed that he sucked his feet. The other party not only became the spokesperson of Mercedes-Benz before them, but was also promoted so high profile by Mercedes-Benz. This is more than just a slap in the face. I'll go, Du Sheng. I disappeared for a while and I actually won the international endorsement quietly. It's awesome. In contrast, Su Yupeng, who has been quarrel with him recently, has the most important endorsement of Master Kong green tea. How many artists dream of Asia-Pacific ambassadors for global luxury brands? The honor that even the four little kings have not received. It seems that the King of Fighting has an extraordinary influence in Asia. Since recently, there are some public opinion and some voices in the circle, saying that Du Sheng's popularity has declined and his appearance is ugly, and there will be no more international brands to favor him. Mercedes-Benz's first Asian ambassador, this was simply a loud slap. The scene was restless. The reporters pressed the shutter frantically. Accompanied by countless discussions, Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand, and then walked out of the car. Damn it! This kid is so rich. Ling Zhiying looked surprised. If he didn't feel anything about Cartier's image ambassador dispute last time, he was really shocked this time. After all, no one even won the BBA endorsement for the time being. Du Sheng actually took the lead. This feels like a neighbor who was still a poor man last year, but this year he became the richest man in the country. He Rundong, who was sitting next to him, was a little confused. He had no contact with Du Sheng, and in his mind, the other party has always been an unknown little artist. Unexpectedly, in a short time, the other party climbed over his head. It seems quite appropriate for Mercedes-Benz to ask him to endorse it. Yes. Many artists who failed their expectations smiled bitterly. Du Sheng's rise is amazing. The other party did not debut with a halo like Su Yupeng, nor was it a hit that made the work famous. Instead, he defeated K1GP and won the championship and became the first Chinese boxing champion, bringing popularity. This is so similar to the development history of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Also shocked was Cao Zhenglin, the leader of Elle magazine. If Du Sheng was selected as Mercedes-Benz's image ambassador last month, he would not have to wait to reach the K1 finals, and he would be able to surpass Su Yupeng and become the cover character of Elle. Chapter 321 What is True Ability? Cao Zhenglin felt a little excited. The other party has now become Mercedes-Benz's first choice artist, which means that L's vision is at the same level as Mercedes-Benz. Even other artists on the scene, watching Du Sheng, who was calm and talkative on the stage, felt like Mercedes-Benz was tricky in their hearts. Manager Yet, will you be free soon? Mr. Yet, will Du Sheng have a schedule next month? Hello, I am Gree's general manager. I think Du Sheng is very suitable. Yezi became a hot commodity before she knew it, and many corporate representatives were saying hello. Even some senior people in the circle are not willing to hand over the cards at this moment. With the reversal of Mercedes-Benz Asia-Pacific ambassador, Du Sheng's reputation in the circle will only increase even more. No problem, please contact me if you have time. Yesi maintained elegance and responded with a smile. Speaking of which, she was quite satisfied with the event she planned. When the mastermind behind the scenes attacked and smeared Du Sheng, they directly joined hands with Mercedes-Benz to fight back. Next, there is even a chance to take advantage of this popularity to attract several high-end international brands to Du Sheng. Ordinary people may just watch this, but their influence in the circle is extremely far-reaching. Because this is a subtle recognition of status promotion. For example, after tonight, if someone says that Du Sheng is not inferior to the four little kings in all aspects, how many people will refute it? Shortly after the event ended, the news that Du Sheng became the image ambassador of Mercedes-Benz quickly spread, triggering another hot search feast. The three-pointed starlight shines because of him. Mercedes-Benz's new era, the endorsement of the King of Fighting, has opened a new chapter of luxury. When Du Sheng meets Mercedes-Benz, every luxury car becomes the art of walking. This is not only a collision of speed and passion, but also a perfect fusion of kingly style and noble temperament. The fermentation of public opinion is not limited to the car circle, fashion circle, and entertainment circle. On the internet, the post I Love Shaitan posted on my blog that implicitly mocked Du Sheng was blasted in a short time. In addition to Du Sheng's loyal fans, there are also many people who are rushing to watch. Brother, does your face hurt? Didn't you say that Brother Sheng's endorsement is expensive and his eating habits are ugly? He asserted that there will be no international endorsement. You are reverse milk. I just like to see such slap in the face. Is there any reversal? I love the beach. Don't pretend to be dead, come out and take 2 steps. Du Sheng won the Mercedes-Benz endorsement this time, and many people in the circle's faces are swollen. Tisk tisk, who said that Brother Sheng was crushed by Su Yupeng in all aspects. This is really strong. Du Sheng has been criticized in various ways recently, and Mercedes-Benz immediately held a press conference for him. I have to say that the support is full. When this post was forwarded to Taiba and Tianya, I Love Shaitan to delete it instantly in seconds, and even not allow comments. This wave of account of Lu Chu is considered to be useless. The happiest thing in reality is naturally Du Sheng's fans. They were already angry when they were trampled on by people in various ways and were compared and discredited by the people of the 4 Little Kings. Du Sheng entered the group after winning the championship, and there were fewer positive reports related to him, and he was often hit by others. Now that there is such a wave of good news, fans must be proud. If it weren't for the fact that I Love the Beach ran away quickly, I'm afraid they would have to chase the source and scold them. Companies such as Huai and Rongxinda, which had been experienced once before, knew that their families would be mostly beaten, so they came to a close end early. Su Yupeng's fans knew they were in the wrong and stopped. Du Sheng's fans did not chase and celebrated alone. Not long after, the fans on both sides naturally calmed down. But for some reason, not long after, the fans of both sides suddenly started arguing again, and there was a tendency to spread. I've investigated. When Du Sheng noticed this unusual phenomenon, Ye Ji had already asked Yang Saiwei to investigate, and his face was a little funny. Some people manipulate the navy behind the scenes to try to incite emotions, and the fan base is often the most vulnerable. In addition, there has been competition between us and Su Yupeng, which makes things even more complicated and difficult to stop. If this continues, it is afraid that it will not be beneficial to both parties. Sailing Army. Du Sheng smiled. Didn't you say I love the beach and have some connection with Huai? Huai's actions may not be beneficial to Su Yupeng, right? You forgot that there is another Zhang Ziyi. Yes, he slowly said this name. At the last Mercedes-Benz press conference, someone secretly revealed that I Love the Beach had some contact with brother Zhang Ziyi. Zhang Ziyi. Du Sheng recalled the unhappiness caused by the charity donation in The World is Like nearby and shook his head slightly. I didn't expect this woman to be so slim. I've been planning to take revenge for so long. It really corresponds to the saying, it is difficult for women and villains to raise. The public opinion department on Yang Saiwei's side has begun to take action, and I believe it will be effective soon. Yes, he said with a smile. In addition, Zhang Ziyi is an international big brand, but she uses such disgraceful measures, which shows that her life has not been easy recently. It is said that many artists have publicly opposed her recently, among which your rumored girlfriends are representatives. Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, Linz Hilling, Jia Swen, who else is here? Even the urban entertainment newspaper was secretly rumoring and revealing the reason why Zhang Ziyi took advantage of the son of the Huo family in Xiangzhong because she used a despicable means. Du Sheng. He really doesn't know these things. I never instructed a woman to do this. Now it sounds like how can I beg others to rush to foot? No wonder Zhang Ziyi was uncomfortable filming in Xiangzhong. She was stabbing a hornet's nest. Yes, he also guessed it was probably the case and continued. Zhang Baji and the others have made public statements recently and will never be on the same stage as Zhang Ziyi. Your rumored girlfriends are now all popular, and many large-scale events in China are basically involved. Their collective resistance brought about a profound herd mentality. No matter how big the card is, Zhang Ziyi cannot get into trouble, so she has to secretly poke at you. In addition, because Zhang Baji is the darling of Oriental Star Entertainment, there is support from the Hong Kong circle behind it. This makes Zhang Ziyi a little difficult to move forward there. It is said that 2046 is almost the second female lead. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, I was just studying in Oakland, and there was a storm outside. Speaking of which, although Zhang Ziyi is known as the international chapter, she has no connections in Hollywood and her foundation still depends on the Northwest Circle, Hong Kong Circle and Huai. Now that this is happening, are you afraid that you will be very bloody? Although he was a little speechless, he must have stood on his woman's side in the end. As the saying goes, the word of the whole person melts gold, and the bones are destroyed. If this continues, if the Huo family's son does not come forward, even if Zhang Ziyi's popularity does not decline, she is afraid that the advertising endorsement will fall a lot. Yes, he said. I have already discussed with Sister Hua. In order not to be accused of being aggressive, let's communicate first. If the other party does not apologize publicly, then wait to reap the consequences. Du Sheng sighed in his heart and had nothing to say. The competition among female artists is indeed much more intense than that among male artists. In fact, even if they don't come out, Zhang Ziyi will explode due to the Splashing Ink Gate and Sand Beach Gate incidents, and her popularity will fall to the bottom. He also offended Wendy Deng, a strong wives-in-law in the business world, and even lost the little resources in Hollywood. You can do it, just don't let the people who eat melons have enough. There is a public opinion department here, and Du Sheng is too lazy to pay too much attention. In addition to continuing to film the ambush on 10, he also has to take time to go to the Lighthouse Country and participate in the 40th Golden Horse Awards in Bay City. But I don't have so much spare time to endure such trivial matters. Du Sheng returned to the crew and stood in the Shashan Bamboo Sea National Forest Park in the mountain city. The reason for the actual shooting here is entirely because of Zhang Yi's nephew Yun's pursuit and the continuation of the market's pulse. After all, this movie will be released in multiple countries. Zhang Yizhong interprets Gu Haibao and also specifically considers the aesthetic preferences of Western audiences. Because the film Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon once won an honor in Hollywood, it also impressed the Oriental Bamboo Sea in the hearts of the audience in the Lighthouse Country. Therefore, Zhang Yi's Bamboo Sea elements are once again integrated into the sacred sack, in order to arouse the emotional resonance of the audience. In the process of drawing a storyboard script, he carefully designed a fight scene in which a master of the flying knife sect attacked the little sister and Captain Du with a bamboo pole. As an action guide, Du Sheng smiled and pointed out the inappropriate points after reviewing it. Obviously, Zhang Yizi also knows little about the use of hidden weapons. Du Sheng felt that his ideas were more based on personal imagination and lacked practical foundation. Just imagine, in the bamboo forest covered with bunkers, who would be so stupid that he would throw a long bamboo pole with his hands as a hidden weapon? Isn't this a waste of natural geographical advantages? Besides, bamboo has been an excellent weapon material since ancient times. In ancient wars, people often processed bamboo into various life-and-death fighting weapons, with a very significant effect. Since the flying knife gate is known as a master of hidden weapons, how can we ignore the possibility of using bamboo to set up trap baits? Based on this, Du Sheng reconceived this plot. It is proposed to use local materials, use bamboo to build an ambush, and create a Zudge crossbow device. The ambusher does not need to show up. He can launch a powerful 10-arrow crossbow with just the elasticity of the bamboo pole. Create an overwhelming and stunning bamboo forest war. Ensure the scene is grand. At first, Zhang Yi's nephew Yuanpeng first overturned his design and felt a little dissatisfied. But when he witnessed the crossbow device arranged by Du Sheng with his own eyes, his doubts disappeared scattered. However, new worries emerged. This set of Zhuge crossbows is powerful. Will you and Bai Ji encounter an accident during the actual shooting? Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "These crossbows made of under-dried and soft-textured bamboo are actually of limited strength. The shooting bamboo arrows are not far away, and they must be fixed with the help of a tie rope to keep them straight out. As long as the Wea team executes his preset procedures and rhythm step by step, safety will be fully guaranteed." In order to consider Zhang Baji's safety, Du Sheng personally led her and the Wea team to conduct a Onada preview in the crossbow formation. After everyone is familiar with the operation process, the shooting is officially started. On the eve of the filming, Zhang Yazia was good at ignorance and was alone. In order to deal with any possible emergencies, he even arranged doctors and rescue in advance. In order to quickly treat an accident in case of an accident. Du Sheng, do you have a clear mind? Zhang Yazhina was slightly frustrated and still couldn't help but say. If we don't have much grasp, we can rely on special effects. It's just that the budget has increased a little, so there is no need to take such a big risk. Don't worry, I won't joke about myself. Du Sheng smiled faintly and said. If special effects are used, foreign peers can do it. Why do the audience have to stay and watch our film? Why can this film be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars to make a profit? The reason why our Chinese language films can gain a place internationally is because of the real skills that foreigners cannot do. Chapter 322, Finding to Save in the Cracks. After hearing this, Director Zhang's heart fell slightly. That's up to you, don't show off. He repeatedly reminded him and then returned to the monitor. All departments should pay attention to the VIA group and the photography group cheer up. The relevant personnel will take their place and start in 5 minutes. The makeup artist was busy putting on Zhang Baji's makeup. Du Sheng looked at her and asked softly. Are you nervous? I have been rehearsing so many times, and I have long been accustomed to it. Zhang Baji smiled sweetly. In fact, her assistant advised her not to show off and let her stand in calm. If she changes a partner, she really dares not take risks. But this time she was accompanied by a man, and she was not afraid at all. And if this kind of fighting tidbit is spread, others will definitely refresh their views and perceptions of her. That's good. Du Sheng nodded and promised. You follow me later and I will make sure you are safe. Yeah, I know. After finishing the makeup, Zhang Baji and Du Sheng walked into the bamboo forest. Each department is ready. Zhang Yi finally stared at the screen with his eyes fixed on him, and ordered him to give him a command. Action. With the instructions, the field recorder quickly stepped forward and rang the timing board. Du Sheng led Zhang Baji and ran around in an escaped posture, quickly running towards the target area. When they arrive at the predetermined location, the staff of the VIA group will trigger the crossbow in turn according to the prior plan. The giant crossbow made of whole bamboo suddenly tightened, shooting out the thick bamboo arrows. The bamboo arrow was fixed on the Wea steel cable by thin steel wire, and was pulled by the pulley system, and rushed straight towards Du Sheng and Zhang Baji. Careful! Du Sheng looked at the 6 directions and pushed Zhang Baji to one side like a dangerous sign. He kicked himself gently, pulled his knife and jumped into the air with a clang. A group of wire masters pulled the rope at the right time, steadily lifted Du Sheng into the air, assisting him in completing a series of aerial churning movements. In front of the monitor, Zhang Yizi and Su Beiji were out of the way, and he couldn't help but like him. Although he has few opportunities to work with action actors, he has only worked with martial arts stars like Li Lianjia and Zhen Zidan before. Li Lianjia, known as the Emperor of Kung Fu, has a variety of martial arts performance routines that are vivid and extraordinary. But in terms of the authenticity and explosion of the actions, they always seem slightly inferior to Du Sheng. There is no way, the person in front of me is a professional Kung Fu master. Swish 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 swish. Bamboo arrows whizzed past Du Sheng one after another and plunged into the soil. Before he landed, another bamboo arrow hit from the other direction, pointing directly to his landing site. Looking at the thrilling and exciting, everyone else was sweating in cold sweat. However, Du Sheng swung his sword neatly in the air, swinging his full strength towards the bamboo pole beside him. The blade cut into the bamboo pole, and the resistance suddenly stopped his sinking posture, and then he flipped 180 degrees. It was this moment of stagnation that made him cleverly avoid the bamboo arrow formation that was coming from the sea. At the same time, he touched a bamboo pole with his toes, and with the help of the reaction force, he jumped more than a foot. But this is a thrilling ambush. In the bamboo forest, countless bamboo arrows emerged like mushrooms after the rain, diving down in a diagonal line. Almost all Du Sheng's escape paths were blocked. Zhang Baji, who was watching from the side, became a little worried. Because she knew very well that this was just the first wave of offensives. The rain of arrows behind is the real test. Swish 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 swish. Faced with the endless bamboo arrows, Du Sheng saw that he could not avoid it, and his body's rising momentum had been exhausted. At this time, he kicked the piercing bamboo pole with a sudden kick. Using the rebound force generated by the kick, his already descent body accelerated and barely avoided the first round of oblique shots. Bamboo arrow. Dong 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 dong. The bamboo arrow flew past Du Sheng and pierced deeply into the soil below. The arrow's tail oscillates, which shows how big the impact is. Du Sheng held his chest and pulled his back, slashed the knife in his hand, and at the same time, he accelerated his fall with the help of rebound force, dodging the subsequent waves of arrow rains. Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Bamboo arrows pierced into the earth one after another, overturning large areas of soil. Bang! Du Sheng twisted his waist and swooped down, and the withered bamboo leaves around him were shaken and scattered everywhere, dust filled with dust. Cake! Du Sheng thrust a carp and turned over. At this time, Zhang Baji, who had been pushed away by Du Sheng, stood up with a trembling face. On her left side, the sound of the bowstrings tense again came. In the critical moment, Du Sheng made up his mind and quickly got up from the ground, rushed towards Zhang Baji, held her in his arms, and rolled to avoid it. Dong 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 dong. A series of bamboo arrows followed closely, like a collapsed mudslide rear end. The arrows are like rain, covering the sunlight. Du Sheng hugged Zhang Baji quickly while holding Zhang Baji. It's like seeking to survive in the cracks. The bamboo arrows almost wiped Du Sheng's neck and pricked deeply on the ground in front of them. Swish 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 swish. Afterwards, the bamboo arrows that were overwhelmed were like dense rains plunged into the land around Du Sheng and Zhang Baji. It seemed as if bamboo arrows were woven into an invisible cage, trapping them in it. Click! This one has been so great. Zhang Yizi stood up, his eyes flashing with irrepressible excitement. He really never thought that the action movie could be so thrilling and exciting, and it was amazing. Excellent! It's so exciting, you are simply geniuses. In this scene, it can only be said that Du Sheng and Zhang Baji cooperated too well. If there is a slight mistake, I am afraid that the injury will be mild, and the seriousness will be covered with bamboo arrows. Du Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. This is indispensable to your strategy and everyone's hard work. Director Zhang's excitement was still not relieved, and his enthusiasm was beyond words. This is more than your tacit understanding, otherwise how could the film be so exciting? Looking back at the martial arts scenes between Li Lianjia and Zhen Ziden when filming Heroes that year, it was only possible to present them with their rich experience and details. Although there are challenges, many of them are accomplished with the help of stunts and stand-in. This time, the scene designed by Du Sheng involved Du Sheng and Zhang Baji, plus the dozens of staff in VIA team, and they must be synchronized every second. Its complexity and danger are far beyond the former. Even if those seemingly ordinary bamboo poles have been passivated, once driven by the wired steel wire, the consequences will be unimaginable. If you want to capture the thrilling moment when the bamboo arrow almost passed by, you would not be able to achieve such a shocking effect without the almost perfect cooperation between the actor and the Danwea team. It's even better than I expected. This ambush scene will definitely become the highlight of the whole film. Even when the evening ended, Zhang Yizhong and Shasha were in the mood, talking endlessly about how to edit the later. Although Du Sheng was funny, he had to say that this was the energetic director. No wonder the other party will be named national teacher by netizens in a few years. Just as Du Sheng was busy filming, Ye Ji, Zheng Zidao and Bai Xian were preparing their highly watched Kung Fu program. After several rounds of discussion and adjustment, Yangtze 5 and Interstellar Media finally finalized the final plan for the program. The core theme still revolves around the confrontation between Eastern and Western martial arts. That is, Eastern warriors finally compete with overseas masters through fierce competition and selection. Du Sheng, the leader in the martial arts world, will serve as the chief instructor of the program, personally guide the participating Oriental players, improve their practical skills, and help them reach the finals in the ring. In order to increase the attractiveness and topicality of the program, Wang Jinhua invited Mark Hunter, the third-place leader of the K1GP Fighting Championship, to serve as the ultimate boss of the overseas master in the first season of Kung Fu. This move undoubtedly brought the show to a climax. Having said that, Mark Hunter was able to win the third place, thanks to Du Sheng's operation. Because the biggest favorites who reached the semifinals, Giant Gods and Hust were all scrapped, they couldn't even get together for the championship, Asian and Season 3, so they could only screen from the quarterfinals. In view of the preparation of Kung Fu, Du Sheng and Mark Hunter discussed and suggested to the organizer that Mark would compete with another quarter-final player, and the winner would be promoted to the third place. The results are obvious. Mark Hunter is worthy of being the one-time K1GP champion and easily beat his opponent. To be honest, if there weren't a few scammers in this class, he would have the ability to reach the finals. The invitation of Kung Fu program not only improved the professional level of the program, but also increased the viewing and entertainment. This has greatly increased the level of Kung Fu and reached the extreme in all aspects. Yangshi Channel 5 is doing its best, hoping that this program will become a hit, become a dark horse in similar programs, and set a new benchmark in the industry. After filming 10 Faces in the Mountain City for more than 10 days, it moved to the M store to shoot some indoor scenes. As the crew moved, Bai Xian finally waited until Du Sheng had 2 days to free, so he tried hard to call him to a national team training boxing gym. Du Sheng knew that the other party was following Director Bai's arrangements, and he didn't refuse. Because last time after winning the K1 championship, he promised Director Bai to give special lectures to several people. They are from Sanda athletes, from the national team, and are preparing to participate in the National Sanda Championship. Zhou Zai, who has loved martial arts since he was a child, was specially recruited to the Yunpan team and was preparing to participate in the China-Korean Army boxing confrontation. Hong Chaozhong, who dropped out of school at the age of 17, worked in the mine to support his family, but was attracted by the boxing gym and was preparing to participate in the Asian Boxing Championship. These people will join the first Kung Fu edition in the ceremony. Speaking of which, Director Bai was also entrusted by the leader of the sports department to make such a request. Because the events these people are preparing to participate in will be next year, the fastest in 2 months. By then, various championships, Asian Games and Olympic Games will come one after another. The Olympic-related competitions held by our country in 2008 are also being prepared in full swing. Athletes must work hard and strive to excel in their skills. Rookies in boxing such as Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hun, and Zhou Zhepeng are naturally unwilling to fall behind. Bai Xian was born in the national boxing team and later became a fighting coach. He knew the importance of an excellent instructor to the growth of athletes. Even though there are many coaching talents in the sports department, there is still a clear gap compared with the world's first-class experts. It is a luxury for the boxing team to invite senior overseas coaches to train. Chapter 323 The Whipping Effect. Book review activities that require fan titles. Because the fighting movement in the East has long been regarded as a declining event. Limited investment and scarce resources. At present, Oriental is relatively pragmatic in its attitude towards sports, and tends to focus on supporting projects that are expected to win the championship. Funds and resources are also preferred to these areas. This leads to the fact that the national boxing team only has some basic equipment, such as protective gear and training equipment, which sometimes cannot even provide professional venues. The reason is that the boxing team has repeatedly lost in international events such as Asian boxing and the Olympics. Even a bronze medal failed to win. How can we get the sports department to take special care of this? Furthermore, even if you have money, you are willing to come. This is caused by international prejudice and is difficult to change for the time being. When Du Sheng reached the K1 GP semifinals, some senior sports department officials were illuminated. They keenly realized that Du Sheng had crushing strength and experience. Even unexpectedly, this person was so powerful that he entered the semifinals and won the title of King of Fighting in one fell swoop. You must understand that all the players participating in the K1 GP are heavyweight professional boxers. Du Sheng can actually cross multiple levels of magnitude and defeat all opponents like the autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves. A leader of the sports department could not sit still and immediately contacted Director Bai and asked him to help contact Du Sheng. That's why today's journey is here. Chao Zhong and Zhepeng are both talented with great potential. If they are carefully cultivated, they will be able to win medals in international competitions. Bai Xian first praised Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Ji, and then said sincerely, "It's just that the national team has limited funds, and the superiors only approved a training fee of tens of thousands of yuan. However, after my uncle communicated with him, Yangtze would provide compensation for the promotion of Kung Fu. As the planner of Kung Fu, he came with a mission today. Even if the national team does not provide funding, he will try his best to join these seed players." Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "I am familiar with mixed martial arts, Bajiquan and Sanda, but I still have a low understanding of the boxing field and I am afraid it will be difficult to provide too much guidance. This is the truth. Because the rules of boxing are different from those of mixed martial arts and kickboxing, some of them focus on training. This is not a problem." Bai Xian was delighted when he saw that he didn't give in. Chao Zhong and Zhepeng are less than 20 years old and have a long career. As long as you are willing to teach, they will definitely learn humbly. After saying that, he turned his head and winked at Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Zhepeng. The three of them understood immediately and hurried forward sincerely. "Instructor Du, we have watched all your games. Your efforts are worth learning from. We dare not expect too much, as long as you are willing to give some advice." "I don't understand the rules at all." Bai Xian scolded softly and signaled with his eyes. "Can you just ask for advice?" Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Zhepeng were stunned, and then they understood and went forward to pay a respect to the tea. Du Sheng waved his hand to stop him, but he had no idea of accepting an apprentice. Director Bai also came to the scene and said with a smile, "A Sheng, these little guys admire you very much, just teach them a few tricks. In the future, if they win the championship in international competitions, you will have a bright face." Looking at the people with a serious face, Du Sheng couldn't refuse any more. He thought for a while and said, "It's okay to talk and give some advice, but I'm limited in time and can't stay there." This mostly includes the intention of the national team, so he naturally has to give him some thin side. Besides, if he does not participate in the Olympics next year, the task of winning medals will fall on the young people in front of him. "I only have 2 days to prepare. Whether you can understand it depends on you." Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Zhepeng looked back at Director Bai. Director Bai waved his hand and said, "It's good if Ashen is willing to teach, but he still thinks there is little time." Du Sheng like this statement means unreserved teaching. "Where can I find such a good thing?" Thank you, Instructor Du. The three of them hurriedly thanked. Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile. Although he relied on lottery rebates, his skills and combat experience were understood one by one. Especially the explosion and defense are enough to benefit Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng. If you can apply what you have learned, you may have a chance to make a name for yourself in international competitions. After a meal, the group stepped into the boxing gym where the national team was trained. Du Sheng originally thought that there would not be many people here to recognize him, but the moment he appeared, it detonated the whole audience. For the people in the market, Du Sheng is an idol boxing star. But for those who practice boxing, Du Sheng is a high-ranking existence. Only those who are in this industry can understand what legend the other party has created. The weight difference is 110 kilograms, and they easily crush their opponents and won the K1 World Championship. They usually don't even dare to think about it. So after the uproar, the students said word by word of mouth, and the entire boxing gym surrounded them excitedly. Facing the crowds, Du Sheng turned to look at Director Bai's uncle and nephew. Do you teach them all? Bai Xian is from the national team and is quite famous here. He laughed at the students. Everyone goes back to exercise, why are you squeezing here? The students were ashamed, and no one wanted to miss the opportunity. Coach Bai, let's take a look. Yes. Instructor Du is a rare visit, so let's observe it. Instructor Du, don't drive us away. We promise not to disturb you. Faced with the students begging, Bai Xian seemed a little hesitant. A Sheng, they are also eager to study. Anyway, they have come, so just treat it as an eye-opener. He looked at Du Sheng and said sincerely. They may not be able to step on the stage of the competition in their entire lives, but being able to watch you, the world boxing champion, teach up close is an unforgettable memory for them. Du Sheng looked around, looked at the eager gazes of the students, and nodded with smile. Then find a seat and sit down. A Sheng, thank you. Bai Xian showed joy on his face and thanked him solemnly. The students flocked to each other, sitting around Du Sheng, full of hope. Although they do not expect to enter the international world like Du Sheng, nor do they dare to want to win glory for the country, they have the dream of setting foot on the big stage. The Kung Fu program team quickly set up the video recorder. The filming was not only convenient for future observation, but also some highlights were the material of the program last night. Du Sheng glanced around and said slowly. Have you all watched my event? See it. The students spoke in unison. The coach also asked us to review the game video and figure out your skills. Du Sheng continued to ask questions. Then what did you think about? What should I rely on to win? Super explosion, a fatal blow. The horizontal practice skills without a cover door. Accurate strikes, hit the opponent's key acupoints several times. One punch determines the outcome. Listening to the rush to answer, Du Sheng nodded slightly. Yes, you're right. Then, his tone changed and he said seriously. No matter what kind of fighting style, the key to the ring's victory or defeat is always explosion, speed, defense, and response skills. Everyone has different physiques and talents. But you are all elites from 100, and these should not be a problem. The rest depends on your own sweat and understanding. As he said that, Du Sheng turned around and walked towards the training sandbag hanging in the air, gently patted the heavy sandbag, and said, Strength training, endurance training, basic boxing techniques, and moving pace can make progress as long as you work hard. In this regard, your coach is more professional than me. All I can give is some practical experience and skills. Du Sheng glanced at Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Hepeng who were listening attentively, and turned around and asked. Are you confused? Why can I easily defeat opponents who are much higher than my magnitude? Yes. The students nodded in agreement. The reason why Du Sheng's victory was regarded as a miracle was because he ignored the gap in the order of magnitude. So, Let's analyze it from the following aspects. Which factor do you think has made me defeat an opponent with a higher magnitude than me? Hard Qigong. Resistant to strike force. I think it's a super fast dodging speed. The students rushed to answer. Du Sheng's eyes turned to Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Hepeng and asked, "What do you think?" Today's training is mainly aimed at Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng. The three of them thought for a moment and answered seriously. I think it's explosive power. Practical awareness, quick response on the spot. Doing and fighting strikes can be improved through training, but I don't know why your explosive power is so strong. Du Sheng pointed to the training equipment in front of him and said, "Okay, let's talk about this outbreak first. Try it with all your strength to punch." Hong Chaozhong took the lead and stepped forward, and suddenly punched him straight. Bang! The boxing test machine showed 385 pounds. Good. Du Sheng gave affirmation. Hong Chaozhong, height 155, weighs 50 kilograms, is a flyweight boxer. It is already very good to be able to exert such strength. Set your feet shoulder width apart, bend your knees slightly, exert force through your waist, and drive your whole body to hit a heavy punch. Your way of exerting force is correct. Du Sheng nodded in recognition. But to explode with a heavy punch that is beyond the limit, you need to try to change the way you exert force. As he said that, Du Sheng stood in front of the boxing test machine, imitating Hong Chaozhong's posture, and punched him straight towards the sandbag. Bang! The boxing test machine showed 628 pounds. This is your way of exerting strength, let's take a look at this. Du Sheng stood up again, and when he punched, he started pushing his body from the back foot, quickly shifted the center of gravity to the hand joint, and punched him out with a sudden punch. Bang! The boxing test machine showed 988 pounds. Wow! The students were amazed and opened their eyes wide. Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, and Zhou Hepeng were even more excited and clenched their fists. That's right. This is the explosive power Du Sheng exerted on the ring. Increased by hundreds of pounds in an instant. Du Sheng is less than 80 kilograms, which is not the explosive power that his size can produce. How did this rise? Do you understand? Du Sheng observed them and said, "I'll demonstrate again, slow down the motion, you can observe carefully." As he said that, Du Sheng stood up again, and repeated the punching steps meticulously at a slow speed. Hi! Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng discovered the mystery. Du Sheng is likely to increase the strength and speed of punching by shifting the center of gravity of his body. In addition, the opponent uses the rotation of the waist and hips to add the momentum of a punch. At the moment of punching, the hips and shoulders rotate in the target direction, which seems to have a whip effect. Did you understand the trick of exerting force? Du Sheng demonstrated and explained. The straight punch of Chaozhong just now was slanted horizontally, and the power was distributed in a horizontal line. My punch penetrates 6 parts: shoulders, elbows, fists, hips, knees, and feet. Specifically, it is like the movement of whip, which transmits continuous power from the legs to the torso to the arms. This continuous action produces a chain reaction, and ultimately releases the greatest power on the fist. Chapter 324 Unfamiliar. Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hu, Zhou Hepeng, and others have been practicing boxing for many years. It is obviously unrealistic to learn from scratch. Therefore, Du Sheng chose the Guanzizi and the Bengzizi, which are most suitable for boxing among Bajiquan, and taught them new skills for exerting force. For example, how to mobilize 6 parts to transfer strength from the soles of the feet to the fingers. And how to use reaction forces to lean forward the center of gravity of the body to produce explosive force, etc. This includes muscle changes such as the abdomen, back and buttocks, allowing them to stabilize and transmit strength when punching. As long as Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng can master this technique, it will be easy to increase the explosion by 20% or 30%. Don't understand very much? Then I will use the simple sinking shoulders and dropping elbows, holding chest and pulling back of Bajiquan to explain. Afterwards, the soles of the feet are the center of the circle, and suddenly twist the ground inward and downward, twist the waist and hips, and send the shoulders out. One of the movements is to clamp the ribs with both arms, and to bind the shoulders when punching, so that the lower end of the scapula will move forward, and the anterior sciatic muscle will be tightened. When punching, just add this shoulder length movement. No matter what you practice, it is no problem to increase the explosive power by 30% or 20%. You can produce the so-called inch explosion. Seeing that everyone listened seriously, Du Sheng continued. There are two key points here. When punching, you must first make good use of the friction on the ground, and secondly, you must learn to collapse. Your coach should have said about friction. Let me talk about the collapse force first. A towel was wet and threw it out directly, it was not very powerful. But after throwing it out and pulling it back hard, you will hear a snap sound. It will hurt when the person is pulled. This is the double shaking force. The same is true for punching. First twist the waist forward and hit the fist like an arrow. When the fist is about to hit the target, twist the waist backward. Just like a towel pulling back, when you reach the goal, your fist will be tightened again. Du Sheng analyzed the force-making skills in detail to help these people adjust their movements and angles. Director Bai's uncle and nephew were listening, feeling excited. For the people in front of you, this time I gained a lot. What Du Sheng said is the core content of boxing. Among them, theories such as the Bengziju and Guanziju cannot be learned even if they are powerful outside. For example, the other party said that the double shaking force is the most fierce way to exert force in Oriental martial arts so far. When applied to penetration, it becomes even more terrifying. It can even damage the internal organs through the surface. There is also the theory of pushing force, that is, when your hands are holding back and unable to release it, do not put the force into the state. It's like pulling a bow to the bottom, so that all your strength is suppressed by the other party and you cannot shoot arrows. To be in a state of charging force, if you pull the bow halfway, just arch your back, draw the bow and shoot the arrow immediately, and then combine it with extremely fast speed, the explosion that will be the most destructive. Even senior coaches may not understand this kind of profound and mysterious knowledge. Boxers often need to fight for several years and get through hard work. Even if you know the principles, you cannot teach them in such a popular way. This is the essence passed down from generation to generation after generation of Eastern Kung Fu. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is difficult to understand the trick even if you see it with your own eyes. Seeing Du Sheng's guidance without reservation, the students around him were ready to practice excitedly. Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hun, and Zhou Hepeng are all boxers with great insight. But after Du Sheng was so careful instructing him for several hours, he still couldn't find a way to get started. Du Sheng didn't care either, but just patiently asked them to figure out their skills. The method has been taught, and then they can only rely on their own repeated adjustments to slowly understand the mystery. As for horizontal practice and quick reactions on the spot, I can only wait for tomorrow. After all, greed cannot be chewed. After the meal, Du Sheng could not stop everyone's enthusiasm and spent another half an hour signing the autograph. Only after a day of pointing in hand and fingers, some students with great insight can touch the edge. These include Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng. Du Sheng doesn't have much time, so at most, when filming the Kung Fu program in the future, he will take time to give some advice. The next day, he taught everyone how to practice the practice of relying on the stance. Stance skills are the true way of attack and defense in boxing. It is also the core explosion of boxing. In fact, every fighting technique and sports have a special muscle type, and stake exercise is to exercise the muscle groups that are rarely used in the body. In order to help Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng quickly find their feelings, Du Sheng specially brought them to the woods to find the trajectory of their efforts. The tree relies on the stance technique, which is a unique method of practicing in Bajiquan. Among them, pine and cypress are the best, which are convenient for absorbing bioelectricity and characteristic substances. For example, long-term exercise can increase the gas exchange between the human body and the tree, make the internal energy full and energetic, and can improve the strength and resistance to attack. Under the combination of pile method, Hong Chaozhong, Fang Hun, and Zhou Hepeng finally found the way. It was not until the afternoon that Du Sheng helped them further consolidate their sense of hard work, and the training ended. This is basically the case. The rest depends entirely on the efforts of Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng. The three people who benefited a lot respectfully offered Du Sheng 3 glasses of wine. Although it is only a short-term special training, they can deeply feel the great progress of their progress. Just by looking at the Bengzi art technique, their heavy punches have increased by 10%. If they could understand what Du Sheng explained thoroughly, they felt that the explosive power alone could double. Du Sheng did not avoid this. However, we have reservations about the open-minded ideas of the three. If you lack internal strength cultivation, it is very good to be able to improve your explosive power by half based on your strength skills alone. But for everyone, these are basically enough. In international boxing events, the competition is divided into various magnitudes. Under the same magnitude, if Hong Chaozhong, Fang Qian, and Zhou Hepeng can have half the explosive power than their opponents, it will be a significant advantage. It is estimated that it will be difficult to find a second one except for Du Sheng. After the training, Du Sheng re-entered the crew to film. After 10 consecutive days of filming, the two captains finally finished shooting the Snow and Snow battle where the two captains turned against each other for their younger sister. The whole movie was finally completed for 4/5, and it can be finished in about 10 days at most. But Zhang Yizi's bad appearance and bad hair are on the follow-up shooting plan. First film the plot of the Golden Shield Gate and the government. In this, naturally, the scenes between Zhang Baji and Song are mainly focused. The reason for this is that the Golden Horse Awards are about to begin. Du Sheng was nominated for Best Rookie Award and Best Action Design for Infernal Affairs to End the Big Boy. Both main actors have to leave the nest, and the crew will not be unkind, so it is natural to make slight changes to the shooting arrangements. I heard that the award presentation host was replaced by Linz Hilling. Zhang Baji, who was pure and picturesque in a green dress, took Du Sheng into the car with small and elegant steps, and seemed to be smiling. She posted a photo of you on her blog. Isn't this your confidant again? Although she is a little numb to a man's great skills. But I didn't expect that no one had seen this twice, and this could be used as Linz Hilling, known as the #1 beauty in Bay City? Really convinced? I have only worked with her once, do you think it's possible? Du Sheng didn't want to arouse this girl's annoyance. Because the other party released 3 dramas this year, none of them were shortlisted. Xiao Xiao changed the topic. I'll bring it back to you if you want any gift. Pineapple crisp, sun cake, to light cream, ice jana. Zhang Baji held the man's arm and was in a much cheerful mood. She started talking with her fingers. Fortunately, Du Sheng has a good memory, otherwise this string would probably have been missed. Let's go, you can film with peace of mind. I'll be back in 2 days. Du Sheng hugged her and waved goodbye. This is not the first time, so both sides have long been accustomed to it. Zhang Baji watched the man leave and had to calm down and start shooting again. She has many roles, and because Zhang Yizhong is looking for a higher level, her progress has not been able to keep up with Du Sheng. So I also felt a sense of resentment in my heart, and this time I made up my mind to make up for it. Sheng, you have a great chance this time. After boarding the plane, Lu Zhao walked on the Zinc channel. He has been in the entertainment industry for 23 years and did not win a movie star until he was almost 40 years old. And the beam of the same period Choi has won 3 Academy Awards, 1 Golden Horse Award, and a major con Best Actor. Unfortunately, they crashed again this year. Liang Choi was nominated for Best Actor with Infernal Affairs 1. And Lu Huan, The Boy, and the Boy, and the Boy, and the Boy, were beaten to the yellow. You can only be shortlisted with the big man. According to the judges over there, he is likely to be running with him again. The Best Rookie Award nominated by Du Sheng is different. During the same period, only Wang Baoqiang in Blind Well, Zhang Ji in Not See, Lin Yuchen in Leaping the Love Sea, and Ding Ning in Black Dog is coming. Except for Wang Baoqiang who went abroad to brush up a golden body, other opponents are not strong. The most important thing is that this award is for 2 people. Therefore, Du Sheng has many opportunities. Actually, Brother Hua, you have a great chance. Although Du Sheng knew that Lu Huazahi was full of emotion, it was hard to say what was going on to hit people and said with a smile. Your acting changes in recent years are obvious to everyone. As the saying goes, Taigongza pork, even if the Golden Horse Awards are unfair, you will be the Golden Horse Awards in a few months. In fact, Lu Fiqusong Duan Lai Lai 1 performed very well suppressing the side of love and making the character deep and calm. But the judges in the Bay City were not allowed to mention some incidents, and they were treated as Ran Xiadu Huan. For example, last year, according to the previous rules of the Golden Horse Awards, the awards were rarely awarded to absentees. Lu Fitong made the prizes go. His fans and movie fans raised banners in the back row with great enthusiasm, hoping to witness their idol's first Golden Horse Awards. The Golden Horse Award was also captured by Lu Yingna, who wanted to award him a prize, but it was awarded to the noncom. In the end, there was an upset. This time, Lu Huan recorded a flat show on the bank of the Imperial Edict, but he still had to face his biggest competitor Liang Choi. The reason why Du Sheng said this is because according to historical memory, this time Lu Fiqiu was afraid that the gun would not be harvested. On the contrary, in March next year, he will win another Best Actor award for The Big Man. Chapter 325 When did you get involved? If you have a destiny, you must always have it, and if you have a destiny, don't force it. Lu Yinjiao Wangjian said. If you win, I applaud, if you lose, I applaud. Winning is the courage to defeat yourself, and losing is the courage to accept yourself. Du Sheng knew that he had always been optimistic, but when he remembered the incident that hit him hard, he said nothing. If a female fan who is extremely obsessed with you not only loses money and sells the property in order to pursue you, but also causes the family to be destroyed, how would you face it? Lu Yingyu and Du Sheng was not like joking, and was stunned for a moment. This kind of fan is not very rational. I don't want this to happen, and it is destined to be impossible. Du Sheng seemed to have a deep meaning. But the outside world doesn't know that you still have the illusion of getting married and even do more extreme behaviors. He knew that Lu Yinjian was getting married, and there were many reasons why he did not mention the secret marriage. First, the fans' reactions were made. Some enthusiastic fans had previously said that Lu would be self-proclaimed once he got married. The second is safety considerations. They are threatened by the underworld and dare not make it public in order to protect their wives and children. The third is personal privacy. Once it is made public, your family will be disturbed by paparazzi. But there will be omissions. For example, next year, Lu Yingyan chased him and forced his father to death. As a result, Lu Yingwang became a cold-blooded superstar. Although in the end, under the fermentation of the media, Lu Yingziu Nen Huan appeared, but he still failed to stop the tragedy and suffered losses. This tragedy took about 10 years to come to an end. Lu Yingye was secretly recruited and sent to the temple and was silent for a moment. If it is fate, no matter how bitter it is, it will be sweet. If there is no fate, love will be hidden in the heart. I think we should treat everything rationally and recognize reality. Du Sheng smiled and said nothing more. If the other party is a police officer, he will be more concerned. People will never teach others. It is unforgettable to teach people at once. When they arrived at Moss Airport, the two of them had just parted with each other because of Liu's slept with their clothes. "A Sheng, here." As soon as Du Sheng walked out of the terminal, he heard a sound of joy coming from not far away. Listening to this sweet and coquettish shout, it seemed as if it was natural and tempting. Passers-by looked at it all the way. It was a tall and beautiful woman wearing a silver hollow skirt, with fair skin. Although I couldn't see clearly with sunglasses and masks, it still made countless passers-by look at me. There is no way, her intellectual temperament is too outstanding. In addition, the other party was happy to hold the young man who was wearing sunglasses and mask and was simply a natural beauty. In fact, this is not the first time. This is the lethality of the number one beauty in Bay City. Du Sheng, who was closely held by Lin's Hilling, was touched even more deeply. After all, he had been a slap in his past. Whether on the sofa, balcony, or kitchen, the other person's appearance is sometimes pure, sometimes sexy, and sometimes charming, absolutely endless aftertaste. "Why are you here?" Du Sheng let Lin's Hilling hold her, but her tone was a bit unexpected. Lin's Hilling took off her sunglasses, showed her charming big eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "I just finished filming a variety show nearby, remember you are here tonight." Speaking of this, she lowered her voice and said angrily, "If I don't come again, what should I do if you bastard is intercepted by someone?" Du Sheng. He really has no other acquaintances here. If you want to talk about the most familiar Jia Sai Wen, she is still filming The Supreme Beauty and has never returned to Bay City at all. Lin's Hilling completely ignored the gazes of the people around her, hugged Du Sheng and got into the car, and sat down next to him very naturally. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became subtle. The driving assistant and the agent looked at each other, and they were a little uneasy. It seems that tomorrow's headlines have come. At the intersection of the airport, a paparazzi squatted and muttered excitedly. As a professional, it is a necessary skill to distinguish stars from clues. The camera shutter in his hand kept pressing. The one who aimed at it was the RV that was leaving. "Stop making trouble, people come and go along the way, and many people are watching." Du Sheng knew that this person was in a slight mood and was a little amused. Because it was in a place where outsiders couldn't see it, Lin's Hilling was angry and pinched his arm. The reason is very simple. The man hasn't seen her once for so long. Not once. I've long been hated. If she doesn't come again, who knows whether this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be intercepted. Lin's Hilling leaned in Du Sheng's ear and whispered, "I will sweat so hard to practice boxing tonight. If you don't have new tricks to teach me, I will go to the mainland to find you." Du Sheng. This girl is really trying to die. Not to mention sweating profusely, I can't even shout to Dad to beg for mercy tonight. The two of them were talking as if no one was around, and occasionally burst into brisk laughter. The agent sighed helplessly, but could not say more. "This person of my family is obviously a serious statement." That night, after a simple reception, Du Sheng was pulled to the hotel by Lin's Hilling. She also specifically told her assistant not to look for her if she had nothing to do tonight, leaving behind two people who were confused. However, the agent had already recognized Du Sheng and felt helpless and surprised. "When did you get it?" "It's too fast." Marriott International Hotel, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. "This is the step. It seems that you have neglected training recently and have forgotten some basic principles." Du Sheng looked upright and righteous. "In order to perform well tomorrow night's hosting, I need to help you practice and consolidate it tonight. I'm so calm, and I've taught me such a difficult move." After spending more than half an hour practicing boxing, Lin's Hilling was already sweating profusely and said angrily, "If I can't get up tomorrow like last time, I will publicly say at the awards ceremony that you have tied up." Last time at Neon, in order to cooperate with Du Sheng in standing posture, her legs were numb when she worked the next day. "You came to pick you up from all over tonight. You must have had a scandal." It's not too much to punish and warn you. Du Sheng smiled and knew that this girl was right and wrong. Humph, are there few confidants who have had scandals with you? Lin Zhiling said a little angrily. She has paid a lot of attention to the situation of men. After all, the opponent's popularity of winning the championship was circulating in Bay City, and my heart was already itchy. Speaking of this, she remembered something, and her eyes flicked and said softly, "Are you busy tomorrow? Can you come and help me?" "What's wrong? I am officially the philatelic ambassador. I will issue personal stamps. Come and take the lead." "Okay, but this kind of scandal that is leading the limelight goes against my original intention. Have you thought about how to repay me?" Du Sheng smiled and carried her back to the bed. "I have no strength." "Stop making trouble." Lin Zhiling snorted and felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't have caught this man's handle when I was at the airport before, and this is really a matter of my own consequences. How long has Neon passed that time? I really don't have a memory." Du Sheng took out a pill and said with a smile. "This rare pill has the effect of improving personal physical fitness, with rosy and smooth skin, making it look younger and more beautiful. How about trying it? Is it so magical?" Lin Zhiling smelled the fragrance of herbs and felt refreshed and curious to take it. She knew that the man would not harm her, so she brought a water cup to take the pill with a dark luster. The effect is indeed extremely significant. At the very least, recovery will not deceive people. That night, she felt the feeling of floating into the clouds. The next day, even after practicing boxing for most of the night, she was still able to keep her spirits alive. Moreover, the skin is much rosy and shiny, and the internal organs are purified, so I can't help but say it's magical. At this moment, Lin Zhiling had a deeper understanding of men's abilities. If I had to say that I just like Du Sheng's excellent skills before, I had the common topic of practicing boxing, so that she would enjoy it. Then I can't put it down now. She comes from a wealthy family and is well informed, but she has never seen such a magical Dan Wan. This proves that in addition to the apparent advantages of men, there are many unknown secrets. And her favorite is to dig secrets. Didn't you have an autograph event in the morning? Let's go now." Du Sheng agreed to Lin Zhiling's support, so naturally he would not go back on his word. "Yeah, let's go." Lin Zhiling happily carried him out, and she didn't feel reluctant to let go until she was in public. She knew that the man also had a notice today, and it seemed like he was going to Ruan. Star Technology headquarters signed a custom-made endorsement event for Li Xiaoao's character in The Legend of Sword. It is said that the income this year alone is several million. Although she was a little envious, she was rational and would not delay men's time. The two of them were busy, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the reunion, I ate something briefly and started to look. Since Lin Zhiling is the host of the award ceremony, unlike the host of the Avenue of Stars, she appears during the official award ceremony, so she took the initiative to ask for a place to walk the red carpet with Du Sheng. She was so ecstatic that she was reluctant to let men go with other women. What if she was left by a vixen? At 6:30 that night, the two of them wore gorgeous dresses and smiled brightly, strolled on the red carpet of the Golden Horse Awards dinner. Du Sheng is wearing a black tang suit, showing the oriental charm. Lin Zhiling wore a white embroidered cheongsam to interpret the classical style. The two mainly focus on oriental elements, forming a sharp contrast. Du Sheng is tall and handsome, with a tall figure. Because of his long-term martial arts practice, he has become more master-like in tang suits. Lin Zhiling is elegant and gentle, showing the beauty of women's intellectuality. The two of them worked hand in hand, with handsome men and beautiful women, black and white colors instantly becoming the focus of the audience. This year's Golden Horse Awards are full of stars, with stars from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the Three Kingdoms gathering, but Du Sheng is undoubtedly the most dazzling existence after the four heavenly kings. It is no exaggeration to say that the two great kings who have not achieved remarkable achievements in the film industry, as well as the four little kings, except Jin Chingguo, have been suppressed by him invisibly. On both sides of the red carpet, many fans gathered and screamed excitedly when they saw Du Sheng. Some fanatical fans kept crowding forward, almost squeezing the fence, and the scene was out of control for a while. The security personnel on the scene had to shout loudly to maintain order.